Chapter 721. Hearing Richard repeat himself, the expressions of several Grand Wizards changed slightly. However, due to their strength, they remained silent. Seniority is important among wizards, but it's based on the premise that seniority alone will lead to greater strength. As a 5th ring Grand Wizard, Richard clearly wasn't someone these 4th ring Grand Wizards could boast of. "It seems it was you," the Jellyfish Grand Wizard said calmly. "Many people find your words offensive." "Offensive?" Richard's face flashed a mocking smile. He glanced at the 4th ring Grand Wizard next to him. Under his gaze, the Grand Wizards consciously averted their gaze. After scanning the room, Richard sneered, "If you find the truth offensive, then I can't help it. Objective facts cannot be changed by will. Lack of talent is lack of talent, and inferiority is inferiority." The Jellyfish Grand Wizard seemed to have anticipated Richard's response. Although he lacked a face in the conventional sense of a human, Richard could sense that the unknown Jellyfish Grand Wizard was staring at him. Suddenly, the Great Wizard of Jellyfish spoke. "I am the Great Wizard of Soul Sea Suspension. If we survive this war, perhaps we could become friends." "Friends?" Richard smiled intrigued. "It seems I've offended many Great Wizards. Master, aren't you afraid of being ostracized by being my friend? In this age of war, the connections between Great Wizards are no longer what they used to be. Even acquaintances might only contact each other once every few centuries. Great Wizards need to cooperate and support each other on the battlefield. If they were ostracized at this time, they would likely end up standing still even when their allies were in trouble. Even if discovered, the battlefield situation was ever-changing, and a few minutes of support wouldn't be much of a problem." The Soul Sea Levitation Grand Wizard was silent for a moment, then said, "You haven't heard of me?" "Huh?" Richard was a little bewildered. The Qingxuan Grand Wizard beside him spoke at the right moment. "Master Soul Sea Levitation is a student of the Soul Corona. I don't think many fools would exclude students of the Corona, especially those of the Soul Corona. Perhaps some Coronas couldn't peer into the Grand Wizard's memories, but the Soul Corona was definitely not one of them." Richard smiled awkwardly at this. The Soul School's presence was only slightly higher than the Cursed School's, and he had little contact with their wizards, so he didn't know much about their Grand Wizards. "My apologies, truly my apologies." The Soul Sea Levitation Grand Wizard didn't seem to mind this, or rather, if he did, Richard couldn't tell. "I suggest you get to know the high-ranking Grand Wizards of each school. It'd be very helpful on the battlefield." Soon, the last Grand Wizard entered the hall. Along with him was a working wizard from the Tower of Truth. The working wizard bowed slightly to the several Grand Wizards and began to announce the decision of the Council of Truth. Before announcing the order, the Council expresses its deep regret for pulling you out of your rest period. We no longer have any extra strength. If we cannot withstand this sudden attack, the flames of war could very well spread to our homeland. The working wizard's expression straightened as he produced a scroll bearing the personal seals of the 5 Towers of Truth and the Corona Virtua. All Grand Wizards resting within the 4-ring Tower of Truth are to proceed to World 2456 for support. All resources will be allocated at the highest level, and the command will be directed to the War Zone headquarters. After saying this, the working wizard bowed slightly. "Masters, if you need anything, please ask as soon as possible. We can quickly allocate supplies." 8,000 units of soul essence, a Grand Wizard said. His energy was fluctuating chaotically, and his aura was slightly weak, revealing his spiritual wounds. "I'm sorry, Master," the working wizard shook his head slightly. According to the latest resource allocation plan, the maximum soul essence a 4th ring Grand Wizard can control is 6,000 units. "Huh? Why is it lowered again?" Soul essence is the best healing and strengthening agent for wizards, creatures who are undergoing overall spiritual evolution. Alchemy potions that work on Grand Wizards almost always require soul essence and life essence in their recipes. Thus, soul essence and life essence throughout wizard civilization were regulated after the war began. Even Grand Wizards could only obtain soul essence by applying to the council. The working wizard looked apologetic. "A small figure like me wouldn't know much about these matters. But the resource allocation plan states that we can only allocate you 6,000 units of soul essence. 6,000 is fine. Plus 5 bottles of master-level soul recovery potions. I'm sure the rations for these items won't be reduced too." "Not at all." The working wizard nodded slightly, noted the Grand Wizard's request, and then turned his gaze to the other Grand Wizards. The Grand Wizards' faces were mostly grim, their resource allocation somewhat dampening. This wasn't the first time the rations had been reduced. At the beginning of the war, a 4th ring Grand Wizard soul essence ration was a full 12,000 units. "I also need 6,000 units of soul essence," and 5 bottles of master-level soul restoration potion, the mummy wizard said. Me too. Give me one too. These master wizards were able to return to the rear to rest and recuperate because they had been seriously injured on the front lines. Returning to the front lines, items that could quickly heal their wounds were naturally a priority. And for veteran wizards like these were the only supplies the Tower of Truth could provide. Veteran wizards all had their own unique magical gear, and the mass-produced items provided by the Tower of Truth were unpopular with them. At most, they take a few consumables for support. Richard had no particular need for resource allocation, but he was somewhat interested in the master-level soul restoration potion. Potions that worked on master wizards, like these, were no longer something potion machines could produce. Therefore, these potions inevitably retained traces of the master wizard's skills. While these skills weren't particularly useful in combat, having more skills was always a plus. In addition, Richard requested several single-use items. Spell scrolls, like the one-time Great Disintegration and the one-time Demon Imprisonment spells, would both aid him in combat and provide him with some knowledge. The staff wizard noted the master wizard's request, and soon their supplies arrived. Richard examined his scrolls and potions, then gently touched them. The Miracle Forge revealed information. Ingredients: Master-level Soul Restoration Potion. Refining information: Master-level Soul Restoration Potion recipe. Refining cost: 5 spirit points. Refinable skill: Master-level Alchemy, moderately incomplete. Refining cost: 10 spiritual power. Raw materials: Refined scroll of the Great Disintegration. Refinable information: Great Disintegration rune model. Refining cost: 15 spiritual power. Refinable skill: Master-level rune inscription, slightly incomplete. Refining cost: 10 spiritual power. Sure enough, all the supplies at this node are top-notch. Looking at the information provided by the Miracle Furnace, Richard felt a surge of delight. If collecting techniques below the level of a Grand Wizard wasn't particularly meaningful, then the skills and knowledge of these Grand Wizards were absolutely worth Richard's attention. Simply because these skills were accumulated over thousands, and even tens of thousands of years, by these Grand Wizards, a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative transformation. Even if these wizards were reduced to the level of a third-level wizard, their skills would still be enough to instantly defeat a normal third-level wizard. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to get more. Richard's thoughts began to wander. Even creatures of the Lord level of the battlefield world could die in battle. Their bodies might be of little use to others, but for Richard, who knows how many valuable items they could yield. Whether it was a great wizard or the Mayfly King, the rules, skills, and knowledge they possessed were priceless treasures. However, Richard quickly suppressed this thought. Being preoccupied with the rewards of the battlefield before even entering it was typical battlefield novice behavior. On the battlefield, the primary goal is always survival. Only by surviving can there be rewards. The supplies were distributed, and the great wizards didn't waste any time. They gulped down soul essence and potions, took the world data and battle situation data from their workers, and rushed to the battlefield with astonishing efficiency. Boom! Thunderous explosions echoed across the land, like the peculiar laws of this world. Mighty mountains were hollowed out, thousands of kilometers of mountain ranges transformed into massive fortresses, and clusters of fortresses, like sea sand, dotted the vast landscape. The massive disintegrators, powered by the floating city's power reactor, were like the gaze of a god of destruction, transforming everything in the world into free elements wherever they passed. In the sky, small floating cities and anti-aircraft regiments wandered like flocks of birds. Destructive sorcery emanated from them, like a flock of steel-made death birds, leaving only death wherever they passed. But even this line of defense faltered before the insect swarms that filled the mountains and filled the sea. Swarms, like dark clouds of insects, descended from the sky. Swarms, like tides of insects, attacked from the ground. And even from underground, countless subspecies of mayflies surged towards the wizard's defenses. The Great Wizard and the Mayfly King appeared from time to time, but on this battlefield, their battles were usually behind the curtain. Besides avoiding harm to their own legions, the more important point is that both armies possess the ability to directly confront level 4 and even level 5 creatures. Whether it's the wizard's massive disintegration cannon or the Galaxy Mayfly's collective flash, they're both enough to inflict severe pain on level 4 creatures. The width of the battlefield is meaningless in this world, because every inch of land is a battlefield. Wow, what a thrilling world! Richard said, as he emerged from the portal, gazing upon the war-stained world. Chapter 722. The Abyss Demons are a race that craves battle. On this vast battlefield where two civilizations clash, Richard could feel his body cells stirring even when he wasn't fighting. The invisible aura of war in the air constantly stimulated his body. The great wizards nearby glanced at Richard. Unlike Richard's nervousness tinged with excitement, their spirits tensed the moment they entered this world. They were veterans who had fought in civilizational wars for centuries, and knew only too well the horrors of this kind of battlefield. A wave of magical power swept through the perceptions of the many great wizards. Richard pulled out his crystal ball, and saw that the main battle zone headquarters had already designated the battlefield for him. West 11 to West 15. Perhaps because Richard was a fifth-ring cultivator, he was responsible for not one, but 5 battle zones. In other words, he was the equivalent of a secondary command center. Richard looked up at the Soul Sea Levitation Great Wizard beside him. This Corona student had the same assignment as him, also responsible for 5 battle zones. Moreover, according to the battle zone map issued with the order, the area he was responsible for seemed to be the most intense part of the fighting. Noticing Richard's gaze, the Soul Sea Levitation Grand Wizard looked at Richard and said calmly, "Goodbye. I hope we can all survive after the war ends." With that, the Soul Sea Levitation Grand Wizard vanished like a phantom. Without further delay, the other Grand Wizards also displayed their powers, and headed for their respective battle zones. Richard glanced at the map and, in a flash, arrived in front of a small portal. The square where the portal was located was firmly anchored by a spatial anchor. Without the portal, even Richard could not use spatial means to leave. Passing through the portal, Richard arrived at a fortress-like area. After leaving the fortress, the magnificent battlefield on the front lines truly unfolded before Richard's eyes. Whoosh! Richard stood in the air, the breeze passing by his ears carrying the wails of galactic mayflies and wizards. He could feel his body, deeply influenced by the power of the abyss, stirring restlessly. Even though Richard had restrained himself with reason, he was still filled with fighting spirit. Perhaps cooperation with the demons of the abyss will be more profound than cooperation with the gods. Richard muttered to himself as he gazed at the distant battlefield. Then, his figure transformed into a stream of light, flashing through the air. "Wizard, you are too weak." The Mayfly King emitted a sharp insect-like chirp, its massive body flashing through the air. Each impact from the dark horns above its head shook the wizard's barrier. Although its body bore traces of carbonization, and it was missing 2 limbs, it was still. Yet, his life force radiated no less. Instead, it intensified like the sun due to the battle. Combat is the best catalyst for physical evolution. Compared to him, the Great Wizard's condition was rather dire. The Great Wizard's spherical ruled body was already crumbling, his spiritual skeleton severely damaged by the Mayfly King's attacks, and even his soul was suffering. Compared to the Mayfly King's increasingly powerful aura, the Great Wizard now had no strength left to resist. The best he could do was to utilize the ultimate power of the Wizard's ruled system to forcibly replace the Mayfly King. But was his worth truly comparable to the Mayfly King before him? The Grand Wizard knew his only chance of survival now was returning to the material world. Back there, the Wizard Corps could assist him, perhaps even holding out until other Grand Wizards arrived. Bang! The Mayfly King reappeared, its pitch-black horns piercing the Grand Wizard's ruled body like nails. The destructive energy radiating from the horns was like the straw that broke the camel's back, instantly sending the Grand Wizard's ruled limbs into an unstoppable collapse. Damn it! The Grand Wizard flashed, instantly emerging from behind the curtain. But almost as soon as he appeared, the Mayfly King also appeared. Without words or arrogance, in this final moment of battle, the Mayfly King displayed extreme caution. His form transformed into a stream of light. Even as the horns above him remained motionless, the space around him shattered. As he moved, the space around him, over 100 meters in radius, instantly shattered, connecting to form a vast rift that stretched across the sky. This strike had already reached a power level of 500,000. It's over. A flash of despair crossed the Great Wizard's mind. This rule is quite interesting. Just as the Great Wizard was despairing, a figure suddenly blocked his path, stopping the Mayfly King's final blow with a single hand. The wizard's body was covered in bone scales, faintly marked with runes and traces of blood. Judging from the aura he exuded, he was a 5th-ring Great Wizard. Saved. A thought flashed through the Great Wizard's mind, and he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could recover from the surprise of escaping death, an equally terrifying aura entered his perception. A level 5 Mayfly King was approaching him. "Don't just stand there, idiot. Return and reconstruct your rule body." The wizard's urging snapped the Grand Wizard into action. He was now a liability on the battlefield. Remaining here would be a recipe for disaster. "Thank you, Master, for your help." I know who you are, Grand Wizard Qingguang," the wizard replied hastily. I'm the commander of War Zones West 11 to 15. You can call me Richard. Now use all your might and run. With that, Richard's body grew larger again, crushing the Mayfly King's head and throwing it into the secret realm. Fortunately, I asked Ulysses to guard the secret realm, otherwise it would be a waste. Before Richard could finish his muttering, the level 5 Mayfly King was already in front of him. This was a massive insect, over 500 meters long, resembling a fine piece of jewelry, its body covered in white crystals of all sizes. As a galactic mayfly, it possessed the typical features of compound eyes, 2 wings, and 6 legs. However, at its tail, the usual filaments of a galactic mayfly had become a forked crystal spike resembling a trident. Its mouth parts resembled a guillotine, and within them lay a transistor resembling a mosquito's breath. 4 of its 6 limbs were covered in serrated crystal barbs. Richard could even see blood vessels and nerves within these crystals. The remaining 2, though barbless, resembled pickaxes. Richard had no doubt that these 2 limbs were specifically designed to penetrate the defenses of other creatures. I feel like I've met a formidable opponent. The power of the abyss began to flow within Richard, surges through him like a tidal wave. His body yearned for battle. Bang! The Mayfly King's body and Richard's collided violently. The 2 behemoths, each over 500 meters long, instantly ripped the sky apart, the surging shockwaves practically wrinkling the very sky. Physical evolution? I didn't expect wizards could even undergo physical evolution. A low insect-like chirp emanated from the Mayfly King's mouthparts. Looking at the wizard before him, he felt his entire body seething with excitement. His body was telling him this was a formidable opponent. Compared to the Mayfly King's excitement, Richard felt a sense of disappointment. This bug is no match. Although the bug's strength was not weak, whether due to the rules or bloodline, the Mayfly King's power was not as strong as Richard had imagined. It was only about 60% of his own strength. Richard could suppress it with only 70% of his strength. Richard sighed inwardly. Alas, evolving too quickly is also a problem. I can't even enjoy the battle to my heart's content. The World Lord's thoughts were fleeting. The next moment, the 2 massive figures suddenly separated, then collided again. This collision directly shattered the sky. A void hundreds of kilometers in diameter appeared, darkening the entire sky. This time, Richard was finally certain that this insect's evolution was inferior to his own. Since it's not as good as mine, there's nothing more to say. A sinister smile crossed Richard's face, like a peerless demon descending upon the earth. Since it wasn't as evolved as him, this bug was bound to lose. But before they could continue, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. It was the aftermath of the Overlord's battle. Overlords were actually fighting on this battlefield. The 2 level 5 creatures exchanged glances, their bodies slowly shrinking. The Overlords were no longer on the same level as them. Even the aftermath of battle would be difficult to withstand without the strength of a level 6 creature. If these 2 small fry accidentally strayed into the Overlord's battlefield, they would be wiped out in an instant. Wizard, next time I will use your heart as a sacrifice for my coronation. The Mayfly King let out a low cry, but Richard sneered at the barking and replied, remember to fuse more bloodlines, so I don't have to add more seasoning when I eat you. The aftermath of the Overlord's battle brought a considerable silence to the battlefield. The Grand Wizard and the Mayfly King flew out from behind the curtain, temporarily entering a truce. However, this apparently had no effect on the mortals, as the Zerg continued their fierce battle against the wizard's fortress. Richard followed the map's instructions, and arrived at his secondary war zone headquarters. In the absence of orders from the main command, he directly managed the 5 war zones, West 11 through West 15. As usual, the secondary war zone headquarters was located underground. Richard entered through the entrance, and soon found his headquarters. Surprisingly, in this chaotic battlefield, where Richard had faced a fierce battle upon entering this world, his headquarters was unusually quiet. The staff, who should have been busy, sat idle in the headquarters, and the intelligence department was even more silent. Richard entered, his expression grave. What's going on? Why isn't there any work? Seeing Richard, the 3-ringed wizards in charge of the staff immediately stood up. One of the wizards, who looked the oldest, had a look of helplessness on his face as he explained to Richard, Sir, we want to work too. But without a Grand Wizard in charge, who would care about us? Chapter 723. Richard frowned at the old wizard's words. This was the downside of emphasizing strength over power. The Grand Wizard's obedience to the headquarters orders was entirely predicated on the Grand Wizards being superior to them, or at least on par with them. Once the Grand Wizards disappeared, the headquarters would instantly become a mere decoration. The Grand Wizards wouldn't obey the orders of a bunch of 3rd-ring wizards. After a moment's silence, Richard said calmly, I understand. Send a notice to all base war zone headquarters. I need to rebuild the command system. Yes, sir. By the way, send a message to headquarters, and have them dispatch 2 third-ring wizards. Third-ring wizards. No problem, sir. The wizards from the general staff didn't say anything more. A 5th-ring grand wizard had the right to add a few student subordinates to his headquarters. Richard glanced around the headquarters hall. The staff officers, bustling about, began to compile data from several war zones, allowing Richard, a sub-war zone commander, to gain a more detailed understanding of the basic situation within his command. While they were compiling, Richard suddenly spotted someone who looked vaguely familiar. Are you Kaon? Even though he hadn't seen him for nearly 1,000 years, Richard still recognized Kaon among the other wizards. It couldn't be helped. This unfortunate wizard had left a deep impression on Richard. Lifting his curse of misfortune had brought Richard immense rewards. The hand of balance Richard was currently wielding, and the eye of delusion in his left eye were both inspired by the illusory creature that cursed Kaon. Kaon froze for a moment, his mind racing, recounting to himself how he had met a 5-ring great wizard. After carefully examining Richard's face, his expression froze, and he exclaimed in shock, Master Richard, it seems it's you. Richard smiled and walked over to Kaon. In this day and age, seeing a familiar wizard was always a joy. You're doing well, even becoming a secondary war zone staff officer. Kaon smiled shyly and looked Richard over again. After joining the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce, he hadn't seen Richard again. The last time he remembered Richard was when he created a small floating city, causing a sensation in the entire third-ring wizard community. But now, after just under 1,000 years, Richard had become a 5th-ring grand wizard. This was truly unbelievable. Master, is President Choro doing well? Teacher is still the same. But even so, a hint of sadness crossed Richard's face. Although Chorod wasn't on the front lines, his work behind the scenes wasn't easy either. The intense production of synthetic beasts was slowly wearing down Jorod's lifespan, but the old wizard refused to be reassigned to a less demanding position. Jorod, in his own words, felt that he, too, was a member of the wizarding civilization and should contribute his full strength to it at this time. Kai Yang sighed softly, President Jorod is a good man. He took great care of me during my time at the Chamber of Commerce. I hope fate will favor him. The two men exchanged pleasantries, but they didn't continue chatting. Richard needed to understand the situation in his several war zones, while Kai Yang needed to analyze and organize the intelligence reports coming in. After reminiscing about the past and waiting for the war to end, they had time to focus on their work. The information for the 5 battle zones was quickly delivered to Richard, and at the forefront were the profiles of several grand wizards. Richard quickly scanned through them. None of the 5 base battle zones were short of grand wizards. Aside from the grand wizard Qingguang, whom Richard had rescued, 3 of the other 4 grand wizards were veterans. Furthermore, they had already achieved grand wizard status before the war began. That's a bit bad. Richard frowned slightly as he looked at the grand wizards' profiles. Veteran wizards aren't just known for their immense combat prowess. Blind confidence and arrogance can also be their hallmarks. For Richard, a grand wizard's weaker combat power wasn't a problem. As long as he obeyed, he could definitely hold this section of the defense with his abilities. The Mayfly King on the opposite side couldn't defeat him, so as long as he played it safe and spared some energy to aid the other grand wizards in their battles, he could do the job. However, if the baseline collapsed, he would be powerless. Whether it's the war clusters of the Galaxy Mayflies or the wizards' collective armies, both pose a threat to the World Master. The legions that can reach this battlefield, even the minor soldiers filling the lines, are battle-hardened veterans. The elite legion's coordination is so strong that they can even use legion spells for concentrated fire. If these legions are free, both the Grand Wizard and the Mayfly King will have to temporarily retreat. Richard muttered to himself as he scanned the information, I hope these guys are self-aware, otherwise there's trouble. Command, there's a situation in the base war zone. A staff officer hurried over to Richard and whispered, Command, the Grand Wizard of Purgatory Purifying Fire in War Zone 13 has stated that he is currently under the direct command of the Commander-in-Chief and is temporarily unable to join the secondary war zone's command structure. Directly under the command of the Commander-in-Chief? Richard was practically chuckling at this excuse. In terms of authority, the basic war zone could indeed be directly commanded by the General Headquarters. If necessary, the General Headquarters could directly overrule the secondary war zone headquarters and assume command of the basic war zone. However, the General Headquarters generally wouldn't do so. They had to consider the dignity of a 5th-ring Grand Wizard. The General Headquarters could deny a 5th Ring Grand Wizard authority, but they couldn't grant them command authority, and then forcibly disregard it. Furthermore, if the General Headquarters directly commanded the Basic War Zone, any mistakes made by the Basic War Zone would inevitably fall on the General Headquarters. While 6th Ring Grand Wizards were valuable, they were still mere pawns in the hands of the Truth Wizards. Pawns, expendable? What's the origin of this infernal purifying flame? Richard flipped the file to the page on the infernal purifying flame. The file only recorded the Grand Wizard's abilities and battle record, not his origins. He's a student of the Commander-in-Chief of our Western Front's main battle zone, the staff officer said cautiously. A student of the Commander-in-Chief? Richard smiled, his eyes suddenly sharp. Send a battle report to General Headquarters, and ask what's going on in Western War Zone 13. Why does General Headquarters need direct management? If General Headquarters wants to launch a major operation in Western War Zones 11 through 15, I can relinquish command and hand it over entirely to General Headquarters. Basic War Zones aren't isolated. The collapse of one zone will inevitably increase pressure on surrounding zones, potentially triggering a chain reaction that could disrupt the entire front. Yes, Commander. West 13th War Zone Command. The Infernal Fire Wizard stood before the communication crystal ball, listening aggrievedly to his teacher's reprimands, like a student. Has your brain been eroded and crystallized by the fire element? Do you know whose impersonation you're making? Mine. Hearing his teacher's roar, the flames on the Infernal Fire Wizard's body dimmed for a moment, and then he said with some dissatisfaction, Teacher, just a 5-ring Grand Wizard. Just a? Didn't you idiot, read the notice from headquarters? I did. Wasn't it that arrogant Richard? You knew it was him, and how dare you do this? The commander's roar interrupted the Infernal Fire Wizard again. You idiot, before calling someone arrogant, don't you check it out? His background? Before becoming a Grand Wizard, he was the Vice Dean of the Constitutional Corona. After Constitutional Corona ascended to truth, he even ranked higher than Corona's students on the internal roster of the Constitutional School, right behind him. If you, a pig-brained person, had thought carefully, you would have known that Corona was definitely behind that statement. The goal is to get idiots like you to pick on him, and then escalate the matter, even further. The flames within the Purgatory Purifying Fire Grand Wizard trembled at his teacher's roar. If things were truly as his teacher had described, he would have nearly become a victim of reform. What does Corona want to do? Shut up. Is that something you can discuss? The commander, completely speechless by his student's stupidity, paused for a moment before speaking in his calmest voice. Little Flame, write a letter of apology right now and send it to the Secondary War Zone Command, and then obey his orders obediently. The Mayfly King this guy killed on the Edge battlefield has already established his reputation, and ranks highly on the Council's Level 5 combat power rankings. Following him will definitely save you more than fighting alone. The Infernal Fire Wizard wanted to say more, but the Commander-in-Chief had already hung up. The headquarters was utterly silent, the staff fearing any noise would draw the attention of the recently reprimanded Infernal Fire Wizard. They had worked with this wizard for a long time, and they knew he was not one for good temper. Looking at the disconnected crystal ball, the flames within the Infernal Fire Wizard grew higher and higher, causing the entire headquarters to heat up dramatically. But soon, the heat subsided. The wizards were no fools. When their teacher had clearly demanded an apology, no matter how angry they were, they had to obey. Otherwise, his teacher wouldn't mind clearing the messenger himself to prevent that unknown plot from affecting him. The Infernal Fire Wizard returned to his seat, and spoke in a low voice. Someone, draft me a letter of apology. Oh! It seems the Commander-in-Chief is being considerate. Looking at the apology letter in his hand, Richard let out a surprised smile. He had expected the most he'd get was a relinquishment of command, but he unexpectedly received an unexpected reward. Putting the apology letter in his pocket, Richard returned to his regional war zone map and silently watched the staff deducing the battle situation. Compared to these staff officers, who had fought civilized wars for centuries, Richard considered himself less experienced, so for now, he was solely responsible for making decisions and not participating in the detailed planning. Based on experience in the wild world, a staff combined with target-oriented tactics is a very good combination. Perhaps this experience is worth promoting. Connect the transmission to the West 11th War Zone. Yes, Commander. Chapter 724. In Richard's 5 basic war zones, in addition to the 3 veteran wizards, there are 2 new Grand Wizards. The 11th and 12th basic war zones are both staffed by new Grand Wizards. In this war, which has raged for centuries, the number of pioneering Grand Wizards has steadily decreased, while the proportion of new Grand Wizards has gradually increased. Of course, This isn't because new Grand Wizards are stronger. It's precisely because they lack strength that they survive. High-intensity battlefields require strong individuals. Compared to new wizards, veteran wizards are clearly more suited to high-intensity battlefields. These new Grand Wizards, due to their lack of strength, are often assigned to command in marginal battlefields. Over time, the proportion of new Grand Wizards among Grand Wizards has become increasingly higher. But now, new Grand Wizards have begun to appear in these high-intensity battlefields as well. The communication was connected, and the voice of Grand Wizard Qingguang, the commander of the West 11th War Zone, emerged from the communication crystal ball. "Commander, what are your instructions?" The voice in the crystal ball was weak, suggesting the Great Wizard had sustained significant injuries from the previous battle. Richard noticed this and, instead of directly discussing his new tactics, asked with concern, "How are your injuries? Can you continue the fight?" "I still have some soul essence." "Thank you for your concern, sir. My injuries are not serious. I can just use the potion." The Great Wizard Qingguang's voice was slightly touched. It was always a joy to receive concern during one's time of injury. "That's good. I saw in the information that you're a new wizard, correct?" "Yes, sir." The Great Wizard Qingguang's voice was slightly stiff, perhaps because his new wizard status had caused him considerable trouble. "What are your thoughts on battlefield command?" "Battlefield command? What do you mean?" Richard gathered his words, and roughly recounted his tactics from the wild world. "You mean that battlefield command authority should be delegated to the legions, with headquarters only providing broad strategic objectives. I think my summary is clear." "Yes, that's what you mean. What are your thoughts on this tactic?" "Commander, I'm not entirely sure. Why did you seek me out to discuss this?" Richard raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "Because you're a new wizard. New wizards all rise through the ranks on the battlefield, and their understanding of warfare is more comprehensive and profound." The Great Wizard Qingguang was silent for a moment, his meaning somewhat elusive. He had read Richard's information. Richard wasn't a new wizard. But given the prejudices of the old wizards against the new, this conversation shouldn't have been initiated. He pondered what Richard was up to. Win him over? Or simply experiment with someone without any connections? The Great Wizard Qingguang pondered over this. But there was no doubt in his mind that this tactic was indeed a good one. The situation on the front lines was ever-changing, and opportunities for battle often fleeting. Delegating power to the front lines would greatly increase the Legion's flexibility and reduce losses. "Commander, I believe this tactic is feasible, at least worth a try." "As long as you think it's feasible. I plan to conduct a tactical experiment in the West 11th War Zone. What are your thoughts?" In response to Richard's request, a multitude of thoughts raced through the Great Wizard Qingguang's mind. If anything went wrong with his War Zone experiment, he would certainly be held responsible. But equally, if the experiment was successful, he would certainly receive credit. Furthermore, whether he agreed or refused wasn't just a matter of credit, it also affected Richard's attitude towards him. He was a newly minted Great Wizard. While his combat prowess was not weak among those of newly minted Great Wizards, he was still somewhat lacking compared to the monsters on the battlefield. If Richard had been more attentive to him, perhaps he could still have survived the situation just now. Thinking of this, the Great Wizard Qingguang already knew his answer. "I agree with your excellency. Since I need to heal my wounds, this is a good time to see the results." In the secondary war zone headquarters, a faint smile crossed Richard's face. "Excellent. I'm looking forward to seeing how effective this tactic will be on this kind of battlefield." After confirming the command of the secondary war zone headquarters, information from each of the basic war zones flowed into the headquarters like a stream. After compiling the statistics, Richard finally had a rough idea of the situation for his 5 basic war zones. The troop deployment on the front lines is different. A single basic war zone can rival a world of rank in a marginal war zone. Richard flipped through the compiled troop statistics. Each of his 5 war zones boasted nearly 5 million wizard legions. Within these legions, the ratio of elite to ordinary legions was 1:4, meaning each zone had 1 million elite wizard legions. This is more lavish than the entire wilderness world. In addition, these war zones have specialized air and ground defense regiments, as well as a vast number of clan armies. If Richard in the wilderness world had the configuration of a war zone like this, why would he resort to a cannibalization tactic? He could simply push forward and engage in a decisive battle. So rich. Huh? Richard glanced at the information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. But before he could finish his sigh, he saw the Galaxy Mayfly's estimated report. Richard rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't miscounted the zeros. Written prominently on the Galaxy Mayfly's strength estimate was the figure of 2 billion per war zone. Isn't that number correct? Richard looked at the staff officer beside him in astonishment. After reviewing Richard's question, the staff officer nodded helplessly. Commander, there's no mistake. And this number will only increase, not decrease. The number of galaxy mayflies is simply too vast. After nearly 1,000 years of war, the galaxy mayfly population hasn't dwindled much. On the contrary, as the veins of the first conquered worlds gradually recover, the galaxy mayfly population has even shown signs of expansion. The endless swarms are like a tidal wave, drowning all that stands in their way. This is chronic suicide, Richard muttered to himself. If this continues, can wizards really survive the wizarding boom at the end of the Dharma Age? The staff officer's face darkened as he heard Richard muttering, and he instantly cast a spell of amnesia on himself. The military court has strict control over speech. If anyone below the rank of Grand Wizard had said this, they could have been directly inducted into the penitentiary army. Even if it was said by the Grand Wizard, the military court has the power to admonish him. Any wizard who heard this and failed the military court's memory review would be inducted into the penitentiary corps. The charge would be perpetuating defeatist ideology. Although this was the front line, there were theoretically no secret commissioners from the military court. But what if forgetfulness wasn't a difficult sorcery technique, so it was always better to be conservative? Seeing the staff officer's actions, Richard frowned slightly. He had heard a little about the military court's affairs. While Richard understood that special times call for special measures, at this point, the military court's actions seemed a bit excessive. The staff officers at the secondary command were, at the very least, wizards with Bronze Star medals. With such self-awareness, the military court's members were clearly well known. Ah, I hope my experiment succeeds, Richard sighed inwardly. The experiments with subspecies wizards had already begun, and teaching materials from the wizarding world had been placed in the hands of these subspecies wizards. If his original plan had succeeded, then the wizards would have no problem holding the line. A world with a world guardian and a world without a world guardian are two completely different battlefields. The latter, like the current situation, is a battle of brute force, with neither side having a world guardian. But the former is different. World guardians can achieve many things by communicating with the essence of the world, and these are not simply differences in individual combat power. With the cooperation of the great wizard Qingguang, the new tactics were quickly implemented within the West 11th War Zone. Although the wizards were generally on the defensive, in some areas, the wizards and the galaxy mayflies were still engaged in a considerable tug-of-war. The targets of both sides' battles are often one or two natural leyline nodes. For wizards, natural leyline nodes are not only a natural source of power for large-scale magic arrays, but also a way to cut off the galaxy mayflies' logistics. The galaxy mayflies' high density increases their energy requirements dramatically. In marginal battlefields, the galaxy mayflies can operate independently from their energy hives, but in major battlefields like these, energy hives are essential strategic weapons. Otherwise, the massive swarms would starve to death due to insufficient energy flow. In such situations, leyline nodes that can recharge the hives are naturally crucial resource points. The battle for leyline nodes between the two sides naturally becomes a testing ground for new tactics. Oh! The higher-ups have decentralized command? The Legion commander was slightly taken aback by the order from the theater command. Decentralized command? Upon hearing this, the Legion commander's deputy approached the Legion commander, a flicker of surprise on his face. Have the high-ranking officials finally listened to our opinions? The Legion commander shook his head. No, I feel like this must be a decision made by someone important. Great Wizard Qingguang wouldn't take such a risk. For a newly minted Great Wizard, rashly implementing new tactics is a very risky undertaking. Because new wizards lack connections, even if their new tactics achieve results, they can easily be suppressed. If the results are impressive enough, it's not impossible for them to be tripped up on the battlefield. Giving a dead person any amount of honor is fine. But if there are no results, then suppression is inevitable. Regardless, decentralizing command is definitely a good thing. The Legion commander's deputy smiled, but the glint in his eyes was sharp. No Legion doesn't yearn for freedom of command. In the past, rigid and slow command always caused them to miss opportunities. Now is finally their time to demonstrate their abilities. Chapter 725. Warfare on the front lines differs from that on the periphery. On periphery worlds like the Wilderness world, due to the quality of their legions, most of these periphery line-filling legions are only capable of defense, not offense. All offensive missions are the domain of the elite legions, and the line-filling legions are truly just line-filling. But on the front lines, this situation doesn't exist. In this war zone, where legion density is extremely high, elite legions can't move freely like on the periphery. A vast swarm of insects can easily hold down a legion, then wear it down bit by bit with its sheer numbers. On this battlefield, almost every war ultimately becomes a war of attrition. In this situation, legions like the line-filling legions are more cost-effective. On this battlefield, the role of elite legions is simply to launch assaults when necessary, and to provide greater combat effectiveness in a war of attrition. The line-filling legions, with their large numbers, are the true mainstays. At the leyline nodes, a massive tug-of-war between the wizard legions and the galaxy mayflies is engaged in a seesaw battle. The wizards had already occupied the leyline nodes, and the civil wizards were setting up a large magic circle at an astonishing speed, constructing a fortress upon its foundation. Around them, a wizard army numbering over 100,000 surrounded them, defending them from the insect swarms coming from all directions. At range 30, high-level ice mist arrows, 7 or 8 bursts, 3 bursts. At range 30, lightning chain, 2, 4, 5, 6 bursts, delayed burst. At range 30, shield concussion, 1 or 3 bursts, 1 burst. The Legion commander issued a methodical order, which propagated along the Legion's mental network and reached the corresponding units almost instantly. Upon receiving the command, the wizards waved their wands in unison. Magical energy flowed through the energy circuits and entered the rune arrays of their standard wands, transforming into a gravitational force that attracted the elements. Water elemental energy gathered at the wand's tip, transforming into tiny specks of mist like ice crystals. In a fraction of a second, the tiny ice crystals connected, transforming into a translucent cone of ice. On this battlefield, wizards particularly favored the stable elements of water and earth. In the past, these two elements were disdained simply because they were extremely difficult to form elemental storms. However, on the front lines, the Mayfly Legion possessed numerous elemental gathering nests and corresponding Mayfly subspecies swarms. Elemental storms, the most common weapon in wizard warfare, were completely unavailable here. Under these circumstances, water and earth elemental magic became particularly effective. Moreover, due to the stability of these two elements, they could fire directly without disarming the Legion's shields. Swish, swish, swish. As they chatted, 2,000 ice mist arrows, driven by the force field, pierced through the Legion's barrier and flew towards the Mayfly Legion. As they launched their shots, the first and third companies responsible for shield vibration also cast spells simultaneously. Strange energy waves emanated from the tips of the staffs, intertwining with each other, ultimately transforming into a nearly visible shockwave. Under the interference of this energy wave, the Mayfly battle group's thick energy shields instantly became turbulent. Even several Mayflies responsible for defense modules exploded and died on the spot due to the shield's turbulence, causing energy circulation errors within their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. 2,000 ice arrows, trailing icy crystals, landed at the forefront of the Mayfly swarm. The moment they made contact with the energy shield, they exploded, transforming into a kilometer-long barrier of icy mist. The very nature of the energy shield precluded its ability to intercept slow-moving objects. Dust, air, and even free elements would be trapped outside the shield. If intercepted, these objects would slowly accumulate on the energy shield. Matter was fine, but free elements would severely disrupt and damage the shield's underlying structure. Neither the wizard nor the Mayfly shield could overcome this. The spreading icy mist penetrated the energy shield's protection, instantly freezing the outermost galaxy Mayflies into zombies. But both sides knew this was merely the appetizer. Throughout the Mayfly swarm, General Mayfly's orders spread like lightning through the mental network. Well versed in their old adversaries' tactics, they decisively abandoned their outer layer and the disrupted energy shield, immediately reorganizing their formation and establishing a new defense behind the outermost layer. The moment their defenses were rebuilt, the wizard's lightning chain pierced the icy mist. Lightning slithered through the icy mist like a swarm of snakes. Without a secondary defense, this instant would have been enough to rip the Mayfly swarm shield apart. But, almost instantly, the Galaxy Mayfly's counterattack began. The besieging Mayflies were also a subspecies, so their attacks were clearly biased. Deep purple spears of light shot out from the swarm, their power reaching an astonishing 50,000 energy level. And this was only the beginning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by the humming sound of energy vibrations, purple spears of light shot out like a string of pearls at the wizard army. Although both the Galaxy Mayflies and wizards fought in groups, their strategies were completely different. Wizards tended to use area of effect spells, while the Mayflies preferred high-intensity attacks. The Mayfly battle group's sheer numbers and energy hives gave them a far greater energy capacity than the wizards. This gave the Mayfly battle group both exceptional burst combat power and defensive capabilities. But numbers can also be a factor in success or failure. Even with an energy hive, the Mayfly battle group can only carry a limited amount of energy at a time. Their large size meant they would consume more energy than wizards. If drawn into a war of attrition, the Galaxy Mayflies would quickly run out of energy, rendering their massive group a mere paper tiger. Wizards were different. Their numbers were fewer, and their individual magical reserves were plentiful. With the aid of magic stones and potions, wizards weren't afraid of a war of attrition. Boom! The spears of light exploded against the Legion's shield, sending a wave of energy surging. The rain of light spears that followed made the shield seem precarious, poised to shatter at any moment. If the Legion's shield shattered, the wizards beneath it would be instantly engulfed by the spears, leaving no trace. But the Legion commander showed no sign of panic. He asked through his telepathic network, "Karak, how long will it take to complete the magic circle?" "Don't rush. 20 or so will be here soon. It'd be over in no time." As he spoke, a sudden surge of energy erupted from the center of the encirclement of the legions. Immediately, an energy barrier rose above their heads. Under the constant supply of magic from the leyline nodes, the energy barrier instantly grew incredibly thick. The Mayfly battle group's light spears barely rippled upon it. Looking at the suddenly rising barrier, a Legion commander sighed softly. This composite magic shield is truly ingenious. With enough energy, even the Lord of the World can't break it. The rise of the energy shield marked the end of the stalemate, but also the beginning of a brutal meat grinder. The Mayfly Legion responsible for the battle for the leyline node, and the Mayfly Legion responsible for the assault were completely different configurations. Now that the node had been fortified, the assaulting Legion would be the next to attack. Watching the Mayfly battle group retreat like a tide, a Legion commander commanded through the mental network. "Report to headquarters. Leyline node 12 has been captured." "Yes, Legion commander." "Sir, this is the battle report summary regarding the new tactics." At the West 11th War Zone headquarters, Great Wizard Qingguang surveyed the recent battle report summary and breathed a sigh of relief. The new tactics have indeed been remarkably effective. My judgment was correct. The battle report showed that 12 leyline node battles had taken place in the West 11th War Zone over the past 7 days, all with impressive results. Even though a few failed, the Legion's losses during the battles had been reduced by nearly 10%. This was sufficient proof of the effectiveness of the new tactic. But Great Wizard Qingguang soon sensed something was amiss. He shuddered as he read the battle report. In these battles, he, theoretically the zone's commander-in-chief, had made no substantive arrangements. He had simply followed Richard's instructions, and chosen one of the options presented by the general staff. But even so, the Legion achieved quite impressive results. Does that mean his role as commander-in-chief is effectively dispensable? The Great Wizard Qingguang had no doubt that even if he had chosen a different plan, the final outcome would not have been significantly different. If that were the case, then the consequences of widespread adoption of this tactic would be self-evident. Since the general staff could handle the lower levels of the battlefield so well, couldn't the command authority of the vast majority of Grand Wizards, who lacked any commanding talent, be revoked? On the bright side, even if it wasn't revoked, wouldn't the Grand Wizard's command authority be significantly reduced? The Council of Truth has always been dissatisfied with the retreat of the front line. If this tactic were to be seen by the coronation of the Council of Truth, then... The Great Wizard Qingguang felt a cold sweat run down his spine as he read the battle report. He seemed to have been caught up in something truly significant. What bad luck! The Great Wizard Qingguang muttered to himself. Sir, the battle report is on fire." The secretary's voice awoke the Great Wizard Qingguang from his musings. In his hands, the battle report summary had already begun to burn from his unconscious exertion. The Great Wizard Qingguang extinguished the flames expressionlessly, and said to the secretary beside him, "Oh, write a new one for me." "No, send it to the commander." "Same wording?" the secretary asked cautiously. Just this scene had made him feel a little uneasy. "Of course." "No, don't send the summary." The Great Wizard Qingguang suddenly changed his tone. "Send the specific battle details as well. We won't be doing a summary. We're just experimental assistants. Let the commander judge the results." Chapter 726. "Sir, the experimental data from War Zone 11 is in." Old Abel trotted over to Richard and handed him a report. "War Zone 11 hasn't summarized the data yet, so there's a delay." Richard's eyebrows rose slightly upon hearing this. He took the report and said, "No summary? Could it be that the data is terrible?" Although Richard had indeed prepared for the possibility of their targeted tactics failing, he was still somewhat surprised when it actually happened. Could it be that in such a high-intensity battlefield, direct command is superior to autonomous command? That's not the case. Old Abel shook his head. The data is excellent. The new tactics have performed very well in actual combat. After decentralizing command, the Legion's combat effectiveness has improved significantly, and losses have decreased by nearly 10%. Oh! Good data. Richard smiled, and took the report for a quick look. After reading it, he said with a relaxed tone, "Sure enough, delegating some power is quite effective." This document summarizes the key points of the recent battles in the 11th Western Theater Command. The biggest difference between the new tactics and the old ones is flexibility. Under the new tactical model, the Legion's combat modes are very flexible. Legion commanders can adjust tactics based on first-hand intelligence. With intelligence shared across multiple legions, Legion commanders can coordinate tactical shifts and achieve the objectives assigned by headquarters. Furthermore, due to the high density of legions on this battlefield, the problem of excessive autonomy leading to deviations from strategic direction has been eliminated. To put it bluntly, the transformation of military theory has already begun. But what on earth is this guy worried about? Why wouldn't he even summarize the data and just give me the raw numbers? Richard studied the battle report, his brow thick with thought. Beside Richard, Ellie watched her lover lost in thought, her heart trembling slightly. Since arriving on this battlefield, she could clearly sense the changes in Richard. Charm is a quantifiable element in the alchemist system, and charm potions are widely circulated among wizard apprentices. By adjusting their appearance through hormones, a wizard can easily capture the hearts of mortals. But this trick no longer works after becoming a wizard. Spiritual evolution allows a wizard's mind to transcend the flesh, and the stimulation brought by hormones is no longer enough to interfere with a wizard's perception. But after entering the battlefield and joining Richard's side, she felt like she was back in her apprentice days. Richard exuded a fatal allure. She seemed to hear a voice calling her in her ear, asking her to become Richard's queen and a part of the abyss. Ellie hadn't noticed that her bloodline had become incredibly active when near Richard. In this abnormal activity, she was actually slowly evolving. Suddenly, Richard jerked his head, startling Ellie beside him. His gaze turned south, as if he could peer through space into the battle unfolding beneath the veil. Alas, the days of peace are over. The battlefield of Corona has been moved away from the material world. Notice to all war zones. Prepare to face the Lord of the Mayflies. The battle between Overminds is absolutely beyond the reach of the World Master. Therefore, on this battlefield, both sides have tacitly agreed to a rule. If the Overminds battlefield approaches the material world, or the material plane, they cease fighting. It was simple. No matter how powerful, ordinary level 4 creatures were doomed to die upon entering the Overlord's battlefield. Level 5 creatures fared slightly better, able to glimpse the battlefield before their death. Only level 6 creatures possessed the strength to escape after being drawn into the battlefield. And now, with the Overlord's battlefield far removed from the material plane, the battle between the World Masters had begun once more. Boom! Richard's figure was as vast as a mountain, the energy flowing within him like a river, and every movement carried immense power. Across from him, the equally massive Mayfly King was equally formidable. Delicate as a jewel, the Mayfly King was like a sky island, its every move stirring a gust of wind. Richard observed Bai Jing, pondering the upcoming battle. Over the past few days, through the information he had gathered within the wizarding community, he had determined the name of this Mayfly King. Bai Jing. This physically evolved world lord had already slain a 5th ring great wizard before this battle, relying on its value to withstand the equivalent exchange. The first and second parts of the requirement for equivalent exchange are equally important. If this cannot be achieved, then exhausting the wizard's resources will only result in a powerful attack. Wizards have only a limited knowledge of White Crystal's abilities, and the description of its rules is quite vague. In the data, White Crystal's basic rules can be inferred to be the rules of the earth element, but another rule it possesses is described as the rule of power. This illogical name stems from the judgment left by the Great Wizard. The data left by the Great Wizard, who did not even exchange White Crystal for equivalent exchange, stated that White Crystal possessed a rule similar to that of amplifying power. Not only can it unleash immense power in a single instant, but it can also continuously increase its power throughout the entire battle. What exactly are these rules? Richard muttered to himself. As Richard observed Bai Jing was also observing him. Wizards gather intelligence, and so too does the galaxy Mayfly. But because Richard had never participated in a civilizational war before his time in the Wild World, and the Wild World had slain the Mayfly King, the galaxy Mayfly's intelligence on Richard was equally vague. The rules of life and radiation are real, but what exactly is the power he wields? Bai Jing knew Richard's rules, but knew nothing about the power of the abyss. Galaxy Mayfly's intuition told him that this power was extremely dangerous, forcing Bai Jing to be wary of it. In the sky, two colossal creatures faced each other, casting shadows that almost enveloped the entire battlefield. Under their pressure, the very sky seemed frozen. But the next moment, the two figures abruptly vanished, replaced by two catastrophic storms. In ordinary indigenous worlds, the World Master is a sentient calamity. And a World Master born of civilization is even more powerful than them. The two storms continuously collided, yet their aftermath was surprisingly weak. The space, which would shatter like porcelain even when a fourth-ring Great Wizard battled, now didn't even ripple. It was as if this world space were filled with glue. But only the Great Wizards and the Mayfly King, who were also World Masters, knew that this was a terrifying ability that achieved a subtle level of control over power. Both combatants completely concentrated their strength, then unleashed it unchecked upon the other. In other words, they were now engaged in a battle of their own, completely ignoring each other's attacks, a battle of bloodiness. Bang! The two combatants suddenly separated, but this time, there was no confrontation. Richard's eyes flashed with lightning as he swung his fist. As he struck, the energy within his body converged upon the tip of his fist like rivers flowing into the sea. Trillions of cells simultaneously exerted their power, digesting and devouring countless energy-rich crystals, ultimately transforming into the power source of this single punch. This punch possessed a power level of 1 million, but faced with such force, Bai Jing did not dodge. Instead, the crystals on his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a layer of sleek crystal armor. The two front segments of his limbs suddenly thickened, and a terrifying force spread through them. Bang! A muffled thunder echoed from the sky. The two world masters simultaneously flew backwards, like meteors. Neither of the two supremely powerful warriors, each possessing a highly evolved physique, dodged, each using their utterly evolved bodies to withstand the blows. They were confident their bodies could withstand the blow. Ahem, that's quite powerful. Richard stopped midair, and a cloud of blood instantly erupted from his body. Two translucent holes in his chest were slowly healing at a visible speed. Bai Jing's blow had shattered both of Richard's hearts. But with Richard in such a state, Bai Jing was naturally no better off. The crystal carapace he had created to fight Richard completely exploded, shattering 70% of his original crystals. And at the side of the mayfly's heart, an equally translucent blood hole remained. Bai Jing looked at the power in the distance, and a trace of fear flashed through her compound eyes. His evolution is actually above me. In the confrontation just now, he could clearly feel that Richard was almost above him. Even if their physique is the same, they are the limit of level 5 creatures. But his cells, his body structure, outperformed him completely. If it weren't for the rules, he would definitely break his whole body in the attack just now, and even a cell would not survive. How is it possible? How could these spiritually evolved wizards have a creature with a higher level of evolution than me? Didn't their physical school just develop less than 1,000 years? If the creatures with spiritual evolution are concerned, the outcome of the showdown depends on knowledge and combat wisdom. For creatures with physical evolution, the outcome of the showdown is basically determined by the degree of evolution between the two sides. The skill occupies a tiny place in this. The skills of physical evolution of organisms are not as complicated as spiritual evolution. As long as Richard is willing to be beaten, he can quickly master many of the skills. Unfortunately, just now, Richard was beaten a lot. Energy storage rule, what a shady ability. Richard stared at Bai Jing, a sinister smile breaking across his devilish face. During the previous battle, he had already grasped Bai Jing's second rule ability. The crystals on his body weren't just a defensive measure, they were a manifestation of his rule. They absorbed energy, stored it, and then released it at Bai Jing's will. However, as it stands, this rule's power has a limit. Otherwise, Richard's punch would have been completely ineffective, rather than shattering half of Bai Jing's crystals. The bloody hole in his chest slowly healed, his reshaped heart beating out the drumbeat of battle. With a wild grin on his face, Richard shouted to the Mayfly King in the distance, "Bug, fight again." Chapter 727. Faced with Richard's provocation, Bai Jing, though feeling somewhat insecure, still let out a sharp insect-like chirp. Although Richard's evolution was greater than his strength wasn't enough to crush him. He had the energy storage rules and his own complete combat system. Even if Richard was stronger, he could only slightly outmatch him. And perhaps, he could take advantage of this opportunity to advance even further. High-pressure combat, especially with creatures of similarly evolved physiques, is the best medicine for promoting evolution. Realizing Bai Jing's impressive momentum, Richard transformed his body once again into an invisible storm. Bai Jing wanted to use Richard as a remedy for his evolution, and Richard, in turn, wanted to use Bai Jing to refine his own skills. Although Bai Jing was a galaxy mayfly, by the time they reached the stage of World Master, their combat skills had transcended primitive physical techniques. Their mountainous bodies, every movement, were a delicate fusion of flesh and energy. While some specific techniques may be limited by different bodies, the vast majority are universal. It's simply a matter of effectiveness. In the previous battle, Richard had already learned a number of techniques, having put them into practice in the final blow. He believed he could learn even more to his advantage. And so, the two men, each harboring their own agenda, began their battle once again. Two invisible storms collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar that seemed intense. However, since neither side was prepared to fight to the death, this seemingly intense battle felt like a performance. Each movement from each side seemed powerful, yet it felt light and airy against the other. As long as Bai Jing's energy crystals didn't exceed their thresholds, they could store considerable power. While Richard's body wasn't as strong as the energy crystals, he possessed life rules optimized for physical evolution. Under the influence of these life rules, Bai Jing's attacks constantly damaged Richard's body, but often the damaged areas had already been repaired by the moment he finished damaging them. Both sides possessed high health and defensive mechanisms. If they chose, they could continue this battle for centuries. Compared to them, the situation on the other battlefields was less favorable. In War Zone 13, the Grand Wizard of Purgatory Purifying Fire, worthy of being a sixth-ring student, mastered his energy-shaping sorcery to perfection. He was effectively outmatching the opposing Mayfly King. He seemed to be saying, "You don't need Mayfly's contributions, I kill you." In War Zone 12, the Grand Wizard and the Mayfly King, both newcomers, were locked in a close fight. But aside from these two war zones, the situation in the remaining three was critical. The Mayfly Kings in War Zones 14 and 15 have activated their Mayfly contribution. While not fully utilized, the boost in combat power is noticeable. Although the two Grand Wizards are veterans, their knowledge is clearly insufficient to fully offset the overwhelming power. They are practically unable to fight back, suppressed by the two Mayfly Kings. War Zone 11 is even more formidable. Grand Wizard Qingwang, the worst of the 5 Grand Wizards, was nearly slain by the Mayfly King's normal strength. This feat, taken into account throughout the entire war, would be considered a truly remarkable feat. It's second only to the early stages of the war, when someone, due to underestimation of the enemy and the restraints imposed by the rules, was suddenly slain by the Mayfly King without even offering an equivalent exchange. What a fool! As a secondary war zone commander, Richard couldn't stand by and watch his subordinates being slaughtered by someone using normal strength. Especially since the other party had just helped him conduct an experiment, and was theoretically considered a member of his faction. Ah, thank goodness I met a weak one, otherwise it would have been difficult to attack. Richard sighed inwardly, and suddenly unleashed a fist of light towards War Zone 11 in the distance. Bai Jing tried to stop him, but Richard immediately entangled him. Helplessly, he could only watch as the fist of light flew towards War Zone 11. War Zone 11. The great Qingwang Wizard's rule body dimmed, and the massive, star-shaped rule body was dotted with tiny specks of crimson flames. These flames continuously consumed his magic power, and damaged his energy barrier structure. Damn it! If this keeps up, I'm afraid I have to resort to an equivalent exchange. He had already sustained significant injuries, and while the potions had healed him considerably over the past few days, they weren't completely healed. The Mayfly King across from him, though also a newly promoted one, was in far better shape. If conventional tactics were used, he would inevitably be defeated. But he didn't want to die. He was a new wizard, thrown into the battlefield in his teens. He had experienced both the peaceful battlefields of the frontier and the grueling frontal battles. There were only a handful of wizards of his generation left. He was lucky, otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from a quickly acquired first-ring wizard to a fourth-ring Grand Wizard. Many of his contemporaries were smarter and more powerful than him. But that was no reason for him to be complacent. He wanted to keep living. He wanted to see the war through to the end, to experience the golden years those veteran wizards spoke of. Bang! A loud bang interrupted the great wizard Qingwang's inner thoughts. The Mayfly King flicked his tail, and a long elemental whip stained with crimson flames lashed out at the body of Rule with a thud, sending it flying several kilometers away. The carefully structured alien energy seeped into the energy barrier like a toxin. Its fundamental structure was damaged, leaving it looking like porcelain on the verge of shattering. For spiritually evolved creatures, emotions couldn't unleash their extraordinary combat power. Just like math problems, if you can't do it, you can't do it. In a battle between spiritually evolved creatures, if you can't win, you can't win. Physical evolution might improve under high pressure, but spiritual evolution will only fail under high pressure. The great wizard Qingguang's will to survive was shattered by this whip. His direct combat power was no match for the Mayfly King's. His combat experience was comparable, and his intelligence was a significant disadvantage. He now had nowhere to turn. Bang! A flash of fist light streaked across the sky, landing precisely on the Mayfly King. Instantly, a resounding explosion echoed, and space shattered like glass, centered around the Mayfly King, extending for kilometers. And at that center, half of the Mayfly King's body of laws vanished, even its innermost core being affected. If the distance covered hadn't been so great that the Mayfly King hadn't sensed it, this single blow would have been enough to annihilate the Mayfly King's soul. The great wizard Qingguang gazed westward in disbelief. Master Richard still has a hand free? The battlefield between Richard and Bai Jing was far away, but for the World Master, this distance wouldn't hinder him much. Although the great wizard Qingguang was weak, his eyesight was quite impressive. He could discern the terrifying nature of Richard's seemingly silent battle. If he were caught in the middle of their fight, there wouldn't even be a splash. Each of their attacks was enough to annihilate him. The Mayfly King, seeing the situation was dire, immediately retreated. The great wizard Qingguang naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity. Just now, he'd been treated like a ball. Now it was his turn to fight back, but before he could even take 2 steps, an attack from below forced him to stop. On the ground, the vast Mayfly battle group seemed to function as a single entity, forming a massive attack module. Led by 1 million elite Mayflies and supported by 9 million ordinary Mayflies, this massive attack module resembled a gigantic eye. The next moment, the eye opened, and a beam of light pierced the heavens and earth, instantly engulfing the great wizard Qingguang's path. Had he been any faster, the beam would have engulfed him as well. This beam of light possessed a power level of 500,000. If submerged in it, he would surely perish. Damn it! The flesh at the core of the great wizard Qingguang's ruled body turned ashen. This was the advantage of possessing the initiative in battle. The Mayflies possessed superior military strength and could easily muster a considerable army to block the great wizard, while the wizard could only receive support from his army within a fixed range. This small difference had allowed countless Mayfly Kings to escape. But this was precisely what the wizard was powerless to do. The great wizard Qingguang looked at the ground, and suddenly, several fissures opened beside him, leading to the elemental realm. Abundant earth and fire elements converged, transforming into thousands of giant meteorites flowing with molten lava. Since the Mayfly King was doomed, he could only kill a few smaller creatures to make up for the loss. With a thought from the great wizard Qingguang, thousands of massive meteorites descended into a meteor shower. At the same time, the fortress's guard wizards unleashed their massive disintegration cannons. A rainbow beam of light emanated like divine retribution, transforming everything into free elements wherever it passed. Even the Legion's shields trembled under the destructive beams. The meteorites descended, sending up billowing clouds of dust. The Mayfly battle group, despite their best efforts, could only shatter most of the meteorites. The remaining meteorites, still carrying a powerful aura, crushed the bodies of hundreds of millions of Mayflies. The insect swarm receded like a tide, and the great wizard Qingguang vanished in midair in a flash. The Battle of Richard lasted a month, ultimately ending when neither side wished to continue. Bai Jing's body grew restless during the battle, its evolution like a long-suppressed volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. But evolving on the battlefield was clearly unwise. This was also Richard's reason for wanting to end the battle. Although he had no urge to evolve, he had already mastered most of Bai Jing's techniques. There was no point in continuing the battle. It would be better to return and refine his combat techniques. Killing Bai Jing would be a loss for Richard, as it would mean he would have to change his opponent. This was a very unstable choice. Richard's responsibility was to stabilize the front. Advancing it was neither his nor meaningful. The ultimate outcome of this war depended on the battle between the two overlords. Of course, this was only a secondary reason. What truly compelled Richard to end the battle was a call from another world. The Abyss Dragon that had communicated with him had finally replied. Chapter 728. Secondary War Zone Command. The Overlord is very interested in establishing diplomatic relations between the two civilizations. Perhaps we need a meeting. In the magic circle, Ishtar, the abyssal dragon formed from the sacrifices, spoke in a solemn tone. It seemed that the abyssal overlord behind him also held the wizard civilization in high regard. I think so too. Richard smiled. The attitude of the abyssal civilization was extremely important to wizards. The abyssal civilization's unique world erosion technology was far more effective than any cursed creature. A world polluted by the abyss also had its ley lines contaminated. A galactic mayfly born in such a world was inherently an abyssal creature. But could an abyssal creature still be considered a galactic mayfly? The abyss is inclusive, yet also exclusive. Within the abyssal system, any creature could be considered a species, for they all belong to the same evolutionary tree. But similarly, once incorporated into the abyssal system, such a creature lost its connection to its original species. Even if the two races looked identical, they were only somewhat alike. If the galaxy mayfly was truly so vast as to embrace even this kind of mayfly, then for wizards, it would be a mere trick without any effect. You think so? Ishtar's voice was a bit strange, as if he had heard some absurd joke. Wizard, can you represent the Council of Truth? Although I've been away from wizard civilization for a long time, I don't think wizards would allow a fifth-ring grand wizard to participate in direct decision-making. And the dragon's voice was filled with gloating. The Overlord wishes to see you. The Overlord wishes to see me? Which Overlord? Richard's brows raised at this request. Richard didn't know much about the Lords of the Abyss. Elises had told him there were two Lords of the Abyss, Beelzebub and Samuel. In abyssal language, these names mean gluttony and wrath, respectively, symbolizing the two great qualities of the Abyss, devouring and fighting. For the demons of the Abyss, being summoned by a Lord is a matter of luck. Beelzebub often devours demons that cross his path, absorbing them into his own body. Samuel, on the other hand, might strike you out on a whim. But generally speaking, Samuel is the better choice, as he has no interest in the weak. Beelzebub, on the other hand, treats everyone equally. Whether you're level 4 or level 6, as long as he finds you appetizing, he devour you. Of course, it's the great Lord Samuel, replied Magic Ishtar. After all, he was a Lord of the Abyss, and he understood the personalities of the two lords much better than Richard, an outsider. He delayed for several years this time precisely to wait for Samuel's return from the front. Only a fool would go to Beelzebub. Although I can't represent the council, I can confirm that it will approve this meeting. As for Lord Samuel's wish to see me, Richard paused, then said calmly, I think I meet him with the Wizard of Truth. No, I wish to see you alone, little one blessed by the Abyss. A deep voice suddenly emanated from the magic circle, and then, as if alive, the communication circle began to transform. In a moment, a new magic circle emerged. The sacrifice also transformed, transforming into a humanoid creature with wings on its back, 4 arms, and 2 legs. I'm curious about what kind of being you are, able to resist the Abyss, and yet be blessed by it. That tone, that ability. Richard's face tensed. He was undoubtedly facing an Abyss Overlord. And an 8th level Abyss Overlord at that. Respected Abyss Overlord, I don't know the answer to your question. That's why I wanted to meet you. Samuel's behavior belied his name, at least from his performance. His voice was calm yet powerful, like that of a wise and confident man. Richard should have understood long ago that inferring an Overlord's character from his name was foolish, especially in an environment like the Abyss. The Abyss has no moral code. Fighting against the enemy is the norm. A demon who could become an Abyss Overlord in such an environment couldn't possibly be a reckless warrior. I believe your subordinates should have mentioned to you that we have established diplomatic relations with the gods, Richard said tactfully. Given the poor reputation of the abyssal demons, meeting alone with an Abyss Overlord was truly unwise. He did mention it, Samuel said with a hint of resignation. Our reputation is indeed somewhat tarnished, and I can't in good conscience say it's the slander of those fireflies. But, Samuel suddenly changed the subject, you're different. You're the blesser of the Abyss. While we have our own internal conflicts, the blesser of the Abyss isn't among them. Samuel's voice was tinged with complaint. The great Abyss is like a partial mother. Her favored children receive the most. And when the other children try to achieve fairness through their own means, she will intervene to favor them, even punishing the offending ones. Although I am the Lord, I am still Mother's child. If I attack you, Mother will undoubtedly favor you. If I kill you, I will also lose Mother's favor. Believe me, your secret is nothing compared to the favor of the Abyss. Samuel's words sounded incredibly sincere. His calm yet powerful voice seemed to carry a magical power that made one unconsciously believe what he said. Richard almost believed him, but at the last moment, he suddenly came to his senses. Lord, your words are somewhat contradictory. Richard's eyes gleamed sharply. If my secret is nothing, then why do you want to see me? Besides, if killing me would mean losing Mother's favor, wouldn't imprisoning me, or even using me as an experimental subject, mean losing Mother's favor? Lord, if you wish to see me alone, please sign a fateful contract. If you intend to use me as a price to threaten the wizard's cooperation, I will convey your intentions truthfully. But before that, I must warn you. I am a well-wisher in the wizarding world, and a capable assistant to a truth wizard. And wizards aren't at the point where they need to trade a great wizard for help. Abyssal demons aren't just battle-crazed warriors. They're also exceptional liars, lobbyists, and manipulative strategists. Among abyssal demons, deception isn't a sin, but a symbol of wisdom. Oh, that's a shame. Samuel, unperturbed by Richard's words, seemed rather satisfied with his response. It seems the little fellow was right. Wizards are indeed rational beings. The Great Abyss wasn't wrong either. Her vision remains as sharp as ever. After speaking, Samuel paused, then continued, we need a meeting. How about World 15476, the fringe world you occupied? One of Beelzebub's descendants died there, and ordinary natives couldn't kill him. I presume you were the ones who killed him. Samuel's words made Richard's heart skip a beat. He hadn't expected the Abyss Lord he killed to be the descendant of an Abyss Overlord. Oh, your rhythm has changed. Could it be that you were the one who killed that little fellow? Samuel's words shocked Richard again. He hadn't expected that the Abyss Overlord could sense even the slightest changes in his body, simply through the incarnation of the magic circle. It seems it was you. His death was worthwhile. Richard was silent for a moment, then replied, he invaded wizard territory, so I have no intention of demanding compensation from you, not even Beelzebub, Samuel interrupted bluntly. Trading a worthless offspring for an abyssal blesser, and cooperation with a civilization is simply worth it. Child, you must learn to think with the mind of the Abyss. We are not sentimental. Richard was speechless. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Abyss Overlord's remarks regarding him as an abyssal demon, Richard was not so hypocritical as to correct Overlord on such a trivial matter. I will convey your message to the Council of Truth. If the Corona isn't engaged in battle, then our two civilizations will likely meet soon. Haha, your battle is quite intense. Samuel's voice suddenly became heroic as he mentioned the battle. This starry sky is getting more and more interesting. We're at war, you're at war, and several other civilizations I know of are at war too. War is everywhere. With that, the communication avatar in the center of the magic circle suddenly disintegrated into a pool of blood, leaving Richard standing there with a thoughtful expression. Everyone's at war. How could it be such a coincidence? After the communication ended, Richard quickly relayed the news to the Council of Truth. The Council of Truth naturally wouldn't refuse the request for a meeting. After a brief discussion, Alchemical Corona became the person chosen for the meeting. An 8th level overlord must be met by an 8th ring truth wizard. Even among overlords, there are strengths and weaknesses, and there are oppressions. And at Samuel's request, Richard was able to temporarily escape from the battlefield and accompany Alchemical Corona to meet with Samuel, the overlord of the Abyss. Outside the goblin world, Richard stood beside Alchemical Corona, silently mobilizing the power of the Abyss to form a gate leading to the vast world of the Abyss. As a demi-dimensional force, the power of the Abyss easily formed a portal. Of course, this portal wasn't meant to be passed through. It was essentially a beacon, allowing the Lord of the Abyss to reach this place through his own means. After the portal opened, a sinister aura so eerie that it made even Richard's hair stand on end emanated from it. The moment it came into contact with that aura, Richard even experienced hallucinations of various creatures being slaughtered. In these hallucinations, a towering creature with wings on its back and 4 arms always occupied the center, emitting bursts of evil yet heroic laughter. Wow, quite an imposing presence. Alchemy Corona patted Richard on the head, instantly awakening him from his hallucination. The portal he had opened was now expanding, and a massive, dark red hand covered in bone spurs slowly emerged from it. Chapter 729. As a wizard pursuing physical evolution, Richard had always harbored doubts about the limits of physical evolution. After all, in a wizarding civilization dominated by bloodline sorcery, spiritual evolution had become mainstream, making it hard not to wonder if this path had some flaws. This doubt didn't dissipate after Richard became world master. On the contrary, after Richard mastered life editing, it only intensified. Even the discovery of semi-illusory creatures didn't completely dispel it. Spiritual evolution explores the outside world, studying the laws of this world, and then leveraging it with mental force and energy. Their limit depends entirely on the amount of knowledge they explore. Physical evolution, on the other hand, is the complete opposite. Physical evolution explores the self, studying one's own body. Even if they need to integrate other creatures, this is still too small compared to the vastness of the external world. But at this moment, this doubt vanished. Richard gazed at the massive hand slowly emerging from the doorway, feeling that his doubts about physical evolution were truly unfounded. The upper limit of physical evolution might be lower than that of spiritual evolution, but it was definitely not something that could be achieved by ordinary people. At least until he reached the level of the Abyss Overlord before him, he didn't have to worry about this issue at all. The Abyss Overlord didn't restrain his imposing aura or power. The moment he stretched out his wounded body, the very space of the astral plane began to distort. The space of the astral plane wasn't as fragile as the space within the world. When the rules were applied, brute force alone, even a million energy attack, wouldn't be enough to cause even the slightest fluctuation in space, let alone distortion. Is this a life force field? Richard's expression froze. A life force field is something all super-large creatures possess. Essentially, it's a form of skin formed by life radiation, maintaining the body's stability and counteracting the constraints of formal rules. But the life force field of the giant hand before him was so intense it could even distort astral space. In other words, an attack exceeding 1,000,000 energy levels was merely a means of maintaining the hand's stability. What kind of monster was this? Compared to Richard's shock, Alchemist Corona's attitude was much more relaxed. Has his physical fitness reached its limit? It seems Garland's direction is correct, and it's my thinking that's a little off, Alchemist Corona thought to himself. As a truth wizard of the alchemical school, his research on both flesh and blood and mechanics was unparalleled. Alchemist Corona had contributed greatly to the great wizard Garland's rise to the physical Corona. Alchemist Corona's power, while impressive, did not exceed his expectations. The giant hand slowly extended, and the abyssal gate expanded again, transforming into a massive vortex over 1 kilometer in diameter. Followed by this, a massive head with goat-like horns and dark red skin slowly emerged from the vortex. The head gave a smile to the alchemical Corona, and then its entire body slowly emerged from the vortex. Samuel's body resembled the avatar Richard had seen in the magic circle, with wings on his back and 4 arms. However, unlike the avatar, Samuel's face looked surprisingly human. He possessed the same facial features, and was even quite handsome. For physical evolution, this kind of travel is truly exhausting. Samuel entered the astral plane, stretched his body slightly, and said, almost complainingly, "Sometimes I envy you spiritually evolved beings. You only need a soul, and it's much easier to go anywhere than I am." Alchemist Corona looked at Samuel's human-like appearance and replied calmly, "There are pros and cons. Even if we become masters, people like us still have to keep busy. How can you be so relaxed? You can become stronger just by lying still." Samuel smiled, but his heart was suddenly shocked. This wizard is quite remarkable. He actually saw that I had broken through the physical limit, and that my body had begun to evolve autonomously. After breaking through the master level, physical strength and mental strength no longer have any apparent limits. Theoretically, with enough time, both qualities can be infinitely improved. But in reality, both values have a threshold. 10,000. Samuel didn't know what would happen if his spirit broke through this threshold, but as someone who transcended physical limits, he knew clearly that once his physical fitness surpassed 10,000, even if he lay still, his physical fitness would automatically increase. The wizard before him clearly knew this. This meant 2 things. First, this wizard had explored the limits. Second, this wizard had a deep understanding of limits. This also meant that regardless of whether alchemical Corona had broken through the limits or not, its strength would not be weakened. Samuel laughed. That being said, who dares to lie still? There are wars everywhere. Who knows, some powerful warrior might emerge and make a prey of me. After the pleasantries, the 2 sides got down to business. Both civilizations were interested in each other. The wizards hoped to use the abyssal pollution to delay the progress of the galaxy mayflies, while the abyssal demons hoped the new battlefield would help their demons evolve and expand the abyssal domain. After a brief exchange, the 2 sides hit it off immediately and signed a one-era non-aggression pact, establishing a partnership based on this. The wizards would sell alchemical weapons and potions to the abyss, while the abyss would compensate them with abyssal demonic armies. The transaction concluded, leaving both parties extremely satisfied. The best deals aren't about profiting at the expense of others, but about achieving a win-win situation. The wizards traded their excess production capacity for valuable troops, while the abyss exchanged worthless demons for weapons and equipment that would enhance their combat effectiveness. Each side gained what it needed. At the end of the transaction, Samuel again requested to take Richard into the abyss. "You can see that he possesses the blessing of the abyss," Samuel said to the alchemical crown. "Those blessed are rare. I hope to lead him into the abyss and receive its full blessing." "Receive its full blessing?" The alchemical crown pondered for a moment, then asked Richard, "What do you mean?" Although Richard is closely associated with the School of Constitutional Studies, he is also a rising star within the School of Alchemy. Many wizards within the School of Alchemy, even newly promoted Grand Wizards, idolize this legendary wizard. Since this concerns Richard personally, it's clearly best to let him make his own decision. Richard pondered for a moment, then said to Samuel, Lord Samuel, my conditions remain unchanged. I require a fake contract to guarantee my safety. Samuel's face displayed an expression almost unmanageable by humans. His eyes gathered in the corners, his facial muscles tangled and undulating like waves. Little one, if I wanted to kill you, even the fake contract wouldn't stop me. Richard nodded, a faint smile playing on his face. I know, but I trust you won't. Samuel's expression returned to normal. He looked at Richard and casually produced a World Lord-level demon from thin air. After slapping it to death, a fake contract quickly appeared. Sign it quickly, cautious boy. If the Abyss hadn't urged me to bring you here, I have slapped you to death, Samuel said impatiently. Watch your words, Samuel, Alchemical Corona said calmly. The contract was strict, and Samuel didn't try to exploit it. He knew that before a fellow ruler, Alchemical Corona, he would only bring humiliation upon himself. The contract was signed, and Richard performed a wizard salute before the Alchemical Corona, preparing to follow Samuel into the Abyss. But before he could turn, the Alchemical Corona suddenly slapped his head, injecting something into his body. Richard's mind shifted, and he realized a clockwork mechanism had appeared within his soul. He looked at the Alchemical Corona, whose expression remained calm, as if he had done nothing. But in his ears, the Alchemical Corona's voice rang out. If the blessing of the Abyss attempts to forcibly transform you, this object can help. The contract, after all, bound Samuel. The Abyss was not within its scope. Even the fake contract forged by the Lord of the World could not constrain such a vast being. Richard bowed slightly, turned, and entered the abyssal gate. After a brief period of darkness, Richard suddenly felt a surge of relief. When his eyes regained sight, he had arrived at a world tinged with dark crimson. The sky of the abyssal world is perpetually dim. A dark crimson sun hangs high in the sky, emitting an ominous bloody glow. Beneath this bloody glow, the pitch-black earth is dotted with chasms of varying sizes, or rather, abysses. Winged demons flew out of the abyss like a flock of birds, hovering in the crimson sky, occasionally dropping fragments of flesh and blood. Below their feet, vast expanses of carnivorous forests devoured their fallen remains. They then shot spikes into the sky like dense machine gun emplacements. Is this the Abyss? Yes, this is the Abyss. Samuel struggled to emerge from the abyssal gate and stretched his body. Then, an evil aura like the descent of hell erupted from Samuel. Under this aura, the demons in the sky instantly froze and fell from the sky. The carnivorous forests on the ground ceased hunting, even their digestion ceased. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. The Lord of the Abyss is the most powerful being in the Abyss, and all creatures of the Abyss must bow before it. Without the Lord's permission, all action must cease. It's better to come back and feel comfortable. Samuel's face suddenly changed, transforming into an indescribably terrifying visage. The moment he saw this face, Richard was filled with fear, as if it were the embodiment of fear. Samuel shrank in size, and lifted Richard from the ground. Come with me, little one. It's time to see your mother. Chapter 730. The Abyss is a vast world. Even a large world like the wizard world seems dwarfed by it. It took even Samuel nearly half an hour to reach the center of the Abyss from where Richard entered. This vastness suddenly reminded Richard of something Ulysses had said. He said the gods speculated that the Abyss was actually alive. It constantly drew those infected by the Abyss closer to it, merging with them, and becoming part of itself. Combining this with his experience of the beast world, Richard felt that this theory might not be far-fetched. At the center of the Abyss was a towering world tree, a tree so majestic it surpassed any other world tree Richard had ever seen. Even the 5 towers of truth were mere saplings compared to this world tree. Is this a world tree? Richard asked uncertainly. Samuel whispered back, no, he is the Abyss. Arriving before the world tree, a strange figure suddenly appeared before Samuel. This figure was as massive as a mountain, yet its body was covered in a variety of hands. Or perhaps limbs would be more accurate. In this creature, Richard saw hooves of even-toed ungulates, claws of cats, hands of apes, tentacles of octopuses, a host of limbs. Master, what is that in your hand? The strange creature asked. I sense an aura from it that does not belong to the Abyss. What? A sound like laughter emanated from Samuel, and then he swung his arm violently, sending the strange figure flying. The violent force was so intense that even Richard, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill in his spine. A conservative estimate put the force of this attack at tens of millions of energy levels. Action. Do I need to explain what I'm carrying? Samuel said coldly. The strange figure sustained this blow, but its body remained intact, merely missing a portion. After stopping, its injuries quickly healed, and it stubbornly returned to Samuel, continuing its calm tone. Master, I respect your position, but I also ask you to respect my duty. This creature carries an aura not of the abyss, and I must. Bang! The figure known as Action was sent flying again, this time even further, its body even more severely mutilated. Samuel watched it fly backwards, snorted coldly, and flew towards the crown of the world tree. But not long after, the figure known as Action leaped across space and appeared before Samuel again. Master, you can't take him with you. Bang! Samuel swung his fist again, but this time, Action wasn't sent flying. Two equally bizarre figures suddenly appeared, blocking Samuel's blow. One was covered in eyes, the other in mouths. They appeared to be from the same sect as the monster called Action. Action, have you lost your mind? The eyed monster said. This little fellow is the blessed one of the abyss. On the other side, the mouthed creature apologized to Samuel. Master, my brother is like that. He acts faster than he thinks. Please don't argue with him. Samuel snorted coldly at the two who had suddenly appeared, then continued flying towards the treetops. Who are they? Richard couldn't help but ask. The keepers of the world, the steward chosen by Mother. Samuel's voice was filled with disdain, as if he looked down upon the three guardians. Entering the treetops, in the center, lay a vast flat expanse. Samuel landed with Richard, and the next moment, countless abyssal runes suddenly appeared on the flat expanse. What happens next has nothing to do with me. I come and pick you up after the inheritance is complete. Samuel threw Richard onto the flat expanse, flapped his wings behind him, and vanished without a trace, leaving Richard standing bewildered on the abyssal rune-covered ground. Tell me what I should do, Richard muttered helplessly. Looking at the abyssal runes covering the ground, Richard attempted to contact them with the power of the abyss. This contact was insignificant, as Richard's vision suddenly went dark. By the time his vision returned, he had arrived in a pitch-black space. In the center of this space, a massive, dark red sphere emanated a soft glow. Is this the origin of the abyssal world? Richard gazed at the blood-red sphere, and couldn't help but lament his own lack of imagination. The origin of the world has no fixed form. Its appearance depends entirely on the viewer's inner projection. Richard imagined the origin to be a large sphere of light, and so it would appear. A blood-red light extended from the origin of the abyssal world, resembling a blood vessel or an umbilical cord. As it fell upon Richard, he felt a warmth well up inside him, and a sense of security filled his heart. But the next moment, a chill erupted from Richard's soul, instantly waking him up. The clockwork device placed into Richard's soul by the alchemical corona had begun to rotate. The vast power of the wizard dimension was using it as a gateway to resist the invasion from the abyss. The abyss was no gentle, silent mother. Her children fighting each other would only earn her favor. Richard gazed at the streak of blood, struggling to break free. But facing the source of the abyss, he was clearly powerless. In reality, Richard's body had expanded to its full size. The endless flow of abyssal power from the very earth beneath his feet poured into his body, attempting to break through the defenses formed by the wizard and god's dimensions. With Richard's body and soul as the battlefield, the two forces once again engaged in a war for control. But this time, the power available to the wizard dimension was far greater than before. The clockwork device that alchemical corona placed within Richard was essentially a temporary privilege. When this clockwork was activated, alchemical corona's share became Richard's. The abyssal coronavirus might be able to wrench a great wizard from the wizard dimension, but it could never wrench a true wizard from the wizard dimension. The flesh and blood representing the abyss, and the runes representing wizards constantly clashed and mingled, and the war became protracted. Suddenly, a flame interrupted the conflict. The miraculous crucible emerged from Richard's soul, gushing out a golden flame. This incredibly high-ranking crucible's flames actually blocked dimensional power. The flames mingled with the dimensional forces of both sides, seemingly mediating this inconclusive war. Finally, the wizard's dimensional power transformed into a scale, and the power of the abyss transformed into a piece of flesh and blood, placed on one side. On the other side, a ball of light emanated from Richard's soul. That light carried all the information regarding the life code. The scales balanced, and the piece of flesh and blood merged into Richard's body, while the ball of information was consumed by the abyss. The moment the flesh and blood merged, Richard's body began to undergo a rapid transformation. The life cores of his cells began to fragment and reassemble. After this reorganization, the life cores became even more complex than before, and the scope of the life code expanded. Although all flesh and blood creatures share a common life code, This code is extremely extensive. The code contained in the life core of a single organism is only a fraction of the total code. As the life code expanded, Richard's once perfect body once again had room for evolution. Under the influence of the power of the abyss, Richard's body unexpectedly began to evolve on its own. Outside the world tree, Samuel gazed at the treetops, a hint of surprise on his face. Is there a race capable of studying life so thoroughly, even editing it at will? Compared to the physical corona, Samuel, a great demon, who had dominated for years and pushed the limits of his physical strength, understood the terrifying power of life editing better. Even he needed the special power of the abyss to edit his life core. Richard, on the other hand, only needed to construct an energy field to complete the editing. This vast difference lies behind the disparity in power between civilizations. Even in their forte, physical evolution, the abyss civilization is inferior to the supreme civilization, which has vanished into the depths of history. The Supremes, the Titans, and the Hearthmen who have degenerated into beasts, what on earth destroyed you all? Samuel stared at Richard. As a level 8 overlord, he could naturally sense Richard's fate. In his eyes, that fate was like a vortex, constantly swirling the fates of those around him. Ah! The great era is coming. Samuel looked at the vortex of fate without fear. On the contrary, his entire demonic being was excited. He was Samuel, the demon of wrath. He feared neither chaos nor death. All he desired was battle, even if that battle led to death. Suddenly, Samuel reached into the void and pulled out the abyssal dragon Ishtar. I remember you were sold here by a wizard, right? Ishtar looked at Samuel with a bewildered expression, but nodded subconsciously. Great Lord, you are right. Then you should go and assemble a legion, a basic one. About 5 million. You'd definitely multiply there anyway, so sending too many would be a waste. Istron's face froze, and he asked cautiously, Great Lord, may I ask what you are doing here? Of course, I have no intention of questioning your decision, but knowing your purpose will allow me to better carry out your orders. Samuel glanced at him and said impatiently, You're talking too much nonsense. We've already reached a deal with the wizard, and the deal involves the Legion. Your report was meritorious this time, and I have a good offer for you. The wizard has an abyssal blesser, and you and your Legion will serve as his deputies. Follow him, and you definitely achieve great things in the future. Istron didn't hear Samuel's last few words clearly, his mind already clouded by the mention of being his deputies. A voice echoed in his mind, the voice of Carlos, the demon lord who had once enslaved him. Ha. Ishtar, you can't escape. You were born a slave, and there will always be a master above you. Chapter 731. The curse of his enemies echoed in Ishtar's mind like a bell. Fate was such a cruel irony. He went from food to slave, then from slave to toy, and finally, free, only to have another master because of a single word. Instantly, Ishtar felt a surge of courage. He wanted to curse the master before him, curse the world that toyed with him. But the very moment this courage emerged, it vanished completely under Samuel's breath. If he had had the courage, he would have died in the pasture world, not survived until now. Besides, having 2 more masters is just 1 more. Having 2 more masters is no big deal for a dragon born into the world. After all, they are all pawns of the master, so who is nobler? Besides, what Samuel said was indeed true. According to the customs of the abyss, if the Legion commander eats meat, then he, a lieutenant, can at least sip soup. For the abyss to become a civilization, its society must be more than just deception and treacherous. Building a stable community of shared interests, and maintaining a certain social contract within the group are essential processes. With luck, he might even be able to make further progress. After all, that person is a blessed one of the abyss. A creature favored by the abyss is no weakling. Thank you for your concern. I am deeply honored by your concern, Great Lord. Samuel paid no attention to Ishtar's response. A level 5 creature was at most a main course for him, and any compliments from him were insignificant. He flapped his wings behind him, and instantly disappeared. The war between the abyss and the gods has been somewhat volatile recently, and as the Lord, he has little free time. In the treetops, Richard had escaped from the black space and returned to his spiritual realm. Here, the clockwork had vanished, and the miracle forge hung suspended in midair, its flames dimming slightly. The previous adjustment seemed to have drained the miracle forge's energy. Richard gently touched the forge. This forge had saved him from danger countless times since his arrival in this world, and it was this forge that had enabled Richard to embark on the path of wizardry. But Richard knew nothing of its origins. People often have conflicting feelings about the unknown. They are curious yet fearful, eager for change yet yearning for stability. But burying one's head in the sand, like an ostrich, is ultimately self-deception. His fate had been changed by the Miracle Forge, and he must face the various hardships that lay ahead. Richard touched the Miracle Forge and murmured to himself, "What do you truly represent?" But the Miracle Forge ignored him. The ancient forge slowly faded into his soul, as if Richard's mumblings were truly addressed to himself. "If you're ignoring me, forget it. Why don't you send me a message?" Richard said helplessly. "Don't you need fuel?" "The fuel required is 350,000 soul power." Richard rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't misread the digits. 350,000 soul power. That's enough to burn almost 600 of him. External soul fuel can be used. External soul fuel? That means using the souls of other beings. Richard did a quick calculation and found that his 1 point of soul power, converted to the most common level 1 creature soul power, was exactly 200 points, 0.1 more than the maximum spiritual power of a level 1 creature. 350,000 soul points, which means a little over 350,000 souls of level 1 ultimate creatures are needed as fuel. Calculating it this way, it doesn't seem like a lot. 350,000 sounds like a lot, but a Galaxy Mayfly's soul is still a soul. The standard for becoming a level 1 creature doesn't change with species. Although a Galaxy Mayfly's innate spiritual power is very low, once it reaches level 1, its soul is no different in power from a wizard or any other species. 350,000 level 1 creatures, that's just 350,000 Galaxy Mayflies. Even if a Galaxy Mayfly's spiritual power has just reached level 1, it's only quadrupled. 1.4 million Galaxy Mayflies. A basic battle zone loses more Mayflies in an hour than this. Using the rules of the underworld, I can just collect the souls of the fallen Mayflies on the battlefield. Richard smiled slightly. Being able to use souls from outside would make things much simpler. Brother Furnace, can we use external souls for refining from now on? External fuel can't be used for refining, but it can be used to speed it up. Speed up? You mean the fusion of rules? The Miracle Furnace didn't respond again, but Richard was certain that this acceleration referred to the fusion of rules. After all, refining other things would be gone in an instant, so acceleration was necessary. If it can be accelerated, then perhaps the day of advancing to the 6th ring isn't too far off, Richard muttered to himself. After leaving the spiritual world, Richard's consciousness was instantly overwhelmed by the various sensations transmitted back by his body's changes. His physical senses seemed to have suddenly increased dozens of times, and the sudden complexity of sensory information caused his brain to temporarily shut down. He opened his eyes, and the world before him suddenly became vibrant and colorful. Light appeared in his eyes, as if it were a different color. He took a deep breath, and the air, with its normally imperceptible scents, exploded in his nostrils. He could even smell the changes in his own hormones. Sounds in his ears became incredibly complex, a myriad cacophony making the world incredibly noisy. He could even hear the hum of energy flowing and shifting in the air. And this was just the most basic sensory change. Among his higher senses, his perception of energy had become incredibly sharp, easily capturing even the smallest fraction of a 10,000th of an energy level. His dimensional senses had also become incredibly acute. Dimensional creatures that were normally invisible or required intense perception were now clearly visible in his eyes. And his left eye, bearing the power of the delusion-splitting eye, had actually merged with its flesh and blood, completely transforming it into a part of himself. Furthermore, Richard sensed that he had gained another sense. He could faintly sense the mystical power. In other words, he was no longer spiritually insulated. This thing seems a bit of a waste for me, Richard scratched his head. He'd done experiments before, and goblins and werewolves who had merged with the blood of the wild orcs could generally clearly sense an invisible force, the mystical power. But after Richard himself merged with the bloodline, it was like seeing flowers in the fog, always a distance from the mystical power. Now that he could vaguely sense the mystical power, if this talent were passed on to an ordinary creature, they would probably be able to manipulate the mystical power in a mortal body. Moreover, if one lacks spiritual talent, it's better to be a pure spiritual insulator. At least spiritual insulators can prevent many curses from being ineffective. However, now that one has it, there's no point in discussing these things. An additional sense, an additional channel, has its pros and cons. After a long time, Richard finally adapted to his mutated senses. He stood up, feeling the power within him surge like a volcano about to erupt. Ha! Richard roared, releasing his power. And with this roar, even space rippled slightly. After a brief moment of perceiving his body, Richard was instantly astonished by the transformation. If his previous body was an ordinary clockwork alarm clock, then his current body was at least a difference engine. The complex and sophisticated systems working together within him had allowed his previously unimprovable qualities to take a significant step forward. It's no exaggeration to say that Richard felt he could easily challenge weaker level 6 creatures. The abyssal combat body has officially entered the 2.0 era. However, Richard wasn't overwhelmed by his physical changes. As a wizard, his rationality quickly took over. After confirming the changes, he immediately used the life editor to examine his life core. This observation shocked him once again. His life core was countless times more complex than before, as if some force had packed all the life cores from a biological museum into one. This is the legacy of the Abyss? Richard suddenly realized that, to the Abyss, those so-called combat techniques were nothing. If your speed is fast enough, so fast that your opponent can't react, then no matter how skilled their skills are, they won't be able to withstand your attack. Similarly, if your strength is so great that even if your opponent possesses the skill to deflect a powerful blow with a small force, they still can't deflect your attack, then their skills are useless. Skill is a strategy that uses weak qualities to defeat a strong enemy, and the Abyss cultivates such strength. This inheritance is quite rich, Richard muttered to himself. Now he possesses the entire evolutionary tree of the Abyss. If he so desires, he can find any characteristic he desires within this nearly infinite evolutionary tree. If he so desires, he can completely customize his combat form to suit each enemy. After completing his life edit, Richard stretched his body and flew out of the treetops. The moment he flew out of the treetops, the action that had previously stopped Samuel reappeared before him. But unlike last time, this time, the action didn't offend him. Instead, it gently swayed its body, expressing respect with the etiquette of the Abyss. Guest, I apologize for my previous behavior. Guest? Richard was a little confused, but then he thought, since the wizards had already established diplomatic relations with the Abyss, calling him a guest wasn't a problem. Richard replied with a wizard's courtesy, It's my duty. No need to apologize. The Overlord has prepared your legions. I will show you the way. As he spoke, a centipede-like creature split from Action's body. It flew to Richard's side and pointed to his left with a tentacle. Go this way. Perhaps it was the influence of the Abyss's legacy, but Richard actually found this seemingly strange creature endearing. Yes, Sir Action, thank you for your help. It's my duty. No need to thank me. Chapter 732. Under the guidance of his mobile clone, Richard quickly located the first batch of legions prepared by Samuel. Is this the standard legion of the Abyss? It looks a bit crude. Richard surveyed the Abyssal Legion before him. The individual qualities of these legions appeared quite good. Even by wizard standards, these abyssal demons met the standards of a familiar. However, perhaps because the deal with the wizard only mentioned the legion as a reward, without mentioning the legion's weapons and equipment, these legions' equipment looked quite rudimentary. Most of them wore leather armor, with only a few wearing metal. They had virtually no weapons, relying entirely on their minions. As for supplies and auxiliary items, though he hadn't seen them, judging by the appearance of their primary equipment, they were unlikely to be much better. Richard couldn't help but compare these legions to the Abyssal Legion he remembered. This comparison shocked him to the point that the Abyssal Legion he had encountered back then seemed even worse. Those demons didn't even have leather armor. They fought practically naked. It's simply because they're so physically strong that they don't seem out of place. From what I can tell now, that initial demon army was likely ordinary demons born right here in the goblin world. Is your equipment very scarce? Richard couldn't help but ask. Equipment? The Action clone's mental message sounded somewhat puzzled. It would be a waste to use equipment on these small fry. Besides, the equipment produced by the demon artisans isn't even powerful enough for these small fry. Small fry? Looking at the Abyss demons before him, who could almost be considered his own clan, Richard gained a deeper understanding of the strength of the Abyss civilization. Being able to treat these demons as mere expendable troops, the Abyssal civilization's base combat power must be on par with the galaxy mayflies. If war broke out between the two civilizations, these massive numbers of expendable troops would undoubtedly cause immense trouble for the wizards, unless they also had an equally large number of low-level wizards to counter them. Richard thought to himself, subspecies wizards, it seems inevitable. After landing on the ground, upon sensing Richard, these abyssal demons instantly stopped moving, not even daring to breathe. What's this for? Richard was puzzled. If these abyssal demons were collectively kneeling before him, he could understand. But the fact that they were so motionless, like wooden figures, truly puzzled him. This is their respect for you, Action explained. Every great demon, or Lord of the Abyss, has different preferences. Some like to kneel, some like to roll their bellies, and some prefer to scream. They don't know your preferences, and any rash movements might offend you. So, you have to remain motionless. This is considered universal etiquette in the Abyss. Richard asked curiously, what if you encounter a lord who hates being motionless? Action replied naturally, that's bad luck for them. Alright. Richard waved at the demons, saying, do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Also, pass this order forward. I don't want to tell everyone at once. Accepting the order, the demons immediately began to move. Demons near other areas began to pass the order forward, while the remaining demons continued their daily training. Demons are a race that evolves through physical conditioning, and they have their own understanding of this process. In the training grounds, Richard could see demons engaging in self-harm training, much like he trained his adaptive body, and also demons using heavy objects for strength training. Beyond that, Richard witnessed energy stimulation training, medicinal bath training, energy circulation training, and even dual cultivation training. These little creatures have chosen different paths, so naturally, their cultivation also differs, Action explained. Richard shook his head slightly. Too much diversity in a legion is not a good thing. You clearly haven't yet grasped the demon's capabilities, Action replied. In all demonic evolutions, a higher-level demon can encompass all the abilities of a lower-level demon. There's nothing a lower-level demon can do that a higher-level demon from which it evolved can't. Richard was slightly taken aback. He hadn't even begun researching the demonic evolutionary tree yet, so he didn't know this. Of course, superior demons sometimes deliberately erode certain traits as a symbol of their superior status. However, you can forbid this through your power. Richard nodded slightly and flew deeper into the encirclement. In the center of the encirclement, the group's organizer, the abyssal dragon Ishtar, was carrying out his usual routine. Burning Carlos. I let you curse me. I let you curse me. Ishtar angrily burned Carlos to charcoal over and over again with his flames. His flames were concentrated with highly toxic energy, capable of destroying Carlos at the cellular level, causing him lingering pain. Whenever this energy was exhausted, he would burn Carlos anew, continuing the extreme pain. After years of torture at Ista's hands, Carlos' spirit had long since hardened beyond measure. The pain might make him wail, but it could never break his will. Just as Ista was torturing Carlos, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Could you explain what's going on, my deputy friend? The familiar wizard language caused the scales on Ista's back to instantly rise, with a series of rhythmic snapping sounds. The muscle memory of childhood would remain with the dragon even after 10,000 years. He looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a black-robed wizard smiling at him. Instantly, Ista felt like he was back in that pasture world. This looks good. I have this. What are you thinking about? Richard's voice interrupted Ista's memories. The aura of the abyss emanating from him instantly reassured Ista. It's nice to meet you, Your Excellency, Ista said, stumbling. Richard nodded. While he wasn't entirely happy about having Ishtar as his lieutenant, he could understand it. After all, Ishtar came from the wizarding world and had some understanding of wizarding habits, so having him help wouldn't be offensive. But honestly, having someone with PTSD towards wizards as his deputy made Richard quite afraid he might do something outrageous one day. The Overlord asked you to be my deputy. I never expected that. Richard smiled, walked over to Ishtar, and patted his scales. Remember your identity when you return with me. You're not a dragon now, you're an abyssal demon. Don't cause me any trouble. As long as you don't, I ensure you live a comfortable life. Richard's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Coupled with the pressure of his high status, as both a wizard and a blesser of the abyss, Ishtar had no desire to refute him, and simply nodded meekly. No problem, my lord. I've long been an abyssal demon. Richard nodded and began to think about how to lead these legions back to the wizarding world. Ishtar, what do you use for abyssal invasions? What do you use for invasions? Ishtar was a little confused by the question, but she answered truthfully, we used to use the hive before, but later we used a contract and the webway. Richard nodded slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Webway? Am I supposed to open an entrance to the abyssal webway in the goblin world? Richard had learned about the trades between the gods and wizards. Trades between the two civilizations were similar to ordinary cross-world transactions, except they didn't use wizard portals, but instead used sacred webways developed by the gods through their research into the abyssal webway. Now, if wizards wanted to trade with the gods, they would obviously have to use similar methods. Building a portal in the abyss? Richard thought about it and rejected the idea. Building a portal would require sending people to the abyss, and the round trip would undoubtedly take an inordinate amount of time. Looks like we can only get it to the fairyland world, Richard sighed. As a god who rose to power against the abyss, his collaboration with the abyss would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of his faith. Even if he were to use propaganda to gradually dispel hatred of the abyss, he would have to wait until all the priests who had participated in the abyssal war were dead. But clearly, cooperation between the two civilizations was far more important than Richard's faith. And Richard couldn't possibly give up the power at his disposal to build the trading world into another wizard's world. Determined, Richard asked Ishtar for an invasion scroll. I will return to my domain and open this scroll. After I do, you must quickly establish the abyssal webway. Ishtar nodded meekly, a flattering smile on his ferocious dragon face. Understood, understood. I will definitely establish the webway as soon as possible. After arranging matters, Richard bid farewell to the operation and opened the dimensional gate to the wizard dimension. As for bidding farewell to Samuel, Samuel had already returned to the front lines, beginning a new round of battle with the God King of Change. Richard would likely have to wait quite some time to bid him farewell. Entering the wizard dimension, the secret keeper instantly appeared beside Richard. As the incarnation of the wizard dimension, he was naturally aware of the struggle for Richard. Secret keeper, is there something wrong? Richard asked calmly. He wasn't worried about the secret keeper revealing the miracle furnace to alchemist Corona. As the incarnation of the wizard dimension, he wouldn't share such personal secrets with anyone else, even if he was Corona. Nothing, I just wanted to remind you of something. What? The secret keeper gave a wizard salute. Your path has been laid. Simply move forward boldly. But along the way, you better remember that you are a wizard. Richard frowned slightly. What do you mean? The secret keeper smiled beneath his hood. Nothing, just a reminder. After all, you were almost kidnapped. If I hadn't noticed that day, and you had been tricked into fleeing to another civilization, I would have been in big trouble. Really? I remember that. Soon, a dimensional portal opened behind Richard. Passing through it, Richard returned to the front lines of civilization. Chapter 733. Richard's journey took nearly half a year, most of which was wasted on the battle between the two dimensions, leaving little time for evolution. A half year isn't a long time. Normally, the situation on the front lines wouldn't change much. But this time, the Galaxy Mayfly's assault was incredibly ferocious. In just half a year, the wizards were forced to abandon 1/5 of their world. The Galaxy Mayflies, with their endless swarms of insects, gnawed a hole in the wizards' ironclad defenses. How many Galaxy Mayflies are there? Richard stood at the Western Front's headquarters, frowning as he read the recent battle reports. Next to him, the Western Front's commander-in-chief, the six-ring Grand Wizard Annihilation Storm, a puff of smoke, silently appraised him, a rising star in the Grand Wizard community. As a spiritually evolved Grand Wizard, he had a systematic evaluation system for a creature's combat effectiveness. Among these, the two most important indicators for a creature with evolved physiques are life radiation and energy capacity. As long as these two stats are high, the creature's combat power will have a guaranteed minimum value. But at this moment, he began to waver in his judgment. Strange. Could this kid have also mastered the sorcery of the Soul School, allowing him to interfere with others' perceptions? Otherwise, why would his stats be so out of the norm? Although the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm didn't employ any detection methods, his mental strength of 699 was enough to ensure that his basic perception was absurdly high. In his perception, Richard's life radiation had reached the limit of a level 5 life form, and his energy capacity had even surpassed the standard for a level 5 creature, rivaling even those of an average level 6 creature. According to his combat prowess evaluation system, Richard's combat prowess was definitely that of a 6th-ring Grand Wizard. But even among wizards, this was nearly impossible. At the Grand Wizard level, the difficulty of engaging in cross-level combat skyrocketed. Don't be fooled by Richard's ability to defeat a 6th-ring magical beast at the 5th ring. At the mortal level, a 2nd-ring wizard defeating a 3rd-ring magical beast would be perfectly normal. Among world masters of civilized origin, fighting cross-level enemies was practically impossible. But according to his evaluation criteria, Richard now felt capable of engaging in cross-level combat. If combined with other factors, Richard might even be able to defeat some newly promoted 6th-ring wizards. Impossible. I must have miscalculated something. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm didn't believe anyone in this world could engage in cross-level combat between civilized origins. He rather suspected that his perception or his own criteria were flawed. Commander-in-Chief, is my defense zone still there? Richard put down his report and asked the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm. Yes, of course. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm replied affirmatively. He wasn't foolish enough to withdraw Richard's defense zone, especially since Richard hadn't shown any signs of trouble. Richard's departure from the defense line was approved by the Council of Truth. He couldn't and didn't dare to question it. Not every six-ringed wizard is a Grand Wizard of Garlon, or a Grand Wizard of Truth like the Grand Wizard of Bronze Spear. As a veteran of the Enlightenment War, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm was fully aware that he didn't have the talent or strength to ascend to truth. The Truth Wizard was equally aware of this. While this may sound a bit harsh, wizards who cannot ascend to the truth are mere pawns in the eyes of the Truth Wizard. They are not even considered the same species. That's good. May I ask where the war zone is? I take up my post now. Take up? So anxious? The Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm was somewhat surprised. He had seen Richard's resume, a newcomer to the battlefield who had only fought in one war. Shouldn't a newcomer to the battlefield err on the side of caution? Every day counts. At least that's what he would have chosen to do when Richard presented his resume. No, I've already arranged everything, Richard said sternly. Constructing the Abyssal Webway wasn't a one-day undertaking. It took the Abyss 30 years to build it to the Goblin world. The Fairyland world is even further away, so the construction time would definitely exceed that. So, after handing the scroll over to the logistics department for delivery to the Fairyland world, the mission to trade with the Abyss came to a temporary end. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm paused for a moment, as if contemplating something. Then, a few flashes of lightning appeared on his body. Those familiar with him knew this was a sign of a sigh. From West 32nd to West 35th, due to the shrinking battle line, your defense zone has also shrunk. This zone is currently being held by Grand Wizard Red Copper Lever, and your presence will be a perfect opportunity to relieve him. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Richard tucked the battle report into his pocket, gave the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm a respectful wizard salute, turned, and disappeared from the command center. Watching Richard disappear, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm flashed several more flashes of lightning. Oh no, I have to find a way to move this guy over to the next room. He's so aggressive, he must be trying to stir up trouble here. Boom, a thunderous explosion echoed from the sky, spreading across the battlefield in an instant. In the sky, two behemoths faced each other from afar. The Mayfly King, clad in crystal armor, exuded an imposing aura, his life radiating like the sun. In comparison, the Grand Wizard on the other side looked somewhat bewildered. As a Grand Wizard of the Alchemy School, the rule body of the Grand Wizard of the Copper Lever differed from ordinary rule bodies. Beyond his spiritual skeleton and rule body, constructed from the rules of his mind, lay a massive alchemical mechanical body. The rule body and the alchemical machinery merged, and the cold metal became a part of the Grand Wizard. Generally speaking, Grand Wizards of Alchemy are both the poorest and the richest wizards of all schools. This is because the cost of their mechanical bodies is measured in worlds. To create a perfect body, a Grand Wizard of the Alchemy School often only uses 1 or 2 balanced worlds for basic expenses. The remaining worlds are all used to exchange for the vast quantities of precious materials. But at this moment, a transparent hole was punched through the precious body of the Grand Wizard of the Copper Lever, and several cracks were torn through the several meter-thick enchanted adamantium alloy armor. There was no doubt that the Grand Wizard of the Copper Lever was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. Machinery? Metal? How can those things compare to our evolved flesh? Bai Jing let out a mocking cry. As the king of the physically evolved mayflies, he was truly disdainful of this approach of spiritual evolution, while toying with the physical body. If you cultivate your physical strength, then cultivate your physical strength. If you cultivate your spiritual strength, then cultivate your spiritual strength. Cultivating your spiritual strength, while still clinging to a solid body, is like grasping with both hands and failing to grasp it. Faced with such mockery, the Great Wizard of the Copper Lever remained unmoved. Countless small alchemical puppets repaired the wounds at his wounds, while he himself ceaselessly calculated his losses. 1.297 billion magic essences. The Great Wizard of the Copper Lever's heart bled as he calculated his losses. This loss was almost equivalent to the value of an entire microcosm. This battle must be concluded swiftly, or I won't even have enough merit to repair my body. The Great Wizard of the Copper Lever steeled his heart, and the multiple nightmare power reactors within his mechanical body began to operate at full capacity. Even the backup energy storage was activated, and magic essence flowed from the space storage like a stream, transforming into energy for his massive body. Rivers of energy flowed endlessly through the energy pipelines. The mere prelude to the terrifying wizard's imminent release filled Bai Jing with a sense of mortal danger. But this took too long to prepare. Bai Jing flapped his wings, and his massive body instantly vanished from the material plane. Almost instantly, he reappeared beside the great wizard of the copper lever. After his battle with Richard, his body had undergone tremendous evolution. At this moment, he was invincible among level 5 beings. Bang! Bai Jing's body suddenly flew backwards, and the attack brewing from his 2 forelimbs deflected into the air, transforming into 2 spatial rifts hundreds of kilometers long in the sky. A mountain-like figure stood where Bai Jing had been sent flying, and calmly addressed the great wizard of the copper lever. Great wizard of the copper lever, I am Richard. Your mission has concluded. I will take over this defense zone. Are you Richard? Red copper lever looked at Bai Jing, who had been sent flying, and after a moment's silence, asked in disbelief. Didn't the information say Richard was a new grand wizard? Here were the signs of a newcomer? Of course it's me. Could anyone else on this battlefield use a false name? Richard replied with a smile, his gaze already fixed on Bai Jing in the distance. This opponent, with whom he had fought endless battles, now seemed, in his perception, weak. Evolved? Not bad. Just to add some variety. Richard's face flashed with a sinister smile, and his massive body instantly appeared beside Bai Jing. A flicker of shock crossed Bai Jing's eyes. How could he be so fast? What had he been doing all this time? Could he have evolved too? Thinking didn't slow Bai Jing's defenses. The layer of energy-storing crystals on his body instantly thickened, thick as the Earth's layers, perfectly shielding him from all the attacks of Red Copper Lever's Grand Wizard. No matter how strong Richard was, this crystal could. Pa! The crystal, like a stratum of earth, exploded into a crystal flower. As Bai Jing stared in shock, Richard's fist, like a drill, easily pierced his defenses and struck his flesh like a sledgehammer. Energy storage crystals are a valuable asset, but unfortunately, if the energy transmission is too rapid, exceeding its efficiency, then energy storage crystals become nothing more than harder crystals. A hideous, sinister smile adorned Richard's face, covered by bone plates. At that moment, a multitude of visions suddenly flashed before Bai Jing's eyes. They were the inherited memories of his ancestors. In ancient times, when the galaxy mayflies were not yet civilized, they were merely a group of small insects hunted at will by predators. The galaxy mayflies instinctively etched fear of all predators into their very being. And at that moment, all the predators in Bai Jing's visions were transformed into faces covered in stern, sinister smiles. Chapter 734. Boom! The white crystal streaked across the sky like a meteor, shattered crystals raining down like a shower of diamonds. Richard retracted his fist and looked at the flying white crystal with satisfaction. Not bad. Although I'm a little uncomfortable, the increased combat power more than makes up for it. Behind him, the great wizard of the copper lever watched the scene in amazement, even halting the activity of the alchemical puppets used to repair his body. He had experienced that layer of energy-storing crystal before. Besides elemental attacks, all physical and energy attacks were absorbed and converted by it. According to his estimation, the crystal's defense was at least equivalent to an energy barrier capable of withstanding 300,000 energy levels. If it were deliberately thickened, this strength would increase. This kind of defense, even a veteran wizard like him, would require great sorcery to break. Yet, Richard shattered it with a simple fist. This guy's normal instantaneous output is definitely at 800,000 energy levels. The great wizard of the copper lever exclaimed in shock. The normal state of physical evolution instantly outputs 800,000 energy levels. Even with the reduction required for purely physical attacks, it's roughly equivalent to the instantaneous 600,000 energy level spells cast by spiritual evolution. The ability to instantly cast 600,000 energy level spells is incredibly rare among 5-ring wizards, and only a few students of the Corona seat are capable of it. A wizard so highly regarded by the Corona seat should indeed not be underestimated. The sent flying Bai Jing quickly came to a stop. Compared to his previous imposing aura, he was now in a state of disarray. The energy crystal on his body, a fusion of the earth elemental and energy storage principles, was covered in cracks, and a fist-sized hole had appeared in his flesh beneath the crystal. Green mucus slowly dripped from the wound, each drop causing the very space to tremble. Bai Jing watched Richard, who hadn't pursued him in the distance. Although the illusion before him had dissipated, the fear of facing a predator lingered in his heart. We can't fight with force. We must call for help. Bai Jing trembled as an insect chirped, the chirping piercing the material plane and rapidly spreading behind the veil. While the galaxy mayfly's core strength wasn't much different from that of the wizards, this was only an overall assessment. On a specific battlefield, that seemingly insignificant advantage would become enormous due to strategic initiative. From an overall perspective, the difference in World Lord combat power between the two sides might be only a few hundred. After conquering the Beast World, the Wizards even held the advantage in World Lord combat power. However, the Galaxy Mayflies possessed strategic initiative. Through frequent military maneuvers, they could employ human wave tactics to prevent prophetic sorcery from predicting the Mayfly King's appearance on the front lines. This, in turn, allowed them to possess a superior number of Mayfly Kings in direct combat. Furthermore, even prophetic sorcery would be powerless against this tactic. After all, the Mayfly King's prophecies were not designed by ordinary individuals, and such prophetic sorcery would be extremely complex to use. This was also a method developed by the Galaxy Mayflies to counter the prophetic sorcery of wizards. Bai Jing's action suddenly strained the relaxed nerves of the Great Wizard of the Copper Lever. Master Richard, stop him. He's calling for support. But Richard smiled and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say anything more. I know he's calling for backup, and I want him to. Master, if you're alright, go back and repair the machine. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, it'd be troublesome if you go back. Richard finished his words, and suddenly threw a punch in front of him. The next moment, a flash of light appeared from the void, its energy structure shattered by the punch, transforming into a sky filled with points of light. Such a strong body. No wonder it was able to beat you down and force you to call for backup. A figure emerged from the void. It was a crimson-colored, six-winged subspecies of mayfly, resembling a dragonfly. Judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from it, the flame dragonfly, like Bai Jing, was a level 5 creature. At the same time, another figure emerged from the void. This one was small, with a shell on its back, resembling a ladybug. However, judging by the life force radiating from it, it was also a level 5 creature. The Great Wizard of the Copper Lever recognized the two Mayfly Kings, the Flame Dragonfly, codenamed Red Fire, and the Ladybug, codenamed Heavy Shell. The former ranked 9th on the level 5 combat power chart compiled by the Council of Truth, belonging to the most powerful of the Mayfly Kings. He had slain numerous great wizards. Rumor has it that he was the offspring of a certain Mayfly Lord. Though his Heavy Shell wasn't ranked high, its superior defensive capabilities were a source of dread for many wizards. The combination of the Earth Elemental Rule and the Forbidden Magic Rule even allowed him to survive the attacks of students from the Transmutation Coronet. With the arrival of these two, along with Bai Jing, ranked 20th, support was provided. Not to mention the 5th ring wizards, even some newly promoted 6th ring wizards had to temporarily retreat. But unlike the pessimistic Grand Wizard Red Copper Lever, Richard was now filled with fighting spirit. Abyssal demons were creatures that relished combat. Even if Richard's soul hadn't been infected, his body was that of a true abyssal demon. Facing such an enemy, Richard's body was at full blast, every cell in his body throbbing with activity. Great! I've caught 2 level 5s, and a giant fish. If I eat this, I'm afraid the pressure on the entire battlefield will be lessened. The level 5 Mayfly King was a core force for the Galaxy Mayflies. Even the Overlord would be heartbroken if it were lost for no apparent reason. Without hesitation, Richard moved, instantly appearing beside the red flame. Instantly, the power within Richard converged like a raging dragon, instantly digesting vast quantities of energy-rich crystals into his body's energy source. Fine abyssal runes emerged from the bone scales, and countless mouths sprouted from beneath them, instantly concluding the lengthy prayer. Almost simultaneously, the Great Copper Lever Wizard's body suddenly transmitted a data signal. This was his most proud creation, capable of accurately calculating the attack strength of other world masters using its sensitive sensors. He glanced at it, and almost thought he had misread it. Because the data showed that the power of this punch had reached the 2 million energy level. Boom! Chihua flew backward like a meteor, his crimson body tracing a dazzling trail across the sky. His energy barrier shattered under the blow. Even his body of rules bore a massive wound. You're still alive? You're quite capable. Richard didn't know Chihua's identity. He only knew that the insect was a level 5 creature. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't have changed much. At most, the punch would have been heavier. Richard blocked the blow with his left arm, and the space shattered like porcelain. In the shattered space, Bai's 2 forelimbs pierced Richard's left arm like pickaxes. The slightest force would have instantly severed Richard's left arm. Though Richard was strong, he wasn't strong enough to ignore the attacks of a formidable Mayfly King. But at this moment, Richard's face showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, a strange smile graced his pale face, covered in bony plates. You dared to enter my body? He, you asked for it. Then, a sharp crackling sound emanated from Bai Jing's mouthparts. With a sudden force, his limbs tore Richard's left arm apart in an instant. The dark red mark on the limbs he used to tear was no longer spreading, but it wouldn't disappear. After receiving the legacy of the Abyss, Richard's body had become a full-fledged Abyss demon. Naturally, his body possessed the same corrosive and infectious abilities as an Abyss demon. Right beneath his feet, the ground, stained by the blood dripping from his wounds, had begun to transform into the Abyss. If this transformation wasn't addressed, this world would transform into the Abyss within 50 years. What kind of power is this? Why can't I dispel this energy erosion? Bai Jing was now panicking. Due to the unique nature of the body of rules, once eroded, unless one immediately severed their soul and limbs, their soul would continue to erode. And the erosion of the soul was irreversible. Even as powerful as Richard, the Abyss erosion in his soul hadn't been eliminated, it had merely been suppressed. Bai Jing stared at Richard in fear. The backup he had called for was sent flying by a single punch, his body of rules deformed. His sneak attack had been somewhat effective, but it had inexplicably tainted him with the indelible Abyss erosion. At this moment, he had lost the courage to defeat Richard. Bang! A massive spear of light flew from the sky, shattered by Richard's punch. Chihua's rule body had now returned to its original form, its massive frame now splitting into 23 illusory forms. Jing, don't be frightened. As the king of mayflies, ranked near the top of the combat power statistics, Chihua had seen powerful wizards before. Richard's strength had exceeded his expectations, but he was not invincible. After all, Richard was only a fifth-ring great wizard. If they worked together, Richard would be nothing more than... Bang! A thunderous explosion brought Chihua's thoughts to an abrupt halt. Because Richard's fist had already struck his energy barrier. The 2 million energy attack instantly pierced the barrier, striking like a spear, shattering his true form, hidden within the rule body. Richard's left pupil flared. Before the Eye of Delusion, the Mayfly King's true illusion held no misleading power. The true illusion vanished like a bubble. Richard flung Chihua's body into the secret realm, his gaze fixed on Bai Jing and Chongku. Without hesitation, the two Mayfly Kings made the right decision. Run! Richard didn't pursue. Unleashing 2 million energy level attacks in such a short period of time was too much even for him. At this point, his energy was nearly depleted. If he continued fighting, and if reinforcements arrived, Richard's life would be in danger. Alas, I've been influenced by the Abyss again, Richard muttered to himself. In the past, he would never have taken such a risk. But after receiving the Abyss's legacy, his body had become so powerful that it even interfered with his thinking. Just as Richard was concluding his thoughts, the great wizard of the red copper lever behind him had already gone into a state of mental inactivity. Killing the Red Fire King with 2 punches, is this guy really a 5 rings great wizard? Chapter 735. Master Copper Lever, what are you daydreaming about? Richard's voice jolted the great wizard of Copper Lever out of his trance. He looked at Richard with a look half shocked and half enthusiastic. Wizards are always curious. The great wizard of Copper Lever was a pure wizard, enjoying exploring the unknown. Richard's exceptional combat prowess, along with the special abilities he displayed in battle, piqued his curiosity from the depths of his sluggish heart. He keenly noticed that Richard's dripping blood was anything but ordinary. The ground infected by it was now spreading like a fungal blanket. Oh, Master's combat prowess somewhat astonishes me. The great wizard of Copper Lever vaguely explained his daze, but his attention was now focused on the infected ground beneath Richard's feet. The infected ground was rapidly expanding, and soon, a cloud of spore-like creatures flew out from it. This was undoubtedly a means of accelerating the infection. But what exactly had Master Richard's blood transformed? A simple drop of it had created a vast expanse of land. Curiosity pricked at his heart like a cat's claw, and the great wizard of Copper Lever couldn't help but ask, Master Richard, your blood seems quite unusual. Richard glanced at the great wizard of Copper Lever and nodded casually. Just a little transformation. That's more than just a little transformation. The land is transforming the creatures living there. Well, that's normal. Richard's curiosity about the great wizard of Copper Lever wasn't surprising. As a great wizard, it would be strange if he didn't notice the Abyss's infestation. This is the Council's latest weapon, designed to delay the Galaxy Mayfly. Researching it is extremely dangerous, and once it's corrupted, it's irreversible by known means. Until the instructions are released, I don't recommend researching it. Richard explained casually, then ignored the Copper Lever wizard. He needed to rest and replenish his energy reserves. He knew this battle wouldn't be the end of his war. It wouldn't be long before new enemies would arrive. A council weapon? The Copper Lever wizard paused, staring at the ground beneath him, spreading like mold, and suddenly shuddered. Using this thing as a delaying tactic, even if we win, I'm afraid we won't gain anything. World 2456, North Pole. Bai Jing, staying in the Western Expedition's nest, recounted everything she had seen and heard through the telepathic network. You're saying the guy injured Qi with a sneak attack, then used some method that could distinguish between reality and illusion, catching Qi off guard and killing him? Bai Jing nodded. Lord Quasi-Emperor, that's indeed the case. I don't know what transformation that wizard underwent, but after leaving the front lines, his strength has increased significantly in just 6 months. And he's also gained a new, irreversible erosion method. I personally think this erosion method is a point of great concern. Erosion method? A vast consciousness at the center of the mind network raised a question. Bai Jing said nothing more, simply using the mind network to convey all her knowledge of erosion to the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. After receiving the information, the Quasi-Emperor was silent for a moment before replying, "This thing somewhat resembles the abyssal erosion of the god civilization. Wizards can establish diplomatic relations with other civilizations, so naturally, the Galaxy Mayfly can also communicate with them." The Galaxy Mayfly and the god civilization had long ago come into contact, and it was precisely because of this contact that the Galaxy Mayfly's exploration shifted towards the wizards. In the Galaxy Mayfly's view, the god civilization's vast territory and sea-sand-like followers were not an easy opponent to defeat. Rather than engaging in a war between civilizations, it would be better to pursue exploration in a different direction. Abyssal erosion? Another Mayfly king in the mental network raised a question. Is this kind of erosion difficult to resolve? It's not difficult, it's impossible. The tentacles of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's main body, nestled deep within its lair, trembled slightly. A vast ocean of spiritual power flowed with his memories. The free elements in the air were unconsciously summoned by this flowing spiritual power, transforming into various elemental phenomena within the Quasi-Emperor's body. Abyssal erosion cannot be reversed, only suppressed. If the erosion exceeds 50%, those affected will inevitably degenerate into abyssal creatures. Furthermore, this power can infect the world. If an infected world is left untreated, the entire world will transform into a special abyssal world. At that time, all creatures in the world will become abyssal creatures. The Quasi-Emperor paused, and when he spoke again, his message was tinged with anger. These wizards are truly insane. They're actually planning to use abyssal pollution to slow us down. By collaborating with those abyssal demons, aren't they afraid of backstabbing? The transformation of the abyssal world is equally irreversible. Once a world descends into the abyssal world, it can never return to its original state. If they don't address it, the wizards will be like having a nail buried in their chests, ready to pierce their flesh at any moment. "They're sure we deal with this contamination," said a Mayfly king. "They simply want to use this tactic to slow us down, drain our strength, and buy time until they can launch a counterattack." While there isn't much infiltration between the two civilizations, there is still a basic intelligence war. The wizards themselves contain numerous spy wizards, who have been parasitized by the parasitic Mayflies, while the Mayflies themselves also possess a large number of soul wizard puppets. The Galaxy Mayflies also have some knowledge of the wizard's counterattack plan. This is one of the reasons for the Galaxy Mayfly's ferocious offensive. The wizard's counterattack plan seemed feasible to the Galaxy Mayfly. The war was gradually transforming the wizard's accumulated knowledge into combat power. If the wizard hadn't been so obsessed with the interplanar war that he neglected the growth of his tribe, the tide of war would have been turned long ago. The wizard's spiritual evolutionary talent, lacking specific magical powers, meant that once the wizard rose, it would be difficult for him to remain weak. Once the wizard recovered, the war would undoubtedly descend into an unknown abyss. Notify the rear, and have someone negotiate with the gods. We need their priests to clean up the abyss. If possible, we also need some of their research data on abyssal demons. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's antennae erected, and elemental phenomena continuously alternating around them. Since the wizard has already established deep cooperation with the abyss, we can also do so with the gods. Haven't we seen the gods' heroic spirits on other battlefields? If wizards can hire them, so can we. In the secondary command center, Richard was reviewing the war zone reports, completely unaware that his actions had become the flutter of a butterfly's wings. It's working well. This new tactic is indeed effective. Richard read the battle report, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Beside him, Old Abel and Ellie were sorting through reports from the base zone. As trusted confidants of Richard, Old Abel and Ellie had been staying at the secondary zone headquarters, following the retreat with the front lines. Because they were old guards from the previous dynasty, they had been enjoying a relatively leisurely time, with little work to do. Hearing Richard's assessment, Old Abel suddenly paused and sent Ellie a telepathic message. Ellie's face froze for a moment, followed by a flash of fear. "What can't you tell me directly?" Richard, who was reading the battle report, suddenly asked. Although he hadn't been paying close attention, his current strength meant that even without observation, he knew everything about the entire command center, and even the entire base. Old Abel was momentarily surprised, then bowed to Richard and said, "Sir, I didn't mean to do this. But there are some things I'm truly not as suited to as Master Ellie." With that, Ellie walked over to Richard and sent a telepathic message. "Richard, are you going to promote this new tactic?" Richard put the battle report down and looked up at his lover. "Yes, is there a problem with that? Is this what Corona means?" "Of course not. This is my own discovery. But the council must implement it." "Richard, have you ever considered that if your tactics are implemented, it would be equivalent to depriving the Grand Wizard of his command power?" Richard raised his eyebrows. "How could that be? The Grand Wizard is the one making the decisions. What if all the options fail?" "That would mean they're deliberately opposing the new tactics," Richard said casually. "If the tactics are implemented, then their actions would be opposing the council. Opposing the Grand Wizards of the council, that's foolish." Ellie met Richard's eyes and asked, "How many Grand Wizards do you think the council will execute?" Richard's composure began to fade. Although the Grand Wizards were merely pawns to the council, as chess players, the council could sacrifice a few pawns, but not none. Grand Wizards were not ordinary mortals. They clearly understood the importance of unity. They hadn't done this before because they understood the council's orders, and the council didn't affect the interests of most Grand Wizards. The new tactics clearly touched upon the interests of the vast majority of the Great Wizards. The Grand Wizard's role as Supreme Commander had been a tradition since the pioneering era. For most Great Wizards, it could even be considered a timeless one. A Grand Wizard could choose not to exercise this power, but the council could never deprive them of it. After a moment's silence, Richard's brow relaxed, and he replied calmly, "I'm only responsible for submitting the tactics, and the council will make their own judgment." Ellie's face was filled with worry. "But if you promote this, you'll be hated by many of the Great Wizards." "So what?" Richard smiled and ruffled Ellie's hair. "This is wartime, and academy warfare is completely prohibited. At most, they might resort to some minor tactics on the battlefield." A hint of disdain flashed across Richard's face. "But those tactics are useless to me." Chapter 736. With Richard taking over the defense zone, the 4 basic war zones under his command began implementing the new tactics. The example of one basic war zone is too small. Richard needs more data to support his point. As for the impact of this tactic, that's something the council needs to worry about. Compared to great wizards like Richard, the several coronation seats in the council are the ones who truly need the survival of wizard civilization. The destruction of wizard civilization will cause great damage to the property of the great wizards, but for the great wizards themselves, it will simply mean the loss of the blessing of dimensional power. But for the wizards of truth, the situation is different. The destruction of civilization will lead to the collapse of the dimension, and the virtual dimension that depends on the dimension will also collapse. With luck, the virtual dimension may be able to be preserved. If luck is bad, the virtual dimension they have painstakingly created may even fall apart in an instant. Without the foundation of the virtual dimension, the Overlord is nothing more than a large-scale world master. What kind of crap new tactic is this? The Infernal Fire Wizard looked at Richard's orders, his fire elemental body swelling with anger. If headquarters doesn't give direct orders, what's the point of headquarters? Just let the Legion commanders figure it out on their own. The command center was hushed. Faced with the Infernal Fire Wizard's wrath, even if the staff wanted to explain, they didn't dare to. Not to mention the fact that the wizard's anger had caused his own pressure to overflow. The wizards throughout the command center were practically suffocating under the terrifying pressure. "No, get the teacher. I have to respond to this. The battle line is already untenable. If we follow his blind command, who will be responsible if it collapses?" The Grand Wizard of Purgatory Fire spoke with high-sounding words, but every wizard present knew they were merely formalities. The Grand Wizard of Purgatory Fire's true anger stemmed from the fact that his command had been stripped away, and it was Richard who had stripped him of his authority. Soon, the communication line was connected, and the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's voice, somewhat impatient, echoed from the crystal ball. "What's the matter? Tell me now." As the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front, he deeply resented such reports bypassing his superiors. If Purgatory Fire hadn't been his student, he would have ignored the communication. "Teacher, that Richard is stirring up trouble." The Grand Wizard of Purgatory Fire embellished Richard's orders, adding his own subjective assumptions, such as the absurd claim that Richard was using him as an example to scare others with his faction. After listening to the Purgatory Purifying Fire Grand Wizard's account, the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard paused for a moment before displaying the composure of a wizard of the older generation. Where's the data? He's giving you new tactics, so there's no way he wouldn't give you the data. At these words, the Purgatory Purifying Fire Grand Wizard froze. He immediately began communicating upon receiving the order, not even glancing at the subsequent data. Sensing his student's silence, the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard's voice grew colder. You haven't looked at the data yet, have you? Teacher, don't be angry. He must have fiddled with the numbers in this tactical data. You won't see any problems just by looking at the data. So you haven't looked? You idiot! The Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard felt truly blinded to have accepted such an idiot as his student. He didn't even bother looking at the data, relying solely on his own subjective assumptions. If he hadn't anticipated his student's folly, he might have been completely taken aback. Send it! You idiot! Send what? Of course it's the data. Could it be you? Hearing his teacher's roar, the Infernal Fire Wizard immediately shouted from the command center, "Hurry, and send the subcommand's new tactical information to headquarters. Oh, and bring me a copy too." Soon, the information arrived almost simultaneously before the master and disciple. The Annihilation Storm Wizard swept his mental power over it, feeling a long-lost sensation. In this elementalized body, he actually felt the kind of rising blood pressure only flesh and blood could experience. Idiot, have you looked at the data? I'm looking, teacher. The Infernal Fire Wizard's voice trembled, as he suddenly realized the data looked flawless, without even a hint of numbers manipulation. If the data was true, then the new tactics were indeed exceptionally effective. Are you going to say anything else? That's all, Master. That's all. The Purgatory Fire Master knew that if he continued, his master would probably come rushing from headquarters and beat him to a pulp. If you do something stupid like that again, you'd be back in the Redemption Army. With that, the communication abruptly ended. The Purgatory Fire Master stared at the crystal ball awkwardly. Instead of complaining, he was being scolded. He felt completely lost. Suddenly, the crystal ball lit up again. The Purgatory Fire Master quickly picked it up, but upon seeing the person communicating, his spirits instantly withered. The person communicating was the Master Wizard from the neighboring base zone. Twisted Thorn, what's going on? Master, have you received the order for the new tactics? Yes. Master, what do you think of this tactic? Hearing this, the Infernal Fire Wizard couldn't help but feel a little irritated. What? No matter what he says, we have to follow his lead. Master, have you reported this to headquarters? No, but you can report this to headquarters. The Twisted Thorn Wizard was silent for a moment. As a Grand Wizard, he could naturally sense that the Infernal Fire Wizard was feeling a bit shaky. Combining this with the Infernal Fire Wizard's usual temperament, the Twisted Thorn Wizard quickly reconstructed the entire situation. It seems Master Annihilation Storm disagrees with this matter, the Twisted Thorn Wizard thought to himself. After a few pleasantries, the Twisted Thorn Wizard ended the call. He immediately called his secretary over. Sir, what do you need from me? Distribute the information on the new tactics. Starting today, we will use them in this theater. I will only make decisions, not participate in command. The great wizard Twisted Thorn knew full well that without the close connections of the second-generation wizard like Purgatory Purifier, he would be the right person to follow his superior's orders. As a great wizard with no background, he had already learned the art of shifting the blame without any guidance during this war. If he obeyed orders, his superiors would investigate him without any problems. However, if he disobeyed orders, and problems arose, he could easily join the Redemption Army. As for the potential harm to wizard civilization caused by obeying orders, that was a concern for the higher-ups. He, a fourth-ring great wizard, the lowest among the great wizards, didn't need to worry about it at all. After ending his communication with the Twisted Thorn Grand Wizard, the Infernal Fire Wizard reviewed the data Richard had sent him. He didn't believe the data was real. How could the data be worse with a Grand Wizard in command than without? This wasn't a blatant mockery of them. You're just a bunch of side effects and a burden. And this back and forth actually revealed something he hadn't noticed before. New wizard. This data comes from a new wizard. If this were a battle zone run by an old wizard, data like this wouldn't appear. He was about to reconnect with his teacher. But just before his magic entered the communication crystal ball, he suddenly stopped. Forget it. My teacher won't agree with this now. Wait a few days, when the data on this tactic is out, and then we can use this point to make a more convincing argument. The Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard's warning lingered in his ears. The infernal fire wizard knew his teacher was a man of his words. If he continued to act foolishly, his teacher would indeed throw him into the redemption army. He had never doubted the old wizard's ruthlessness. After thinking it over, he set the document aside and said to the staff officer at the general staff, "We will use new tactics for the time being. I will not command unless it's an emergency." He wanted to see what kind of results this new tactic would produce. "Hey Tom, Lord Richard is back again." At the frontline fortress, a Legion commander excitedly approached his deputy, holding an order. "Lord Richard?" Tom was slightly startled, then exclaimed, "Oh! You mean the secondary theater commander, right? Is this lord back on the battlefield again?" As the battle lines retreated, the war zone's legions also underwent some redeployments. Many of the legions originally assigned to the 11th West War Zone were reassigned to other war zones. Thanks to their dissemination, the new tactics of the 11th West War Zone spread widely, and Richard's reputation grew. A considerable number of Wizard Legion commanders knew Richard's name. The new tactics he proposed were also known as Richard's tactics. Look at this, an order from above. It clearly states that this is an order issued by the secondary war zone headquarters. Tom took the order, glanced at it, and then laughed. The great wizard Twisted Thorn is still so cautious. He always clearly states the source of the order before executing it. Better to be cautious. Being cautious will avoid problems. The Legion commander reached the edge of the map, a flicker of ambition in his eyes. With independent tactical authority, they could do a vast array of things. The same scene unfolded in different battle zones, and every Wizard Legion commander who received this order rejoiced. The front lines have long lamented the use of command-based tactics. Without exceptional commanding talent, the lower limit of command-based tactics is far lower than that of target-oriented tactics. Changes in the lower-level battlefields have little impact on other battlefields. As long as they cannot counterattack, the Wizard Legion's influence on the battles between the great wizards will be minimal. Not very big. The day after Bai Jing escaped, he and the 3 Mayfly Kings returned to the battlefield. To contain Richard, the Galaxy Mayfly even mobilized 3 Mayfly Kings from the top of the battle statistics. These Mayfly Kings could have suppressed or even killed a 5-ring wizard in other battlefields, but at this moment, they had only one purpose: to contain Richard. Up in the sky, Richard looked at the Mayfly King team before him, combining defense, offense, and support, and couldn't help but let a hint of scorn cross his face. For level 5 Mayfly Kings? You think I'm a big deal. But you don't think highly enough? Chapter 737. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions, like gunfire, echoed throughout the sky. A storm rife with elemental turbulence moved across the sky, almost like a phantom. A dazzling array of energy radiances continuously exploded across the sky, like hues of lightning, making it appear as if a low-quality neon sign had been hung. In the center of the storm, Richard hung silently in the air, as immovable as an eternal mountain. Those variegated spears and bullets, some strong, some weak, some fast, some slow, but no matter their strength or nature, when they struck Richard's body, there was only one outcome: shattering. As a wizard with an evolved constitution, his thick skin and flesh were his greatest advantage. Although wizards often favored the use of magic shields, that was a habit lingering from their days bullying the natives. An enchanted alloy floating shield was far more effective against most attacks than a pure energy shield. As a physically evolved wizard, Richard's body possessed a strength far beyond the reach of ordinary alloys. Coupled with enchantments and abyssal spells, it's no exaggeration to say that even if Richard didn't resist, a spiritually evolved 6-string wizard would have to struggle to slay him. Suddenly, Richard's form trembled, his massive form instantly transforming into a black storm. Violent wind elements swirled around him, transforming the entire sky into an inverted funnel. Bang! The fist flashed like an arrow. The clouds and winds of the vast sky were stirred by this punch, drawing the energy flowing between heaven and earth into it, transforming the elements into its might. The Mayfly King, targeted by the fist's light, screamed, and another Mayfly King instantly appeared before him. In an instant, wind and cloud surged, then exploded with a loud bang. The sky seemed to be split in two. But at the center, the defending Mayfly King, though its shell was covered in cracks, exuded an aura as steady and majestic as a mountain. Ah, what an old bastard! Richard sighed, feeling this battle was truly boring. The Mayfly King squad he was facing was already the third. Due to poor team composition in the previous 2 squads, Richard had slain 3 Mayfly Kings, nearly forcing the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor to take action. After 2 failed attempts, the Galaxy Mayfly finally assembled a perfect team to counter Richard. The 5 Mayfly Kings currently besieging him didn't stand out in the battle statistics, but their abilities were formidable. The heavy shells responsible for defense could withstand Richard's full-strength attacks without dying. Jade, responsible for healing, could instantly restore a severely injured heavy shell to a lightly injured state. These two formed the core of the team. The other three were Blackhorn, responsible for weakening Richard with the Death Rule, Soul Shatter, skilled in mental attacks, and the Nameless King, possessing curse abilities and adept at manipulation. This combination would be shattered in an instant against a spiritually evolved wizard of Richard's strength, but it was just the right size for Richard. Richard was deeply annoyed. The Mayfly Kings, hearing Richard's complaints, were also furious. As level 5 Mayfly Kings, each of them was superior to others. But at this moment, they could only serve as control tools, restraining the ferocious Richard from harming the other Mayfly Kings. The most infuriating thing was that they were only part of this tool. Richard waved his hand, signaling the end of today's battle. He then flew directly towards the rear of the wizard fortress. The 5 Mayfly Kings were helpless. While they could keep Richard here, they lacked the ability to kill him. Continuing the battle would be a waste of time, and would only increase the risk. If their coordination faltered, given their fighting power, the entire team would likely be killed. "Go back," the Nameless King said. "Our duty is to restrain this guy. There's no need to cause trouble." As the only Mayfly King with the ability to curse, he understood Richard's terrifying power better than the others. When he cursed Richard, his success rate was almost the same as when he cursed a level 6 creature. If it weren't for their physical evolution, which favored thicker skin and flesh but not instantaneous bursts of energy, they would have been killed long ago. "Priest, how is your exploration of the fate occulting technology going? A wizard like that should be crushed by a quasi-emperor," Blackhorn said with some resentment. "The experimental results are quite good. A level 4 Mayfly King can already stably obfuscate," the Nameless King replied. "But the quasi-emperor's brilliance on the web of fate is too dazzling. It will probably take another 100 or 200 years to obscure the quasi-emperor." As he spoke, the Nameless King couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These are truly auspicious times. Driven by the war, the several Mayfly overlords united against a common enemy, and the escalating subspecies conflicts were suppressed. To meet the needs of the war, each race shared their technologies. Subspecies that might have previously estranged themselves could now come together to explore the mysteries of the world. In less than 1,000 years, the technological advancements of the galaxy Mayfly have almost surpassed those of the previous era. If this situation can continue, perhaps they can truly reach the level of ancient civilizations. At this thought, the Nameless King's heart suddenly trembled slightly. It suddenly occurred to him that ancient civilizations, so powerful, had vanished into the long river of history. What could have caused them to vanish? "Priest, return. The rear should be delivering the Earth Vein Essence today. I treat you 1 cup each." The message from the Mind Network interrupted the Nameless King's thoughts. He waved his tentacles, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. Life and death are a cycle. Whether it's life, the world, or civilization, death is inevitable. He only needed to contribute his own strength to the galaxy Mayfly before death came. At the secondary war zone headquarters, Richard sat in his laboratory, the power of faith in his hands continuously expanding and converging, like a hypercube. Suddenly, a holy light flashed from Richard's body, and the power of faith in his hand instantly transformed into a steel needle. Looking at the needle, Richard exhaled and sighed. What an unreasonable power! The power of faith, as a degraded mystical power, possesses the ability to distort reality. Through this property, Richard can accomplish many incredible things. For example, the steel needle in his hand actually consumes no elements. According to the theory of the School of Transmutation, this is something that even the Corona cannot achieve. But the power of faith did it. The power of faith distorted reality, twisting itself into the 4 elements to form this steel needle. This steel needle, no matter how it was tested, was indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Only when disturbed by mystical forces, or the power of faith, would it briefly reveal its true nature. If these forces didn't destroy it, it would return to its original form after the disturbance subsided. Furthermore, if it became part of a creature or object, it would be the mystical forces and the power of faith that caused it to reveal its true nature. Miracle, the name isn't wrong. Richard shook his head and placed the needle in an enchanted quartz tube for preservation. He then recorded the experiment in his nearby lab notebook. It had been a year since Richard returned to the battlefield, and his defense zone had remained stable during that time. Under the implementation of new tactics, his defense zone had not retreated a single step, and had even advanced significantly. Many previously lost leyline nodes had been recaptured. And yet, due to the deliberate targeting of the galaxy Mayfly, he himself was unable to fully utilize his full potential. He could only go out and fight, like punching and at work, to vent his physical urges for battle, then return to study the power of faith and compile a complete system of miracles. Compiling a system is not easy. A complete, credible system must have a sound logic and must not violate common sense. Just as people assume a complex ritual will necessarily produce an incredible effect, rather than summoning a fireball that even a wizard's apprentice could perform. The more stringent the conditions, the more powerful the miracle. However, these are for others to use. In the miracle system, Richard is the source of all miracles, and his use of miracles is unrestricted. After completing the experimental record, Richard was about to continue, when a sudden energy surge interrupted him. He frowned slightly, and pulled the communication crystal ball from his pocket. "What's up, Ellie?" "Richard, headquarters has issued an order for us to attack." "Attack?" Richard was stunned, his brain practically shutting down. Attack? Had headquarters gone mad? The wizard's fortress could consume hundreds of millions of galactic mayflies daily, yet even so, the galactic mayflies remained boundless. Attacking in this situation would be like ramming a wall. But Richard didn't hesitate. On the battlefield, he was a soldier. If headquarters ordered an attack, then he had to attack. How to attack? What's the direction? What's the objective? Will the surrounding war zones attack simultaneously? Is there any coordination? Commands have ordered us to attack directly towards the wormhole on the western front of the galaxy Mayfly. The surrounding war zones will assist us in the attack. What? Ellie's exclamation suddenly emanated from the crystal ball, and then he shouted to Richard, "Main command has ordered us to attack with all our forces. The wormhole passage in this world has been blocked. All the worms are trapped." In the astral realm, two behemoths stared at each other from afar. "Wizard, the temporal storm is only temporary. You cannot win this war." The Mayfly overlord was as vast as a mountain. Beside him, a vast domain governed by self-consistent rules, almost indistinguishable from a normal world. Within this domain, countless Mayfly subspecies coexisted harmoniously. Across from him, around the Transfiguration Crown, a similarly self-consistent domain, almost like a normal world, existed. In this realm, life is more abundant, but all of it is ruled by humans. The voice of Corona Ephemeroptera was calm yet majestic, like 10,000 bells striking simultaneously. Winning or losing is not up to you, insect. Chapter 738. Attack. This order was somewhat unfamiliar to the wizard. Especially the kind of attack that would advance directly into the enemy's heart. Wizards only heard it at the beginning of a war, or on the fringes of the battlefield. At this point in time, the order to attack should not have been given on the front lines. When this order reached the commanders on the front lines, almost all of them chose to contact headquarters to confirm whether the order was correct. And when they received the correct order, all the commanders knew that the final battle of this world had arrived. The wizard had kept his hands off the order for so long, but today he finally had to tighten his belt. Attention all, attention all. Those with soul boxes, confirm yours. Those without soul boxes, leave your last words. In 20 minutes, we will attack. Repeat, in 20 minutes, we will attack. The commander's order echoed through the wizard's mental network. At this moment, even the battle-hardened wizard couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. Attack. What a pleasant order. The new wizards were young and full of passion, and the order to attack was exactly what they longed for. The veteran wizards had witnessed the golden age of wizard civilization, and precisely because of this, they were extremely eager to attack. For victory lies only in attacking. At the same time, the Galaxy Mayflies, who were attacking the fortress, also received a notice from headquarters. What? The space-time storm is affecting wormhole transportation. The Mayfly Kings were stunned for a moment upon hearing the news from headquarters. They had heard of space storms before, but this was the first time they had heard of a space-time storm. What shocked them most was that wormhole transport was also affected. This wasn't the early stages of the war, when both sides could arbitrarily close each other's portals. After nearly 1,000 years of war, both sides' defenses against space travel had reached an incredible level. The current space channel wouldn't collapse even if the Lord of the World self-destructed within it. But the information was there. Wormhole transport was being affected by this inexplicable space-time storm. Retreat, retreat immediately. Those wizards are about to attack. The Mayfly Kings issued the order decisively. They knew their sustained offensive depended on their vastly superior numbers, capable of overwhelming the wizards with blood. And now, without the constant flow of wormhole transport, their advantage was gone. The wizards, in turn, became an endless supply. The offensive and defensive dynamics reversed in an instant. Richard, The specific attack plan is as follows. In the command center, Ellie handed Richard the attack plan drawn up by the general staff. Richard took it and nodded without even glancing at it. Okay, let's do this. Ellie's face faltered, and she said helplessly, Richard, please take a look. What if we reveal something? Richard shook his head slightly. Time is of the essence these days. No matter how well planned, there will always be various errors during the operation. Just follow this plan, and make temporary adjustments if problems arise. Also, connect communications with the other secondary theater headquarters. As the primary attack direction, we must have sufficient intelligence. Yes, my Lord Commander. After arranging everything, Richard flashed into the vast sky outside the headquarters. Simultaneously, the Mayfly King squad tasked with controlling Richard also appeared. Both sides knew their happy days of slacking off were over. This war would inevitably end in bloodshed. Without a word, the 6 level 5 creatures attacked simultaneously. Richard's stature suddenly grew to 700 meters, his massive frame resembling a mountain of bones. The Mayfly Kings also unfolded their rule forms, their heavy carapaces as solid as an impenetrable iron wall. Emerald, brimming with vibrant green, resembled a worm-shaped world tree. Blackhorn was pitch black, a dense veil of death energy draped across his body like armor. Shattered Soul was pure white. The spiritual power within his rule form surged like a surging wave. Finally, the nameless king known as the Sacrifice looked unremarkable, but Richard, already perceiving mystical powers, could now sense it. The space around him was constantly being invaded by minions of cursed creatures. The game of slacking off ended, and the endless war to the death officially began. Bang! Richard's figure flashed, and his massive body launched a punch like a cannon. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Endless wind elements were swept by this punch, transforming into a destructive gale. And within this gale, a fist beam with an energy level exceeding 1.5 million shot towards the Jade like a sharp arrow. Bang! The sky shattered. Heavy Shell's body blocked Jade in time. Its thick shell, combined with the Earth Elemental Law and the special law Richard named Hardening, was like an iron wall, providing a reassuring feeling. But the next moment, Heavy Shell let out a sharp cry. Priest, be careful. Richard's body suddenly dissipated like a bubble, transforming into tiny wisps of faith. His true form had somehow arrived beside the priest. You're not the only ones capable of such deception, Bug. Richard's face was sardonic. He had spent a year studying the miracle system, preparing for just this moment. As he spoke, the energy within him flowed like a river. Abyssal spells, alchemical enchantments, dimensional sorcery. Every means of increasing power was now being utilized by Richard to accomplish one goal. A quick kill. Buzz. The earth-shattering blow lacked earth-shattering power. A punch of 3 million energy, its light like a meteor. After annihilating the priest's body, it streaked across the sky without pause, splitting it in two. The great wizards and the Mayfly King in the surrounding battle zone simultaneously turned toward Richard, their faces filled with expressions of shock and horror. Has the Commander-in-Chief taken action? Has the Quasi-Emperor joined the battle? Both sides in the war immediately attributed the blow to their respective leaders. No one knew the blow had come from a fifth-ring Grand Wizard. On the battlefield, Richard sighed with regret. What a pity! The power was so great that even his body was gone. He looked up at the other Mayfly Kings. Though his aura was somewhat weakened, it carried a mountainous pressure. Everyone, thank you for your company. When I write my memoirs after the battle, I will definitely include a separate chapter about you. If there are still corpses left after this, I will definitely display them in a prominent position in my trophy storage. Your Excellency the Quasi-Emperor, the Wizard's offensive is spearheaded by 2 secondary battle zones, 8 and 11. Judging from the current situation, they may be planning a pincer attack, encircling wormhole number 3. In the mental network, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly listened to his subordinates' reports, various elemental phenomena constantly appearing on his massive body. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly remained calm. The Overlord had already informed him through the dimension that this temporal storm would last a maximum of 1 month. As long as they held out for another month, victory in this war would remain theirs. Notify all battle zones to retreat. Build a defensive perimeter, with the wormhole as the core, and the ley line nodes as fortresses. Tell them that the Mayfly offerings can be deployed at will. The wizards only have 1 month. After a month, victory will still be ours. Yes. Your Excellency, an urgent battle report. An incident has occurred in War Zone 8, Level 2. 3 of the 5 kings in charge of that zone have been killed. The remaining 2 Mayfly kings are requesting evacuation. War Zone 8, Level 2. Is it really that wizards advance? The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's antennae trembled slightly. Mayflies familiar with him knew this was a sign of deep inner unrest. Are Shell and Green the only ones left? Yes, Your Excellency. The remaining 2 kings are the Shell King and the Green King. Then retreat. Also, have all level 5 Mayfly Kings from War Zones 9, 10, and 7, as well as those from War Zone 2, proceed to War Zone 8. Be sure to get that. Your Excellency, urgent news from the front lines. The Shell King and the Green King have fallen, and the wizard army is advancing. Are they dead too? The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was shocked. While Heavy Shell and Emerald weren't particularly powerful, their survivability was top-notch. Getting these 2 to work together would be a real challenge for even a typical 6th-ring wizard, let alone a 5th-ring wizard. Could it be that the wizards have hired the great demons of the abyss as mercenaries? Are there any reports of unusual great wizards on the front lines? No, Your Excellency the Quasi-Emperor. Are there any unusual energy fluctuations? It has occurred once. It's estimated to be located in the Level 2 War Zone 8, with an estimated power of 3 million. That's not surprising. Quasi-Emperor Mayfly felt he had grasped the truth. That guy has taken action. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Galaxy Mayfly's Western Front, it's natural that Quasi-Emperor Mayfly hadn't been without experience. At the very beginning of the war, he fought the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm. The Quasi-Emperor had a precise assessment of this wizard's Commander-in-Chief, experienced. Like him, the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm was a spiritually evolved being based on the principles of the 4 elements. But unlike him, the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm sorcery was incredibly varied and varied. In his hands, a sorcery could transform into various forms, even temporarily altering its model, transforming one sorcery into another. In other words, the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard's control over sorcery was akin to the control a physically evolved creature has over its own body. But every advantage has its drawbacks. While this meticulous control allowed the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard to employ a myriad of methods, it also weakened the power of his sorcery. Transmuting sorcery was no easy task. To achieve this effect, the wizard must necessarily alter the structure of the sorcery. This meant that the structure of the sorcery was definitely not the optimal solution. And the 3 million energy level was precisely the maximum output the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard could normally achieve when fighting him. Above that, he could no longer transmute sorcery. Since he's made his move, let's fight again. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's body trembled slightly, and the massive expedition nest actually trembled with it. It was as if this behemoth, over 20 kilometers in diameter, was merely a part of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor issued a command through the telepathic network. All Mayflies, prepare. The Hive activates armament mode. Chapter 739. On the battlefield, a white giant as vast as a mountain trod the earth. Behind him, a tidal wave of wizards advanced. In the sky, a vast formation of small floating cities, and a swarm of warships resembled sharks. Wizards have never excelled at defense. Buzz, a beam of light, like a pillar of heaven, struck Richard. A 100,000 level Mayfly battle group, responsible for the rear guard, exhausted all its energy, even burning its flesh to ashes, transforming into this 100,000 level attack. But this heroic counterattack landed on Richard silently, like a phantom. The bone scales where the beam struck were charred black, but in the next second, new bone repaired them. For creatures with evolved physiques, this one-shot attack is nothing to worry about. If it can't be sustained, even if the attack is 10 times stronger, it will only cost him a little more energy. Richard glanced at the incinerated Mayfly battle group, and a faint holy light suddenly emanated from him. Then, a river of souls appeared. These souls should have joined the Mayfly dimension, becoming part of its contribution. However, under the influence of the Hades rules, this river of souls suddenly gained a new tributary. Of the 100,000 souls, hundreds were attracted by the Hades rules, becoming Richard's external fuel reserve. While the Hades rules could attract more, Richard knew that his actions were competing with the Mayfly dimension for food. A few fewer could be explained as a disintegration of the soul, but a large number would inevitably attract the Mayfly dimension's attention. Though Richard was powerful, he was only a 5th-ring great wizard. There were many on the battlefield who could kill him. There was no need for him to put himself in danger for such a small gain. Besides, with the intensity of the front lines, even if he only managed to obtain less than 1% of the souls, he would have accumulated nearly 100 million souls over the past year. This number was so great that Richard even considered using these souls to create several World Lord level undead creatures as his own pets. Suddenly Richard stopped. His eyes suddenly turned towards the North Pole, as if he could see through 1,000,000 miles, capturing the astonishing scene at the North Pole. Richard muttered to himself, "These insects' technology is a bit perverted." At the North Pole, the massive expedition nest slowly rose. This behemoth, over 20 kilometers in diameter, slowly transformed in the air, gradually transforming into an asteroid-like insect. The same alchemical wizard's technique of fusing alchemical machinery into their own bodies was also shared by the galaxy mayfly. But the difference was that the galaxy mayflies didn't simplify it. Instead, they combined it with their unique technology, transforming it into a special skill for the mayfly quasi-emperor, the hive armament. However, the mayfly kings were not impressed by this aesthetic name, preferring to call this technology the Imperial Chariot. The Imperial Chariot's terrifying vibrations instantly spread across the entire western front. At the same moment, both the mayfly kings and the Grand Wizard simultaneously looked towards the North Pole. These insects are truly uncooperative. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm sighed and shook his head, looking at the North Pole. He still hoped to achieve a tacit understanding with this insect. "If you don't move, I won't move either, and let the subordinates do the fighting." They were all level 6 creatures, the pinnacle of most creatures. Why fight to the death? But it was too late to say anything now. The mayfly quasi-emperor had taken action, and he, a 6-ring Grand Wizard, had to move as well. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm suddenly vanished, reappearing in the sky above the headquarters. For massive spatial rifts opened in the sky, like 4 gigantic eyes. Behind the eyes lay the 4 elemental realms. Pure elements from the elemental realms poured into the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's body of laws, like rivers flowing into the sea. His smoky body instantly expanded to several kilometers in size. The smoky form transformed into an aged face, and a thunderous voice emanated from its mouth. "Your shell is quite large, but I wonder if it's made of iron or paper." "Continue your charge," Richard commanded the Legion. If the mayfly quasi-emperor took action, a 6-ring Grand Wizard would handle it. These small soldiers only needed to fulfill their duties. Buzz! A flash of light suddenly shot out from the void, instantly vaporizing Richard's head. Followed by, several figures emerged from the void, each carrying a terrifying aura like a mountain. It seems nothing special. The attacking mayfly king let out a buzzing sound, full of disdain. But before the sound faded, Richard's headless bulk appeared before him. "I knew some fool would aim for my head." Bang! Richard punched out, and the fist light, wrapped in the power of the abyss, instantly pierced the mayfly king's body of laws. The dark red power of the abyss, like ink, spread recklessly within the body of rules. The mayfly kings were stunned by this sight, and momentarily forgot to attack. Although the head wasn't a fatal weakness for a world lord, it was undeniable that once the head, as the controller of the body, was damaged, even a physically evolved world lord's control over the body would be significantly weakened. But the scene before them completely overturned their understanding. Watching their companions being wantonly eroded by the power of the abyss, a mayfly king finally reacted. "Hurry! This guy's control center isn't in his skull." Richard turned to look at the mayfly king. A huge eye flared in his chest, and beneath it, a mouth full of fangs grinned fiercely. Intelligent, but intelligent people don't often live long. The mayfly king was right. His brain was indeed not in his skull. As a human, he knew only too well how obvious his head was. During his evolution, he deliberately repositioned his brain to prevent a surprise attack, where someone might suddenly decapitate him and cause him to lose control of his body. The mayfly king was horrified by this sight, his hair standing on end. "Kill him!" he screamed. Instantly, all the mayfly kings unleashed their signature abilities. 2 million energy elemental flames, a rule-based poison powerful enough to kill a level 5 creature, a cursed creature impossible to kill without knowing the rules. If these things were to strike, even Richard, with his level 6 combat power, would be instantly annihilated. But before these attacks could land, Richard's body suddenly transformed into a ball of faith. Miracles are quite useful. Richard's body suddenly emerged from thin air, his fist shrouded in the power of the abyss instantly piercing the one mayfly king, who wielded the mysterious power. This was the only mayfly king present who could see through miracles. Once he was defeated, the remaining mayfly kings would be a mere expense for Richard. Watching the abyss's power brazenly invading the mayfly king's body of laws, Richard's newly grown head revealed a sinister smile. The terrifying thing about the abyss is its ability to transform enemies into friends. Any creature corrupted by the abyss into a demon, no matter how resolute their will instantly become its pawn. If this mayfly king's corruption is complete, he will instantly embrace the abyss demons as his own civilization. At that point, All the information he accessed during his time as the Mayfly King would be available to Richard. As the Blesser of the Abyss, Richard was second only to the Overlord among the Abyss demons. But before Richard's smile could fade, a sense of deadly danger gripped him, and his hair stood on end. Buzz! A flash of light suddenly shot out from the void. It passed right through Richard's previous position. If he hadn't dodged in time, the flash would have instantly vaporized half of his body. Richard looked sharply to the west. There, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was already engaged in combat with the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm. But to Richard's surprise, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm was actually being suppressed by the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. So much so that the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor even had time to come to the aid of the other Mayfly Kings. A trace of solemnity crossed Richard's face. While the lower battlefields were crucial in this war, the outcome on the upper battlefield ultimately depended on it. If one side lost on the upper battlefield, the lower battlefield would inevitably suffer a disadvantage, or even outright defeat. No, we have to deal with these guys quickly. Richard made a decision. He had to help the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm. Although he was only a fifth-ring being, after undergoing triple strengthening through the Abyssal Blessing, Dimensional Sorcery, and Alchemical Enchantment, reaching the combat power of a 6th-level creature in a short period of time would not be a problem. And at the 6th level, he wouldn't be instantly killed by a Mayfly Quasi-King. If he couldn't be killed instantly, that was enough for Richard to participate in this battle. After thinking about it, Richard looked at the Mayfly Kings beside him. Under his gaze, the Mayfly Kings even felt a chill down their spines. It felt like being targeted by their natural enemies. Richard whispered, "Everyone, I'm in a hurry. If you want to survive, you better run now. Otherwise, it will be too late." The sunlight dimmed, and thunder crackled. In the dark gray storm, lightning slithered like a snake. In this storm, endless elements constantly underwent annihilation reactions. Energy, like a tidal wave, swirled and swirled within the storm, eventually transforming into sorcerous energy and shooting outward toward the asteroid-like giant insect beyond the storm. "Wizard, I overestimated you." The asteroid-like Mayfly Quasi-Emperor let out a low insect-like chirp. "After using the Imperial Chariot, you are no match for me." A gaunt old man's face appeared above the vast storm, his eyes wide with anger, the flames of rage practically tangible. He shouted, his voice like 1,000 bells tolling simultaneously. "Bug, you overestimate yourself. I admit, I can't defeat you. But so what? All I need to do is hold you back. Hold you back, and we win this war." "Hold me back?" The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's voice was tinged with sarcasm. "You can't hold me back, and you can't win this war." As he spoke, the power of the dimension surged through him. The power emanating from the death of countless Mayflies poured into his body, like a tidal wave. "Wizard, this war is your end." "Huh?" The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor suddenly looked east, where a tiny speck was rapidly approaching him. Chapter 740. A level 5 little thing dares to mess with things? The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's compound eyes were filled with Richard's image. He instantly sensed Richard's energy fluctuations and life force radiation. But soon, a hint of solemnity flashed across his eyes. "What is that flame?" A golden flame suddenly ignited around Richard, and within that flame, he actually sensed a deadly danger. Compared to the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's solemnity, the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard's emotions were much more complicated. Does the Crown Throne value this kid so much? They even give him such a good thing. As a 6th-ring Grand Wizard, he could naturally sense the power of the Miracle Fire. For something of this level, he had no intention of even thinking it belonged to Richard. Because even if something of this level were placed in the void, a creature less than a master like him couldn't control it. At most, he could seal it and use it as research material. The Miracle Fire was clearly under Richard's control, far from being sealed and used as a tool. "Bug, since you're determined to fight to the death, I play along." The Annihilation Storm Master's voice thundered, and his massive storm form suddenly shrank, transforming into a cloud giant. 4 rifts leading to the elemental realm opened within the cloud giant's chest. The 4 pure elements converged at the center, and the astonishing power of the annihilation reaction, controlled by the rune model, flowed along the spiritual skeleton and instantly filled the giant's body. On the ground, the purgatory purifying fire master muttered to himself, gazing at the sky. "That bug is so powerful that it's forced the teacher to activate the heart of annihilation. That's the teacher's most valuable treasure." The older generation of great wizards had a habit of saving a final spell as their desperate trump card. This spell might be unstable, perhaps difficult to control, but it was bound to be incredibly powerful. Powerful enough to overturn the tide of battle. As a veteran wizard who had survived the Age of Enlightenment, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's trump card was the ultimate achievement of his research. The 4-element annihilation constraint model. Richard's understanding during his apprenticeship was not unique. Tens of thousands of years before his birth, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm had recognized the potential of the annihilation reaction. But Richard's resignation was different. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm delved deeper into his research, not only creating a rune model to constrain the water and fire annihilation reaction, but also, building on this foundation, discovering the phenomenon of the annihilation of the elements of air and earth. If pure elements of air and earth were placed at an energy level of 100,000, they would also annihilate, unleashing a burst of energy far exceeding that of water and fire. Based on this, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm created the 4-element annihilation constraint model, which the Grand Wizard of Purgatory Pure Fire referred to as the Heart of Annihilation. Mayfly Quasi-Emperor shifted his attention back to the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm. Various information about the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm continuously entered his mind through the expedition nest sensors, transforming into specific data. The energy intensity has increased so much? Was this wizard mentally ill? From Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's perception, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's energy intensity had suddenly increased by 50% compared to before. In other words, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm had been fighting at only 2/3 of his strength. Even in this life-or-death battle, he still concealed his weakness. Mayfly Quasi-Emperor simply couldn't comprehend the thought process of the wizard facing him. Similarly, the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm couldn't understand the Quasi-Emperor's thinking. We're all pawns of the Overlord. Why risk our lives without a death warrant? They're all tens of thousands of years old. Can't they just slack off on the battlefield? They're so desperate, making everyone reveal all their cards. Could it be that he's planning to achieve overlordship through military exploits? If someone truly possessed that potential, the Overlord would simply arrange for him to earn his exploits in a safe battlefield, not abandon him to such a dangerous front. Boom! A bolt of energy exceeding 5 million instantly crossed hundreds of kilometers, blasting a 100-meter-wide crater through the living metal-like expedition nest. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's gray body, illuminated by the energy lightning, shone brightly as daylight. Every movement ripped through space. The torrent of energy coursing through his body, even without passing through any tissues, simply released, was enough to annihilate a level 5 creature. At the same time, Richard arrived on the battlefield. The raging miracle fire within him made him resemble a gigantic torch. The hundreds of millions of souls Richard had collected over the past year were now continuously entering the miracle furnace. While external fuel could not be refined, it was still possible to use the miracle fire as a fuel in place of Richard's own soul power. A telepathic connection was established with Richard, and the voice of the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm echoed in his ears. Boy, cooperate with me to kill the giant bug. If you kill him, I give you half of the credit. As a great wizard of the older generation, the principle of equal exchange had become almost instinctive. Even though Richard had offered to help him, he still presented the conditions as if he were demanding Richard's help. Richard wasted no time, immediately responding, "Master, what do you want me to do? I create an opening for you. You be responsible for injecting this flame into his body. To kill him, you must first strip his shell clean." "Yes, Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief." As they spoke, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor and the Great Wizard of Annihilation Storm had already exchanged a few more blows. A torrent of energy pierced the sky like a meteor. Even if the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor entered the deeper veil, the torrent would still be able to tear it apart and fall upon him. At this level, the battlefield was no longer limited to the gap between the material world and the first veil. For these two behemoths, civilized, 6th-level creatures, the veil was truly just a veil. Once they entered the veil, they only needed to reach out and push it aside. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor no longer had his earlier arrogance. Inside the expedition nest, the fixed elemental rifts continuously gushed out pure 4 elements. Some of these elements flowed through the energy pipelines into the reactor for annihilation. While this method was less efficient than the Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard, it was easier to control. The remaining portion entered the creation chamber, and was transformed into materials to repair the expedition nest. After mastering the laws of the 4 elements, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor did not delve into elemental annihilation, but instead embarked on the equally difficult path of creation. All things in the world are composed of the 4 elements. Through the proper combination, even humans can achieve the Creator's feat. Creating matter. The Sea of Energy versus the Creation Apprentice. This battle was enough to be recorded in history books for both sides. Boom! The Annihilation Storm Grand Wizard unleashed his full power, and energy lightning exceeding 5 million energy levels rained down upon the Quasi-Emperor. Not to be outdone, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly was pouring all sorts of bizarre substances from its creation chamber, continuously repairing every defect in the expedition nest. As a fellow creature studying the four elements, he knew that the annihilation heart of the great wizard of the Annihilation Storm could not be preserved for long. The mental effort required to restrain that raging energy far exceeded that of ordinary sorcery. As long as he could hold out, victory would still be his. Suddenly, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly stiffened its antennae, and a sense of extreme danger instantly overwhelmed his mind. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a small reptile carrying a highly poisonous substance. The next moment, a flying insect ablaze with golden flames appeared from the void, rapidly flying towards him. Compared to the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly, which was tens of kilometers long, Richard, who was hundreds of meters tall, was nothing insignificant. At the same time, the great wizard of the Annihilation Storm's offensive suddenly intensified. The four elements annihilation model on the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm's chest suddenly lit up, a brilliant flash resembling a supernova. Choose the lesser of two evils. Between a flash of energy at the quintillion level and a mysterious flame of unknown power, the choice was a no-brainer. Instantly, a spear of light shot out from the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, targeting Richard, who was blazing with golden flames. A quintillion-level attack wouldn't kill him, but that flame wasn't guaranteed. Compared to the perceived risks, the unknown material was the most terrifying. But the next moment, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's tentacles trembled violently. The figure, blazing with golden flames, transformed into a ball of faith and vanished into thin air. It was an illusion more real than reality. Boom! A flash of light pierced through the Quasi-Emperor's body like a meteor, instantly vaporizing a small portion of his body. Simultaneously, the real Richard flew out of the void, and tens of millions of souls instantly poured into the miracle furnace. Like a volcanic eruption, miracle fire instantly engulfed the remaining body of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. Richard rarely used miracle fire against his enemies, because using his own soul as fuel meant it would kill 1,000 enemies, while incinerating 800 of his own. The power of miracle fire was a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. The more flames, the faster they burned, making it more difficult for the enemy to cut them off in time. Obviously, Richard couldn't be so generous using his own soul as fuel. But now that he could use external fuel, this problem was completely solved. The ferocity of the miracle fire clearly exceeded the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's expectations. The fierce flames instantly consumed 1% of his body, and the burning efficiency continued to rise. And all his countermeasures only made the flames more ferocious. Instantly, a message flashed through the mind of the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly. He seemed to have seen the various characteristics of this flame somewhere before. The next moment, his antennae suddenly raised. The supreme flame of the Furnace Man. How do you possess the supreme furnace fire of the Furnace Man? Furnace Man? Richard, who had retreated behind the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm, was met with a flicker of astonishment. He didn't know what the Furnace Man the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly was referring to, but judging by his demeanor, he suspected they were a formidable race. Richard secretly noted this information. It might help him uncover the origins of the miracle furnace. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly. The next moment, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly, its golden shell, instantly exploded, its brilliant light illuminating nearly half the world. A flash of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the great wizard of Annihilation Storm, and he immediately shielded Richard behind him with a curse. Madman, 10 times 10 pure madman. The Quasi-Emperor of the Ephemera had actually reduced his imperial chariot, along with his body, to the 4 elements, creating something comparable to Great Ivan in the fantasy world. He was actually going to drag the great wizard of Annihilation Storm and Richard to their deaths. Chapter 741. When a sound reaches a certain level, it can no longer be perceived by hearing. When a light reaches a certain level of intensity, vision also darkens. All senses have their limits. Richard had never encountered such a limit before, but at this moment, he suddenly felt as if the world was invisible. Buzz, a fierce tinnitus filled Richard's ear canal, and the intense light produced by the annihilation reaction instantly blinded him. The violent energy fluctuations disabled his energy and tactile senses, and the subsequent shockwaves made him feel as if he had entered a vacuum. There wasn't even a trace of free elements around. At this moment, Richard felt as if the entire world had fallen into darkness. As for mental power, at this point, no one dared to release it. Soon, Richard's senses gradually returned. As his vision brightened, the complex information about his surroundings once again began to flood into his senses. His world finally began to come alive. Beside him, the great wizard of the Annihilation Storm had returned to normal form. But judging by his languid aura, he was clearly seriously injured. Alas, what a pity. The great wizard of the Annihilation Storm sighed, his words filled with regret. What a pity. It's a pity that this guy didn't get what he wanted and perish here completely. He's not dead. Richard's voice suddenly rose, his face filled with disbelief. Although he didn't know the exact magnitude of the massive explosion due to his malfunctioning senses, its power was undoubtedly far greater than the 10 million energy flash of the great wizard of the Annihilation Storm. Moreover, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was at the very center of the explosion. How could he possibly have escaped? The great wizard of Annihilation Storm waved his hand. Don't be so surprised. This isn't an equal exchange. A level 6 creature from a civilization wouldn't be so easily annihilated. Of course, whether he lives or dies is irrelevant to this battlefield. We can still claim the credit for the kill. Even with the tiny amount of soul he escaped, even if we force-feed it with soul essence, it would take 1,000 years to recover. Furthermore, it would need to replenish its damaged rules and rebuild its body. By the time it completes all this, the war will probably be over. As he spoke, the great wizard of Annihilation Storm suddenly looked at Richard, and an envious voice emanated from his smoky form. This time, thanks to you. Without your flame, I would have been at best a draw. The Corona truly values you, giving you this very thing. The great wizard of Annihilation Storm didn't even think of the miracle fire as belonging to Richard, simply regarding it as a protective item bestowed upon him by some Corona. After all, the terrifying power of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor burned was clearly beyond Richard's ability to subdue or research. Richard didn't argue, but replied with a mysterious smile, Master, please don't include this in the battle report. This false victory over the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor would have to be reported to the Council of Truth for publicity. But Richard didn't intend to reveal the miracle fire at this juncture. If the great wizard of Annihilation Storm hadn't tried to dodge the attack at the beginning, he wouldn't have intervened in this battle at all. Although the great wizard of Annihilation Storm had no eyes, Richard could still sense that mysterious smile that was only palpable. Corona wants to train you secretly, right? I understand. That's what Garlon went through back then. Don't worry, your name won't be in the battle report this time. No, Richard waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't contribute much in this battle, so how can I share half of your merit? Just give me some points for my strategic command. Military merit, the current currency of wizard civilization, naturally isn't earned solely by killing enemy troops. For positions like Grand Wizard, where achievements are rare, most of their merit comes from a post-battle command evaluation. Evaluations for marginal battlefields are written by the military, while those for frontline battlefields are written by the commander-in-chief. You really don't want it? The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm confirmed. The merit of a Mayfly Quasi-Emperor can be exchanged for a medium-sized world. Even if you only take half, that's still enough for 5 small worlds. Can I still be polite? Military merit, while valuable, is completely excessive for Richard. He had killed at least 14 Mayfly kings in this war. Even if all of them had the means to resurrect and return to the battlefield, Richard's military merits would be enough to buy 7 small worlds. Not to mention that most of these people probably no longer had the means to resurrect. Since the war began, most ordinary world masters, except for those at the level of quasi-emperors and overlords, had been defeated and had the means to resurrect. Combined with these military merits, Richard could have exchanged them for anything merit could buy, with the exception of expensive and currently useless items like world ownership. Well, since you don't want it, I won't force it on you. Consider it a favor to me this time. As for the evaluation you mentioned, you definitely get a first-class rating this time. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm wasn't in a situation like Richard, where one man fed his entire family. He had a group of students who depended on him for survival. Military exploits weren't of much use to the Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm, but they were certainly valuable to these students. Thank you, Master. Richard smiled, performed a wizard salute, and then vanished into the sky. The Grand Wizard of Annihilation Storm gazed in the direction Richard had disappeared and sighed softly. With the appearance of wizards like these, an era comparable to the War of Enlightenment has arrived. Across the plains, the wizard army advanced unimpeded. The elite wizards, clad in refined alchemical armor, pierced the Galaxy Mayfly's defenses like sharp swords. Behind them, the ordinary wizard army quickly followed, widening the gap in their lines. After losing their advantage in the swarm of insects, the Galaxy Mayflies were completely unable to stand up to the wizards in the defensive battle. On the battlefield, the side that takes the initiative always has the advantage. Legion Fire, Target Number 1, North Wind's Wrath, range 35, 3 rounds in a row. The Legion commander's command echoed through the mental network, and the wizards of the entire Legion began to coordinate with the precision of a mechanical clock. The elite wizards in exquisite power armor raised their arms almost simultaneously, channeling magic power simultaneously. Under the command of the company commander, the vast magic power transformed into a stream of frost like a spear. In less than a second, the elite wizard legion of 50,000 men launched 500 frost spears. This legion spell, called North Wind's Wrath, while not particularly powerful in terms of power, was exceptional at destroying energy barriers. The next moment, 500 North Wind's Wraths rained down like a meteor shower, landing precisely on a small earth vein node 35 kilometers away. Under the influence of magic, the stable water element transformed into frost, clinging to the energy barrier at the earth vein node like glue. Resonating with the magic field, these tiny frost particles began to tremble at a frequency of hundreds of times per second. The energy barrier's consumption began to rapidly increase. Second round, fire. With the Legion commander's brief command, less than a second later, the second round of North Wind's Wraths landed on the energy barrier. The energy barrier began to tremble, and the galaxy mayflies within it began to shift their formation. Soon, a third order was issued. Third round, fire. 500 North Wind's Wraths rained down again, and this time, the energy barrier finally gave way, crumbling into shattered pieces along with the frost attached to it. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding 100,000 ordinary troops launched a concentrated attack. 100,000 chain lightning bolts, combined with the remnants of the North Wind's Wrath, instantly enveloped the millions of galactic mayflies within. The commander of the elite wizard corps glanced at the map projected on his arm, and crossed out a marked point. Let's go to the next leyline node. Dealing with galactic mayflies was a bit of an overkill for the elite wizard corps. They only needed to crack open the galactic mayflies shell at the leyline node, and the ordinary wizard corps could deal with the mayflies within on their own. Looking at the advancing corps beneath him, Richard sighed softly. As expected, more people are better. Once the strategic initiative was lost, the galaxy mayflies' performance was far inferior to that of the wizards. The galaxy mayflies' limited defense to leyline nodes meant they were destined to attack in their war with wizards. Once they were on the defensive, wizards had plenty of ways to break through their defenses. Suddenly, a streak of light stopped beside Richard. As the light faded, it was revealed to be a small alchemical puppet. Master Richard, there are no more mayfly kings around here. Richard nodded slightly at the puppet, then smiled. Master Copper Lever, why are you competing for work with the little guys down there? Isn't this messenger work a third ring quest? Alas, messengers earn merit. The mechanical puppet sighed, his tone filled with resignation. My little fortune was lost in this war, and the merit I earned isn't even enough to repair my body. If I don't get more merit before it's over, this trip will be completely in vain. Richard laughed heartily. That's how great wizards of the alchemy school are. Without the support of the world, a single battle can easily bankrupt them. Since you're so broke, Master, why don't you do me a favor? When we get back, I give you some alchemical materials. If you need them, I can also process some parts for you at a 20% discount. The mechanical puppet's eyes lit up brightly at this. Master, what do you want me to do? It's nothing big. Just send this thing around with a messenger. A flash of holy light emanated from Richard, and dozens of miraculous statues appeared around him. These statues possessed the power of the laws of the underworld. Anyone carrying these objects would draw nearby souls into them. During his battle with the Quasi-Emperor, Richard realized that the miracle fire was his ultimate defense. So, naturally, he had to prepare fuel reserves. Suddenly, Richard looked east. There, a fierce battle had concluded. Wow, 2 Quasi-Emperors killed in one battle. I'm afraid the galaxy mayfly will be quiet for a while. Chapter 742. With the battle between the 3 level 6 creatures on the eastern battlefield concluded, the entire 2,456 world was free of obstacles that could hinder the wizards' progress. The remaining mayfly kings, those capable, would take their own hordes with them. Those unable would simply flee via dimensional teleportation. The great wizards attempted to intercept them, but they could only intercept a portion. Even so, the wizard's haul was substantial. Nearly 100 mayfly kings fell on this battlefield, including more than a dozen level 5 mayfly kings and 2 mayfly quasi-emperors. Nearly 1/10 of the galaxy mayfly's mid-level combat power was destroyed. Add to that the mid-level combat power boost the wizards gained from the beast origin world, and they now hold a considerable advantage in mid-level combat power. There's no doubt that the galaxy mayfly will not launch a large-scale offensive for some time to come. The wizard's most critical moment has passed. Subwar Zone Command. Is this the technology curse Corona gave you? In the test field improvised from the freight plaza, Ellie glowed with a holy light, her expression as excited as a child with a new toy. Yes, this is the technology curse Corona gave me, Richard lied without batting an eyelid. In this war, the miracle system demonstrated immense potential. Through the miracle's unique reality-distorting properties, he was even able to deceive the perception of level 6 creatures. Richard had no intention of hiding such a useful system as the old wizards of the past, using it as a hidden gem. The power of faith is a force of great potential. If the gods could build a civilization based on it, then it could surely serve as the foundation for his own truth as well. A hidden system cannot possibly exist as a school. For a system to become a school, promotion is essential. Only when enough wizards use it does it qualify as a school. This is the necessary path to achieving truth. Of course, ordinary wizards are unaware of this. Just as Richard hadn't known that his own physical evolution was actually part of the physical Corona's achievement of truth. Ellie wielded the power of faith in her hand, casually grabbing a piece of iron from the lab bench and muttering to herself. Great sage, look upon your people. When you walk the earth, you shed the shackles of dust, revealing its golden core. May you have mercy on your people, and allow them to reproduce that incredible miracle, transforming this ordinary iron into gold. As she recited the prayer, Ellie pried open her finger, letting a drop of blood drip. The moment the blood landed on the iron block, a streak of gold suddenly appeared on the silvery white block, its mass steadily increasing. Soon, the entire block of iron turned golden. Ellie casually sliced the block open, revealing the interior, now also a golden hue. In an instant, the entire block of iron had achieved one of alchemy's ultimate goals, transforming stone into gold. Looking at the completely golden block of iron, Ellie's face once again showed amazement. Corona gave you this miraculous technique. I can't believe how profound Corona's knowledge truly is. Richard smiled, then removed the power of faith from the gold block, restoring it to its original state. This system isn't complete yet. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. While the effects of miracles are astonishing, the cost is equally astounding. The cost of Richard using a single substitute miracle is almost as high as using Divine Word on a level 5 creature 10 times. The cost of 3 substitutes in this war is almost as high as the cost of an entire war in the wild world. If Elias knew Richard was heading to the front lines, he would have heard his miserly cry the moment he used his first substitute miracle. It's so powerful even before it's finished. I can't imagine how much more powerful it will be once it's finished, Ellie explained in amazement. Richard then handed Ellie several other miracles he considered more practical, and had her use them one by one. After collecting the data, he let Ellie leave the lab under the pretext of experimentation. Click. As the lab door closed, the smile on Richard's face gradually faded into his usual calm. He approached the test bench and held out the notebook containing Ellie's data. Having spirituality is good. It reduces the cost of using miracles. The notebook shows that all the divine spells Ellie used consumed less power of faith than Richard had expected. And the higher the cost, the more obvious it was. When using the substitute spell, Ellie's cost was only 2/3 of what Richard had expected. This wasn't a miscalculation. After comprehensive consideration, Richard believed it was a spirituality issue. Ellie's spirituality caused her to unconsciously draw in some mystical powers when she used the power of faith. These powers replaced some of the power of faith in the miracle. Otherwise, Richard couldn't understand why Ellie, barely more than a god's wife, could use miracles at a lower cost than a god like him. Thinking about it, Richard added a task to the top of his experimental schedule. Study the power of faith and deepen the system of miracles. Next to this task, the only tasks of the same level were to advance to a 6th-ring wizard and to create a rule-based prosthetic. Come to think of it, isn't a rule-based prosthetic also a type of alchemical machinery? Looking at the tasks on his notebook, Richard suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Annihilation Heart of the Great Wizard Annihilation Storm and the Creation Apprentice of the Quasi-Emperor Mayfly were both extensions of the 4 Elements rules. If he created a set of 4 Elements rule-based prosthetics and then added the appropriate rune model, could he also achieve these abilities? By extension, if a creature possessed both the abilities of the Annihilation Heart and the Creation Apprentice, wouldn't that make them a perfect 6th-ring alchemical wizard? Constructing a body through the School of Creation, utilizing the Heart of Annihilation for energy. Suddenly, an image flashed through Richard's mind. Perhaps this little creature can develop in this direction. Opening the rift in the secret realm, Richard found his Gestalt creature at the edge of the secret realm. Aldrich. This little creature is evolving? Before Richard, Aldridge's smoky form shrank into a solid black ball, a steady flow of balanced energy emanating from his body. World Mushroom, how long has he been in this state? Master, this little creature has been dormant for less than a month. What has he been doing lately? Besides eating and drinking, and reading those goblin books, the only unusual thing he's done is probably eating a few mayfly hearts. Richard frowned slightly. A few mayfly hearts? Yes, sir. Didn't you give him part of that level 5 bug's body last time? He still felt unsatisfied after eating it. I figured these mayfly hearts were also part of the bug's body, so I showed him some from the Asgard laboratory. He felt the same appetite after seeing them, so Lon and I prepared a few for him to eat. Lon knows about this too? What did it say? It said this is a rare experiment, worth the resources. Richard nodded slightly and replied, keep an eye on him for the time being. Report any developments promptly. Yes, master. Aldridge's slumber had caught Richard by surprise, but it also provided him with a small surprise. If he could evolve successfully, Richard's vision might actually come true. Not for him, of course, but for his brother. Richard used his power, and quickly located Aldridge's brother, the all-changing Wuxiang. This gestalt creature, the first to be mastered by Richard, but whose consciousness lagged behind Aldridge's, had lived in the floating city laboratory since its birth. For a long time, Richard had forgotten he even had such a pet. His original idea, to cultivate Wuxiang into a floating city, was just a fantasy. But now, it seems like a fortuitous success. Wuxiang, how have you been? Oh Lord, you've finally called me. Wuxiang's voice was filled with excitement, like a child long away from home seeing his parents. I've been doing very well at the Institute. The goblins have taught me a lot, and I even learned something new from those werewolves a while ago. Lord, am I finally going to join Brother Aldridge in the battlefield? Not really. I've simply thought of an evolutionary path that's perfect for you. You're too weak for my battlefield. All right, Lord. Wuxiang's voice was a little disappointed, but then it brightened. What path did you envision? I promised to study it with all my might. Richard smiled at this. As a wizard, he always admired such diligent and studious creatures. You still have much to learn. Start with the 4 elemental constraints. I give you a list later. Once you've learned it, you be ready to take to the battlefield. The Mayfly King's defeat brought the war on World 2456 to a close. After 3 months of cleanup, this crucial node in the ironclad defenses finally enjoyed a brief period of peace. Based on analysis of the battle reports, the engineering wizards began rebuilding fortresses across the land, and a significant number of temporarily deployed legions were transferred to other worlds. In front of the portal, Old Abel performed a wizard salute to Richard. Sir, I'm delighted to be valued so highly by you. If I succeed this time, I serve you in the future. Richard nodded slightly, and patted Old Abel on the shoulder. As long as you don't harbor fear, advancement will not be a problem for you. After a long war, Old Abel finally made up his mind, and redeemed himself for the Grand Wizard ceremony. In this age, nothing is more reliable than one's own strength. Old Abel nodded, turned, and entered the portal. They were all thousands of years old. A drama of life and death would be too cliché. A mature wizard always remains calm in the face of death. If it's the death of a close friend, offer an extra white rose. After seeing Old Abel off, Richard gestured to Ellie behind him, and stepped into the portal. The fighting on the front lines had ceased, but his war wasn't over yet. Richard muttered to himself, reforming the command system. Hopefully there will be some results. Chapter 743. The news of the war's victory spread like wildfire throughout the wizarding world. In an era where the front lines were constantly retreating, this resounding victory brightened the atmosphere within the wizarding world considerably. As a crucial hub within the wizarding world, the atmosphere within the Tower of Truth was naturally filled with joy. Passing through the portal, Richard's keen senses registered a change in the surrounding atmosphere. Long-standing defeats had permeated wizarding society with an invisible, oppressive atmosphere, but at this moment, it seemed to have temporarily dissipated. Richard casually glanced at the wizards working beside him. Normally, these wizards would have stern, expressionless faces. But now, 9 out of 10 of them wore the faintest smile. It seems this victory has had a significant impact, Richard remarked casually. That's not true. Ellie also smiled. This is a great victory. We haven't achieved such a great victory since the war began. Yes, it is a great victory. Richard's tone was long, a hint of distress between his brows. But this great victory is not necessarily a good thing for what I am going to do next. Just as the biggest obstacle to destroying the feudal system is honest officials, The biggest obstacle to destroying the old command system is the achievements produced within that system. War is a place where change is taboo. New tactics may produce miraculous effects, but they are more likely to bring serious flaws. For a tactic to work long-term, it must have its own internal logic. This logic may be a little out of date, but it is absolutely complete. Without saying anything further, Richard pulled out his crystal ball and found Jimmy's number. After the call was connected, Richard asked bluntly, "Master Jimmy, is the Dean free? I'd like to see him." What happened? Jimmy was a little nervous at Richard's serious tone. Hadn't they just won a great victory at the front? Why did Richard want to see the Dean as soon as he got back? Could someone at the front have been trying to trip him up? Or was someone deliberately downplaying his achievements? Nothing. I just have something I want to discuss with the Dean. Richard, realizing Jimmy had misunderstood, softened his tone. Everything's fine at the front. I've earned quite a bit of merit this time. If you're free, after we've finished discussing this, how about we go to Phylon World number 2 for a meal? Phylon World number 2? You've made a lot of money this time. Looks like you're going to make a killing this time. Seeing nothing was wrong, Jimmy relaxed. The Dean's real body is still at the front lines, but his clone is still awake. You can see him anytime you want. Okay, Master, open the door. I'll be right there. After the call ended, Richard looked at Ellie beside him. I'm going to the Dean's place. Will you come with me, or should we go back first? Ellie hesitated, struggling for a moment. I heard there's a lot of material inside the Corona Institute that can't be seen outside. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to go take a look. Richard laughed. That's not a big deal. You go to the secret realm first. I open the secret realm rift when I get there. Okay. Beyond the world cluster, the vast world of the galaxy. As the home world of the galaxy mayflies, the galaxy world is a humid world. This vast land is dotted with streams and swamps. Within these, countless mayflies live. In the vast swamps, swarms of mayflies cultivate, using their filters to harvest the algae they cultivate. This is the staple food of most galaxy mayflies. On the plains, larger mayfly subspecies herd herds of magical beasts. Their bodies are as large as wild bulls, and their antennae have evolved to be long and tough, so a gentle flick can create a sonic boom in the air. The galaxy world is a clearly hierarchical world. The ground is the incubation base for larvae. When the larvae become level 1 creatures, they soar into the sky, entering the galaxy world's unique starry sky. The starry sky is difficult to see in the galaxy world, as countless sky islands, like stars, obscure its brilliance. These islands were once the domain of a group of creatures called feathered insects by the galaxy mayflies, the rulers of this world. But after the galaxy mayflies rose to power, these creatures were assimilated and hybridized by the galaxy mayflies through their flesh and blood technology, becoming one of the galaxy mayflies' countless subspecies. Suddenly, an extremely powerful energy vibration emanated from one of the highest islands in the galaxy. The shockwave was so powerful that it nearly knocked the island out of the orbit of the strong wind circulation. On the island, a room-sized amber slowly emerged from a vast lake. In the center of the amber, a giant colorful mayfly suddenly trembled. Crack! The amber shattered, and the giant colorful mayfly flew out. This time, the losses are truly heavy. The mayfly let out a low cry, and a terrifying aura of pressure emanated from its body. Though the pressure was only a trace, it was enough to intimidate even a level 5 creature. Suddenly, a white mayfly flew out of the void and landed in front of the colorful mayfly. Your Excellency, the Emperor of the Stars wishes to see you. His Majesty appears displeased. You better be prepared. The devastating defeat in World 2456 was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Galaxy Mayfly. This devastating defeat would prevent the Galaxy Mayfly from engaging in large-scale warfare for at least several decades. The loss of mid-level combat power was even more devastating, and it was unknown how long it would take to recover. As one of the commanders of World 2456, the Emperor of the Stars must give an explanation. The colorful Mayfly moved its antennae, and a calm chirp emanated from its mouthparts. I understand. I'll be there immediately. It just so happens that I have information to report to your majesties regarding that prophecy. Prophecy? You mean? The white mayfly hesitated for a moment, its voice suddenly becoming shrill. Yes, the mayfly quasi-emperor let out a low cry. That's the prophecy of the Furnace Man. The Path of Evolution Research Institute. Wow, what did you do in the abyss this time? The physical Corona's clone walked over to Richard and patted his chest with its thick bare paw, its tone as shocked as if it had seen a monster. Your body. My goodness, you've completely become an abyss demon. This level of evolution is probably even greater than when I first reached the sixth ring. Richard laughed. Alas, there's nothing I can do. I can't hide my talent. The moment the abyss saw me, it entangled me and insisted on forcing its inheritance into me. You kid, I told you were fat and you're still panting. The physical Corona scolded with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Richard's side. Beside Richard, Ellie looked nervously at the white bear before her. Her instincts told her that while the white bear looked ordinary, if they really started fighting, she wouldn't be able to hold out for even a second. She is? Asked the physical Corona curiously. My wizard companion? Oh, this is your companion? The physical Corona was surprised. He looked at Jimmy, as if to ask why he hadn't mentioned this to me. Jimmy's expression was impassive. I mentioned it on the document, but you clearly didn't read it and just stamped it. I have to say, you can't do that. Why do you always use the automatic stamp when you can just sweep it with your mental power? Stop, stop. The physical Corona waved his hand. I trust you to do it. Stop nagging like an old man. With that, the physical Corona returned his gaze to Ellie. This bloodline is very valuable. As the founder of the physical school, he could clearly sense the value of Ellie's bloodline. If the radiance of Richard's abyssal heritage is merely that of a bright star, then Ellie's bloodline shines as brightly as the full moon. A fusion of a dragon and an abyssal demon, these two equally powerful bloodlines counteract each other's corrosiveness, even causing the abyss to believe it's not an abyssal demon and cease providing its power. The Supreme's technology is truly unfathomable. The more powerful one becomes, the more one realizes the immense power of the Supreme, now lost in history. This race, capable of effortlessly creating creatures and arbitrarily modifying the core fragments of life, is akin to a god in the realm of physical evolution. Even the physical Corona could hardly imagine how such a powerful clan could vanish into the depths of history, leaving not even a single body untraceable. Is the price of sealing the Demon Lord so high? Little one, you're not interested in being my student, the physical Corona suddenly said. Your bloodline isn't well suited to Richard's path. Ellie's bloodline is the art of balance, and artificial intervention like life editing could easily upset this balance, exposing the bloodline to unpredictable risks. Ah? You want to take me in as your student? Ellie's voice faltered, her emotion so intense she could barely form complete sentences. Being accepted as a student by a truth wizard was something ordinary wizards couldn't even dream of. Of course, the physical Corona said affably. If you agree, you're my student now. Ellie looked at Richard. Although her mind was about to be overwhelmed by the surprise, she subconsciously sought his opinion. Richard nodded slightly. Being accepted as a student by the physical Corona was a great blessing for Ellie. There was no reason for him to stop her. Ellie looked back at the physical Corona, trying to calm herself, and performed the wizard salute. Master Corona, I am honored to be your student. Haha, that's right. Jimmy, take Ellie around the institute and meet some of her senior students. Jimmy bowed slightly, walked over to Ellie, and said with a smile, Come on, I take you to meet the other dean's students. If you see anything you like along the way, just let me know. The two left, and the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from relaxed to somber. The physical Corona sat on the sofa, motioning Richard to sit across from him. You're so anxious to see me, having just returned from the front lines. What did you discover on the battlefield? Richard shook his head slightly. No, I want to talk to you about our military system. Chapter 744. Military system? What's there to talk about? Corona was somewhat bewildered by Richard's question. He had thought Richard had discovered something during his battle with the Mayfly King. Richard gathered his words and spoke slowly. Dean, I remember you once told me that contribution is a share, and the essence of a share is the strength of a wizarding civilization, which is half the value of wizards. Corona nodded slightly. You're right. The strength of a wizarding civilization is strongly correlated with the number of wizards. After speaking, a hint of interest crossed Corona's face. So, you found some kind of system that can reduce our war losses? Richard nodded slightly. Yes. So far, I've found 2 ways to reduce our losses. Tell me more. Corona leaned forward, his honest, bear-like face brimming with wisdom that didn't suit his demeanor. Richard nodded slightly and began to share his thoughts. I divide the loss reduction into 2 parts. I start with the basics. You should know that I won a small victory in the wild world. Yes, I know that, said the physical Corona jokingly. I heard you said something a little outrageous after your victory, and it made a lot of the old guys want to see what kind of hero you are. Richard spread his hands. Even now, I don't think it was anything outrageous. It's just that some people are used to flattery, and can't stand the truth. Haha, if that gets out, I'm afraid a lot of the old guys will be upset again. Keep going. Richard nodded. Based on my combat experience in the wild world, through the proper combination of familiars and wizards, a hybrid army can be formed, giving even ordinary filler armies offensive capabilities. Oh, that's the case? Logically, we should have seen something like this. Corona was slightly surprised. If Richard's plan wasn't a coincidence, it was indeed very feasible. Such a plan should have been sorted out by the working wizards and delivered to the desks of the Coronas. You may have overlooked one point, Richard shrugged. As a newly deployed Grand Wizard, the primary purpose of a post-battle report is publicity. If it weren't for that so-called outrageous statement, this report would likely have received no attention. Of course, the reason you didn't see this thing is most likely because I said at the time that it was a half-baked proposal. That makes sense. The Constitutional Crown nodded slightly. Then why do you think this thing is mature now? Not mature, but worth a try. A sharp glint flashed in Richard's eyes. The Galaxy Mayfly won't make any major moves for decades, perhaps even hundreds of years. This opportunity is perfect for testing the feasibility of a hybrid legion on the fringe world. That makes sense. I discussed this idea in the council. If the results are significant, you definitely get a share. You're also a fifth ring. No matter how shameless that Shaper is, he can't take your share. After that, the Constitutional Crown asked with a hint of curiosity, "Tell me about your other idea?" The second idea is more mature. I've conducted experiments both on the battlefield and in the wilderness, and the results are exactly as expected. It's just... What is it? Watching Richard hesitate, Physical Corona knew this was intentional, but curiosity still swelled within him. What was this method? It actually made Richard, a truth wizard, feel awkward. You better look at the data. Words alone won't be convincing. Richard pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. It contained his battle reports on the new tactics from the battlefield and the wilderness. For a veteran wizard like Physical Corona, even the most eloquent words wouldn't be as solid as hard data. Physical Corona took the crystal ball and absorbed the information with his mental power. Richard watched Physical Corona's expression change from surprise to shock, then to a frown, and then silence. After a long moment, the Corona said, "Your method is a bit unconventional." Richard's face flickered with a wry smile. "It is indeed unconventional, which is why I'm so hesitant." The Corona stood up, his furrowed brow showing no sign of relaxing. He paced the room, the gloomy atmosphere making the air stagnant, and time seemed to slow. After an unknown amount of time, the Corona suddenly spoke, "Do you know about parliamentary balance?" Richard was slightly taken aback. Parliamentary balance? Are you referring to the agreement reached between the two Coronas of alchemy and shaping to achieve a balance of power between the two factions within Parliament? The Constitutional Corona nodded. Yes, that's right. The Council's balance is real. Evocation and alchemy are the two strongest truth wizards. They're a level above me, a recent truth wizard. That's level 8, what we call the Eternal Overlords. In the past, the evocation souls were one faction, the alchemy undead were another, and the cursed school always abstained. But after I became Overlord, this balance was broken. I was trained by the Alchemy Corona, so I'm naturally alchemy-oriented. And to balance the factions, the Cursed School is temporarily assisting the Evocation School. Do you understand what this means? Richard shook his head blankly. The Constitutional Corona said in a low voice, "This means that if another Truth Wizard appears within the Alchemist School, the balance of power in the Council will be completely shattered. Then the West Wind will prevail over the East Wind, and everything will become uncertain. The split of wizard civilization is not impossible." Richard shuddered. Although he still didn't understand why the Constitutional Corona said this, he vaguely sensed that his plan was a major blow. "What are you saying, Dean? My point is simple. Your plan will be difficult to pass. Under the current circumstances, the evocation will surely block it, and the alchemists won't stimulate it at this time." Stimulate the evocation Corona? Yes, the Constitutional Corona nodded. Among the great wizards, the Evocation School has the most great wizards, and they also have the highest proportion of those on the front lines. If your plan is implemented, and the evocation doesn't oppose it, the foundation of the school will be shaken. Furthermore, since you're still a wizard from the alchemical school, the alchemical Corona will have a hard time saying anything to you due to the balance in the council. So, this plan will most likely not pass. Richard paused, then sighed softly. Even in a world with extraordinary powers, as long as the upper echelons can't completely separate themselves from the lower echelons, there will inevitably be a balance. The evoking Corona's influence on wizarding civilization relies on its many great wizards. If he speaks on their behalf, they will naturally switch to other schools. However, it would be a shame to abandon your plan completely. The physical Corona suddenly spoke up. Your plan won't find a market among veteran wizards, but it should be popular among new wizards. If you approach the evoking Corona with this proposal, he'd definitely help you promote it among the new wizards. You must make a decision now. Do you want to leave the alchemical Corona faction and join the evoking faction? I know you probably want to be neutral. But there's no room for neutrality in the current council. It's either one side or the other. Corona's tone was serious. Although he hadn't yet proposed accepting Richard as a student, he treated Richard like a student. His words were a betrayal to the alchemist faction. But he wasn't willing to let these meaningless struggles affect Richard's future. Wizards should be pure. Richard was a wizard with great potential. It would be a shame if he lost the opportunity to make a huge profit because of these chaotic balances and struggles. There seems to be no choice in this decision, Dean. A faint, wry smile crossed Richard's face. Corona looked at Richard and saw ambition in the young wizard's eyes, burgeoning ambition. Just like he had back then. Corona patted Richard's shoulder. The struggles in the council don't affect our personal relationship. As long as you call me Dean, I remain your Dean. Go do what you want. Richard, are you done? In the center of the institute, Ellie stepped away from the microscope and looked at Richard with surprise. Next to her was the Tesla Institute's latest telekinetic microscope. Using it, even a first-ring wizard could experience the observational power of a great wizard. Even in this Path of Evolution Institute, this microscope wasn't something ordinary wizards could equip. Well, we're done. It seems you adapted well here. Richard glanced at the telekinetic microscope. Under its lens, a cluster of cells was undergoing induced evolution. But compared to Richard's original induced evolution, the technology at the Path of Evolution Institute was far more advanced. Under the action of the catalyst, the cells under the microscope quickly underwent changes at the core of their life. Ellie smiled, her voice suddenly becoming a little deeper. What's so hard to adapt to? Isn't this how we lived before? The war had a profound impact on wizards. In less than 1,000 years, wizarding society had undergone earth-shattering changes. What had once seemed like an ordinary life now seemed incredibly precious. Then live well. With the Dean's protection, you won't have to worry about being cannon fodder on the battlefield. I feel more at ease too. Ellie nodded seriously. I know. I won't cause you any trouble. You should also be careful on the front lines. When I become a Grand Wizard, I go there to help you. Haha, wait until you become a Grand Wizard first. Richard laughed and turned to head back to the Research Institute. Corona Conjunctiva had already shown him the way. The rest was up to him. Chapter 745. Having experienced a resounding victory, the headquarters of the School of Transmutation, the foremost school of wizard civilization, was naturally filled with jubilation and prosperity. The numerous wizard towers in the center welcomed their masters back. Wizards with outstanding military achievements shuttled between the towers, either attending gatherings for fun or engaging in research to enhance their abilities. The entire headquarters seemed bustling with activity. In the center of the headquarters, a tower representing the transmutation crown stood tall. From the highest floor of a wizard tower, a silent gaze rested on the headquarters. Suddenly, the wizard turned and looked behind him. A black-robed wizard emerged from the void and gave him a wizard salute. The wizard gazed at his guest, his elemental body suddenly materializing into flesh and blood. This flesh and blood body resembled a refined old scholar, with silver bangs on his forehead, and a pair of eyes as deep and unfathomable as a deep pool. The old scholar pulled a gold-rimmed monocle from the pocket of his wizard robes, and put it on his left eye, speaking calmly. I'm actually a little surprised you came to see me. Richard looked up at the old scholar, and let out a soft breath. A wizard must always strive for advancement, isn't that right, Master Corona? Although the Transfiguration's true form was currently battling the Mayfly Overlord in the infinite dimension, this did not affect the free movement of his clones. The one before him was the clone of the Transfiguration that remained in the wizarding world. Compared to the physical Corona, who had no time to control his clones once a battle began, the Transfiguration's power, as a veteran wizard of truth, was truly unfathomable. You are quite right. A wizard must always strive for advancement. The evoking coronet nodded slightly. He studied Richard with interest, then fixed his gaze on his eyes. He saw a fire in Richard's eyes. The fire of ambition. Alas, he sighed suddenly. Is my judgment so poor? Why do the talented always flock to that alchemist school? Garlon is his, John is his, and you're from the alchemist school too. Do all the ambitious, capable, and lucky wizards in this world prefer the alchemist school? Richard was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, "Lord Coronet, have you considered one thing? Under the Wizard Academy system, if a wizard wants to live a prosperous life, he must join the alchemist school. And wizards who meet the requirements you describe would undoubtedly need a vast supply of magic stones. Even if their primary school isn't alchemy, they definitely practice it as a secondary school." A flicker of surprise crossed Coronet's face, and then he suddenly laughed. "Haha, you're right. Alchemy is indeed a profitable endeavor, but talent is always in short supply. You're not bad. You don't have the same vision as those idiots who, upon becoming a great wizard, lose sight of what lies beneath. It's as if they were born great wizards." The Transfiguration Coronet returned to his desk and sat down. He then gestured to the chair in front of it, motioning for Richard to take a seat. After Richard sat down, he suddenly spoke, "If I'm right, you came to me to promote your new tactic." Richard was startled. "You knew?" Only a handful of people knew that he wanted to promote his new tactic. And these people were all close to him. Could it be? "I've read the report on Annihilation Storm, and he gave you a very high command rating," the Transfiguration Coronet said with a hint of admiration. "Your idea is excellent. The council noticed this issue a long time ago. But due to inertia, we simply assumed it was inevitable. The Legion must be commanded by a strong leader. Isn't that natural?" Richard breathed a sigh of relief. But soon a wave of fear crept into his heart. Although no one had leaked the secret, being noticed by a coronet was clearly a bit irritating. Especially since he still had a secret. He glanced at the Transfiguration Coronet, but didn't respond. He knew the Transfiguration Coronet had more to say. But a good idea doesn't guarantee success. The appearance of the new wizard has already irritated those fools like a kitten. Pushing this idea on them now won't work. "I think you should have known this before you arrived." Richard nodded. The Transfiguration Crown continued, "The new wizards are a wonderful group. Although many old wizards look down on these youngsters, it's undeniable that their potential is countless times greater than their elders. Knowledge needs to be shared, or at least conclusions need to be shared. New wizards are far superior to old wizards in this regard. Furthermore, they are a young group and more receptive to new things. I will raise the issue of new tactics in the council, and the first subjects for testing will be the new wizards. A full rollout. I guess we have to wait until the war resumes." Richard nodded. "I know it's unrealistic to roll it out across the board right now. As long as you understand, it's easy to talk to smart people." The Transfiguration Coronet nodded slightly. His tone suddenly relaxed. "That's settled. Now, let's discuss your question. I always welcome wizards who change their ways. Loyalty is a wonderful quality, but sometimes it just ties people down. Of course, the alchemy school hasn't trained you much. Have you had any thoughts lately? I remember you looked at my notes. Which rule caught your eye?" Richard nodded slightly. "I think the transmutation rule is quite good." "Transmutation?" The Transfiguration Coronet was slightly startled, then shook his head and smiled. "That kid Garlon told you that, didn't he? He's a half-baked transfiguration wizard, but he's giving you. Your suggestion is quite good. Your profile says you possess the radiation rule. Is that correct?" "No." "Then the transmutation rule is perfect for you." The Transmutation Crown casually slashed through the void, pulled out a magic book, and presented it to Richard. "That kid Garlon has hit upon something unexpected. The transmutation rule and the radiation rule are very compatible, and the synergy between the rules is also very powerful. It's a very rare resonant rule. It's a pity that we haven't yet encountered an area where we can consistently obtain the radiation rule." "Lord Corona, this book?" Richard looked at the magic book in front of him, somewhat bewildered. "A few tips on applying the transmutation rule," the Transmutation Crown said casually. "These tips can help you quickly build up your combat effectiveness. It's my welcome gift to you. But I must remind you that the power of this rule is actually quite useless. As long as your knowledge of transmutation is deeper and your mental power is higher, you can achieve what this rule allows. While utilizing this rule, don't forget to explore its mysteries. Deeper knowledge, higher mental power." Richard suppressed the urge to rant, pocketed the magic book, and respectfully performed a wizard salute. Even a wizard like Corona of Transmutation would use adjectives like deep and high. He didn't even have to think about it. He knew he wouldn't reach those standards until he achieved the truth. "Thank you for your gift." Corona of Transmutation stood up. "Anything else? If not, go to World 3456 to obtain the rules. I've already enabled your permissions." "Lord Corona, during this war, I heard a strange name from the Mayflies. Furnace Man. I wonder if you've heard of this name. Hardmen? Why would those bugs mention it?" Corona of the Shaper frowned slightly, as if this name was extremely important. After a moment's thought, he spoke, "You should know the Lost Ones. The hard men, like the Lost Ones, belong to a previous civilization. But unlike the Supremes, whose remains remain, not even their bodies are found. The hard men still exist, though their intelligence has degenerated for some reason. The Council maintains a dedicated database on hard men research. If you're interested, you can check it out. A normal Grand Wizard's authority is sufficient." Richard, delighted, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your answer. If you have nothing else to say, I'd be leaving." "Yes." Corona of the Shaper waved his hand and returned to the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. The Galaxy World. On the uppermost layer of the starry sky island, in the vast empty sea known to the galaxy mayflies as the Supreme Lake, the mayfly Quasi-Emperor, resurrected through resurrection, lay prostrate on the ground. Directly before him, a massive golden mayfly hovered in the air, emanating a terrifying aura. A majestic chirp emanated from the golden mayfly's mouthparts. "So, you're saying that the creature predicted by the Furnace Man has appeared?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The mayfly Quasi-Emperor chirped in a deep voice. "The Furnace Man's Supreme Furnace has appeared, and is controlled by a fifth-ring wizard." "The Supreme Furnace controlled by a wizard? How could it be controlled by a wizard?" The golden mayfly's chirp suddenly grew shrill. "Could the wizards be the prophesied civilization that would destroy the shadow of war? If so, what are we? Is the outcome of our war predetermined countless millennia ago?" The mayfly Quasi-Emperor prostrated himself on the ground, his body trembling unconsciously. The terrifying pressure unleashed by the golden mayfly was too much for it to withstand even in its prime, let alone in its current state of weakness and damage. After the rage, the golden mayfly's pressure dissipated. Anger solves nothing. Inform all mayfly kings to keep a close eye on the wizard who possesses the Supreme Furnace. The wizard likely doesn't know about this prophecy yet, or doesn't know he possesses the furnace. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear on the battlefield. If this wizard is discovered, immediately mobilize the Quasi-Emperors to hunt him down. The owner of the Supreme Furnace can slay the Shadow of War. But the prophecy doesn't specify the creature that slays the Shadow of War. If we recapture the furnace, we could also slay the Shadow of War. After leaving the Evocation School headquarters, Richard flew directly towards the City of Eternal Truth, the center of the wizarding world. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. It was as if a beast, powerful enough to tear him apart, was chasing him. Chapter 746. The City of Eternal Truth was still bustling with activity, with hordes of wizards crisscrossing the city, making the entire floating city resemble a cold, metallic honeycomb. Entering, guided by the fairies summoned by the working wizards, Richard successfully found the Hardman archives, hidden among countless rooms. In the City of Eternal Truth, where every inch of land is valuable, the archives concerning the Hearthmen and other previous civilizations could fill a small library. This archive room displayed numerous relics of previous civilizations. From a Forerunner crystal floating cannon, to fragments of a broken sword as long as a man, to a furnace whose shattered state still revealed its exquisite craftsmanship. Most of these relics were of no practical value, but their mere existence was valuable enough. Wandering among the bookshelves, Richard found a book about previous civilizations. Wizards' archaeological discoveries reveal numerous previous civilizations. Archaeological discoveries from various worlds indicate that this world community had undergone several cycles of life before humans became wizards. Wizards collectively refer to these civilizations as predecessor civilizations. However, because these civilizations are so ancient they hold little research value, wizards' research has always focused on the civilizations preceding them, collectively known as predecessor civilizations. Archaeological data indicates that predecessor civilizations flourished during this period. Wizards' archaeological discoveries alone reveal 7 or 8 such civilizations. Of these, the remains of the lost civilization have been the most extensive, followed by those of the Furnace people and the Titans. The remains of the remaining civilizations are extremely scarce, and the remains are of little research value. However, as mentioned earlier, their existence is their greatest value. The discovery of these ruins posed a significant question to wizards. Many of these civilizations' remains were discovered in the same world, and the age gap between them was almost non-existent. This, to wizards, was simply incredible. Civilizations are inherently exclusive, at least for the civilizations wizards had currently encountered. But based on this, there were only 2 explanations for this situation. One was that the astral plane was in turmoil at the time, with repeated changes of control commonplace. The other was that the civilizations of the time, forced by external forces, formed an alliance. War Quagmire, War Alliance. These two sound like events from the early and later periods. Richard closed the book in his hand and returned it to its place with his magical hand. He then pulled a magic book about the Hearth people from the nearby bookshelf. Due to the difficulty in excavating civilization ruins, wizards of previous generations knew most about only 3 major civilizations. Of these, the Hearth people, due to the number of ruins and the remaining populations, were the most familiar to wizards. The Lurin are called Lurin because their culture is permeated with the concept of the furnace. The most common mural in Lurin buildings depicts a group of Lurin prostrating themselves around a massive furnace. The furnace is their faith. They believe the world is the raw material of a vast furnace. Sooner or later, the world will be smelted, and everything will merge into one. Based on current findings, the Lurin are a humanoid race. If the remaining individuals of their population have not degenerated, their average height should be around 1.5 meters. The Hearth people follow a dual evolutionary path. Those who advance spiritually are called Hearthfire apostles, while those who advance physically are called furnace craftsmen. This group excels in the arts. Their remains often consist of magnificent architectural complexes, connected to the Earth's veins and blending with the environment, giving them the appearance of natural evolution. These characteristics led the wizards, who first discovered the Hearth people, to almost mistake them for the ancestors of the magic dwarves. The cause of the Hearth people civilization's demise is unknown. By the time wizards discovered them, these creatures had become nothing more than wild beasts driven by instinct. They roam in groups around the magnificent structures built by their ancestors, allowing the green vine mold to erode these masterpieces. Wizards have attempted to tame these creatures and awaken their wisdom, but all attempts have failed, neither taming nor awakening their wisdom yielding any results. Some wizards have attempted to merge the bloodline of this group, but the moment they merge, their bloodline is incinerated by a sudden, unprovoked flame. A great wizard from the Cursed School believed that the destruction of the Hearth people civilization was caused by a cursed virus that could be passed down through bloodlines. This cursed virus prevented the Hearth people's bloodlines from merging, condemning this once prosperous race to eternal beasts. Another mystery. Richard rubbed his brow. The mystery of the Forerunners' demise hadn't been solved, and now another Hearth people had appeared. Beyond them lay the ruined Titan civilization, and a host of unknown civilizations. Richard felt that this world was a vast maze. Whether wizards, galactic mayflies, gods, or demons of the abyss, they were all unfortunate individuals trapped in this maze. If they couldn't find a way out of this maze, they would surely be devoured by the monsters within, becoming what some future civilization would call a pre-civilization. Following his reading, Richard found among the numerous books a record of the supreme furnace fire mentioned by the quasi-emperor of the ephemera. Due to the furnace cult, the furnace people's home world possessed a supreme furnace, situated atop a mountain. This furnace is the foundation of the furnace people's civilization. Rumor has it that its flames burn everything, even within the illusory dimension. If the records are true, the furnace people even used the supreme furnace fire to incinerate a star master from another dimension, reducing the illusory dimension to ash. At the end of the article, Richard spotted a note left by the author. To avoid misinterpretation, the magic books in this archive are all original to the author, and notes are quite common. The note stated, according to the latest archaeological data, there is a legend among the furnace people. Legend has it that, after the death of every Hearth man, their soul enters the supreme forge, adding fuel to its everlasting flames. We all know that legend is a disguised version of reality. Perhaps the Hearthman's loss of wisdom is related to the disappearance of the supreme forge. That makes sense, Richard muttered to himself as he closed the book. If nothing unexpected happens, the miracle forge must be the Hearthman's supreme forge. But solving one mystery only brings more mysteries. Why did the Hearthman's supreme forge disappear, and why did he come to control it? This terrifying object is powerful enough to incinerate an entire dimension, a powerful celestial master. Even a truth wizard might not be able to control it. Fate again? Richard could sense that something was definitely hidden behind the miracle forge. He still remembered the reminder it had given him. My unmet heir, congratulations on finally taking the first step. But you must remember that every gift of fate carries a hidden price. He had already accepted the gift, and perhaps, now, he was on the road to repaying it. Ah, what a headache. Richard returned the magic book to the shelf, his face clouded with worry. In the past, he could still say, if the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. But now, he was on the path to truth, becoming the taller person who held up the sky. Facing these problems again, he could no longer regain his former composure. Forerunners, furnace people, titans, and all those other miscellaneous civilizations. What exactly happened to all of your civilizations? Why is there no record of their destruction? Throughout his thoughts, Richard continued to walk through the archives, taking down every detail of his research on previous civilizations. While he wasn't sure if any of this would be useful, it never hurt to know more. As he flipped through the book, a throbbing sensation in his soul gave him a sudden jolt. The miracle furnace was giving him a hint. Richard looked around and saw a display case to his left. Inside the display case sat a 1-meter square metal cube covered in patterns. According to the description on the display case, this metal block was presumably a collaboration between the Furnace Man and the Titan. The metal patterns were typical of the Furnace Man style, but judging by the shape and size of the metal block, as well as the energy circuits within, it was surprisingly large. However, this explanation isn't certain. Other explanations could equally well account for the metal's characteristics. Since the Miracle Forge had given him a heads-up, Richard naturally wouldn't let it go. Although this item was an exhibit, playing with it would only cost him a fine. While his battle merits hadn't been collected yet, his remaining merits were more than enough to cover the fine. He reached into the stasis field, a force field that was as solid as a wall to a third-level wizard, but for Richard, it was like air. The moment his finger touched the metal, a message came from the Miracle Forge. Raw materials, spark information storage device. Refinable information, coordinates of dimension 2456, Doomsday spark base. Refining cost, 200 mental power. Refinable information, spark information storage device blueprint. Refining cost, 100 mental power. Looking at the message from the Miracle Forge, Richard's heart was shaken. Doomsday spark base? Could it be that the Titan civilization, or the Hearthman civilization, still have sparks surviving in another dimension? But Richard quickly realized that this was impossible. If the sparks of these two civilizations still existed in another dimension, the current world community would be completely different. For a civilization, as long as it preserved its sparks, reigniting them wouldn't be a big deal. But now, the world community is full of newly emerged civilizations, which means that either no sparks remain, or something has happened to the sparks they left behind. Without hesitation, Richard immediately chose to refine. Because a shrill alarm had already sounded in the archives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the alarms, a white-robed wizard arrived. He looked at Richard, his expression serious yet a touch nervous. "Sir, you have violated the archive's access regulations. I must ask you to leave now. You will not be allowed to enter the archives until you pay the fine." Richard smiled and returned the refined spark information storage device to its original location. "No problem. Where can I pay the fine?" Chapter 747. After paying the fine, Richard took another look around the archives. After confirming he had missed nothing, he left the City of Eternal Truth. However, he wasn't in a hurry to visit the spark base. He was only a 5th-ring Great Wizard at this point. While his strength was considerable, Richard doubted that a civilization's spark base would lack 6th-ring level protective equipment. Even for a wizard, creating a 6th-level biological alchemical puppet wouldn't be particularly difficult if they wanted to. It was simply more expensive. Until he mastered the rules of transmutation, Richard had no intention of exploring the base. Arriving at the first ring Tower of Truth, Richard used a portal to reach the Central World. Using the authority granted by the Central World, he opened a space tunnel to World 3456. World 3456 was one of the few private worlds owned by the Transfiguration Crown. It wasn't large. It was a microcosm. Among the many worlds occupied by wizards, this one was average in terms of resource output and native strength. However, the usefulness of a world cannot be judged solely by its physical resources. Special rules are also a resource. World 3456 is known within the School of Evocation as the Transmutation World. Underground within this world, the stability of a wizard's spells is significantly reduced. Ordinary spells cannot even take shape. Only spells with highly stable structures, such as Magic Missile, Lesser Fireball, and Small Wind Blade, can be unleashed. Furthermore, within this underground world, a wizard's internal energy circulation is disrupted. The stronger the wizard's internal energy, the more severe the consequences of this disruption. In the early days of the war, many third-ring wizards were shattered by the interference of energy fields. Initially, wizards believed that a disruptive magic field existed beneath this land, capable of significantly disrupting magical energy. However, after careful study, the transmutation corona discovered that while the disruptive magic field did exist, it was actually the manifestation of a unique law. This law could disrupt energy structures. Uncontrolled, this ability acted exactly like a disruptive magic field. But controlled, it could aid wizards in performing many extremely complex energy transformations, effectively taking a shortcut and saving thousands of years of research. As a result, this world became one of the core worlds of the Transmutation School. Currently, any wizard who reaches the 5th ring in the Transmutation School will generally consider acquiring the Complete Transmutation Law, or using incomplete transmutation laws to aid their combat. Exiting the portal, Richard was greeted by a barren plain. The plain was blanketed in yellow earth, with only sparse grass, and the 2 hairs on the bald man's head. Is this world also developed? Richard asked the wizard beside the portal. During this wartime era, all worlds are engaged in resource development. Resources once stored for market purposes are now being actively developed. Thanks to these resources accumulated over tens of thousands of years, wizards are able to distribute alchemical armor so generously. Not at all, sir. This world is just like this. Oh! It's not uncommon for the elemental balance world to be completely desolate. Richard's eyes shifted, encompassing thousands of kilometers of land. The wasteland before him wasn't some special area. The world was desolate. The wizard replied respectfully, "Sir, this world is currently dormant under the rules of transmutation. A bit of desolation is normal. When it awakens, this world will flourish. The world isn't static, it has its own life cycle. Awakening, prosperity, decline, and dormancy, these 4 stages are interconnected and endlessly repeat. A dormant world is equivalent to the Dharma ending age. Energy is completely absorbed by the Earth's veins, and creatures that rely on energy cycles for survival will become extinct on a large scale in this environment. It's actually dormant." Richard glanced at the world. If nothing unexpected happened, within 300 years, the wizarding world would be reduced to its current state. By then, only mortals and great wizards would survive. The former, without energy cycles, wouldn't be greatly affected by the Dharma ending age, while the latter, having been powerful in the past, possessed numerous means to prevent the world from draining their energy. For wizard apprentices in the middle, once they reach the 3rd ring, remaining in the wizarding world is a form of chronic suicide. The energy circulation within their bodies will dwindle, as the wizarding world drains them. Even with magic stones as a supplement, they're just hanging on for dear life. I have to go back this time to see the progress of the subspecies wizards. Elises hasn't called me recently, so I guess there's no problem. The training of the subspecies wizards has begun. If they can successfully develop, the wizard shortage caused by the Dharma ending age will no longer exist. If he can transform the subspecies wizards into local world guardians, that alone will pave the way for him to the truth. After leaving the portal, Richard scanned with his mental power and found the entrance to the underground world. Compared to the surface world, the underground world was far more thriving. Various fungal organisms emitted a faint fluorescent light, and the multicolored spores gave the supposedly eerie underground world a psychedelic hue. As soon as he entered the underground, Richard sensed the invisible, interfering magical field. Under this energy field, Richard felt his energy become more active. Oh, this energy field can even interfere with my energy circulation? Richard was slightly surprised, but soon a look of enjoyment crossed his face. But it feels like a massage. Richard's incredibly strong constitution completely negated the harm caused by the magical interference. For him, this energy interference was like an energy massage that penetrated deep into his cells. Richard now felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Richard's left eye shifted. Under his delusion-breaking eyes, the surface veil quickly vanished, and the special laws hidden deep within quickly appeared before his eyes. Around him, a mist of rules enveloped the entire underground world. Richard walked within these rules, and they passed through him, leaving tiny traces on his soul. These traces were insignificant, like scratches in the sand, vanishing with a gust of wind. But as the traces multiplied, the scratches deepened. Richard walked through the underground world, one eye observing the surface world, the other observing the deeper world of rules. The further down he went, the thicker the mist of rules grew in his vision. As he descended, the fog surrounding him grew so thick that he could barely see his hand in front of his face. The interference he experienced grew increasingly intense, so intense that it felt like a hot spring bath, transformed into a Thai massage. Under these conditions, more and more rule imprints appeared on Richard's body. Within 3 days, no more gaps remained in his soul. Reluctantly, Richard paused his exploration and transformed these rule imprints into fragments of rules, integrating them into his soul. Leaving a rule imprint is simple, but transforming these imprints into rules is much more complex. With rules within one's body, absorbing them inevitably triggers a reaction from those rules. If they attract, the imprints merge more quickly. However, if they repel, the fusion process will take many times longer. Thankfully, the radiation rule and the transmutation rule had a good compatibility. Their attraction not only offset the repulsion of the life rule, but also accelerated the fusion of the imprints. After 3 days, all the imprints were transformed into fragments of rules. However, due to the small quantity, Richard was unable to master the power of the rules. Richard had spent 10 years observing the laws of active energy before he finally grasped enough to unleash their power. Although his efficiency had greatly increased, acquiring sufficient laws still required steady effort. Exploring, absorbing, Richard spent 2 months, traveling from the shallows to the deepest depths of the subterranean world. Here, the disruptive magic field practically created a shockwave. Even an ordinary great wizard would have to devote a significant portion of their energy to controlling the energy within their bodies. But for a super powerful wizard like Richard, this interference was nothing more than a more powerful massage. The raging energy within his body was completely powerless against his robust cells. Instead, they gradually grew stronger, fueled by the impact of this energy. It seems Corona has discovered something. Richard looked at the seal beneath his feet, a flicker of thought in his eyes. The ground at his current level was sealed with a solid seal. It was so strong that even without the miracle fire, Richard couldn't break it, even with his own detonation. It was undoubtedly the work of the Corona. Though deeply curious about what lay beneath the surface, Richard wasn't arrogant enough to break the seal set by a Corona. He sat down on the seal, and took out the magic book Corona had given him. Acquiring the rules was a laborious process, and during this time, he had a good opportunity to learn the techniques Corona had taught him. Time flew by like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, Richard had spent 20 years in this underground world. World 2450 SIX's resounding victory gave the wizards ample breathing space. The Galaxy Mayfly hadn't launched a single large-scale offensive in those 20 years, and all the wars had occurred on the fringe worlds. This, in turn, afforded Richard ample time to acquire the rules and learn various knowledge. Perhaps it was the benefit of a change of affiliation, or perhaps it was a reluctance to accept the alchemical crown. The transmutation crown treated Richard with great care, offering him virtually complete access to the precious knowledge within the transmutation school. This veteran truth wizard seemed genuinely intent on cultivating a truth wizard to expand his own strength and, at the same time, prove his ability to cultivate a truth wizard. Bang! The thick spellbook slowly closed. Around the spellbook, an invisible barrier protected its enchantments from the impact of the transmutation magic field. Richard tucked the spellbook into his pocket, stood up, and stretched. The powerful transmutation magic field of the underground world vanished the moment it touched him. After 20 years, I finally got this rule. Chapter 748. Richard spread his arms, his aura completely merging with the transmutation field. Now that he had perfected the transmutation rules, the transmutation field was no longer effective against him. He could even use this energy field to enhance the power granted by the transmutation rules. Energy transmutation. The energy transmutation power allowed Richard to rapidly transform one type of energy into another. And this ability, as the transmutation Corona mentioned, was a shortcut. Because what energy transmutation could accomplish, wizards could also achieve through sorcery. In other words, the purpose of many sorcery models was to transform energy. And energy transmutation allowed wizards to bypass the process of exploring energy transformation and then using sorcery to simulate it, directly utilizing their power to accomplish the transformation. Undoubtedly, this ability could dramatically increase a wizard's strength in a short period of time. Especially for wizards like Richard, who were personally mentored by the Corona, this power could be considered a cheat. However, if a wizard relies on this power and fails to study the mysteries of energy transformation, he will inevitably be harmed by the power if he encounters a powerful individual who manipulates energy. Taking shortcuts may yield the highest short-term gains, but in the long run, the distance avoided by taking shortcuts will eventually be recouped. After acquiring the rules, this world no longer held much significance for Richard. Though Richard was deeply curious about what the Corona seat sealed, restraining curiosity is a key to a wizard's longevity. After leaving the underground world, Richard gazed upon the long-lost sunlight and felt as if he had been resurrected. For the past 20 years, he had not slacked off for a single day, spending his days either acquiring the rules or honing his energy skills. After spending so long in the dark and damp underground, even Richard, a fifth-ring great wizard, couldn't help but feel like he was growing mushrooms. Without further delay, Richard used the portal to communicate with the Transfiguration Coronet, informing him that he had already acquired the rules. Although the two didn't have much affection, pure interest in the relationship was sometimes more effective than affection. Already acquired the rules? The Transfiguration Coronet's voice was slightly surprised. According to his estimate, it would take Richard another 10 years to acquire the rules. If Richard had been lazy, it might have taken another 20 years. This early acquisition was something he had never expected. However, as a veteran truth wizard, the Transfiguration Coronet quickly guessed the reason for Richard's early arrival. You seem to have quite a rich collection. I remember there was a special item among the artifacts of previous civilizations that could increase the depth of observation. It's a pity that it was only available in alchemy, so I've never encountered it. But now it seems I don't need to prepare. Richard's heart moved slightly. Are you interested in the Eye of Delusion? The Eye of Delusion? Is that your name? We talk later. I don't have time to see him right now. The battle on the front lines is calm right now, so you're not needed there for now. Use this time to improve your strength and acquire the fourth rule as quickly as possible. As for the rule smelting, I have a way to speed it up. Richard was stunned when he heard that the Transfiguration Corona had a way to speed up the rule smelting. Wow, is this the heritage of a veteran truth wizard? I understand. After the communication ended, Richard put the crystal ball back in his pocket and stepped through the portal back to the wizarding world. Returning to the wizarding world, Richard suddenly sensed that the energy environment had become even more dilute than it had been 20 years ago. The closer one approaches the end of the Dharma era, the faster the energy environment changes. In the final years, the energy environment could even change daily. Richard sighed softly. The end of the Dharma era is truly terrifying. Without the foundation of civilization, it could force a large clan with multiple level 6 creatures to flee far away. After leaving the Tower of Truth, Richard contacted Jimmy, inquiring about Ellie's well-being and greeting the Constitutional Corona. Having joined the Transfiguration Corona faction, the Constitutional Corona must be under considerable pressure. Ellie is fine. The Dean is very interested in her bloodline. She's already reached your level. It won't be long before she reaches the limit of her potential and is ready to be promoted to Grand Wizard. As for the Dean, Jimmy's voice was tinged with a sigh. Dean, it's fine. Alchemical Corona has no intention of disrupting the balance of power in the Council. Your departure will actually make Alchemical Corona feel a lot more relaxed, and Master Bronze Spear won't have to be hidden away. That's what caused it. Richard smiled. That's great. I have a future, Master Bronze Spear has a future, the balance of power in the Council remains intact, and the strength of wizarding civilization is steadily rising. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. That's great if you think so. By the way, when are you free to come pick it up? The lab has already prepared the items you requested. They're all hand-blended, perfectly crafted goods, completely different from those machine-made ones out there. Oh, they're done so quickly? Isn't it because the craftsmanship is immature, and it's very difficult to make? What's the big deal about the small amount you're looking for? We're the second largest potion workshop in the entire wizarding civilization. Richard laughed and replied, I'd be there right away. Through another dimension? I'm afraid I can't go through another dimension this time. Master Stoneforce isn't here, and you're not looking for Corona, so I can't ask other masters for help. Then I just use the portal. Using the portal, Richard made his way to the Path of Evolution Research Institute. Jimmy had been waiting for a long time outside the Path of Evolution Research Institute. What you asked for? Jimmy tossed Richard a magic pouch. Richard caught it and peered inside. It was brimming with potions sealed in enchanted quartz tubes. Wow, that's a bit much. Richard exclaimed in surprise. I'm asking for 100,000 bottles. You need at least 300,000 in your pocket, brother. Jimmy waved his hand. It's an accounting issue. The extra 200,000 will just be sitting in the warehouse. I might as well just give it to you. But, Jimmy's eyes suddenly grew sharp. You better be careful with this research. Even though it's wartime, the Ministry of Justice is still scrutinizing this kind of research. If they find out, even with Corona protecting you, your future research will be in serious trouble. Jimmy didn't explain, but Richard knew the old wizard had a vague idea of what kind of experiment he was experimenting with. After all, asking for 100,000 bottles of rapid growth potion didn't seem like legitimate research. What else would Richard do with them? Water the flowers? However, as an old wizard, Jimmy didn't have much of a feeling for forbidden experiments. Especially after becoming a great wizard. Mortals are so fragile that they look like two similar species to wizards. Furthermore, the Evolutionary Path Research Institute itself is conducting forbidden experiments. However, due to the Corona of Constitution and the nature of the war, the Institute has the power to handle special matters. Richard smiled. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you for it, brother. Jimmy patted Richard on the shoulder. Good to know. I have things to do, so I won't chat with you anymore, brother. Ellie is at the Institute, so if you want to see her, go on your own. The Dean has reserved your authority for you. Richard's heart warmed slightly, and he nodded. I know. Give the dean my regards. No problem. After a brief meeting with Ellie, Richard didn't linger for long, immediately using dimensional teleportation to arrive beside Ulysses. This world master, born in the world of the gods, has been managing Richard's 2 worlds for the past 20 years, while also improving his research on the miracle system. Yes, Ulysses is researching the miracle system. After witnessing the miracle, Ulysses's worldview briefly collapsed. However, as the master of a civilized world, he quickly accepted reality and devoted himself to research. As a divine being, he possesses a profound understanding of the power of faith. And after witnessing the miracle, his understanding of this power has deepened. So far, he has created dozens of methods for utilizing the power of faith, each with varying degrees of power, making it difficult to tell whether they are divine arts or miracles. This one more rule, the aura is definitely different, Ulysses said cheerfully, as he watched Richard step out of the void on the golden staircase. It's not just one rule. Richard waved his hand with a hint of pride, and a tangle of life and death energies instantly appeared in the air. All I need to do next is gather enough soul essence. Becoming a 6-ringed is a simple ritual. The battles in World 2456 had left Richard with a harvest of many Mayfly King corpses. Though these corpses were somewhat mutilated from the battle, the rules within them were still sufficient for fuel. Richard only needed to refine those rules one by one, and he could completely fuse them himself. You're finally going to become a Lord God. Ulysses' voice was filled with joy. If Richard had become a Lord God, then his own day would surely be not far off. The thought of becoming a Lord God filled Ulysses with strength. Okay, enough small talk, time to get down to business. Jimmy's finished the potion. 300,000 doses, enough for a while. How's the project going? Ulysses' eyes straightened when Richard mentioned it. The project is progressing very well. After screening, the demi-human wizards are very efficient at absorbing knowledge. Neither the goblin researchers nor the werewolf researchers can find fault with these demi-human wizards. At most, they lack creativity. After decades of training, the first batch of demi-human wizards has matured. Verification has confirmed that these demi-human wizards have indeed been able to fish in murky waters, concealing themselves from the eyes of the origin of the fairyland world. Richard's Demi-Human Research Institute project has begun to produce results. Take me to meet them, Richard suddenly said. As their father, I haven't even met them since they were born. Chapter 749. You want to meet them? That's good. It's time they met you too. Ulysses was slightly startled, but then he thought, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Richard to meet these demi-human wizards. At least it would help stabilize these little ones' mental state. Mental strength and psychology are 2 different things. Even if a child is infused with soul essence to become a wizard, their mind is still that of a child. When faced with setbacks, even if their abilities are sufficient to resolve them, they will still cry for their mother. And these demi-human wizards at the Demi-Human Wizard Academy have grown up without the role of parents. While foster caregivers fill these roles to a certain extent, foster caregivers and parents are completely different. Not to mention, in the education of demi-human wizards, Richard is clearly a father. So, the mental state of these demi-human wizards is a serious problem. This problem may gradually disappear as they grow, but it may also persist, exploding like a time bomb. As the nominal father of these wizards, Richard's meeting them and showing them some fatherly love would be extremely beneficial to their psychological growth. Ulysses opened a spatial rift, and passing through it, he and his bird arrived in the fairyland world. After years of development, the fairyland world has now become completely alchemical. The streets, the sky, the ocean, and even the ground are filled with traces of alchemical equipment. Despite the wizard's connection, the military technology of the Floating City Research Institute and the Tao Academy is completely outdated. Only in Goblin Alchemy and Daoin Technology, 2 areas in which the wizards have no research foundation, can they barely keep up with the wizards. However, in terms of civilian technology, the 2 research institutes far surpass the wizarding world. There was no way around it. The wizards at the Tesla Institute had become obsessed with military magic equipment. The civilian alchemical machinery they designed could often be used as military machinery with minimal modifications. Using such equipment as civilian machinery was a waste of resources and too dangerous. The information Richard had seen indicated that goblins and werewolves were even exporting large quantities of civilian equipment to the wizarding world. Construction teams from both races were also roaming the alchemical and resource worlds in the rear, and probing the living conditions of the local wizards. Currently, the treatment of these 2 races was on par with that of wizard families, and in many places, even comparable to that of wizards. With ability, need, and connections, such creatures would be treated fairly well no matter where they lived. The Subhuman Wizard Project was based on the Fairyland continent, so the man and the bird once again traveled through the portal to the inner layer of the Fairyland world. The Fairyland. Why did you locate the Research Institute here? Richard looked at the Supreme Sect beneath him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. At this point, the Supreme Sect no longer consisted solely of dragon men. It also contained a group of humanoid creatures with animal ears and wolf tails. Judging from the wizard robes these creatures wore, it was clear they were the subhuman wizards he had trained. Huh? Because it fits perfectly. Elias rolled his eyes at Richard. The Dawan enchantments here are quite good. The Werewolf Dawan engineering team repaired it, and many of the Dawan enchantments have been reactivated. Building a research institute would be a waste of resources, and a waste of time and effort. Since it's sitting idle anyway, why not just use it? Is that so? Richard smiled. It seems your research into werewolf Dawan technology is going very smoothly. Descending from the sky, Richard arrived at the main hall of the Supreme Sect. Old Yuntu, the chief steward of the Supreme Sect, was already standing in the main hall, welcoming Richard back. Master, welcome back. Richard waved his hand, signaling the old dragon to excuse himself. Then, his gaze suddenly fell on old Yuntu's face. He could see a genuine joy on the face of the old world master. He had never seen such joy before. Old Yuntu, what joy has befallen you? Old Yuntu smiled and replied, as a servant, I am naturally delighted that the Supreme Sect can be revived. The arrival of the subhuman wizards filled the old dragon with heartfelt joy. He could tell that these little creatures had received a basic education at the level of a civilized society. Although they look quite immature now, with diligent study, they will undoubtedly inherit the teachings of the Supreme Sect in due time. Inheritance is the paramount importance of a sect. A sect without a successor, no matter how powerful, will be short-lived. Have any of these little guys studied Daoist texts? Richard was slightly surprised. He had brought back a considerable amount of knowledge over the years, knowledge that would easily take a few decades for an ordinary wizard to master. Not to mention, wizard knowledge isn't just about learning, it requires diligent practice. The fact that they're able to learn Daoist texts at this time suggests there's a genius among his group of subhuman wizards. Not at all. Old Yuntu shook his head slightly. As members of the head sect, they naturally need to master their core skills first. The inheritance of the Supreme Sect isn't something that needs to be rushed. When they grow up, someone will naturally inherit the legacy. Richard smiled, you're quite open-minded. After greeting them, Old Cloud used the Dragon Man's unique voice transmission technique to spread the news of Richard's arrival to the entire Taishang sect. Instantly, all the demi-human wizards, no matter what they were doing, stopped. Almost simultaneously, they looked towards the Taishang sect's main hall, their eyes filled with disbelief. Father is here? Has my father finally come to see me? 023, hurry up, father is here. Without any orders, all the demi-human wizards made their most instinctive decision at that moment, dropping what they were doing and heading for the main hall. Although they were already adults, their long upbringing had left them with complex feelings towards Richard, their father. In their upbringing, Richard was a towering figure. A beacon, a son, the savior of all things. Faith in Richard is the foundation of every demi-human wizard. But equally, as those who hold the role of father, it's hard not to resent Richard's decades-long absence. These complex emotions intertwine, leading to differing opinions among demi-human wizards. However, these are only initial difficulties. Once the number of demi-human wizards increases, and a demi-human wizard society is formed, then these problems will cease to exist. In the main hall, Richard observed these demi-human wizards with his spiritual power. The human part of these wizards came from him, or rather, from his past self. In these wizards, Richard always saw some of himself. As the subhuman wizards gathered, Richard suddenly had a vague feeling. He felt as if there was some connection between him and these subhuman wizards. Bloodline? No, my bloodline now has nothing to do with humans. It can't be a bloodline connection. While his bloodline still contained a human component, it had long since been devoured by the abyssal evolutionary tree, becoming part of the abyssal evolutionary lineage. He no longer had any connection to human bloodline. If it's not a bloodline connection, then what kind of connection is it? A mystical connection? Although most mysticism is a lie fabricated by charlatans, it does contain some elements that are akin to the laws of physics. Among them, the science of connections, a foundational discipline in the study of destiny, is a discipline grounded in reality. As humans walk through the world, they inevitably form connections with other things. The path of the curse relies on these connections. And it's natural for these subhuman wizards to develop mystical connections due to his appearance. More and more demi-human wizards gathered. After years of training, even after many were screened out, there were still nearly 50,000 of them. As they gathered, the connection Richard had sensed became increasingly apparent. In return, the demi-human wizards also sensed a subtle connection. When they gathered outside the hall, the connection finally became clear. Richard gazed outside, muttering to himself, "How is this possible?" The meeting went smoothly. Richard walked among the demi-human wizards, a kind smile on his face. He interacted with these wizards, inquiring about their lives, sharing his experiences, explaining what the wizarding world was like, and what he was doing. He did it all naturally, without any pretense, his actions coming from the heart. Although this was his first time meeting adult subhuman wizards, he felt as if he had watched them grow up, without a trace of unfamiliarity. Soon, the weeping began. Richard was like the sun on the peninsula. Wherever he went, a group of people burst into tears of joy. The meetings lasted 3 days, and Richard met with all the subhuman wizards. After the meetings, Richard returned to the hall, a dazed look on his face. "Ulises, is this how you felt before?" "Huh? What? There are so many dark ravens. I can't meet them all like you do." No, Richard waved his hand. "I'm talking about that feeling. These wizards give me a feeling. It's strange. What conditions are required for the birth of a new race?" Why are you asking that?" Ulises asked, puzzled. "Could it be that your life editor has evolved, and you're planning to create your own race?" "Not really." Richard shook his head, a look of disbelief on his face. "But I say, I did create a race. Do you believe me?" "Huh? When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it?" Ulises was bewildered. There was no way Richard could have hidden something like the creation of a race from him, and there was no way he could have hidden it from him. Richard pointed outside the hall, his voice as steady as possible. "You've already seen them. Those subhuman wizards are a new race. And I am the founder of their race." Chapter 750. "Huh? Are you crazy?" Ulises' eyes widened, confusion and concern filling his emerald green pupils. "I told you your strength was increasing too quickly, and it's easy to cause problems. You're completely lost. Find a place to rest." Stop. Richard raised his hand, signaling Ulises to stay put. "You said I was lost, so let me ask you, what do you think defines a new race?" "Definition?" Richard's question stunned Ulises for a moment. How would he define a new race? Bloodline alteration. Not only wizards, but even the civilizations of the gods possess numerous secret techniques for fusing the bloodlines of other races. In this world, bloodline fusion is a common occurrence. Crossbreeding between powerful bloodline holders and other races is not uncommon. Defining a bloodline alteration as a new race is overly generalized. Even if bloodline alteration were to be considered stable and the offspring possess stable traits, this only eliminates a small number of cases. In the remaining cases, new races are still incredibly numerous. But if they don't use the most distinctive bloodline as the criterion for creating a new race, what should they use as the standard? A change in energy. A change in habits? Or perhaps a complete change in bloodline? Look, you can't really tell. Richard gave a smug smile, then his eyes suddenly sharpened. In this world, bloodlines can interbreed. Without reproductive isolation as a boundary, the definition of a new race becomes blurred. But when I saw those subhuman wizards, I had an idea. Perhaps the definition of a new race isn't just about a change in bloodline. More importantly, it's about the world's recognition. The world's recognition? Ulises was slightly taken aback, somewhat confused by this explanation. "Let me give you an analogy," Richard explained. "Think of the world as a library. Within this library, there's a racial section dedicated to information about races, and each race has its own dedicated book. If hybrid creatures can maintain stable inheritance and reach a certain population, they will form a subspecies. A subspecies isn't a completely new race, but rather an evolutionary branch of the race with the highest bloodline. It's like a small, extra chapter in a book series, still part of the same series. These subhuman wizards are different. They deceive the world through a genetic disease, gaining its recognition. But after becoming first-level creatures, the sudden change in their bloodline caught the world's attention. The world noticed their bloodline change and, after checking their own racial section, discovered that their primary bloodline wasn't present in their racial section, yet this creature bore its signature. Ulises' eyes widened at this point. So the world assumed it was a truly newly born species, and added a book about it to the race section. This. Ulises was speechless for a long time. If this were possible, wouldn't the human species be able to fight natively in every world, If they just repeated this process in every world, and then had pure-blood wizards go there to add a mark when war broke out, wizards in every world would be able to fight natively. But Richard seemed to see through Elise's thoughts, and silently shook his head. There can only be one world mark. Dual citizenship is impossible. However, this is still a tremendous discovery. Using this feature, we can completely achieve a situation where some wizards can fight on their own, with the support of world guardians. In the world ruled by wizards, world guardians do not exist. Aside from those specialized pasture worlds or slave worlds, all level 3 creatures in the remaining worlds are taken as slaves. And the world will not allow a slave from an alien creature to become a world guardian. All a wizard needs to do is use this method to cultivate a group of subhuman wizards and raise them to level 3. The world's essence will surely infuse them, and they will be promoted to world guardians. At that point, wizards will even be able to mass-produce great wizards. This galaxy mayfly is useless. But then, as if a thought struck him, Elisa suddenly spoke stiffly. Richard, is this technique difficult? Is it difficult? Richard frowned slightly. From a technical perspective, it's not that difficult. If you know this characteristic, then... Richard stopped talking, now understanding what Ulysses meant. You mean, the galaxy may fly? Richard frowned. If this technique wasn't difficult, then once the galaxy mayfly discovered it, it would inevitably cause an avalanche in the wizards' battle lines. The galaxy mayfly's territory was much larger than the wizards'. Gah, how deep do you think the research on a species, like the galaxy mayfly, with its multiple subspecies, could be? Ulysses said in a low voice, as if afraid his words would be heard by the galaxy mayfly, who knew how many light years away. If this mechanism is as simple as you say, then the world guardian must never be revealed. Indeed, Richard replied somewhat dejectedly. Technology is sometimes like this. Sometimes being too simple isn't a good thing. But this is just a hypothesis. Further experiments are needed to determine the specifics. Have Lon create a goblin-like subhuman wizard to verify this hypothesis. No problem. After meeting the subhuman wizard, Richard went to the Tao Academy and the Floating City Research Institute. Although the wizard's technology far surpassed that of the two research institutes, that didn't mean Richard could see past them. The knowledge output of the two research institutes was still of great help to Richard in broadening his knowledge. After that, he performed divine manifestations, military parades, and various awards. These activities, sporadically, consumed nearly 2 months of his time. But it was all worth it. Miracles consume a lot of faith power. Without these scattered tasks, he wouldn't have the abundant faith power. After a busy round, before Richard could even pause, the voice of the world mushroom rang in his ears. My lord, that little creature has completed its evolution. Inside the secret realm, Richard observed Aldrich's new form, a look of near annoyance on his face. Is this your new state after evolution? Before him, Aldrich was no longer the black smoke he once was. His body components had transformed, from tiny individuals to miniature galaxy mayflies. Yes, that's right, galaxy mayflies. Perhaps due to consuming the galaxy mayfly's corpse, Aldrich's new form resembled a battle group of galaxy mayflies. Richard rubbed his hands, suppressing his desire to fight. There was no way. Aldrich's evolved form was almost like a galaxy mayfly, making him incredibly annoying. Yes, my lord, Aldrich replied cautiously. At this moment, he could sense Richard's unconscious, overwhelming fighting spirit, but he didn't know why. Where's your original black smoke form? Can you change it back? This form of yours makes me want to fight you. No problem, I do it right away. After changing form, Aldrich transformed into a solid black hobgoblin and landed in front of Richard. After the change, Richard immediately found Aldrich much more pleasing to his eyes. He pulled out a notebook and smiled at Aldrich. Tell me about your new form and your evolutionary experience. You're the first Gestalt creature of the World Master level I've encountered. Your experience is extremely valuable. Yes, my lord. Through Aldrich's narration, Richard gained a preliminary understanding of his new form. The original, smallest individuals still existed, but after becoming World Masters, these tiny individuals remained the basic units. But unlike before, there was an intermediate level between these basic units and Aldrich, the ultimate unit. This intermediate level was what Richard had just seen, the galactic mayflies. So, you've essentially gained an intermediate state, thereby increasing the number of creatures you can control. Am I correct? You could say that. Hearing this, Richard felt the vastness of the world, and the diversity of evolutionary paths for different creatures. While ordinary creatures evolve through a transformation of body and soul, the world tree's evolution requires land. The larger the land, the stronger the world tree. And now, Aldrich has introduced a new evolutionary path. Microbial creatures, which can increase the number of controllable populations by increasing intermediate states, thereby increasing their strength. I wonder what bizarre evolutionary methods he encounter in the future. Indeed, your experience is valuable. Perhaps your brother can also evolve like you. My brother? You haven't forgotten Wuxiang, eh? Aldrich spoke with the most sincere tone, yet with the most sarcastic words. Richard was momentarily at a loss for words. After an awkward cough, Richard replied, slightly embarrassed, ahem, it's not that I've forgotten him. It's that he's too weak. He only die on the battlefield. But since you've successfully evolved this time, his evolution won't be far behind. I believe it won't be long before you both fight side by side on the battlefield. I will help him, my lord. Aldrich's evolution was complete, interrupting Richard's plans once again. He spent a month conducting a comprehensive test on Aldrich, and the results astounded him. The phagocytic capacity of the smallest Aldrich instance is now nearly 10 times greater than before. Furthermore, the individual's defensive capabilities have also significantly improved. After transforming into a swarm, the swarm not only retains the all-consuming nature of its individual instances, but can also mimic the abilities of the galaxy mayfly. In other words, Aldrich now possesses long-range attack capabilities. Furthermore, testing revealed that Aldrich could not only simulate the galaxy mayfly, but also any creature he had devoured. This characteristic instantly sparked an idea in Richard's mind. If I use a miracle to create a body of my own for Aldrich to devour, would he also be able to simulate mine? Chapter 751. Huh? Richard, what are you doing? Ulysses, noticing the rapid depletion of his power of faith, entered and saw Richard performing a miracle. Under Richard's manipulation, the rich power of faith gradually transformed into a humanoid object. More precisely, into his body. Distorting reality is a very useful ability, but that doesn't mean it's completely illogical. The more complex the object, the higher the cost of the distortion. However, this limitation is limited to deep distortion, meaning the creation of a permanent distortion. If only shallow distortion is performed, such as making a piece of iron look like gold in appearance and quality, without changing its underlying structure, the cost of this distortion is not related to the object's complexity, but rather to its size. I'm using miracles to simulate a body of mine, Richard replied, tilting his head. Simulate your own body? What are you planning to do? Feed Aldrich and practice my skills at the same time. Feed? Aldrich is awake? After Richard said this, Ulysses finally spotted Aldrich's constantly shifting forms in the distance. I'm a little confused, Ulysses said, a hint of confusion. If you want to create a clone, why don't you just grow it from flesh and blood? Using a miracle is such a waste of faith power. Richard's expenditure on creating a body was even greater than using divine word to restrain a level 6 creature. The water in their pool of faith power was dripping down. But Richard didn't rush to explain, instead accelerating his movements. As Richard spoke, a body twisted into shape beside him. It wasn't large, only 10 meters tall. The moment it took shape, a terrifying aura, like that of a savage beast, instantly emanated from it. Ulysses shuddered with fear. Richard turned and looked at him, a look of resignation on his face. I also like to use flesh and blood to grow, but the conditions don't allow it. As he spoke, a drop of blood oozed from Richard's fingertips. The moment the blood separated from his body, it began to ooze the rich power of the abyss, and began to grow and transform. Before it even hit the ground, the blood transformed into a wriggling mass of flesh and blood slime. The abyss has ensured his inheritance. As long as I am my body, even a strand of hair, or a speck of skin will instantly transform upon separation. With this, Richard stuffed the flesh and blood slime into his own body to prevent it from polluting the secret realm. And what's the difference between a clone created from my body and an abyssal demon? What if something goes wrong if I feed it to Aldrich? Ulysses only then noticed that the body Richard had created with his miracles lacked a single trace of abyssal power. Huh? How did you do that? Oh, I see. Ulysses was halfway through his sentence when he immediately understood the principle. Miracles can't fool the abyss. The power of faith and the power of the abyss are on the same level. Miracles might fool abyssal demons, but not the abyss. Richard snapped his fingers. That's right. It seems my theological advisor hasn't been slacking off on his research on miracles. After tossing the body to Aldrich, Richard turned and came to Ulysses' side. Nothing's going on down there, is it? No. If you have something to say, just say it. No matter how important the matter down there is, how can it be more important than the affairs of a Lord God like you? Richard laughed heartily, then his face straightened. A few years ago, I obtained the coordinates of a doomsday spark base, a relic of a previous civilization, a civilization like the Titans or the Forerunners. My strength wasn't great before, but now that I have the transmutation rules, perhaps we can take a look at this place. Richard had long coveted this doomsday spark base of a previous civilization. As a spark base, it must contain, among other things, a wealth of materials for reviving civilization. For a wizard thirsting for knowledge, this doomsday spark base is a vast treasure trove. A doomsday spark base of a previous civilization. You have such a treasure. Ulysses was almost speechless with shock. He, too, came from a civilized background, and he knew exactly what a civilization's doomsday spark base could hold. If this thing were released, even the Overmind would come to snatch it. It wasn't us, I discovered it. Richard raised his index finger and shook it slightly. If a wizard discovered these coordinates, would we be the ones to fall for it? Ulysses calmed himself and asked, "That's right. Where are we going?" Richard paused for a moment, then said in a steady voice, "Wait until I get some supplies back. This spark base is definitely not simple. Since we're going, we should be fully prepared." Ulysses nodded slightly. "Okay, I go back and get some artifacts too. Tower of Truth, Merit Exchange Station. Master, here are all the items you can redeem." At the counter in the lobby, a staff wizard respectfully placed a crystal ball in front of Richard. Richard scanned it with his mental power, taking in all the information within. At the Grand Wizard stage, the consumables available are no longer as numerous as those of ordinary creatures. Firstly, wizards at this stage are incredibly powerful and possess a wide range of skills, many of which they can easily perform themselves. Secondly, the materials effective at this stage are all precious. But this scarcity is relative. The list Richard received contained over 1,000 items effective for Grand Wizards. These items ranged from single-use spell scrolls, to disposable auxiliary magical armor that temporarily boosted combat power, to potions that accelerated a Grand Wizard's recovery. A truly comprehensive list. Of course, the military merit required to obtain these items was also incredibly high. The wizard's military merit system was divided into ordinary, silver, and gold merits. The exchange rate between war merit and war merit is 1,000 gold. And even the most common recovery potion among these items costs 100 gold war merit. Converted to ordinary war merit, this translates to 100 million ordinary war merit. To put it another way, it would take 100 million level 1 mayfly slayings to exchange for even one of the most common recovery potions. However, war merit no longer matters to Richard. His war merit rating has been released. Of the 14 mayfly kings he slew, 8 lacked resurrection capabilities. These 8 level 5 mayfly kings alone are worth 80,000 gold war merit. The remaining 6 mayfly kings, while capable of resurrection, only have their war merit value reduced by half. Converted, that's 25,500 gold merits. Including the 2,000 gold merits awarded for the highest command rating, Richard earned 107,500 gold merits this time. This doesn't even include the many merits he earned previously. On top of that, he also received a discount on the Wizard Hero Medal. Consuming merits wasn't a problem for Richard at all. After reviewing the entire list, Richard picked out a few items he thought he could use. That's all. Just deduct them directly from my merit account. Working World took the crystal ball and glanced at Richard's redemption list. The wizard rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't seen correctly. "Master, there might be something wrong with our crystal ball. Excuse me, did you choose 10 master-level soul restoration potions, 5 12-ring sorcery scrolls, and a set of needle burst magic armor?" "No problem," Richard interrupted calmly. "That's it. Send it to me as soon as possible." The working wizard swallowed stiffly and looked at the merit cost of the items. Even after the wizard hero discount, the merit cost of this set of items reached 5,000 gold merit, equivalent to half a small world. Who exactly is this great wizard? "Okay, please wait." A moment later, a dust ring appeared beside Richard, and from it emerged a small elf carrying a bag. "Master, your things, Richard?" The elf looked at Richard with a look of surprise, as if he had seen a ghost. As Richard looked at the elf, distant memories surfaced before him. "Are you Elisa?" The elf before him was the same elf that had once been in the library of the Garlon Wizard Academy. "I hadn't expected this elf to actually come to the Tower of Truth. It's really you. Wow, after all these years, have you become so powerful?" The elf looked at Richard, his face filled with shock. After all, back then, Richard was only a 3rd-ring wizard, and in just 1,000 years, he'd become a 5th-ring Grand Wizard. Haha, just luck. Why are you working at the Tower of Truth? Elisa's face fell at this. It can't be helped. The Wizard Academy changed its system, so naturally, we elves have to move with it. Our academy has a high status, and I'm lucky enough to work at the Tower of Truth. Some of my less fortunate friends have been assigned to the front lines, and those who died are almost beyond resurrection. Richard sighed at this. In times of war, every member of the wizarding civilization must contribute to the war effort. Wizarding civilization doesn't support idlers. Suddenly, Richard rummaged in his pocket and pulled out an elf lollipop. Thank goodness, I haven't changed my pockets. This is for you. Elisa's eyes lit up when she saw the lollipop. She hadn't had candy in years. Richard, you're so kind. When the war's over, I definitely treat you. Elisa thought for a long time, but there seemed to be nothing she could do to treat Richard. Richard patted the elf's head and chuckled. Ha, treat me for what? Let's talk about it after the war's over. Back in the secret realm, Ulises had just arrived. Although Ulises had no military achievements with the gods, in their civilization, the power of faith was a valuable commodity. Thanks to past favors and abundant faith, he had borrowed a number of divine artifacts. This is for you. Ulises handed Richard a spear that looked like a branch. This is a projection of the God King's weapon. Throw it, and it's guaranteed to hit. If it hits, no matter what it is, anyone below level 6 will die. Even level 6 will lose half their life. Richard took the spear and handed Ulises his consumables. With everything ready, Richard opened the dimensional portal leading to the dimension defined by the previous civilization as 2456. Chapter 752. A pale blue fireball hovered in the air. Atop the cool metallic earth, pitch-black crystalline plants transformed the fireball's blazing sunlight into energy to replenish themselves. Dimension 2456, a small dimension hidden deep within the infinite dimensional world. In the information of previous civilizations, this dimension was known as the Myriad Machine Dimension. The entire dimensional world was a vast mechanical factory, where countless mechanical creatures lived and multiplied on the metallic earth. A rune-marked gate emerged from the air, and a figure with a black crow on its shoulder emerged across time and space. This place is a bit uncomfortable. Richard glanced around. Although he already knew the nature of this dimension, the moment he actually stepped into it, he felt a deep sense of discomfort. As a creature of flesh and blood, he was incompatible with the rules of this dimensional world. The moment he entered this world, its illusory rules began to erode him. Of course, this was of no use. The protection of the power of the abyss could completely counteract this erosion and transformation. Gah, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. Wait a minute, I need to change my form. As he spoke, Ulises' body suddenly erupted in black flames. His body had unexpectedly transformed into an element. After transforming, Ulises said in a relaxed voice, "This form is much better. This world is repulsive to flesh and blood creatures, but not to elemental creatures." Richard took to the sky and began to determine his position. Although he had the coordinates of the Spark base, they needed to be placed in a coordinate system to be useful. Without a coordinate system, or with the wrong one, the coordinates were just a bunch of useless numbers. The coordinates of the Spark base are simple two-dimensional coordinates, and the coordinate system extends from the central furnace of the 1G dimension to the four directions of east, west, south, and north. He now needs to determine his own direction and distance from the central furnace, then convert the coordinates to find the direction of the Spark base. This dimension is truly fascinating. In the sky, Richard gazed at the faint blue fireball beside him, a hint of curiosity, a touch of exploration. The blue fireball was enormous, probably over 5 kilometers in diameter. This type of blue fireball is not uncommon in this vast land. Richard saw no fewer than 8 of them in a single glance. This blue fireball was extremely hot, reaching nearly 500,000 energies. A typical level 4 world master would avoid it if they encountered one. Through the surface of the blue fireball, Richard could clearly see that its core was actually a mechanical artifact similar to a power reactor. Interesting, but unfortunately, I'm here with a purpose, so I have to leave you here for now. Though deeply curious, Richard suppressed his desire. This fireball clearly looked like something important. If he moved it, who knows what would happen. He was here to explore the Spark base, and to avoid conflict with the natives of this dimension, the best he could. However, just because Richard avoided trouble didn't mean trouble wouldn't come his way. Intruder detected, intruder type, flesh creature, danger level, high, bloodline sequence, none, friendliness level, none, execution strategy, eliminate. Just as Richard was surveying his position, a cold, mechanical sound echoed from the fireball beside him. The next moment, The fireballs converged, and space began to wriggle. A massive metal sphere, as massive as a celestial fortress, appeared before Richard. Buzz, almost instantly, a torrent of energy erupted from the massive metal sphere. The energy torrent's power reached a terrifying 1 million energy level. What the hell? A slightly annoyed voice echoed from the energy torrent, and then, a giant in bone armor, nearly a kilometer tall, appeared in the air. Richard's face beneath the armor was tinged with anger. After all, he hadn't done anything but gauge his direction. Anyone walking down the street and being suddenly punched while gazing would be unpleasant. However, the anger didn't cloud Richard's mind. The light in his left eye shifted subtly, as the information from the giant metal sphere flooded into his brain like a tide. Not a purely dimensional creature? Richard's heart flickered with surprise. With his delusion-breaking observation, this giant metal sphere wasn't a purely dimensional creature, but more like a physical creature, eroded by this dimension after years of living in it. Could these fireballs be guards left behind by a previous civilization? But before Richard could ponder further, the metal fortress's second attack arrived. Level 10 energy attack ineffective. Reassessment initiated. Reassessment completed. Intruder type, flesh creature, danger level, extremely high, known resistance, energy shock, level 10. Elimination strategy changed. The metal fortress suddenly cracked, and a dark beam of light streaked across the sky, leaving a dark rift in the air. Quite a lot of tricks. Richard's face, covered in bone armor, wore a sinister grin. Facing the death energy powerful enough to shatter space, he neither dodged nor dodged. The next moment, the deadly ray struck. The dense death energy instantly penetrated Richard's body. Under normal circumstances, Richard's body would have instantly decayed. Even if he survived, his condition would have been greatly degraded. Alas, Richard possessed a rule implant. Under the influence of the evil spirit's heart, the death energy entered his body, and was immediately controlled. Then, in the cycle of life and death, the excess was transformed into life energy to replenish his body. Found the rule of death, found the rule of life. The metal fortress's sensors instantly picked up traces of two rules, but this time, Richard didn't let him attack. Instead, he launched a fierce punch. Open. For me. The next moment, the wind and clouds turned. The immense energy rained down upon the metal fortress, with almost no leakage. The attack, exceeding 2 million energy levels, instantly broke through its barrier, leaving a transparent hole in its metal body. In the cave, crimson golden liquid dripped continuously, resembling human blood. It survived that instant? A flicker of surprise flashed in Richard's eyes. If this metal fortress were a level 5 world master, its survival wouldn't have been surprising. But it was just a metal fortress, a puppet-like thing. This single punch should have been enough to crumble its internal structure. At the very least, the metal fortress's energy intensity should have decreased. But now, the fortress showed no reaction at all. Without hesitation, since one punch hadn't killed it, he delivered another. Energy surged within Richard, a tidal wave of energy coursing through him. Under the dual power of the transmutation and radiation principles, he manipulated this energy like soft mud. Instantly, a burst of purple light erupted from the tip of his fist. It instantly pierced the metal fortress once again. But this time, it failed. The metal fortress counterattacked, its pierced body slowly healing. Richard's left eye shifted, and in his vision, countless tiny entities, smaller than cells, appeared at the wounds of the metal fortress. These entities, like fillers, plugged the wounds before transforming into a metal shell. Is this a Gestalt creature? No, this must be a machine modeled after a Gestalt creature. He sensed no trace of life in the metal fortress, so it was definitely not alive. Hey Richard, need some help? I have a magical artifact that'd be very useful against this thing. Ulise's voice echoed in Richard's ears. The moment the battle began, the World Lord vanished into the void as usual. Oh, you still have this thing. I create an opening for you, give it a try. With a wave of his left arm, Richard deflected the attack from the metal fortress. Then, with a flick of his right hand, countless runes emerged from his arm, their immense energy growing stronger as the rune shattered. Buzz, a flash of light, like a supernova, erupted from Richard's fingertips, reaching an energy level of 2.5 million, instantly piercing the metal fortress's energy barrier and its body. Following this flash, Ulise suddenly vanished from the void. After the energy barrier was pierced, a ball of golden light burst forth from the air in less than a tenth of a second. Easy. Golden light landed on the metal fortress, instantly erupting in a golden arc of electricity. Then, the golden light transformed into something resembling an octopus, its arcs of electricity burrowing deeper into the fortress like tentacles. Then, the energy intensity within the metal fortress began to rapidly decrease, soon reaching a stable value. The entire fortress ceased moving. Richard flew to Ulises' side, a look of surprise on his face. What is this thing? A divine artifact, specifically designed to deal with this kind of machinery. Richard was slightly surprised. There are such things? Of course there are. Ulises thought Richard was overthinking it. With so many races infested by the abyss, there must be at least a few that have achieved spiritual evolution. The previous owner of this artifact was fighting a great demon specializing in machinery, and this artifact was specifically prepared for him. Oh! Then why did he borrow it? Of course, because he's dead. Ulises rolled his eyes at Richard. The abyss demon he was fighting was killed by internal strife within the abyss, and a new demon arrived in his territory. This new demon evolved physically, so his divine artifact was useless, so he was naturally killed. What a reasonable way to die. Controlled by the divine artifact, the massive metal fortress gradually calmed down. Richard approached the mechanical fortress and attempted to use his mental power to observe its internal structure, hoping to identify its weaknesses so he could easily deal with them later. But when he saw this, he froze in his tracks. What's wrong? Ulises asked nervously, noticing Richard's unusual behavior. Nothing. Richard snapped out of his daze and gazed at the metal fortress in disbelief. The structure of this thing is very similar to that of a forerunner, but it also incorporates features of other technologies. It's as if it's like several races collaborated to design this thing. Chapter 753. Designed by several races? Ulises was stunned by Richard's statement. He hadn't expected this creature to be native to this world. But then, indifferently, he said, it's probably technology absorbed from other civilizations. This thing is very common. Although it sounds a bit strange, war does promote cultural and technological integration. Even civilizations as vastly different in social structure as the galaxy Mayflies and the Wizards experience cultural exchange and technological integration. If the two civilizations are of similar races, war may even promote integration. If the war stalemate continues, a truce or even an alliance between the two civilizations is possible. No, this is definitely not an ordinary technological integration. Richard's face was serious. While he wasn't a seasoned alchemist, his alchemical skills were certainly extraordinary. Unless the technologies of different civilizations are superior, technicians will inevitably try to interpret the other civilization's technology within their own. But the design of this metal fortress is anything but that. Its technology is a patchwork of different technologies, cleverly orchestrated to achieve a sum greater than its own. No! Could it be? Ulises looked at Richard, and each saw a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Richard said in a low voice, perhaps what we're exploring this time isn't a spark base left behind by a single civilization, but a spark base left behind by an alliance of civilizations. Good grief, Ulises said, a look of bewilderment on his face. We've encountered something truly significant this time. With the aid of the artifact, Richard located the mechanical fortress's core component, the control matrix, and used alchemy to disable it. Without the control matrix, the entire fortress entered a kind of standby state, its surging power reactor barely producing enough power to maintain its operation. At the same time, the miracle furnace provided information. Raw materials, Civilization Alliance Automated Fortress. Refined information, Civilization Alliance Automated Fortress Design. Refined cost, 400 mental power. Refined information, Civilization Alliance Automated Fortress Self-Control Algorithm. Refined cost, 20 mental power. This fortress is so technologically advanced? It's consuming 400 of my mental power. Richard examined the information provided by the miracle furnace, his heart suddenly startled, but he then became even more certain of his assumptions. With such high technological content, this thing must have been the product of a civilization alliance. Perhaps the wizard's speculation about the previous civilization was correct. A vast civilization alliance did exist within that previous civilization. Without hesitation, Richard immediately chose to refine. The next moment, the massive fortress vanished. Looking back at the miracle forge, a model-like metal fortress suddenly appeared within. In a moment, the refining was complete. Richard took in the information and instantly understood why this thing required so much mental energy. The blueprint surprisingly included the manufacturing methods for almost every component within the metal fortress. It was as if he had disassembled the fortress and refined it piece by piece. That's quite convenient, Richard muttered dazedly, then began meditating to recover his mental energy. After becoming a fifth ring Grand Wizard, his soul became a behemoth within the Soul Sea. Even outside the protective confines of the Soul Corona, he could freely swim. Most Soul Sea creatures were like tiny shrimps before him. He only needed to breathe, and those tiny shrimps would be swallowed by his stomach, becoming his prey. This was also the method used by a first-level Grand Wizard to increase his spiritual power. If a Grand Wizard relied solely on the Soul Sea for nourishment, his spiritual power would be about the same, if not as slow as a tortoise. However, Richard was only here today to recover his spiritual power, so he didn't need to go through such trouble. Nourishment from the Soul Sea was sufficient. A day later, Richard opened his eyes. After a day and a night of recovery, his spiritual power had returned to its peak. He casually tossed the metal fortress into the secret realm, leaving it under the strict watch of the World Mushroom. He then called Ulysses and continued their treasure hunt. Determining one's location should have been easy, but with this world filled with automated fortresses, it became quite difficult. Richard and Ulysses, disguised throughout the journey, spent nearly half a year finally figuring out their location. They were currently in the northwest quarter, while the Doomsday Spark base was located in the southeast quarter. This forced them to traverse nearly half of the dimension to reach their destination. Boom! A crimson fireball rose with a thunderous explosion. A massive cloud of crystal dust, swirling with wind elements, formed a mushroom cloud in the sky. But the next moment, the mushroom cloud ripped apart. Two massive figures passed through the mushroom cloud. One, as large as a mountain, clad in bone armor, resembled a demon descended. The other, blazing with black flames, resembled an elemental lord escaping from the elemental realm. But at this moment, the two figures lacked any aura. After passing through the mushroom cloud, they didn't pause, tearing through space and entering the secret realm. The very next second after they left, they were struck by several colorful torrents. A terrifying flash of disintegration instantly tore a chasm across the metallic earth, tearing a deep abyss spanning hundreds of kilometers. Swarms of crystal floaters pierced the mushroom cloud, leaving behind a massive metal fortress with a diameter of 50 kilometers. The floaters' deep blue light continuously probed for flaws in spacetime, but their observation beams could not detect them. A ball of golden holy light, like a plaster, coated the void, obscuring an invisible crack. A moment later, the mayfly cannons returned en masse. The target had vanished. A cold mechanical sound echoed from the metal fortress, and then the behemoth vanished from its spot. A moment later, the metal fortress reappeared, once again releasing a swarm of floaters for observation. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, they vanished again. But it wasn't over yet. The metal fortress repeated the same process 5 times. After 5 reconnaissance missions yielded no trace, the metal fortress finally returned. That thing's finally gone. The golden holy light slowly dissipated, and Richard and Ulysses emerged, a hint of fear on their faces. Gah! I seriously suspect this world is a fantasy dimension controlled by some leader of the Civilization Alliance. Otherwise, how could such a pervert exist? Ulysses cursed. They had now been in this world for 5 years. During these 5 years, they had been extremely cautious, fearing any trouble. But even so, they had spent a considerable portion of those 5 years being hunted. Those automated fortresses didn't just sit in the sky, pretending to be the sun. They moved regularly, patrolling the entire land. They attempted to go underground, only to discover that the subterranean world was infested with train-like metal crawlers. These crawlers swarmed in droves, were inexhaustible, and attracted nearby automated fortresses. The first time they encountered them, the two of them were nearly forced to flee this dimension. Thankfully, they later discovered that the automated fortress's detection was ineffective against miracles, allowing them to successfully reach this point. It doesn't matter what he is. He's the master of this illusory dimension, so what? Richard expertly applied a miracle disguise, resembling a humanoid alchemical puppet. This land wasn't just about the automated fortresses, it also contained a strangely complex ecosystem. Though these mechanical creatures were dimensional beings, they were extremely sensitive to flesh and blood. If discovered, they would attract the automated fortress's pursuit. Thankfully, their eyesight wasn't very good, so a simple miracle disguise was enough to get away with it. After briefly checking his position, Richard pulled out a map and marked it. A trace of relief crossed his mark, and a look of relief crossed his face. We're finally there. They were now less than 10 luminous days away from the Spark base. At their current pace, they could reach it in 20 days, or at most 40, if they were careful. After 5 years, they were finally reaching their destination. Ulysses, keep up. We're almost there. Mountains were a rare sight on this cold, metallic land. It seemed the creator of this dimension preferred flat land to beautiful mountains and rivers. But rare doesn't mean non-existent. Over the past 5 years, Richard had seen many mountains and rivers. For example, the massive automated fortress that had pursued him a month earlier was one of those mountains. Yes, all the mountains and rivers in this land were disguised automated fortresses. Ordinary mechanical creatures wouldn't matter if they approached, but if flesh and blood creatures like Richard, or any other alien creatures, passed by, they would immediately reveal their true forms and blast the outsiders into elementals. Thus, Richard and his companions usually avoided these old perverts. But at this moment, they had to make a decision. Should we go in or not? Ulises muttered to himself, gazing at the massive metal mountain not far away. According to the coordinates, they had arrived at the entrance to the Doomsday Spark base. But to their surprise, this entrance was covered by a massive metal mountain. Looking at it, Richard felt as if he could transform into a 7-colored, gourd-headed little kid at any moment and give him a beating. Go in, I absolutely must. Having come this far, I can't leave without taking a look. Richard's heart sank. He spent so much time getting here, he couldn't leave without seeing the ruins. However, his decision seemed unnecessary. For the moment he made that decision, the distant metal mountain suddenly trembled. The pitch-black metal slowly cracked, transforming into a gigantic humanoid creature that slowly rose to its feet. This creature towered over the heavens, its massive body swirling with lightning and flames. Ulises's beak chattered as he gazed at the behemoth. Titan? The Creator Titan? Chapter 754. Unlike the Supreme Beings, whose names are now only a memory, the Titans, also from a previous civilization, had no corpses, but much information about them remains. The legends of the Titans' creation are told in many tribes. According to legend, the creation Titans' bodies towered over the heavens and earth, wielding the power of thunder and the source of goods. They forged a world from nothingness and created all things within it. According to Wizards' research, the creation Titans should possess some kind of technology to transform astral whales into world seeds in advance, as well as the ability to create life. However, these are ultimately just inferences based on data. No one has ever seen what a Titan looks like. And today, Richard can confirm that their inferences are correct. At least their inferences about the Titan's size are correct. The Titans truly tower over the heavens and earth. Lily. Richard, let's go back. We can't possibly survive this thing. Ulises stared at the mountain-transformed Titan, his words almost unsettled. Preliminary estimates suggest the Titan's body is around 5 kilometers tall, but if nothing unexpected happens, this height should be the normal form of a Titan. If it possesses abilities, like its true form, its size would likely be several times larger. While size doesn't necessarily equate to strength, a massive creature's energy storage capacity and strength are undoubtedly no less than those of its peers. And as a member of the Creation Titans, its strength couldn't be low. Not to mention, the two men felt a suffocating pressure from the Titan. While this pressure wasn't as strong as that of a Star Lord, the Titan's strength must have reached level 6 to create such a powerful feeling in the two of them. A level 6 member of a previous civilization, this fight was a complete mess. But at this moment, whether to fight or not was no longer their decision. Richard's gaze pierced the acid rain clouds above the myriad dimension. On the Titan's face, obscured by the clouds, 6 eyes, arranged like dice, gleamed a dark red light. Roar! The Titan's roar was deafening, and the shockwave it unleashed instantly dispersed the acid rain clouds across thousands of kilometers. Richard's face gloomy as he mobilized dimensional power, but the space around him had been sealed off by dimensional anchor technology, a technology not even wizards had yet mastered. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. With a wave of his hand, the Titan manifested a meteorite over a kilometer in diameter. The meteorite was inscribed with dense Titan runes, brimming with energy, emitting an ominous dark red glow. Boom! The meteorite landed precisely where Richard and Ulises were standing, sending up a cloud of dust like a sandstorm. Then, a mountainous figure emerged from the dust. Ulises, you go first? Richard's voice echoed in Ulises' ears. Though the words were harsh, the battle now was beyond Ulises' reach. Richard could rely on various powers to elevate himself to level 6, but Ulises lacked such means. On a battlefield with level 6 creatures, even level 5 creatures dawdling would have to fight tooth and nail. Got it. The artifact is yours. Ulises, without further ado, spat a stream of golden light from his mouth and flew off into the distance. Both of them were masters of the world, and the scenario of someone forcing themselves to stay despite having no power was impossible for them. Seeing Ulises trying to escape, the lightning on the Titan's body suddenly gathered in his hand, transforming into a thunder spear. Boom! The Titan hurled the spear, and golden lightning streaked across the sky. Wherever it passed, space shattered, elements in chaos, as if everything had returned to the beginning of the world. Bang! A pale fist stained with golden flame shattered the spear. Richard stood in the air. Though only 1,000 meters across, his aura was no less imposing than that of the Creator Titan. It seems you've lost your mind a bit. Richard looked at the Titan's 6 dark red eyes, his voice low and muffled like thunder. The Titan didn't respond, but suddenly a suit of armor of unknown material emerged from his body, enveloping him, and countless runes illuminated. Richard saw clearly that this was the power of creation that could only be acquired after mastering the laws of the 4 elements. Mastering the rules of the 4 elements, wouldn't that mean he's... Richard's thoughts had barely faded when he saw a sudden burst of energy erupt from the Titan's body. The Heart of Annihilation, studied by the great wizard of Annihilation Storm for a lifetime, now manifested in this Titan in a more mature and powerful form. The instant the Heart of Annihilation activated, a vast sea of golden lightning erupted around the Creation Titan. Is this the Creation Titan? Although he was now ablaze with the flames of miracles, Richard's heart was still filled with fear, his body trembling with terror. His body was filled with fear. His body, nearly invincible among level 5 creatures, a body even a Corona would have considered to be at the 6th ring, was actually trembling. His body told him to continue. He would die, but at this moment, escape was no longer a possibility. In this world filled with automated fortresses, he had nowhere else to turn. Brother Lou, it's all up to you now. Richard radiated a holy light, and the fuel soul stored in the kingdom of God flowed into the miracle furnace, like a river. This was his only chance of victory. Sensing the growing miracle fire within Richard, the Titan suddenly roared and strode towards him. It was like a landslide, like the sky collapsing. Richard frowned slightly, sensing something was amiss. Sensing the miracle fire, shouldn't the Titan transform into a dizzying monster and unleash ranged attacks? Why was this Titan now striding towards him, as if ready for a melee, but time was running out for him? Although the Titan was enormous and looked rather unwieldy, he moved with unwavering determination. The massive body, over 5 kilometers long, moved like an elemental storm tinged with spatial turbulence. It could sweep across the entire plane in an instant. Boom! The miracle furnace loomed above Richard's head, and a vast ocean of flames erupted from its mouth, instantly igniting the Creation Titan's body. The rune armor of unknown material, smelted by the miracle fire, instantly burned to nothingness, revealing the iron body beneath. The Titan didn't resist the flames, but lashed out at Richard with a fierce punch. This punch was without rules, without light, but with pure, unwavering power. Bang! Richard crossed his arms, blocking the blow. The moment the fists made contact, Richard felt a vast ocean appear before his eyes. He was a lone boat in the ocean. Amidst the vast power, his strength was far too weak. Ahem, this power is truly powerful. Richard coughed, and his entire upper body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. But the next moment, a new body emerged from this flesh and blood. This power was indeed strong, but not so strong that it would destroy Richard. As long as he had a single cell, he could regain his body through the cycle of life and death. It was just a matter of time. Yes, latecomer, your body is worthy of recognition. A deep voice emanated from the Titan. Under Richard's astonished gaze, the Titan's iron body began to lose its metallic luster, revealing skin as solid as rock. And his 6 dark red eyes also faded, turning pitch black. Latecomer, how long has it been since our time? The Creation Titan's body trembled, and a layer of elemental vacuum separated the miracle fire from his body. Without fuel, the miracle fire began to shrink rapidly. How long? Almost 1,000,000 years. Richard put away the miracle furnace and eyed the Titan warily. The Titan's change in attitude was truly remarkable. Has it been so long? No wonder I'm so weakened. The Titan's voice was lamenting, as if he was deeply dissatisfied with his recent battle. As if he had failed miserably at not killing Richard with a single blow. The Titan's mysterious power energized, and his body instantly shrank to about 10 meters. Latecomer, let's talk. You were able to find this place, survive the previous battle, and even have the protection of that furnace man's broken furnace. You must be a well-developed civilization. I know your target is the Spark base, but it won't run away. We can take it later. Titan's voice was very casual, and in that brief moment, Richard sensed a sense of decay in him. It was as if the miracle fire had consumed the life force that sustained him. Titan, what do you want to talk about? Richard shrank in size, his voice low. Don't you have any questions? Titan asked. You've made it all the way here. Don't you have any? Yes, but I have a feeling you might not be able to answer them. Richard looked at Titan and asked calmly, I want to know what you faced back then. Why, even as powerful as you formed an alliance, could not escape destruction in the end? Then you're absolutely right. Titan casually gathered 2 stone chairs and handed one to Richard. I truly don't know who we're fighting. I only know it's an incredibly terrifying monster. Even knowing of its existence could be enough to infect anyone. And I truly don't know why we perished. Before I arrived at this base, we were preparing for the final battle. But judging from what we've seen so far, we probably didn't win the final battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been corrupted by that monster's power and forced to slumber for so many years. A monster whose presence could easily infect anyone who knew it. As Richard listened to this description, the image of the Demon Lord, having broken free from its seal, suddenly flashed through his mind. The Demon Lord's mimetic abilities bore some resemblance to this description. If the Forerunners and humans had formed an alliance, then the Demon Lord was most likely the monster they had fought back then, or at the very least, one of his generals. I think I know who you're talking about. But judging by his outcome, you probably won. It was sealed in a vast world, guarded by a specialized race. After breaking free from its seal, it was attacked by 6 cosmic masters, and one is currently hunting it down. Really? Then you better be careful. Titan's voice suddenly grew solemn. Although he didn't know what the monster was, he still remembered some of its records. That monster is definitely not something a few Star Lords can defeat. 1,000,000 years of sealing it might weaken its power, but it won't weaken it enough for a few Star Lords to defeat it. You must be careful. This monster is definitely deceiving you. Chapter 755. It's impossible to be so weakened that a few Star Lords can handle it? Richard repeated Titan's words, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Aren't Star Lords weak creatures? Why does it sound like they're nothing more than pawns in front of that monster? Don't think I'm joking. I can briefly explain our strength, Titan said in a serious voice. Although we lost quite a few of our lords at the end of the war, before the decisive battle, we possessed 12 limit-breaking lords, 27 level 8 lords, and 50 level 7 lords. As for world lords like you and me, there are so many we could practically command an army. This doesn't even include the 3 civilization leaders, who have surpassed limit breaking, one step away from ascending to eternity. Each of these 3 civilization leaders is capable of defeating multiple limit-breaking lords. Titan's data froze Richard's expression. 27 level 8 lords, 50 level 7 lords, and even higher level so-called limit-breaking lords, as well as civilization leaders. And this is after losses. This means that at its peak, the number of overlords in the Civilization Alliance was even higher than this. Is that thing a monster? Richard's voice trembled unconsciously. This data was terrifying. Even without the low-level combat power, the 27 level 8 overlords alone were enough to deduce and analyze the alliance of all known civilizations. As for the even more terrifying limit-breaking overlords, even half of them would have been enough to crush them. It's indeed a monster, otherwise we wouldn't have perished. Titan's voice didn't sound filled with the indignation of a nation's destruction. His voice was incredibly calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. However, after we've weakened it, you should be able to slay it. Aren't you sad? Richard couldn't help but ask. How could Titan accept the demise of the civilization that gave birth to him, nurtured him, and for which he fought his entire life so calmly? Sad? Latecomer, my sadness ran out before I even arrived here. Titan's voice was devoid of emotion. Even before we came here, we were already prepared for the possibility of defeat in the final battle, the extinction of all the seeds of civilization. The rise and fall of civilizations is an inevitable cycle. A civilization self-collapse, its absorption by other civilizations, or, like us, encountering an insurmountable monster. These are merely different processes, but in essence, they are all part of the cycle of decline and destruction. The Titans have seen many civilizations destroyed. Now it's simply their turn. You can be so calm. Richard found Titan's statement somewhat difficult to accept. The rise and fall of civilizations was inevitable, and Richard acknowledged that. But even if he acknowledged it, when the decline actually occurred, he would definitely not be as calm as Titan. It's normal that you can't understand. Titan's voice suddenly softened, as if recalling a fond memory. You haven't witnessed the growth of the astral whales, watched them grow from fry into full-fledged fish, then gradually withered and died, and finally, within their corpses, the seeds of a world were born. Then the seeds took root, sprouted, and within them began to give birth to life like us. If you had seen this cycle, it would be hard not to be moved by its beauty. Civilization is merely a part of this cycle. Without our demise, how could yours be born? Titan seemed lost in ancient memories, his voice soft, as if he were singing a lullaby to a swaddled baby. I once herded a giant astral whale. I watched it grow from a fry into a whale the size of a miniature world, then slowly age, and eventually die, transforming into a world seed. As he spoke, Titan suddenly waved his arm, and produced something resembling a crystal ball from thin air. Inside the crystal ball, a seemingly miniature world was thriving. "You're lucky it's still here." Titan's voice was filled with excitement, and even the aura of decay that now emanated from him was almost tangible. It didn't change his mood. "Look at this, the world seed from the birth of the char. I've sealed it inside this crystal ball, creating a world in a bottle. If you have a potted plant like a world tree, you can plant it inside. That way, you have a movable miniature world to use as a vehicle frame or fortress. It's incredibly decorative and practical. Of course, if you're skilled enough, this thing could also be a fantastic ornament." With that, Titan tossed the crystal ball to Richard. As Richard grasped it, he felt his hand suddenly sink, as if he were holding not a crystal ball, but a miniature mountain. "Ha!" Richard's runes shimmered, wizard runes and abyssal runes intertwining, allowing him to barely hold the crystal ball. "Huh? I didn't notice it just now. Why do you have the aura of the abyss?" Titan noticed the abyssal power erupting from Richard, and his tone suddenly changed to surprise. Did they succeed? Richard was also shocked upon hearing this. Could the abyss be a product of Titan civilization? "Have you seen the abyss?" "Of course I have." A hint of pride flashed across the Titan's face. "I even participated in the development of the abyssal world." As he spoke, a ball of golden blood, as thick as resin, suddenly appeared in his hand. "Try to integrate this into your body later. If they succeed, your bloodline should be able to be integrated with the Titan's blood. You have a good foundation. With integration, your body should be able to rival, if not surpass, that of an ordinary Titan." As he spoke, the Titan's expression suddenly became regretful. "The abyss is a project led by us Titans. Our goal is to prevent the destruction of the world and civilization, and thus to fight against that monster. It's a pity that I was chosen to be the executor of the Spark project and couldn't continue the research. Alas, if the abyss is successful, then the Supreme's dragon. Why can't I remember the information about the Supreme?" The Titan's 6 eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that his memory was wrong. Not only has the Supreme's memory been lost, but much of the Titan's memory has also vanished. How come the Hearthmen's memories are still so intact? How could those little people be so resilient? Richard's mind struck him, and he replied, "The Hearthmen still exist, but they've lost their intelligence and become beasts. These little people." The Titan shook his head and chuckled softly. In that laughter, Richard sensed a complex mix of emotions. After 1,000,000 years, he could still see a tribe from the same era. Gone, so to speak. My intuition tells me that the Supremes are a reliable tribe. I think they were responsible for the crucial part of the final battle. The Titan's voice began to grow weaker, the decay of his soul filling his otherwise perfect body with a dead air. "All right, enough idle chatter. As a forefather, I offer you a warning. That monster feeds on war, and all the losers will become its prey. If you wish to win, mediate the conflict within the entire community as soon as possible. Those losers, reborn through the monster's power, may not be formidable, but fighting that monster is a war in itself." The Titan's voice gradually faded, until it was barely audible, like a dream. But the moment it faded, the Titan suddenly raised his head, his 6 eyes gleaming like stars. His voice was fervent. "Those who come after, remember our names: Shepherd Titan, the Supreme One, and Son of the Forge. I believe my kin and companions have paved the way for you to slay that monster." The Titan's teeth seemed to be gnawing on steel, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Don't waste our efforts. We must kill that bastard." With that, the Titan's decaying aura suddenly vanished, as if he had been sublimated to a new life. But Richard knew this was merely a manifestation of his physical strength reaching a certain level. The Titan's soul had vanished, but his body was too strong to die immediately. If Richard left it alone, it would soon be eroded by the unique laws of this dimension, transforming into a creature of a new dimension. Richard whispered to the Titan's body, "Rest assured, Forerunner. That monster will surely die." With that, he tore open a dimensional rift and dropped the Titan's massive body into it. Leaving the corpse, here was a complete waste. Since the Titan was so determined to kill the monster, he wouldn't mind using it as a weapon against it. "Ulysses, come back. It's resolved." "Huh? So quickly?" Ulysses' voice was tinged with astonishment. Richard's conversation with the Titan hadn't lasted long, only a few minutes in fact. To end a battle in just a few minutes, especially against such a powerful Titan, was unbelievable. He regained consciousness, chatted with me for a few words, and then died of old age. Richard slowly walked to the Titan's location before he awoke. There stood a pitch-black obelisk. A beam of blue light emanated from the obelisk, scanning Richard's entire body. Unknown flesh creature detected. No signs of erosion found. Request for entry submitted. The base commander not found. To confirm the base commander's death, the order of authority was in place. The deputy base commander has not been found. The deputy base commander's death has been confirmed, and the authorization order has been changed. Base member Elkhart has not been found. The base member Elkhart has been confirmed dead, and the authorization order has been changed. The authorization system has no authorization order, and the authority has been transferred to the system master. The Doomsday Protocol has been activated. Welcome, unknown flesh and blood creature. Doomsday Spark Base number 32 is open to you. At the master's cold voice, the base of the black obelisk in front of Richard suddenly transformed into countless small cubes and dispersed, revealing an exit. At the same time, Ulysses also joined Richard. After a blue light scan, he also gained access to the base. Let's go, Ulysses, and see what our predecessors have left us. Chapter 756. Entering the base through the passage, the first thing they saw was a vast square. Richard estimated that the square was roughly the size of a small city. But considering the Titan's massive size, such a large square was not surprising. Above the square was a blue fireball, which looked similar to the automated fortress outside. However, this fortress was unaffected by the unique rules of this dimension, and did not actively hunt down flesh and blood creatures. At the edge of the square were 3 pitch-black gates, one on each side. Richard's mental power surged, attempting to explore the structure behind them, but all he found was darkness. Could it be a portal? Richard frowned, his mental power attempting to penetrate the metal floor beneath his feet. But once his mental power entered the floor, it felt like entering a ball of glue. After a long effort, he only managed to penetrate a tiny bit. Material to prevent mental intrusion? What a luxury! Richard muttered to himself. Richard is a 5th-ringed wizard, and there are only a handful of materials capable of blocking his spiritual power. Yet, in this base, such materials are being used directly to make floor tiles. This is quite extravagant. However, for a race like the Titans, who can herd the stars, resources don't seem to be a very important thing. Furthermore, given the Titans' mastery of the 4 elements, they can probably create ordinary materials by simply adding free elements and energy. Shall we split up and explore? Richard said to Ulysses. I don't think there's any danger inside this base. It'd be more efficient if we explore separately. Well, that's fine. Ulysses was also a permitted visitor, and wherever Richard could go, he could go as well. The two separated, Richard choosing the gate directly opposite the entrance to the plaza, while Ulysses chose the gate to the left. Entering the gates, Richard felt the space around him distort. As he expected, the 3 gates were teleportation portals. Soon, the space around Richard stabilized. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a world resembling a giant's domain appeared before him. Wow, this is clearly Titan territory. Richard surveyed the forest before him, filled with gigantic trees exceeding a kilometer in height. It was obvious he had arrived in Titan territory. He released his mental energy and began to gather information about the world before him. He was soon shocked to discover that this space appeared to be a physical world. Did they use world seeds? Or simply move a miniature world from the physical world? A flash of shock crossed Richard's mind. Even he considered the Titan's technology miraculous. After leaving the portal, Richard began to explore the interior of this space. This space contained numerous magnificent buildings, many seemingly carved from the very mountain, exceedingly majestic. But within these buildings, Richard saw no trace of a single corpse. Not even an alchemical puppet. It was as if the Titans living within had anticipated their own demise, prepared a burial ground in advance, and shut down the internal machinery in advance. This space was vast, almost a miniature world, and the energy concentration within was comparable to that of an ordinary large world. Along the way, Richard encountered numerous magical plants he had never seen before. In the ordinary world, each of these plants would be considered a natural treasure. When the protagonist encountered them, while jumping off a cliff, they would boost their power by a full 60 years. But in this world, these plants were either roadside weeds or grain from the fields. Yes, this world had cultivated land. The vast plains were dotted with ley-line nodes, each corresponding to a plant resembling a rubber tree. The artificial ley-line node technology, considered a strategic technology by the galaxy mayflies, was merely agricultural technology on the Titans. After flying around, Richard couldn't help but sigh at the gap between civilizations. Compared to civilizations like the Shepherd Star Titans and the Supremes, wizards were merely infants. But everyone has this initial stage. Once they grow up, wizards will never be weaker than these civilizations. After spending less than a month exploring the outer reaches of the space, Richard began to explore the depths of the space. After observing the entire perimeter of the space, he could confirm that the ley lines within this space were a massive magical formation. The Titans, by manipulating the ley lines, had created a massive magical formation nearly the size of a world, and the core of this formation lay at the center of this space. Richard stood in midair, gazing far ahead. As far as he could see, a building resembling the mythical Tower of Babel stood at the center of this space. Richard chuckled. It seems everyone has a similar aesthetic. The Titan's architecture was magnificent, seemingly a creation of heaven and earth, a work of nature. But nature has its limits. When a building's grandeur exceeds conventional imagination, people tend to abandon the notion that it's natural. For in this world, the power of life surpasses the heavens and the earth. What a magnificent building! Richard sighed, gazing at the towering tower not far away. At this moment, he had already unfolded his true form. Even at a lower level, his height, over 700 meters, would easily have been a small mountain in the ordinary world. But at the foot of this building, Richard felt perfectly normal. So normal that he didn't even realize he had unfolded his true form. Richard gently touched the majestic tower. Its material was exceptionally special, possessing exceptional resistance to pressure. Its inherent strength and toughness made it practically the perfect building material. Undoubtedly, this material was a perfect, artificially synthesized material created by the Titans using their four-element creation technology. Richard peered into the tower's interior and sensed a powerful energy surge. Master, do I have permission to access this tower? You have the right to explore and use all buildings, and a certain degree of damage is permitted. What is this certain degree? As long as it does not disrupt the overall stability of this space. Richard gazed deeper into the building, runes appearing on his body. That's good. Entering the tower, Richard again sensed the spatial shifts. The interior of the tower had been reinforced, as if to seal off something. The interior of the tower was nearly empty, save for the lifeless corpses of Titans, which would crumble to dust at the slightest touch. These Titans were only about 10 meters tall, and appeared to be juveniles of the Shepherd Star Titan clan. Through his mental observation, Richard noticed that the corpses of these Titans bore signs of injury and struggle, as if they had come to this tower to die. This burial tower had an unknown number of floors, each filled with corpses. A spark base of a civilization alliance would surely house more than just 2 or 3 large kittens. Richard began his exploration from the center of the tower. After confirming that it contained only corpses, he headed straight for the source of the energy fluctuations, the tower's lower floors. Boom! As if sensing Richard's presence, the energy fluctuations suddenly intensified. The sudden surge reduced countless Titan corpses to ash. Richard's expression remained unchanged. Based on the situation with the Titans he had guarded, he had a theory about what the Titans had sealed. Boom! The energy fluctuations intensified again, and this time, a sound suddenly reached Richard's ears. Outsider, please come to the base of the tower. I am the last of the Titans, and I have something to say to you. As this voice emanated, the power of the wizard dimension, and the power of the gods within Richard's soul suddenly stirred. A force, seemingly unseen, silently invaded Richard's soul. Oh, I knew it. Richard sneered inwardly, knowing that this voice was a trick of the sealed monster. The Guardian Titan's initial attack wasn't simply the result of this dimension's erosion. It had fallen into a deep slumber due to the erosion of the demonic power. This was also the reason he had willingly been burned by the miraculous fire. The miracle fire could use the Demon Lord's power as fuel, even if it meant incinerating his soul along with it. The Guardian Titan was willing to do so to escape the Demon Lord's control. Boom! 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 The energy fluctuations grew stronger, and the sounds in Richard's ears grew increasingly chaotic. These voices were like the whispers of a demon, promising Richard countless treasures, from lost worlds, to the lost technology of a civilization, to an illusory dimension that Richard could reclaim. If Richard's soul hadn't been protected by 2 dimensions, he might have been completely bewitched by these voices. Soon, Richard reached the base of the tower. In the basement beneath the tower, a dead Titan sat cross-legged. Before the Titan, a massive circular formation held a mass of flesh firmly in its center. Every time the flesh moved, the dead Titan would rise, draw a pitch-black hammer from thin air, and shatter it with a fierce blow. Stop! The dead Titan suddenly uttered. Don't trust this monster's promises. Get out of here immediately. Richard said nothing more, only a golden miraculous fire ignited around him. The moment he saw the flames, the flesh and blood in the center of the place suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, the lewd voices in Richard's ears began to grow frantic. Release me, and you will not only gain the illusory dimension, but also the secret to breaking the limit. Release me, and you will become the leader of a civilization. I promise you eternal life. If you only release me. But Richard simply whispered to the Titan, Friend, your mission is over. With that, a blazing flame flew from Richard's hand. In the face of the miraculous fire, the flesh and blood seemed to lose all its power. Sealed for 1,000,000 years, he still had the power to seduce Richard, but in the blink of an eye, the miraculous fire incinerated him, reducing him to ash. The Titan looked at the incinerated flesh and blood and suddenly threw the hammer at Richard. His body slowly crumbled, and a voice of relief emanated from within him. My mission is complete. I hope my hammer can help you, the newcomer. Chapter 757. Catching the hammer, Richard felt his hand sink, the same feeling he had when he caught the world in the bottle. Goodness! Without the Titan's physique, their weapons wouldn't work properly. The power of the abyss surged within Richard, and he managed to hold the hammer steady. At the same time, the miracle furnace provided information. Ingredients: Special Titan Hammer. Refining information: Special Titan Hammer design. Refining cost: 100 spirit points. Refining skills: Titan Forging. Refining cost: 200 spirit points. Refining skills: Titan Hammer Technique. Refining cost: 20 spirit points. Without hesitation, Richard chose to refine. In an instant, Richard felt a flash before his eyes, and the hammer in his hand vanished into thin air, a smaller version of the hammer appearing within the furnace. A moment later, the hammer returned, and 2 beams of light appeared on the miracle forge. After receiving the blueprints and the techniques, Richard was greeted by a long-lost vision. He had been learning the art of forging since childhood, completing his apprenticeship before reaching adulthood. It was during a war, and he took his hammer and went to the front lines. The Titans were a rare race. Compared to the vast numbers of other races, the Shepherd Star Titans could only deploy 1 or 2 million per world. What they lacked in numbers, they made up for in quality. The equipment of every Shepherd Star Titan on the front lines was custom-made by the warsmiths. In the vision, Richard was on the front lines, constantly customizing equipment and repairing weapons for the soldiers. In the process, his already extraordinary skills were further refined. But war always has its ups and downs. On one battlefield, the enemy broke through the Shepherd Star Titans' defenses and advanced directly into their rear. It was during this accident that Richard, or rather the deceased Titan, transformed the hammer into his own weapon. Time passed, and Richard's skills grew more and more proficient. In the process, he constantly journeyed to the front lines, hunting powerful enemies and honing his skills. Finally, after countless years of training, his skills finally reached perfection. The visions then ceased. Such self-doubting visions. Richard rubbed his eyes, freeing his mind from the illusions. The most difficult part of refining skills is these illusions. The more complex and complete the technique, the more real the illusions. If Richard hadn't already been a 5th ring Grand Wizard, he might have mistakenly believed himself to be the hammer's former owner. Thankfully, Richard possessed sufficient mental strength and a strong will. The visions were harmless to him. They could even be considered a training of his will and a refinement of his mind. After refining his skills, Richard felt the hammer in his hand become incredibly familiar. Excellent work! The hand of balance can finally retire. Judging from the blueprints, this hammer embodies the warsmith's lifelong wisdom and is his culmination. This hammer is more than just a melee weapon. The Shepherd Star Titans aren't a civilization solely focused on physical evolution. The Titan Rune Array incorporated into this hammer can provide a 1 million energy boost to ordinary 4-elemental sorcery. Furthermore, for energy sorcery, these hammers can significantly increase its penetration, raising its equivalent energy level by nearly 3 million. Undoubtedly, this is a supreme weapon even for a 6th ring wizard. However, Richard couldn't use these functions yet. The weapons of the Shepherd Star Titans were custom-made. Even though the life core lock on this hammer had been removed, the underlying bloodline lock remained. Richard must possess the bloodline of the Shepherd Star Titan to use the hammer's amplification function. But even without the ability to conquer, the hammer itself was of sufficient quality for Richard. The hammer's base material was a substance called World Oblivion Stone, a material that only appeared at the end of a world and possessed astonishingly high quality. A palm-sized piece of World Oblivion Stone weighed as much as a mountain, practically the stuff of neutron stars in fantasy worlds. The warhammer in Richard's hand was a typical long-handled warhammer. Although its current size had been magnified by mysterious forces, its hundreds-meter-long handle still rivaled the mass of a mountain range, a mass only found on large worlds. Not to mention its enormous head. With this mass, even a level 6 creature would have to retreat when Richard swung it. Moreover, this material wasn't composed of the 4 elements, making it ineffective against the Great Disintegration Technique, a special attack on matter, and numerous other rules that could split matter. Holding his hammer, Richard began searching the tower for the Titan's hidden technology. This base was the Spark Base, and it must contain a wealth of technological information to facilitate the future reconstruction of civilization. But what puzzled Richard was that, after searching the tower for a long time, he found no trace of technology. It seemed as if the Titans had simply built a cemetery for themselves, and that knowledge, along with their death, had passed into the underworld. No, the Titans can't leave nothing behind. I must have overlooked something. Richard frowned and returned to the location of the ceiling formation. Since the Spark Base had prepared a contingency plan for total annihilation, it made no sense for the Titans to leave nothing behind. If they even had the time to build such a tower, wouldn't they have the time to carve the words into the stone? Just as Richard was pondering this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Richard, help! I've encountered a monster. Monster? Richard was taken aback for a moment, and then a gloom crossed his face. If the Titans were in this state, the other 2 tribes wouldn't be much better off. I'd be there right now. Hold on. After that, Richard called to the controller. Master, can you teleport me to another dimension? Permission granted. Please wait. As the controller spoke coldly, the space around Richard began to slowly warp. But Richard soon discovered that something seemed to be disrupting the warping. The World Annihilation Stone has this effect? Richard looked at the hammer in his hand. The space around it was incredibly stable, as if it were anchored by dozens of spatial anchors. This was presumably to prevent some kind of spatial manipulation from destroying the hammer. However, Richard didn't need this function right now. Opening a spatial rift, Richard threw the Titan hammer into it. Immediately, the spatial distortion around him intensified. A moment later, Richard's vision suddenly spun, and everything in the world transformed into distorted blocks of color. When the scenery returned to normal, he had arrived at a pitch-black plain. Richard glanced around. The plain he stood on was now a sea of fire. The pitch-black flames, like some kind of magic, transformed everything in their path into magma. He then snatched up a flame and rubbed it in his hand. Are these Ulysses's flames? No, they're just similar in nature, but this flame is far more powerful. Watching the flame spreading from his fingertips, Richard extinguished them and began searching for Ulysses's location. The main control's teleportation range couldn't be far from Ulysses. Boom! A thunderous roar pointed Richard in his direction. Less than 500 kilometers ahead, Ulysses, resembling a fire elemental lord, was locked in combat with a creature nearly identical to him. Richard, help! This creature needs your furnace. Ulysses, sensing Richard's presence, immediately flew towards him, with the monster following closely behind. Richard looked at the monster, casually creating a spatial rift and pulling out the Titan's hammer. Having just acquired the Titan's hammer, it was perfect for practicing with this monster. Thinking of this, runes on Richard's body lit up, and he swung his hammer fiercely. Under the Titan's hammer's inherent spatial stabilization, the blow looked unremarkable. Not even a spatial rift, and it looked powerless. Not to mention, a purely physical attack would be half as effective against amorphous creatures like elementals. A flicker of disdain flashed in the monster's eyes, and it ignored the hammer and rushed towards Richard's body. If I can devour this creature's body, then my power should. Boom! The sky and the cloud shifted. The moment the hammer made contact, the surging force, like a raging dragon, ripped the monster's body to shreds. The aftermath of the gust of wind instantly parted the clouds across the space. What a mess! Even a hammer can't handle it. Richard looked at the monster shattered by the blow, a flicker of disdain on his face. Ulysses, watching the vanishing creature, his beak wide open in shock. He knew Richard was powerful, but he had never imagined he could be this strong. The fire monster, like him, had reached the limit of a level 5 creature. Even a level 6 creature wouldn't be able to defeat it. After a moment, Ulysses regained his composure, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Richard, we have to get out of here as soon as possible. That thing is unkillable. The more you kill it, the stronger it will be when it resurrects. Unkillable? Hearing this, Richard's interest was piqued. I've never seen anything indestructible. Where does this thing originate? I'm saying this to persuade you to leave. Ulysses' voice was tinged with resignation. This thing is actually a furnace, and it's similar in design to yours. The monster is the product of the fire within that furnace. Then why don't we just destroy that furnace? Richard asked doubtfully. If we could destroy it, why would I still be talking nonsense? Elisa's voice grew even more helpless. That furnace is far more powerful than this fire spirit. If it hadn't been trapped by the furnace man in this dimension with a formation, I would have been reduced to ash long ago. Then we have a much easier time. Richard's face flickered with excitement. That thing is most likely a furnace dedicated to the furnace man. If it can be purified, it'd be a real treasure. Chapter 758. Purification? My friend, you're a bit overconfident. Elisa's eyes lit up with astonishment when he heard Richard's thoughts. Although he had already witnessed Richard's strength, it was still within his wildest dreams. That furnace is conservatively estimated to be level 6. Why would 2 level 5s like us go and provoke it? Even your furnace isn't safe. Hey, you said the furnace is trapped in the formation, Richard scoffed. Even if we go over there, the most he can do is send out a fire spirit to harass us. If you're afraid, you can leave first. Once I purify the furnace, we meet in the 3rd dimension. Huh? Who are you looking down on? Elises was irritated by Richard's words. He had fled before because he truly couldn't help, and this time, he didn't want to go because he didn't want to take the risk. But Richard's words made him seem completely timid. Come on, I lead the way. How could I possibly be afraid of a mere seal creature? Ha ha, my friend, that's just how you should be. Richard suddenly laughed out loud. The comfortable life back home has somewhat dulled your courage. We live in an age of war. If we don't strive for progress, we be eliminated. Richard's eyes were filled with ambition. Knowing that the monster that destroyed the alliance of civilizations was still alive, a sense of urgency welled up in his heart. If the monster was truly as Titan had described, then the cursed crown, who went after it, wouldn't be able to slay it, and he himself might not be able to save himself. As for the fact that the monster thrived on war, this point hit a sore spot in this era. The wizards couldn't possibly give up the war. They'd lost so many lives over the years, and expended so many resources. Were they going to make peace with the Galaxy Mayflies just because of a piece of unverifiable news? And the Galaxy Mayflies certainly wouldn't give up the war. Why would they, with their favorable situation, make peace with the wizards? As for the gods and the Abyss, these two civilizations couldn't possibly make peace. The Abyss's irreversible infection had caused countless world masters of the divine civilizations to lose their home worlds. These gods would never make peace with the Abyss. The Abyss itself was a warmongering force. They would only gleefully continue the war, waiting for the monster's resurgence to unleash a massive bloodbath. As for the other civilizations in this community, Richard didn't know what was happening there, but he assumed they were all at war too. Otherwise, the wizards and the Galaxy Mayflies would have already hired mercenaries. In this starry sky already ignited by war, the monster's resurgence was inevitable. All Richard could do was grow stronger, strong enough to end the war, strong enough to handle the monster's resurgence with ease. Come on, take me to see the furnace. Gah, follow me. This dimension belongs to the furnace people, and according to furnace people custom, their furnaces are always placed at the highest point in the world. And in this dimension, the highest point is a mountain in the center of the continent. Richard stood in the air, looking out into the distance. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and the towering mountain peak was stained crimson. A furnace covered in flesh and blood hung high on the mountaintop, and flames flowed from the furnace mouth, flowing down the mountainside like water. Amidst the flames, countless furnace people's skeletons bowed to the mountaintop, as if in hell. Looks like the furnace man isn't doing so well, Richard muttered to himself. Although the Shepherd Star Titans were completely annihilated, they had sealed the monster's flesh and blood, beating it like a dog. Meanwhile, the furnace man's furnace, aside from being unable to move freely and mobilize the energy of this space, was essentially the same as if it hadn't been sealed. Even this freedom of movement could be replaced by the fire spirit. Suddenly, a clear bird cry emanated from the furnace. With this cry, the clouds and mist covering dozens of kilometers in a radius instantly dispersed. A creature resembling a black phoenix flew out of the furnace, carrying a chilling energy wave. As Elises had said, the fire spirit, after experiencing death, had evolved again. This time, it had broken through the barrier of level 5 and successfully reached level 6. Feeling its own powerful body, the fire spirit looked at the furnace with an extremely complex gaze. It and the furnace were one and the same. It possessed wisdom, while the furnace possessed power. It tried countless times to sever its connection with the furnace, but each time the connection was severed, it lost consciousness. When it regained consciousness, it reappeared within it. It had previously believed the furnace had done something to it, But after experiencing death, it realized that it and the furnace were inseparable. Once the connection was severed, it would die, only to be reborn within the furnace. He glanced at the skeletons of the furnace men on the mountain, feeling both angry and helpless. His abilities had no effect on this corpse, nor on the mountain. And other means were insufficient to break the seal. The Black Phoenix sighed inwardly, alas! When will I be free? Suddenly, it glanced sharply behind itself. There 2 figures, a man and a bird, were rapidly approaching him. You haven't left yet? Fine, fine. Since you're not leaving, then stay with me. The Black Phoenix flapped its wings, and a pitch-black sea of fire suddenly appeared in the sky. If this world weren't stabilized by spatial anchors, this sea of fire would be enough to burn the entire sky to nothingness. Amidst the sea of fire, the Black Phoenix didn't rush to attack, but instead pondered how to capture them alive. Since it couldn't escape, killing these 2 creatures would be a shame. Stay here and keep them company. A familiar feeling suddenly washed over the Black Phoenix. Instinctively, it flapped its wings and soared, its massive body brushing past a dark figure. Bang! The hammer's head landed like a meteorite, shaking the earth. A bottomless crater now appeared on the once flat ground. The Black Phoenix looked at the giant swinging the hammer, and her body trembled. Is this guy a monster? This is its sea of fire. Richard raised his hammer, his gaze sweeping past the fire spirit and toward the furnace atop the distant mountain. He could sense that the fire spirit and the furnace were actually one being, like the soul and body of a living being. A strange creature, but whatever. Richard didn't swing his hammer again. Although he could certainly kill the fire spirit at that moment, killing it would be useless and might even cause it to return to its original form, causing him more trouble. He could just go up and burn the furnace. This fire spirit was like rootless water, nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Richard suddenly ignited a miraculous fire within him, and a stream of flame shot straight toward the flesh and blood furnace. Boom! A shapeless mass of wriggling flesh flew out of the furnace, colliding with the miraculous fire, sending sparks flying all over the sky. As the Black Phoenix saw the golden flames, fragments of memory suddenly flashed before its eyes. In those fragments, it wasn't what it is now. The furnace had no flesh, only delicate patterns, and it wasn't what it is now. Back then it seemed like a god. Its gaze suddenly turned to the furnace man's skeletons on the mountaintop, which it could not destroy no matter what. In ancient times, these people had worshipped it in this way. Spirit of the furnace, wake up. You have been deluded for too long. It's time to return to the right path. An old voice suddenly echoed in the Black Phoenix's mind, and a tiny figure on the mountaintop stood up. Priest? Spirit of the Forge, awaken. The one from the future has appeared, and it's time for you to help him fulfill his mission. The priest's voice resounded like a mighty bell within the Black Phoenix's soul. Ancient memories began to surface, and it finally remembered its mission. Millions of years ago, the priest spoke to it. Spirit of the Forge, we have been contaminated, and the flame has been extinguished. But the extinguishing of the flame does not mean the end of our mission. Spirit of the Forge, you must survive, and help the one from the future fight against those evil demons. Boom! The sky of sparks transformed into a vast expanse of golden flame. The miraculous fire consumes everything, even flames are its fuel. Flesh and blood on the forge continued to grow. Within the flameless furnace, a new life broke free. It was an amorphous mass of flesh and blood, with 1,000 eyes, 1,000 mouths, and countless limbs scattered about. Richard sensed a chilling emanation of life from this mass of flesh and blood. Level 6 Ultimate? Is it that strong? Richard observed the flesh and blood, its golden fire growing stronger. Level 6 Ultimate without rules, capable of fighting, but the next moment, the fire spirit's voice echoed in his ears. Later, share your supreme furnace fire with me. Richard turned in shock, only to see that the Black Phoenix had shed its imitation of Ulysses, and transformed into a one-eyed furnace man. Oh, it seems the furnace man is well prepared. Richard tossed a ball of miraculous fire at the fire spirit. The alien creature tried to block it, but Richard struck it back with a hammer. Faced with the terrifying mass of the World Annihilation Stone, the monster's level 6 ultimate flesh was sent flying backwards. Dense runes appeared on the Titan hammer, absorbing the monster's flesh and blood stained by the hammerhead, transforming into a rich life force that flowed through the hammer handle and into Richard's body. Clearly, this hammer was specially designed for these special monsters. Even on the other side, the fire spirit, having received the furnace's fire, had now transformed into a golden color. The fire spirit looked at Richard and said solemnly, "Latecomer, your being chosen by the supreme furnace proves you are worthy to become a son of the furnace." In the name of the furnace, I hereby grant you the status of the chosen one of the furnace." With this, a flame emerged from the fire spirit, leaving a mark on Richard's forehead. "Chosen one of the fire, the way of the furnace still exists. Seek it." With these words, the fire spirit's body suddenly disintegrated, and within the furnace of flesh and blood, a blazing miraculous fire ignited. Under the miraculous fire, the flesh and blood on the furnace gradually turned to ash, revealing its original appearance. Soon, the flesh and blood on the furnace completely dissipated. The countless furnace man skeletons on the mountain peak also ceased their prostration. Richard saw a small figure on the mountaintop bow slightly to him. Then, along with countless corpses, it turned to ash and drifted into the air. "The way of the Huthfire," Richard muttered to himself. Is this referring to the dimension of the Hearthmen? Chapter 759. Wow, it really can purify. Elises exclaimed in surprise, as he gazed at the furnace in Richard's hands. The furnace in Richard's hand, having evolved through the incineration of the miracle fire, looked exquisitely refined. Ancient golden patterns were engraved on the dark walls, giving it an inexplicable sacredness. Within the furnace, the golden miracle fire burned brightly. This was the first container Richard had encountered that could store miracle fire without being burned. Raw materials: gold pattern furnace. Refined information: gold pattern furnace design. Refined cost: 500 mental power. Refined memory: son of the furnace forging technique. Refined cost: 200 mental power. Looking at the information provided by the miracle furnace, Richard couldn't help but gasp. Judging from the mental power consumed, the gold pattern furnace was even more complex than his Titan hammer. The Titan hammer's complexity rivaled that of an astral fortress. With such complexity, no wonder it can serve as a vessel for the miracle fire. Suddenly Ulysses asked, "Richard, what's the use of this thing? This furnace may look impressive, but its value lies in its purpose. It has two uses." Richard channeled magic power into the furnace, and the next moment, the flames within flared vigorously. If it were used as a weapon, simply channeling magic power or any other energy would intensify the flames and allow them to erupt. However, this function is quite useless. Richard plucked a flame from the furnace and toyed with it casually at his fingertips. The miracle fire doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. It burns everyone except me. Compared to its other function, using it as a weapon is a waste. At this point, Richard paused, leaving Elises momentarily tantalized. "What's the second function? Don't keep me in suspense, my lord god." Richard smiled mysteriously. "Actually, you've already seen the second function." "Seen it?" Elises paused, puzzled for a moment, then his emerald eyes widened. "You mean?" Richard nodded slightly, confirming, "Yes, it's the rule smelting." "This? My goodness, you wizards are about to rise." Elises was speechless for a long time, stunned by this news. He knew about the rule smelting in the miracle furnace, but that was something only Richard could use. But this furnace was different. It could be used by the entire wizarding civilization. With this furnace, combined with the demi-human wizards from before, if wizards were willing to invest the resources, they could even mass-produce 5-ring great wizards. It's not that exaggerated. Richard smiled and waved his hand. First, this thing can only smelt one wizard at a time. Second, this furnace's smelting speed is slower than my miracle furnace, and it can't be accelerated. Also, don't forget, the fuel for rule smelting is rules. Wizards don't have the incredible rule-collecting technology of the Forerunners and the Furnace Man. Rule-collecting technology is a skill possessed by the Furnace Man, Titans, and the Forerunners. The Titans used this technology to popularize rule-based magic armor. The Forerunners used it to craft fuel and weapons. And the Furnace Man uses it as a source of fuel for the furnace. But Ulysses shook his head. "With this thing, your technology in this area will definitely advance rapidly. While you may not see results in the short term, for a civilization, an epoch is nothing. The moment you possessed this furnace, you rose to prominence." Ulysses' eyes gleamed with envy. As a member of the god civilization, he was genuinely envious of this thing. But unfortunately, neither the sentiment nor the practical application of it was within his reach. In the long run, that's true, but... A hint of worry flashed in Richard's eyes. Do they really have that much time? Setting aside that, have you found any technical data or anything like that within this dimension? Richard asked. Ulysses shook his head. No. I looked around, and there's nothing inside this dimension except buildings and farmland. Richard stroked his chin, thoughtfully saying, "Then it seems the thing must be in that third dimension. The Titans and the Furnace Man had such a thorough job, so it makes no sense for them not to pass down the technical data. If it's not in these two dimensions, then the technical data must be within the third dimension. And if nothing unexpected happens, this third dimension should belong to the Supreme Being. Are the Supreme Beings reliable? Richard muttered softly, then instructed the main controller to teleport them. Deep within the endless dimension, an indescribable entity, as vast as a large world, slowly wriggled. Suddenly, this indescribable entity trembled slightly, and thousands of eyes suddenly opened across its wriggling body. These eyes spun, their pupils reflecting the scene of Richard at the spark base, smashing the monster born from the furnace into pieces with a single blow. From within this indescribable entity came a strange cry, like a wailing, half the roar of artillery fire. Immediately afterwards, countless tentacles suddenly erupted from his body, emanating from the void. Each tentacle was entwined with an invisible, intangible thread. Through these threads, the entire life of a being could be seen at a glance. This monster had actually tugged at the web of fate, bringing the web of fate, visible only to the master, into the present world. Various blasphemous and evil voices emanated from the monster's body. Now tugged at the web of fate with difficulty. His tentacles began to wave rapidly, and the threads of fate began to break away from their original paths, weaving into a new, vast web. The Cursed Crown used the Cursed School's roster to share the fate vibrations generated by his own experiments. For no matter how great the fate vibrations of a single being, when dispersed among millions or even tens of millions, they would become weak. But now, this monster reversed this operation. By weaving a vast web, it combined the fate vibrations of those weaker beings. The fate vibrations of a single master, when dispersed among millions, would become insignificant. When the trembling fates of millions converge, the fate of the Overlord will also shift. The monster wove this vast web, and its ultimate target was a galactic mayfly. That was the Mayfly Overlord. In a corner unknown to the wizard, the galactic mayfly had silently given birth to a new Overlord. Through the resonance of the web of fate, the thread of this new Overlord's destiny suddenly trembled, connecting with another thread of fate. Through this thread of fate, a black-robed wizard and a black crow were exploring a new dimension. Richard suddenly glanced around with alarm. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. Something terrifying seemed to be gazing at him. What's wrong? Ulysses, standing by, looked at Richard, somewhat puzzled. Nothing, maybe an illusion. Richard shook his head, signaling to ignore him and continue on his way. The space they were currently in was the space beyond the third gate, belonging to the Supreme Beings. But unlike the previous two spaces, this world was almost pristine. Aside from the numerous creatures transformed by the Supreme Beings, there was hardly any trace of the Supreme Beings. Strange, don't the Supreme Beings need houses? Ulysses asked, somewhat puzzled. The desire for shelter is ingrained in all living things. Even creatures like the Abyss Demons have a desire for architecture. But in this space, Richard and Ulysses saw no buildings. Perhaps they didn't build their things on the ground. Richard suddenly looked up at the sky. Although the sky appeared to be completely clear, with his delusion-piercing eyes, he could still see many discordant spheres suspended in the sky. In the sky, Ulysses. Arriving at an altitude of 50,000 meters above the ground, at this level, free elements had become extremely scarce, and energy distribution was almost non-existent. It was practically a vacuum. But within this vacuum, suspended were hundreds of thousands of invisible crystal spheres, large and small. These crystal spheres, like a galaxy, orbited in fixed orbits, forming an immense formation. Ceiling formation? Richard's brow furrowed slightly, as he surveyed the vast formation maintained by these crystal spheres. Compared to the ceiling formations of the other two races, the Supreme Being's ceiling formation seemed somewhat enigmatic. That thing seemed trapped in some alien dimension, sustained by this vast crystal galaxy. Suddenly, a crystal floater the size of a human head flew over to Richard. Unknown flesh and blood creature detected. Corrosion inspection revealed no abnormalities. The mark of the son of the furnace was found, confirming the heir. Welcome to our grave, heir. The Supreme One greets you once again. A cold mechanical sound emanated from the crystal floater, and it flew toward the crystal galaxy. Richard and Ulysses exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. The crystal galaxy contained no traps. Guided by the crystal floater, man and bird quickly arrived at a location to the side of the galaxy. From there, the crystal floater fired a blue beam into the void, and then, countless miniature crystal cubes suddenly flew out of the air, revealing an entrance. There's actually an entrance hidden here? Richard's face was filled with disbelief. He and Ulysses had just carefully circled this crystal system, and he was certain there was nothing there. But now, the crystal cannon had suddenly opened a portal. Heir, please enter. Our legacy lies within. But be careful. Due to our haste, some of the legacy has been contaminated by him. Destroy any contaminated legacy without hesitation. Finally, the Supreme One wishes you all the best. Chapter 760. Due to the lack of a mark, Ulysses was barred from the Heritage Vault, leaving Richard to explore the interior on his own. Behind the entrance lay a pitch-black void, within which countless stars swirled like a galaxy. Richard stood among the stars and gently touched one. The next moment, a message flowed through his finger and into his brain. The cultivation of the three-element evolution fruit and the mapping of earth veins. The information Richard received was complex, and even he found many things difficult to understand and comprehend. The technological gap meant that Richard, the lord of this world, couldn't even fully grasp the agricultural techniques of the star-shepherding titans. After receiving the information, Richard looked around, his face filled with indescribable shock. These are all technologies? Richard's heart trembled as he surveyed the countless stars in this pitch-black space. If he absorbed all of this, then, beyond anything else, he, a great wizard, might possess knowledge at the level of a master. But Richard quickly recovered from his shock. He clearly remembered the crystal floater telling him that these technologies contained contaminated knowledge. While he didn't know the nature of this contamination, there was no doubt that once this contaminated knowledge was received, it would undoubtedly benefit the monsters behind it. That's a bit tricky. From the outside, this knowledge looks exactly the same. If it were the kind of erosion caused by the golden furnace, then there wouldn't be any difficulty at this point. His miracle fire could cleanse it completely. But if this contamination involved some kind of information modification, then it would be more difficult to deal with. For example, a parameter or a key equation might have been altered. This kind of contamination couldn't be discerned without sufficient knowledge, resulting in the knowledge within this warehouse undergoing complex verification before use. Richard could only pray that the contamination wasn't this kind of contamination, otherwise the knowledge within this warehouse would have taken an entire civilization, perhaps even several epochs, to verify. Contacting the stars and receiving information, Richard began searching this space for the contaminated knowledge. He wasn't afraid of contamination. Because of the abyss, his soul was constantly protected by the wizard dimension and the god dimension, and his body was also protected by the abyss. No matter how powerful the revived monster was, it couldn't possibly pollute and erode his soul with just a tiny medium. Of course, even if the contamination was truly powerful enough to infect his soul through a medium, his miracle fire would be able to completely incinerate it. Although there was no direct evidence, Richard believed that his miracle furnace was forged specifically to slay that monster. This warehouse contained the technologies of 3 civilizations, each of which possessed a comprehensive range of technologies. Among these technologies were agricultural techniques, like the cultivation and soil vein mapping of the 3-element evolutionary fruit that Richard had just received, advanced rule design techniques, like the 13 variant rules of the fire element, and general knowledge for children, like basic Titan grammar. For a civilization, tableware and weapons are just as important. Advanced rule-based technology is no more valuable than general knowledge for children. Of course, this was only for themselves. Suddenly Richard, who was gathering technical information, frowned. The dimensional power residing within his soul suddenly erupted, intercepting an abnormal force outside of it. Is this contamination? In Richard's mind, the information he received suddenly transformed into a worm-like entity the moment it touched his soul. The worm, seeing that it had failed to erode his soul, sought to erode Richard's body. Richard did not stop it. He wanted to see how the abyss would react to this power. The moment the worm entered his body, the seemingly boundless power of the abyss within him erupted. As the Titan's final measure against monsters, the abyss reacted extremely strongly to this special power. Almost the moment it entered, it proactively attacked it, tearing the worm apart like a pack of wolves, then digesting and absorbing it, transforming it into a part of itself. Observing this, Richard nodded slightly. It seems the Titans have indeed succeeded. After losing its contaminating power, the star responsible for transmitting information dimmed slightly. Richard touched it again, and this time, a wave of information flooded into his brain. But the moment this information flooded in, Richard's nerves tensed. As expected, the moment the information flooded in, he suddenly felt more attention around him. It felt as if some terrifying being was observing him. A curse? Your methods are quite fancy. Richard didn't hesitate, immediately erasing the memory that recorded the information. Then, a miraculous fire ignited within him, burning the carrier of the information, a crystal cube, into nothingness. Since it wasn't a modification of the content, it was much simpler for Richard. Without delay, Richard, like a rat in a rice jar, greedily devoured the storehouse's knowledge. Outside the Heritage Storehouse, Ulises stood at the entrance, a sudden unease rising within him. He suddenly had a premonition that something monumental was about to happen. As the Lord of the world, Ulises placed great trust in his intuition. Especially this kind of inexplicable intuition. He was not, like Richard, a spiritually insulated person. As a spiritually evolved Lord of the world, his intuition and premonitions often indicated a subtle connection between his spirit and some mysterious power. This meant that these intuitions were, in all likelihood, true. Of course, the Curse School also had methods for exploiting this kind of spiritual intuition, but Ulises had been away from the front lines for years, and it was impossible for anyone to cast such a spell on him at this moment. He nervously spoke, using his power. "Hey, Richard, how are you looking in there? If everything's fine, grab your stuff and get out. I suddenly have a bad feeling." A bad feeling? Inside the warehouse, Richard frowned slightly. He knew that the World Master's premonitions were usually true. And the trouble that could give Ulises a bad feeling was definitely beyond the reach of a level 5 creature. And he was currently in the Spark base. A threat to Ulises in the Spark base would be even more dangerous than that. Could it be that the monster spotted me and attacked me? Richard frowned, gazing at the dazzling starry sky beside him, caught in a dilemma. Until his right palm suddenly felt hot. Outside the myriad dimension, a massive figure gazed at the small dimension hidden among the many dimensions before them, and let out a cheerful chirp. It seems my intuition was correct. There is indeed a small dimension hidden here. As the newly promoted overlord of the Galaxy Mayfly clan, Xinxian always trusted his intuition and luck. After all, creatures that could become overlords were not unlucky. Xinxian gazed at the myriad dimension, and let out a low, insect-like chirp. If I devour this weakened, ownerless dimension, I think it would be enough to strengthen my illusionary dimension. For an overlord, the illusionary dimension is their most important ability. Once the illusionary dimension is activated, the overlord is essentially invincible to enemies below them. But the illusionary dimension is not invincible. If the illusionary dimension is not strong enough, the world lord can forcibly escape with sufficient dimensional power. Growing the illusionary dimension, however, requires dimensional power. Even if the wizard civilization were to be absorbed, relying solely on the small portion of the main dimension's share, it would take over a dozen epochs to grow a single virtual dimension to the point where it could overpower the World Master. If the Overlord could devour other virtual dimensions, this time could be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why Mind Image had been wandering through the endless dimensions. Compared to the truth wizards of the wizard civilization, his virtual dimension was too weak and could easily be defeated by the truth wizard's virtual dimensions, putting him at a disadvantage or even being killed. Without hesitation, Mind Image immediately unfolded his own virtual dimension and merged it with this one. At the moment of fusion, a massive earthquake shook the entire 1G dimension. Countless automated fortresses awoke, and dark clouds of floating cannons roamed the sky, attempting to determine the source of the tremors. But soon, this futile effort ceased. Because, at the horizon, a massive galaxy mayfly slowly devoured all the land in its path. Instantly, the automated fortresses of the entire 1G dimension converged on the giant mayfly. Attacks exceeding 1,000,000 energy levels rained down on the galaxy mayfly, occasionally interspersed with terrifying attacks exceeding 10,000,000 energy levels, launching a surprise attack. But soon, the automated fortresses ceased their attacks. Because they realized that such attacks were completely useless against the galaxy mayfly. Attacks exceeding 1,000,000 energy levels could barely cause a ripple against it, while attacks exceeding 10,000,000 energy levels were often dispersed by the mayfly's tentacles the moment they appeared. In front of the Overlord, the automated fortresses of the Myriad Machines dimension were like a group of ants. Is this the Overlord? Outside the Myriad Machines dimension, Richard observed the erosion of the Myriad Machines dimension with a shudder of fear. Just a rookie who just became Overlord. Beside him, the black-robed Corona of the Damned, or rather, his clone, sneered. Even in Garland's illusory dimension, the Overlord doesn't need to personally engage in combat with dimensional creatures. Richard turned to the cursed Corona and asked, "Lord Corona, are you still hunting the Demon Lord?" "It can't really be considered a hunt anymore," the cursed Corona sighed. "I'm tracking it now, otherwise I wouldn't have come to your rescue. If left unchecked, this creature could be even more terrifying than a galactic mayfly." Hearing this, Richard was silent for a moment before replying, "Lord Corona, that creature is a monster that previous civilizations failed to slay. You're tracking it down alone." "You're wrong. I'm not alone." The cursed Corona shook his head, his colorful eyes gazing deeply into the endless dimension. "Many people are keeping an eye on that creature. I've encountered many people from other civilizations playing with fate over the years. Chapter 761. Has more than one overlord noticed it? Richard exclaimed slightly in surprise. Of course. Corona of the Curse spoke calmly, and with a wave of his hand, he blocked the aftermath of the dimensional force caused by the Mayfly overlords' devouring of the dimension. The civilization devourer's breaking of the seal caused a fateful tremor powerful enough to be felt by overlords throughout the world community who have studied fate. Those of us, close enough, even great wizards, could sense that fateful tremor. Even after being sealed for 1,000,000 years, it's still so powerful. It's hard to imagine how the Supreme Ones managed to seal this creature. Not just the Supreme Ones, Richard suddenly said. It was an entire alliance of civilizations that sealed this. Civilization Devourer. Our speculation about the alliance of previous civilizations was correct. There was indeed an alliance of 3 powerful civilizations in the previous civilization. Oh! Corona of the Cursed was slightly startled. Where did you get this information? Did you find the remains that prove it? Richard pointed to the distant, devouring dimension. The ruins are right there, a doomsday spark base built by an alliance of civilizations. Sadly, there's not a single living soul inside, only technology. Those damn bugs. Corona of the Curse suddenly cursed. As a wizard, his thirst for knowledge was instinctive. Here lay a vast treasure trove of knowledge, yet he could only watch it shatter. The heartbreaking feeling was like a knife piercing his throat. Suddenly, Corona of the Curse glanced at Richard, his multicolored eyes beneath his hood seeming to reflect fate. Kid, how much technology have you taken? Although only a clone, the terrifying pressure from the 8th level overlord still made Richard tremble all over. Thanks to you, I've been able to retrieve most of the technology from my technology warehouse. Most? The Cursed Crown was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Well done. You've done a great job. With these technologies Lord Corona, I haven't finished yet, Richard interrupted. Although I have retrieved most of the technology, much of the storage media has been contaminated by the power of the Civilization Devourer. Exactly how much technology we have is unknown. A minor problem. The Cursed Crown was not dismayed by the contamination of his knowledge. The technology of previous civilizations is vital to us. The contamination of some of it is a problem for us. After saying this, the Cursed Crown suddenly looked Richard over. It seems you've learned my notes well. You actually use a curse system based on the power of faith? Come to think of it, after all, advancements all rely on technology from the gods. That's all thanks to your notes. Richard bowed slightly. While the notes are important, people are ultimately what matters. Corona of the Curse patted Richard on the shoulder. Once these technologies are handed over, it won't be more than a few hundred years before your share will equal galleons. By then, never mind, just continue your research. Fate is unpredictable, who knows what the future holds? Richard, seeing Corona of the Cursed hesitate to speak, suddenly asked, as if compelled. You don't want me to take over the School of the Cursed, do you? While the idea of 2 Coronas in one school sounds appalling, if Richard can achieve truth, and given the similarities between miracles and curses, Corona of the Cursed could easily hand the School of the Cursed over to him. But as soon as he said this, Richard regretted it. That was a strange thing to say. But the Cursed Crown didn't react at all. Instead, he asked curiously, why else do you think I asked you to learn the Curse Principle? For most wizards, leading a school is the highest honor and a tremendous power. But becoming the Cursed Crown didn't seem as sweet as it once was. Leading a school brings with it complexities, regular truth councils, exchanges and collaborations between schools, all tedious tasks. For the Cursed Crown, leading a school is a tedious chore, even though he has already handed over most of the responsibilities to his students. Isn't this bad? Richard was at a loss for words. As an outsider, even if he went to the cursed school, he wouldn't be able to convince the crowd. What's bad about that? Won't anyone say anything when you achieve truth? The Cursed Crown replied calmly. Go back and tell them I return after the Dharma ending age and join the counterattack. Richard hesitated for a moment after hearing about the counterattack, but finally spoke. Lord Corona, according to information left by previous civilizations, the Civilization Devourer feeds on war. All the defeated will become his food. Then let him devour. Cursed Corona spoke slowly. We've endured this long battle, not to negotiate peace with them. The Galaxy Mayfly has only 2 choices, surrender or destruction. As for the Civilization Devourer, he is the enemy of the entire world community. I have seen the threat of fate in him. He must die. The Cursed Corona didn't finish his words, but Richard knew what he meant. Although the Devourer of Civilizations must die, that doesn't mean his slaying comes at no cost. This cost might be several worlds, several overlords, or even several civilizations. But Lord Corona, is fate truly unchangeable? Richard asked in a low voice. A change in fate is merely the movement of the thread of destiny, but a single thread of fate is not enough to be called fate. Only when the threads of fate suddenly intertwine, forming a web of fate, can it be considered fate. And the thread of fate on the devourer of civilizations is not intertwined. The cursed Corona gazed into the depths of the endless dimension, as if gazing at the devourer of civilizations hiding there. The thread on his body is tied. Unless it breaks, he will die. Without another word, the cursed Corona slipped into the mark on Richard's right hand like a shadow. Richard glanced at the myriad dimension, currently being devoured by the Mayfly overlord. Amidst the radiance of dimensional power, countless automated fortresses engaged in a war whose outcome was already foreordained. How true, Richard murmured. Back in the material world, Richard didn't immediately head to the wizard dimension to activate the Council of Truth. This was a perfect opportunity. With the discovery of the golden vein furnace, he could perfectly refine his own rules. In the secret realm, Richard leisurely drank soul essence, the remains of the Mayfly King at his side. Ingredients: the remains of a level 5 Mayfly King. Refinable rules: Black Hole Rule, Level 2, incomplete. Fire Element Rule, moderately incomplete. Devouring Rule, moderately incomplete. Refining cost: 220 soul power. Refine. The next moment, the Mayfly King's body vanished, and Richard's mental power limit began to drop. However, under the counteraction of the soul essence, his mental power limit rose back up, like a roller coaster. Soon, the refining was complete, Richard thought, and the miracle furnace delivered another message. Ingredients: Life Radiation Rule, Level 2, Transmutation Rule, Level 1, Death Rule, Level 1. Fuel, Sun Rule, Level 2, incomplete. Black Hole Rule, Level 2, incomplete. Wind Element Rule, Level 1, incomplete. Smelting Difficulty, Level 5. Estimated time: 364,290 days. Smelting Result: Life Radiation Rule. Modified, Level 4. The amount of rule fuel required to smelt a 4th level rule was immense. If Richard hadn't been on the front lines, scavenging numerous Mayfly King bodies, he wouldn't have been able to gather enough fuel, and could only drool over the treasure trove. Without hesitation, Richard immediately chose to smelt. Instantly, Richard felt as if a certain power had been drained from his body, and his entire body felt limp. After integrating the rules into the body, the rules themselves would strengthen the body. Now that the rules had left his body, Richard was truly re-energizing his body. I'm really not used to it. Richard waved his somewhat weak arms. This feeling of powerlessness was making him extremely uncomfortable. Hey, don't be uncomfortable, Ulysses said, his voice tinged with envy. By the time you finish smelting, you won't be used to the surge in power. As someone who had watched Richard grow up, Ulysses once again experienced the meaning of comparison kills. What had eluded him for 2 epochs, Richard had accomplished in just a few thousand years. And it was foreseeable that he would rapidly ascend to Overlord in the future, a rate faster than a rocket. Richard laughed heartily. Haha, wait and see. When I'm back on the front lines, you too can ascend. At the 6th ring Grand Wizard level, rules became irrelevant. Aside from creating some rule implants, they were essentially useless. That would be a perfect opportunity to boost Ulysses' strength and fulfill his promise. After the furnace began smelting, Richard's miracle furnace notification appeared before him. Would he use external fuel for acceleration? Without a doubt, Richard chose yes. Then, a holy light shone from Richard's body, and the soul stored in the kingdom of God poured into the miracle furnace, like a river. Nourished by the souls, the flames of the miracle furnace began to burn brightly, and the time required to refine the rules rapidly decreased. 360,000 days, 350,000 days, 200,000 days, 190,000 days, 80,000 days, 70,000 days. As time ticked by, Richard's soul reserves plummeted. Finally, with the final Galaxy Mayfly soul entering the furnace, Richard's required smelting time was fixed at 30 days. In just 1 month, Richard would complete the basic requirements for becoming a 6-ring Grand Wizard. At that point, he would become the youngest 6-ring Grand Wizard in Wizard civilization. Looking at the Miracle Furnace's information, Richard wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow and exhaled. 30 days? Just enough time to thoroughly examine the remaining techniques. Chapter 762. The technologies left behind by the Civilization Alliance are vast, many of which have nothing to do with combat. But Richard didn't disdain these technologies just because they were useless in combat. Wizards aren't war-crazed. They wage wars solely to acquire resources and materials to explore the mysteries of the world. Many times, the research wizard's conduct is of no use in combat or even in daily life. Yet wizards never tire of it. In the days before the civilization wars, many idle wizards would research these seemingly useless things to enrich their lives. Richard now somewhat understood the words he had heard during his apprenticeship. Wizards are a group of zealots pursuing knowledge. Spells and magic are essentially byproducts of that pursuit. Of course, the application of technology can change. Titans can use artificial ley line node technology to cultivate crops, and wizards can use the same technology to build fortresses. Civilian technology doesn't mean it can't be applied in warfare. Richard casually burned the contaminated crystal beside him, his eyes suddenly fixed on the new crystal he had touched. This crystal had just transmitted a message titled on the preliminary analysis and basic applications of the power of faith. Has the furnace man's research into the power of faith been so in-depth? Richard muttered to himself. Although the name of this technology was modest, using the terms preliminary analysis and basic applications, its content was completely different from the title. This technology detailed the nature and internal logic of the power of faith, while the so-called basic applications represented two different development paths. One is Richard's miracle path, which uses willpower to activate the power of faith to distort reality, ultimately achieving the desired effect. The second path, however, somewhat digs deeper into the roots of the divine civilization. The second application path mentioned by the author of this technology is the divine magic path. This path also utilizes the power of faith to distort reality, but amplifies the effect of this distortion. The other properties of the power of faith are the focus of this path. At the end of the article, the author offers his own evaluation of the two paths. He believes that there is no superiority or inferiority between the two paths. The miracle path offers amazing results, but consumes a very high amount of power of faith. While divine magic consumes less, it can barely achieve even a fraction of the power of miracle magic. In terms of development, the miracle path pursues a cursed path that engages with mystical forces, while divine magic connects to the rules of the material world. Is this the gap between civilizations? Richard, observing this technology, couldn't help but feel both regret and relief. Regret that such a powerful civilization has now become a group of barbarians. Relief that they have perished, otherwise there would be no place for wizards. This technology was extremely important to Richard, providing him with a clear direction for future development. If this works, would this be considered a branch of the cursed school? Richard scratched his head, feeling as if he were on the verge of becoming the first truth wizard of this branch. Putting the information storage device away, Richard continued to sift through the corrupted storage devices. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Richard had already screened all the storage devices he had acquired. Corrupted storage devices accounted for nearly 1/5 of the total, a relatively acceptable percentage. A month of intense information intake, coupled with the soul power drain from using the miracle fire, had left Richard feeling a bit dizzy. But at this crucial moment, he absolutely had to be alert. After guzzling the last bottle of soul essence, Richard's eyes suddenly widened as he absorbed the dazzling ball of light hovering above the miracle furnace. Then, a wave of energy, almost like a shockwave, erupted from Richard's body, instantly sweeping across the entire secret realm. Followed by this, a terrifying life radiation, nearly surpassing the limits of a level 5 creature, instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Is this the level 4 rule? Richard forcibly suppressed his life radiation, restraining his body from breaking through. The power of the level 4 rule was beyond Richard's imagination, or rather, the combination of these rules was beyond Richard's imagination. The combination of different rules naturally produces vastly different effects. Rules interact with each other, reinforcing each other. Just like the transmutation rule and the radiation rule, the two rules not only complement each other well, but also enhance each other's power. The radiation rule can control even more energy, while the transmutation rule allows for deeper transformations. Some rules, however, result in the fusion of powers. For example, after the fusion of the 4 elements, their power becomes the manipulation of matter. Any substance composed of the 4 elements presents no obstacle to them. Even a powerful individual with evolved physiques would have to resolutely activate energy barriers, or counteract this power, with the power of the rules, if they encountered it. The rules of life and death fall into the latter category. The rules of life and death are fundamental, not illusory rules arising from the birth of life. A rule that served as the ultimate proposition of the school of necromancy, or rather, the school of life and death, naturally couldn't be limited to life. When these two diametrically opposed rules merged, their powers underwent a miraculous fusion. Richard gently stroked the air, and elemental fireworks instantly exploded in the air. Under Richard's power, matter that should have existed stably for hundreds of millions of years was suddenly accelerated into a phase of decay. Richard muttered to himself, "So this is the true cycle of life and death. My previous methods were only the tip of the iceberg." After the fusion of the rules of life and death, Richard's new power became known as the cycle of life and death. He could use this power to force objects that should have existed stably for tens of millions of years into a phase of decay, or he could restore matter in a phase of decay to its peak state. In other words, Richard could, to a certain extent, master time. However, this rule only applied to matter. Richard couldn't restore souls. It seemed as if there was a limit to the ability of living beings to use this power. Furthermore, when transforming matter from its decaying state to its peak state, Richard needs to replenish the remaining energy. But even so, this ability is powerful enough. Through this ability, Richard's body will never age, remaining in its peak state forever. He can use this ability to stabilize special structural energies that cannot exist even under the laws of radiation. Even imaginary matter that cannot exist can be stabilized with this ability. Combined with the vast amount of knowledge Richard has just absorbed and learned, this ability is extremely useful in Richard's hands. Huh, how about the new rules? Elise flew to Richard's side, eyes full of envy. Richard laughed heartily. Haha, great. I feel like I can beat 10 of my old selves now. Though Richard's words were a bit exaggerated, his current state was indeed far superior to his state before the level 4 rules. While he couldn't beat 10, he could still easily beat 2 or 3. What a formidable fighting force! Ulysses exclaimed. Looks like I won't have to fight for you anymore. I just focus on logistics. Richard smiled. Logistics is also a part of warfare, just as important as the front lines. After a brief adjustment, Richard arrived at the wizard dimension. The moment he entered the dimension, the secret keeper arrived at his side. As the incarnation of the wizard dimension, he knew exactly why Richard had come this time. Richard glanced at him and said with a smile, Master, you arrived a little too quickly this time. The secret keeper smiled faintly. Important figures deserve important treatment. Ring the bell, then. You should know my purpose this time. As you wish, Lord Richard. The secret keeper took out his small brass bell and gently struck it. In a moment, 5 ring-marked gates opened one after another, and 5 coronation masters emerged. The coronation masters looked at the convener of this meeting. Their faces lit up with a look of sure enough, it's this guy. It couldn't be helped. Richard had been the one to organize almost all of their unconventional meetings over the years. The physical coronation master approached Richard and asked familiarly, Haha, Richard, what good news do you bring this time? Richard didn't answer, only smiled mysteriously. Dean, why are you so anxious? I explained it at the meeting. Oh, so mysterious? A hint of surprise crossed the face of the physical corona. Richard said nothing, merely briefly invoking his rule power. Sensing the power of the cycle of life and death, the physical corona was startled again. After a deep glance at Richard, he thoughtfully approached his position. As a wizard with the same power, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of integrating these two rules. Soon, the last corona, the soul corona, entered the dimension, and the Council of Truth officially began. Richard, tell me, what have you discovered over the years? The transformation corona spoke first. As Richard's current boss, he knew Richard had recently conducted a dimensional exploration. He had no complaints about this activity. Dimensional exploration was a highly ambitious endeavor for a great wizard. Dimensional exploration presented both danger and opportunity. The fact that Richard proactively undertook this exploration despite having ample resources demonstrated his ambition. Richard didn't respond, simply slashing through space and pulling out the golden furnace. My lords, this is one of my greatest achievements over the years. Looking at the furnace Richard brought out, 5 of the 6 crowns were slightly moved. Only the cursed crown, who had already learned the situation from his original body, remained silent, watching Richard show off. Even he thought such opportunities to show off were rare. The furnace man's furnace, quite good. The shapeshifter crown spoke first, then took the golden furnace. However, as soon as he touched it, a look of genuine shock crossed his face. The other crowns noticed his expression, and couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Is it necessary to be so pretentious about praising a newcomer? He's already reached his limit, yet he's acting like he's seeing the furnace man's furnace for the first time. The shapeshifter crown examined the furnace for a long time, then handed it directly to the alchemist's crown. Alchemy, take a look at this thing. You're more skilled in magical armor. Alchemist Corona glanced at Shaper Corona in surprise. confused as to what he was up to. Though furnaces of furnace men are rare, he had seen a few. This furnace, while having a different pattern and perhaps more intricate, wasn't nearly as extravagant. Taking the furnace, alchemist Corona released a subtle burst of mental energy. The moment his mental energy entered the furnace, the flames of the miracle fire suddenly flared. What is this? Chapter 763. If the shock of the Transfiguration Corona could be considered a performance by the other Coronas, then the shock of the alchemical Corona, its rival, was truly significant. What's so special about this furnace? The other Coronas simultaneously thought. The alchemical Corona examined the golden furnace again and again, finally returning it to the Transfiguration Corona. I don't understand it, but it's undoubtedly a marvelous artifact. The Transfiguration Corona casually passed the furnace to the sole Corona next to him, then said to Richard, "Richard, please explain it." Richard nodded slightly, and began to explain the furnace's origins. However, Richard had modified some of this story, omitting the part about the furnace's purification. The more Richard learned about the miracle furnace, the more he realized its value. Without sufficient strength, he was unwilling to gamble. In other words, this thing can refine rules. As long as these two rules can be refined, the alchemical Corona slowly said. Yes, you're right. At Richard's affirmation, the alchemical Corona's clone paused for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, "What a fine piece. Just for this furnace alone, countless great wizards would be indebted to you. Refining the rules is a complex and arduous process, the painstaking effort of which cannot be fully articulated in a few words. And this furnace can actually aid in the refinement of the rules. Even at its considerable expense, it is certainly significant." Richard's willingness to bring this furnace out clearly indicated that he did not intend to keep it privately, but rather to use it as a public tool for wizard civilization, a bargaining chip for a share of the wizard dimension's power. Richard bowed slightly and said, "I'm simply contributing my own strength to the civilization." "What else do you have, Richard? Bring it all out." The Transfiguration Corona smiled at Richard, his liking growing with each passing moment. No matter how he looked at it, Richard looked like the next truth wizard from the wizarding civilization. Hearing this, the Coronas realized that this furnace was only a portion of Richard's haul. But if the initial release was so formidable, how much more terrifying would the next release be? Richard smiled faintly, then pulled 6 information crystals from his pocket and distributed them to the 6 Coronas. Although the Coronas had never seen information crystals before, they had some idea of what they were, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Technology? While the Furnace Man's technology is impressive, these few non-critical technologies aren't of much use to wizards. For ordinary wizards, the technology of previous civilizations is invaluable. But for these truth wizards, ordinary technology from previous civilizations can only provide a little inspiration. The immense power of the astral overlords is enough to enable them to overcome many technological obstacles. Moreover, wizarding civilization has seen rapid advancements in basic technology in recent years, while the technology of previous civilizations isn't that advanced. At most, they've achieved a leap forward in areas where wizards haven't yet developed. However, while somewhat disappointing, knowledge is still knowledge. While the many Coronas have accumulated a wealth of knowledge, they wouldn't mind learning a little more about previous civilizations. Mental energy surged from his soul, absorbing the information crystal as it contacted it. Then, 6 powerful energy waves surged, nearly lifting the conference room table. Quite a harvest, Richard. The Transfiguration Corona was the first to regain composure. He looked at Richard, his seemingly calm eyes blazing like the sun. The technology Richard had given him was simple, a composite rule fusion hypothesis. This hypothesis addressed a crucial hurdle in his research. Although he had already overcome this hurdle, he discovered from this technology that he had overlooked many things. The alchemical Corona then regained composure. The technology Richard had given him was composite rule magic armor technology, which he also possessed, but the one Richard had given him was far more advanced. The remaining Coronas recovered from their shock one by one. They all possessed some of the same technologies, or had dabbled in them. But without a doubt, none of their techniques were as sophisticated and profound as those within the crystal. The Coronas looked at Richard as if they were looking at a mountain of gold. They knew that these technologies were just appetizers. Richard smiled and said, "During my dimensional exploration, I stumbled upon the remains of a previous civilization's spark. Within, I obtained some of the technology they used to revive their civilization. What you, my lords, have seen is the most advanced of these technologies. Beyond these, I have also acquired numerous strategic-level technologies." As he spoke, Richard took out all the other information crystals, which floated in the council chamber, creating a galactic illusion. This, This is astonishing, Alchemist Corona muttered to himself. Such a wealth of technology is practically enough to completely reconstruct the wizard's existing knowledge system. If the wizards weren't a civilization, these technologies alone would be enough to overwhelm their knowledge system and create a technological theocracy. Let's build a library, the transmutation Corona said. These technologies can't be released directly, otherwise our knowledge system will be almost completely destroyed after the war. Start with basic technologies, gradually integrating them into our system. As for special technologies, don't release them unless necessary. The transmutation Corona suggested a very reasonable approach. Unrestricted technological iteration, while effective in the short term, carries enormous long-term risks. New wizards, in particular, lack the research patience of veteran wizards. Dramatic technological iterations could easily lead to their downfall. Richard, you should have seen all this. The transmutation Corona looked at Richard, his gaze no longer admiring, but calm. It was as if he were looking at the other Coronas. I've seen it all, Your Excellency. That's good. I leave the library list to you. Also, the transmutation Corona suddenly changed the subject, shifting his gaze from Richard to scan each of the Coronas around the round table. Stop calling me sir. I propose that Richard be awarded the title of Honorary Truth Wizard. The council chamber fell silent for a moment, then the alchemical crown slowly raised his hand. I agree. I agree too. Honorary Truth? This is a first for me. Haha, I agree. With both the transmutation and alchemical crowns agreeing, the other truth wizards naturally wouldn't deliberately cause trouble. The transmutation crown's proposal was passed smoothly. Only Richard stood there, bewildered. He glanced at the physical crown beside him, and asked quietly via telepathic message, Dean, what is this honorary truth? Honorary truth means your power and status within wizard civilization are equivalent to those of a truth wizard, the alchemical crown suddenly said. When the title of honorary truth was first bestowed, it was originally intended for leaders of other schools, who hadn't yet become truth wizards. But I didn't expect it would still be useful now. A look of surprise crossed Richard's face. So, he was now a truth wizard? Go ahead, Richard, the transmutation crown called out. Everyone, make room for our new member. The crown shifted slightly, creating a vacant seat where Richard was standing. The secret keeper snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared behind Richard. Richard touched the handle, and carefully sat down. Then, the transfiguration Corona spoke. Richard, remember to register your title when you return. Now that you become truth wizards, stop using your name as a title. Now, do you have any other news? Richard paused for a moment, then immediately said yes. During my dimensional exploration, I learned some information about the Devourer of Civilizations. And I also discovered a new overlord of the galaxy Mayflies. A new overlord? The truth wizard's attention was instantly drawn to Richard's last piece of information. While they had heard of the Devourer of Civilizations, the Cursed Corona had been investigating this matter. After the Savage World War, the Cursed Corona ascended to the 8th ring, becoming the 3rd 8th ring wizard. In the eyes of many Coronas, an 8th ring wizard was sufficient to deal with the Devourer of Civilizations. Yes, during my dimensional exploration, I unexpectedly encountered a previously unseen star overlord. Judging by his behavior of devouring the illusory dimension, he must be a newly promoted overlord. A new overlord. This presents a problem. A gloomy look crossed the face of the Transfiguration Corona. The wizard's resistance against the galaxy Mayflies was entirely due to the support of these top-tier forces. Compared to the equivalent exchange in the wizard dimension, the galaxy Mayflies' contribution to combat power was enormous. Although the wizards had an advantage in the number of overlords, the Cursed Corona was constantly investigating the Civilization Devourer, and the Constitutional Corona was a new overlord. Additionally, with the increased combat power in the Mayfly dimension, the wizards had been unable to achieve decisive results in the upper-tier forces. They could only suppress the galaxy Mayflies, creating special situations like those in World 2456 to assist in the lower-tier battlefield. And now, the galaxy Mayflies had gained another overlord. This meant that the wizard's advantage in upper-tier combat power, which existed before the Cursed Corona's return, no longer existed. Curse, when will you return? Alchemist Corona suddenly asked. Don't worry about that monster for now. Once the war is over, we can personally accompany you to investigate. I will return after the Dharma ending age and participate in the counterattack, Cursed Corona said calmly. Effective Corona frowned slightly. Is that monster really that important? Cursed Corona remained silent, looking at Richard. Corona, the Civilization Devourer is more than just a powerful monster, Richard said in a low voice. Based on the available data, Our suspicion of an alliance among previous civilizations is correct. The three most powerful civilizations of the previous generation, the Supremes, the Shepherd Titans, and the Hearth Men, formed an alliance. And it was this sealed civilization devourer that destroyed them. Chapter 764. Richard is undoubtedly a bombshell. A creature whose containment required the annihilation of previous civilizations. If left unchecked, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. And there's more bad news, Richard continued. According to data from previous civilizations, the civilization devourer feeds on war, sustenance for all who are defeated. And now, this very starry sky is ablaze with flames of war. Silence, a suffocating silence. The auras of the many truth wizards at the round table fluctuated, a sign of the turbulent waves within them. Finally, the transmutation corona spoke first. The flames of war have been ignited, and peace talks are impossible. No matter how powerful the civilization devourer is, he is currently in a weakened state, having just been unsealed. In the savage battle, the alchemist and I inflicted considerable damage on him. Cursing you and hunting him down over the years must have consumed a great deal of his energy. As long as we move quickly enough, we have time to regroup and develop, and then mediate the war as a civilized nation. Richard had no intention of refuting this statement. The wizards and the galaxy mayflies could not reach peace. The war between the two sides must inevitably end with one side's surrender or destruction. Some of the other coronas hesitated to speak, but ultimately no one raised any objections. The transmutation corona statement was accepted as the norm. Any further information? If not, let's draft a set of regulations for the use of the furnace, the alchemist corona spoke. We discussed the matter of the library of the previous civilization once Richard has the library directory. Agreed? I agree too. My opinion is to remove this furnace from the war merit system. The meeting lasted an hour, and the several coronas reached a consensus on the use of the golden pattern furnace. The golden pattern furnace will be temporarily available only to fourth ring great wizards. The order of use will be determined by the degree of fusion, and those with the same degree of fusion will be ranked by drawing lots. This will allow the golden pattern furnace to unleash its full potential as quickly as possible. As for the fuel required for fusion, it will all be temporarily loaned by the Council of Truth. Once the advancement is complete, the wizard must repay the loan as soon as possible. The moment this system was established, Richard felt the dimensional power within his soul suddenly surge. His share actually increased by 1/3 due to this system. Once the system is fully operational, his share will likely more than double. Adding the share from previous civilizations, and the share from new tactics, Richard's path to truth is essentially paved. Waiting for the success of the subhuman wizard project, Richard might have just ascended to the truth rank, and his share would be right up there with alchemy and shaper. Richard's heart pounded at the thought. After the meeting, Richard arrived at the city of eternal truth to register his title. You bastard! How dare you tease a great wizard? Write if you want, or get out. A new wizard is putting on airs. If you don't sign, get out. This is the city of eternal truth, not the place for you to act like a great wizard. A flurry of voices rang out from the title registration office, and then Richard saw a great wizard storm out of the room. Behind him, a magic book with a face slowly flew back to the desk. Behind the desk, a staff wizard looked at Richard, stood up, and asked, "What can I do for you?" Richard walked into the room. Registering a title. Registering a title? Behind the desk, the staff wizard looked at Richard with some surprise. Due to the 4th level rules, Richard's current strength couldn't be fully controlled. Therefore, even the staff wizard could sense Richard's unfathomable power. Logically, with Richard's strength, he should have already had a title. Is it not working? Richard asked doubtfully. Is there something wrong with your information transmission system? No, please wait. Although confused, the staff wizard continued to do his job honestly. He expertly slid the crystal ball over the magic book, and then pulled out a large magic book from the desk drawer. The staff wizard placed the crystal ball on the magic book and prepared to register it, but the next moment, a message stunned him. It doesn't exist? The working wizard looked at the information in the crystal ball, somewhat bewildered. How can it not exist? That's impossible. Seeing the working wizard's surprised expression, Richard paused for a moment, then said, "Maybe it's because I didn't ascend in the wizarding land. My information is here, just add it for me." No, that has nothing to do with that. The working wizard shook his head repeatedly. This system is a dimensional creation. It keeps a real-time count of all World Lord level creatures in the wizarding civilization. As long as you are still a member of the wizarding civilization, whether you are a wizard or not, you will be counted by the system. But, wait a moment, I ask my superior. The work wizard pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and quickly contacted his superior. Knowing this, he fiddled with the crystal ball twice more, but still found no information. As Richard watched, a thin layer of sweat began to form on the work wizard's forehead, and his movements quickened. But no matter what he did, he couldn't find Richard's name. Finally, the office door opened, and a high wizard entered and quickly approached the work wizard. He bowed slightly to Richard and said, "I'm sorry, master. My subordinate isn't very proficient with the operation." Then he fiddled with the crystal ball. The same situation repeated itself. No matter how he tried, there was no information about Richard. Now it was the high wizard's turn to sweat profusely. This shouldn't be right. Richard's heart skipped a beat when he saw them fiddle with their information for ages, unable to retrieve it. "Can you register for the title of Corona?" "Huh?" The Grand Wizard was startled by Richard's question. "I'm asking if you can register for the title of Corona?" Richard repeated. "I think you can't find my information, because the secret keeper has already moved it to the Truth Wizard area. If you can register for the title of Corona, you should be able to find me there." The Grand Wizard stared at Richard, his eyes wide and his mouth unconsciously agape. "Master, that's not a joke," the Grand Wizard said in a trembling voice. Richard threw his hands up helplessly. "Do you think I'm kidding you? If you can, adjust it quickly. You should have a general idea of the situation in a while." The Great Wizard, seeing that Richard didn't seem to be faking it, half believed and half doubted, manipulated the crystal ball twice. After retrieving the Truth Wizard's information, he placed the crystal ball back on the magic book. Then, the magic book suddenly flew up, and the old face on the cover suddenly opened its eyes. The dim eyes scanned the office, quickly locking onto Richard. Then, it swiftly landed beside Richard and said in a tone of flattery the working wizard had never heard before, "Lord Coronet, please register your title on me." Without waiting for Richard to speak, the magic book automatically opened, and the quill flew to Richard's hand. So simple?" Richard asked the nearly petrified working wizard. "What did you say?" "I said just write a title and that's it." "Yes, that's right, Corona, Lord Corona." The two wizards, one large and one small, were now caught up in a strange dreamlike feeling. A powerful, great wizard had come to them and registered his title of truth. Even a drunk couldn't come up with such an absurdity. "That simple?" Richard smiled faintly, then wrote his title on the page. A miracle. After the title was written, a vibration from the dimension, transmitted through the connections between dimensions, reached every wizard. Ordinary wizards might not have noticed this vibration, but for a great wizard, it was impossible to ignore. Amidst this tremor, they received an incredible piece of information. "Another wizard has ascended to the truth. Lord Corona, take care." As the working wizard bowed 90 degrees, Richard calmly exited the office door. While the title of Corona was impressive, without the foundation of strength, it was merely a formality. After registering the title, all that remains is promotion. Richard produced his crystal ball. It was a new one, delivered to him by a spirit sent by alchemical Corona after he registered his title. Although he lacked his own school, as Corona, he could still mobilize the resources of the Council of Truth. This crystal ball was specifically designed for his resource mobilization. This crystal ball contained only two interfaces, one for data, through which he could access all the resources under his control. The other was for communication, through which Richard could simply make requests within the wizarding world, and the spirit would deliver them directly to him. Richard opened the communication interface and sent a message. "Send a set of standard materials for advancement to the 6th ring to the former Far North City Wizard Tower in the far north." Received. Looking at the message, Richard's mood suddenly brightened. Abundant, that was the only way Richard could describe his current state of mind. At this moment, he didn't need to worry about resources or the future. He only needed to think about one thing, getting stronger. That's a good mindset. Perfect for advancement. Richard exhaled and flew towards the far north. Galaxy World. A new Corona has been born? But there's no school. The Mayflight Overlord felt a headache as he looked at the information transmitted to him via dimensional transmission. Is the wizard race a monster? How can they produce an overlord after being beaten to this point? Or, is this a decoy? Chapter 765. The Far North, my name is the Wasteland. Richard waved his staff, imprinting the last dark blue rune into the void. As the rune system matured, a massive three-dimensional magic circle suddenly appeared in the void. Tens of millions of runes were distributed across a 10-kilometer radius, making the space in this area more stable. Each school has its own ritual for advancing to the 6th ring, each with its own unique characteristics. As the final step in the evolution of uncivilized creatures, level 6 creatures are also powerful in the astral realm. After reaching level 6, creatures that have evolved physically possess the ability to establish their own tribes. Creatures that have evolved spiritually, upon reaching level 6, can hardly be described as just any creature. They can almost be described as the personification of a certain phenomenon, the embodiment of natural disasters. Wizards long ago noticed this unique stage of level 6 creatures. After the end of the Wizarding War, the leaders of the 5 schools conducted in-depth research on this level 1 ritual. Ultimately, they concluded that the process of advancing to level 6 is extremely unique, significantly impacting a creature's performance after reaching level 6. This was unprecedented in all previous advancements. Simply put, advancing to level 6 is like adding points. The ritual is the plan for adding points. If one advances without research, relying solely on intuition or unreliable information, then the point allocation plan is essentially random. But if one is well researched, then the creature can use the advancement ritual to add points to the desired areas. Richard is a physical evolution wizard, so when it comes to choosing a ritual, he will definitely choose the physical crown ceremony. Although the rituals of the physical corona are less mature than those of other schools, the emergence of technology from previous civilizations has made up for this. The Ascension ritual of the Shepherd Star Titans complements the physical corona ritual's shortcomings. It also enhances the entire ritual. After the ritual array was set up, Richard began to retrieve the necessary items for advancement from his pocket. First, a piece of black flesh encased in a rune array. Even within the seal, Richard could sense the frenzied vitality within it. The flesh of the creeper. To incorporate this into the ritual material, the Dean is truly a genius. The creeper is a star wanderer captured by a wizard. Its body resembles a constantly wriggling piece of black flesh, possessing an immense vitality that can devour anything that comes near it. The physical corona discovered it during its time at the 5th ring, and felt it was a valuable resource. So, leveraging the power of the alchemical corona, he sealed it with the might of a 5th ring grand wizard. Now, it's one of the providers of advancement materials for the physical school. Holding the creeper's flesh in midair, Richard continued to pull out his own advancement items. The second advancement item was a dragon claw. It had no complicated history. It was simply the front claw of a 5-headed dragon king, nurtured by the physical corona. It was also a renewable resource. Next, Richard pulled out a small whale sealed in a crystal ball. Looking at the crystal ball, Richard couldn't help but sigh, power is great. For a rare item like the astral whale, he didn't even have to rely on luck. He could simply obtain it from the council's warehouse. As he pulled out each item, a cloud of precious materials quickly hovered around Richard. These materials were either incredibly rare, unattainable by ordinary people, or monopolized by a particular wizard, their availability entirely dependent on their mood. Without the powerful foundation of wizard civilization, Richard might not even have gathered all these materials even if he spent an entire era. As he took out the last advancement item, Richard waved his hand, and the numerous items arrived at their proper locations. He soared into the air, directly at the center of the 3-dimensional magic circle. Like a power plant, he powered the entire 3-dimensional magic circle. A tremendous force surged from Richard's body, flowing through the energy channels inscribed in space, instantly permeating the entire magic circle. Unlike spiritual evolution, physical evolution to the 6th ring did not require much external energy, and therefore did not require the power of earth veins. As energy filled the entire formation, the vast magic circle, with a diameter of 20 kilometers, began to rotate. Richard was at the center of the magic circle, the mental runes within him beginning to dissolve. Vast energy surged from his body, pouring into the vast magic circle. In a moment, all the mental runes were completely dissolved. But this time, Richard did not rebuild a new body of laws. A ball of golden light flew by, and Richard, examining the amber-like Titan blood, stuffed it into his stomach. Although the Shepherd Star Titans were a dual evolutionary race, their innate talent allowed them to possess remarkable research in physical evolution. And their bloodline was the most perfect of the 3 great civilizations. Richard had long since cast aside his fear of bloodline transformation. In this era, it was either progress or death. With the fusion of the Titan bloodline, the abyssal power within Richard suddenly began to operate on its own. Under the influence of the abyssal power, the mass of Titan blood began to multiply, then transformed into clusters of life information, invading every cell of Richard. A microscopic transformation was underway. Sure enough, it was the Titans who forged the abyss. Richard felt the changes in tens of trillions of his own cells, and once again marveled at the might of the previous civilization. Their creations could give rise to civilization. It's conceivable that if the Supreme hadn't died so strangely, perhaps the dragons could have become a civilization like the Abyss. With the influx of the Shepherd Star Titan's life information, Richard's life core began to change. The life core, which contained the entire abyssal evolutionary tree, became as docile as a sheep after the Titan's life information entered. Under the influence of the Titan's life information, the life core disintegrated, breaking into scattered fragments that were then integrated and spliced back into the Titan's life information. Soon, a life core based on the Titan's life information was born. At this same moment, the massive Ascension magic circle, as if receiving some signal, began to circulate frantically. Boom! The massive energy reaction of the magic circle would undoubtedly cause changes in the celestial phenomena. At this moment, the sky above the magic circle was already thick with dark clouds, and lightning swirled through the clouds like serpents, yet remained suspended in the air. Richard had chosen the Wizarding World for his ascension for a reason. As a well-wisher of the Wizarding World, he would enjoy its protection. He could faintly sense that the Devourer of Civilization was definitely watching him at this moment. Boom! Deep within the endless dimension, Richard's image was reflected in the Devourer of Civilization's 1,000 eyes. His tentacles continually twirled the threads of fate, countless strands trembling under his weaving. These tremors converged, ultimately transforming into a massive tremor powerful enough to shake the fate of the overlords. Buzz, the trembling threads of fate spread across the web of fate like waves. All overlords searching for the Devourer of Fate sense this fluctuation at this moment. That thing is shaking the threads of fate again, a scarecrow-like creature said. Beside him, the black-robed Corona of the Cursed suddenly glanced at his right hand. Strange. Why did Richard's thread of fate suddenly tremble? Could it be that his thread was also being manipulated by that monster, or? Corona of the Cursed heart suddenly trembled, and a somewhat absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing the thought. He said quietly to the scarecrow overlord beside him, the crazier he gets, the closer he is to death. I guess the Destined One is increasing his strength again. Increasing strength is good. With this thing around, we won't feel it he's fighting. Several strands of straw flew out of the scarecrow overlord's body. Under the influence of a mysterious force, they formed a complex knot. A piece of white paper was attached to the scarecrow overlord's torso, with a single, pitch-black eye painted on it. The eye moved slightly, then spoke, he showing a weakness. Wizard, let's go. Wizarding World. Richard's body had now expanded to 1,000 meters. The precious items of advancement were now being integrated into his body, under the influence of the ritual array. With the completion of their integration, Richard's once stable life core shattered once more. Countless fragments of life information reorganized, and at the same moment, the shackles of a level 5 creature were broken. Boom! A violent energy tremor emanated from Richard's body. Without the array, these energy tremors alone would have been enough to shatter space. The level 4 rules that Richard had integrated were now like an abyss, merging into Richard's body and soul. At level 6, rules were no longer tools, but life's instincts, talents, and a part of the body. The body of a level 6 creature would be a true body of rules. At this level, even if only a remnant of soul remained, with enough time, they could return to their peak. The transformation of the body led to the transformation of the soul. Accompanied by a hallucinatory sound like a shattering eggshell, Richard felt his mind suddenly leap to a mysterious level. On one level, he saw countless lines. These lines varied in length and thickness, tangled in an intricate web that appeared to have no discernible pattern. But from a high enough angle, these lines entwined themselves around thicker, longer lines. What is this place? Richard surveyed the scene before him, bewildered. But soon, a suffocating malevolence entered his perception. He glanced straight ahead, and within his sight, a distinctive black line trembled constantly. The lines surrounding it kept approaching him, but were constantly being thrown away, like a fish struggling on shore. And on the fish's body, Richard saw a line, a thin yet incredibly strong line. As he saw that line, a series of fragmented images suddenly flashed before Richard's eyes. The image depicted him, yet he had no memory of what had happened. A sudden thought struck Richard, and he finally realized what he was looking at. This is the Web of Fate. Chapter 766. The Web of Fate is a comprehensible representation of fate. The senses of living beings are limited, even those of the Overlord. When a living being sees something it cannot comprehend, it presents it in a form it can understand. The Web of Fate is such a form that Richard, and even the wizards, can comprehend. Richard looked at the black thread of fate. Its length seemed limitless. At least, with Richard's senses, he couldn't see its starting point. The length of the thread of fate represents time, which means that the owner of this black thread has an origin that is unimaginably ancient. Civilization Devourer? Richard whispered in his heart. However, while the beginning of the Civilization Devourer's thread of fate is invisible, its end point is visible. Richard could clearly see that the thread of fate, representing his own destiny, was tightly connected to this black thread. No matter how hard the black thread struggled, it was useless. And at the point where the two threads of fate intersected, the Civilization Devourer's thread of fate ceased to exist. And this also meant death, true death. But similarly, after this point, Richard saw no trace of his own destiny. Is this my end? Richard looked at that point, his heart suddenly calm. It doesn't have to be yours. A voice suddenly emerged from Richard's mind. It was his own voice. And after that voice appeared, a surge of anger surged within him. Why did his fate have to be manipulated? Why did he have to die? It had finally achieved the status of Corona, a being above all others in the wizarding world. Why couldn't he enjoy his own wonderful life, instead of having to fight that monster to the death? Why? Oh, it was your trick after all. Richard suddenly spoke. Although Cursed Corona did see the web of fate at the sixth ring, he was a genius of the cursed school, with an insanely high spirituality. And without my bloodline, I'd be a spiritual insulator. How could I possibly have seen the web of fate at the sixth ring? As he spoke, Richard's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp, his sword-like gaze fixed on the black thread of fate, his tone filled with sarcasm. Civilization Devourer, you're capable of such a mind-shattering trick? Really? A voice echoed in Richard's mind again, this time, it was his own. Are you truly willing to accept this? Your future could be infinitely more exciting. Why fight a creature you've only seen once? You have no grudge against him. In fact, it's because of him that you've reached this point. Giving up this outcome is a better outcome for everyone. Being devoured by you is also a good thing? Richard sneered. Who can prove this? You only have one source for this information, and you're a pawn in their scheme. Isn't the information you're exposed to selectively expressed? The voice sounded identical to Richard's, but it carried a persuasive power. After hearing this, Richard felt a flicker of doubt. Indeed, all the information he knew was left behind by a previous civilization, and as a member of their scheme, he surely wouldn't be receiving information that would be detrimental to their plan. But the next moment, a cold smile crossed Richard's face. So? Even if they lie, you won't lie too? Are your tricks of deceiving and swaying people's wills just a pretext for telling the truth? Put away your frivolous tricks. If you could fight with real weapons, I respect you. Stubbornness is a wizard's most terrible disease. It can cause a knowledgeable wizard to overlook simple things that even an apprentice can discover. You've fallen prey to this disease. The voice in Richard's ear sounded compassionate, as if it was a pity that Richard had ignored the advice and persisted in his own way. But Richard's will was as firm as a rock, and no amount of deceit could change it. Suddenly Richard felt a pull. It felt as if a rope had wrapped around him, and that rope was now shrinking. In the wizarding world, Richard's ascension was over. At this moment, his massive body had grown to a height of nearly 3,000 meters, appearing from afar like a mountain suspended in the air. The scales on his skin were gone, replaced by a thick, leathery skin. The wild, aggressive aura of the abyss had vanished. Under the influence of his Titan bloodline, Richard's aura had become neutral and peaceful, as steady as a mountain. Besides these changes, the most significant transformation in Richard lay in his eyes. Below the outer corners of his eyes lay a pair of small, four-eyed eyes, tightly closed. I've been targeted, indeed. Richard's primary eye slowly opened, letting out a low sigh. A creature pursued for so long by the cursed Corona must surely be ignorant of fate. He was entangled with an inescapable thread of fate. It must have noticed. Now that I think about it, the Mayfly Lord's sudden appearance last time must have been his masterpiece. The myriad dimension is incredibly well hidden. If it weren't for the coordinates, Richard wouldn't have been able to find it even if he searched for an entire epoch. So how did the Mayfly Lord arrive, just as he was gathering his inheritance? Facing an enemy capable of interfering with the thread of fate is truly a challenging task. Richard slowly landed, shrinking his massive body to about 2 meters. At this moment, there was no hesitation or uncertainty in his eyes, only unwavering conviction. So what if he had seen his own fate? Even if the end was already determined, he could still change the fates of countless others along the way. As for death, he had lived for thousands of years. Before arriving in this world, he would have been old enough to witness humanity's transition from tribal society to modern society. For Richard, death no longer held such a terrifying prospect. Richard suddenly chuckled to himself. The cycle of life and death is natural law. I have finally grasped the fundamentals of Titan philosophy. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Richard looked around and suddenly said, "World Guardians, what do you want from me?" From the empty space, 3 World Guardians suddenly emerged. Judging by their strength, each had reached level 6. Among them was the Forest Guardian Richard had met earlier. "Corona of Miracles, we have something to discuss with you," the leading World Guardian said slowly, bowing slightly. This Guardian resembled a tangled mass of paint, white and black tangled together, sometimes blending, sometimes distinct. "Discuss? What?" Richard was a bit confused. He didn't understand what these World Guardians had to do with him. "Please move this way." The World Guardian opened a spatial rift, but unlike ordinary rifts, this one seemed to have a stable spatial tunnel behind it. Richard raised an eyebrow slightly. "Using the webway? What can't be discussed here?" The Guardian said calmly. "Don't you think this place is too shabby?" Richard was intrigued by these World Guardians. They certainly wouldn't harm him, so it wouldn't hurt to go over and play. He didn't have much else to do anyway. Entering the spatial tunnel, Richard soon arrived at a large hall. The hall's decor looked plain and simple, like a simple version of the Council of Truth. Several Guardians were already seated in the hall. Richard glanced at them, slightly surprised. Guardians of the sea, sky, earth, and seasons, including my invited Guardians of day and night, forest, and beasts. We now have all 6-level Guardians from the entire wizarding world. The 3 World Guardians followed Richard into the hall, and with their arrival, this somewhat mysterious meeting officially began. "Lord Corona, please come this way." The Guardians of the Sun and Moon led Richard to a seat on the inner side of the hall. Then he spoke. "The Guardian meeting begins now. This time, our topic is the end of the Dharma era." "The end of the Dharma era?" Richard was slightly startled. Shouldn't the end of the Dharma era still be over 100 years away? As if sensing Richard's confusion, the Day and Night Guardian explained, "Sir, the end of the Dharma has been brought forward. The reason the Crowns took such a great risk and slew the Galaxy Mayflies in World 2456 was to ensure a smooth passage through the end of the Dharma." Richard was slightly startled. Was there such a plot behind World 2450 SIX's victory? Thinking carefully, there was something amiss about this victory. The ironclad defenses the wizards had erected were specifically prepared for the end of the Dharma. How could they be so easily breached by the Mayflies? If nothing unexpected happens, the origin of the wizarding world will fall into complete dormancy in 3 years. By then, only mortals and great wizards will survive. "So why did you invite me here?" Richard asked, looking at the Day and Night Guardian. He disliked beating around the bush, and his current strength and status were more than enough to allow him to follow his heart. Seeing Richard's directness, the Day and Night Guardians also said bluntly, "We hope, sir, to protect us." "Protect?" Richard asked, bewildered. "The end of the Dharma age isn't the end of the world. At most, these World Guardians will fall into slumber along with the origin. Could it be that the end of the Dharma age will also cause all World Guardians to perish together, but he couldn't save them?" "Yes, sir, we hope you will protect us," said the Forest Guardian beside Richard. "Why?" Richard asked, puzzled. "You are World Guardians. Who could possibly cause trouble for you?" The Day and Night Guardians looked at Richard and whispered, "What do you think, Lord Coronet? In the entire wizarding civilization, who can touch us?" Richard's brows furrowed slightly, and his voice grew colder. "Why would the Council want to touch you? What did you do secretly?" In wizarding civilization, the only entity with the power to take action against these World Guardians is the Council of Truth. Chapter 767. "We didn't do anything, Your Excellency," the Day and Night Guardian whispered. "I think you're a little unclear about the World Guardian's place in wizarding civilization." Richard nodded slightly. "I'd like to hear more." The Day and Night Guardian sighed and explained to Richard, "First, you need to understand a concept. According to the definition given by the Council of Truth, the World Guardians are an unofficial organization within the Ministry of Justice under the Council of Truth. From the institutional perspective of wizarding civilization, World Guardians do not exist. They are merely a special group of law enforcement wizards." At this definition, Richard's brow flickered with astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of it. The Day and Night Guardian looked at Richard. "From this definition, I think Your Excellency should understand our situation." Richard nodded. Defining the World Guardians as an unofficial organization was enough to illustrate the Council of Truth's attitude towards this organization. The Council was very dissatisfied with an organization whose highest authority was not its own, even if its highest authority was the very origin of the wizarding world. The Day and Night Guardian continued, "While the World Guardians appear to be part of the Ministry of Justice, we actually operate on the fringes of the wizarding system. Our membership in the Ministry of Justice is primarily to protect the wizarding world, not to serve as a tool for the Council of Truth to rule over wizards. Furthermore, due to the problematic World Guardians election system, the Council cannot even interfere with the expansion of the World Guardians, nor can they interfere with our efforts. So? Richard scratched his head. Even if the Council is displeased, they won't kill you, right? While killing you wouldn't be a difficult task for them, being loathed and even ostracized by the wizarding world is definitely not what they want. While the World Guardians allow fighting, the creature that kills the World Guardian must succeed him. If they don't, they will be loathed and even ostracized by the World Council. Furthermore, there's no need to think about exploiting bugs, like severely injuring the World Guardian, and then letting someone else finish off the enemy. The World Origin isn't a fixed process. The World Guardian knows who wins. You're quite right, but that's under normal circumstances, the Day and Night Guardian said helplessly. But if the Wizarding World Origin falls into a deep slumber, then even if we're killed, it won't react. Furthermore, once the Origin falls into a deep slumber, we World Guardians will become weakened, even dormant. At this point, even a fourth ring Grand Wizard would pose a deadly threat to us. Even if the Coronation Thrones don't want to take the risk, they can still command their Grand Wizards to kill us. Hearing this, Richard finally understood the Day and Night Guardians' intentions. The Council of Truth sought complete control over the World Guardians, but because killing a World Guardian would entail becoming their own, they have refrained from taking action against them. Now, the Dharma ending age is approaching. The World Guardians' power has plummeted to the point where even fourth ring Grand Wizards can pose a threat. During this period, the Crown Thrones can personally or command their Grand Wizards to slay all of these World Guardians. Then, after the world's origin has revived, they can allow these individuals to become World Guardians, thereby achieving their goal of controlling the World Guardians. You're thinking too far ahead, but you got the wrong person. Richard threw his hands helplessly. I'm only an honorary coronet. Those true leaders are willing to give me face because they're following the rules. If they don't, I can only bear with it. I can't stop something like this that involves the interests of the school. Although the title of honorary coronet is impressive, Richard knows it's actually a manifestation of a position of no further distinction. Without the backing of power, he could never influence the development of wizarding civilization like a true truth wizard. No, you can, the Day and Night Guardian said seriously. You're a favorite of the Transfiguration Coronet now. If you want to expand your team, the Transfiguration Coronet will certainly not deliberately stop you. And you have good connections with the Alchemical Coronet, so the Alchemical Coronet won't make things difficult for you. More importantly, if you can protect us, we will be fully integrated into the modern wizarding system. We will be your direct subordinates, and become part of the Truth Council system. The Day and Night Guardian's words were earnest, sounding serious. But Richard wasn't dazzled by the fame and the attention his younger brother had paid him. He stroked his chin, watching the Guardian of Day and Night's constantly shifting forms, and asked with interest, "Why me? If you want to join the Council of Truth, you could just find another school to join. Neither the Corona of Evolution nor the Corona of Alchemy would mind accepting you." "Why did you choose?" "Oh, I remember. Because of the blessing of the wizarding world." As Richard spoke, he suddenly remembered that he still had a useless blessing of the wizarding world. This blessing, aside from granting the wizarding world its protection, is essentially useless. Richard chuckled. "It seems this blessing holds a secret I'm unaware of. Please forgive my concealment. I certainly didn't tell you the whole story last time." The Forest Guardian spoke slowly. "A wizard possessing the world blessing should be the leader of the World Guardians. It's my own intellect and my own short-sightedness that I would question the choice of the world's origin. I understand the need to assess the parachuted in leader." Richard had no complaints. Anyone would hesitate to see an organization without a leader for years suddenly appointed a new one. But Richard suddenly changed the subject. "Coming to me was a mistake. You should discuss this matter with the Crown of Evolution. My opinion does not hold the dominant position. If the Crown of Evolution is willing to let you go, I will gladly accept. If he doesn't want to let you go, do you think I will fight the Crown of Evolution for you?" The Day and Night Guardian shook his head slightly. "My lord, I don't think your mindset has shifted yet. You are not a subordinate of the Crown of Evolution now. You are his ally. This matter should be discussed with him by you, not by those of us, who will only be his subordinates in the future. You may think the Crown of Honor is just a title, but if you carefully examine the ancient records, you will see that it is a unique and prestigious title. There have been wizards in history who have made extraordinary contributions, but none of them have the title of Crown of Honor. The Coronas consider you one of their own kind, so they've granted you this title. Otherwise, you would never have received it. As a World Guardian, The guardian of day and night dates back to the early days of the Enlightenment. Back then, he wasn't a wizard, but rather an archdruid. These years have brought him rich experience, enough to allow him to see beyond the surface of things. It's difficult for the Lord of the world to consider mortals as his peers, and it's equally difficult for the Overlord to consider the Lord of the world as his peers. Would a normal human bestow the title of honorary human upon a chess piece and allow it to enjoy human treatment? Only after a wizard has ascended from chess piece to a youngling, a wizard can receive the title of honorary corona. Richard was silent for a moment. The guardian of day and night's words opened his eyes to a new perspective. Perhaps, Richard said calmly, I will raise your issue with the coronas, but whether it will succeed is anyone's guess. The guardian of day and night bowed slightly. Beside him, the other guardians also rose and bowed. Greetings, Commander. Oh! They actually found you. At the School of Transmutation headquarters, a flicker of surprise crossed the face of the Transmutation Corona's clone. But it's a good idea to find you. After all, you don't have a team right now, and working under you would be valuable. Richard smiled a little nervously. He was sitting across from the Transmutation Corona. After being addressed as Corona, he could clearly sense a subtle shift in the Transmutation Corona's attitude towards him. The Transmutation Corona's attitude towards him became more casual, more equal. Their plan is certainly good, but whether it can be realized depends on your opinion, Coronet. I definitely support you. The Transfiguration Coronet smiled. After all, according to our previous plan, each of us would at most receive one great guardian. This little gain is better than nothing. Our main purpose is to control instability. Now that they're willing to join you, our goal has been achieved. As for this little gain, just give up a share. Shares are incredibly precious to a great wizard. But for a truth wizard, shares are merely bargaining chips. That's for sure. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Giving up shares wasn't a big deal, as the addition of these world guardians to his ranks would itself increase his share. This addition and subtraction meant he had gained a group of world guardians for free. While these world guardians were useless for the time being, once the war subsided, they would be effectively the direct rulers of the wizarding world's laws. Anything else? The Transfiguration Coronet looked at Richard, sensing that he seemed hesitant. Not yet. The Transfiguration Corona said jokingly, that means there will be some in the future. Richard stood up and smiled, that depends on the results of the experiment. The premature arrival of the end of the Dharma caught Richard off guard. He now had to expedite the progress of the subhuman wizard experiment to ensure it could be successfully implemented when the end of the Dharma arrived. If this opportunity was missed, the implementation of the subhuman wizard project would undoubtedly be a great deal more troublesome. Experiments? The Transfiguration Corona was slightly surprised. It seems you prepared quite well for the path of truth. Richard said nothing more, only smiled faintly, and walked out of the room. The Transfiguration Corona saw him out the door. Watching him disappear, he muttered to himself, the curse's gaze is truly venomous. Chapter 768. Fairyland World, Supreme Sect. In the magnificent hall of carved beams and painted rafters, Richard inserted the final rune into the rune model. As the rune model was completed, a breeze blew in from all directions, transforming into a continuously swirling ring of air under the influence of the rune model. This is the model. If you have any questions, please read Master Shaping Runeology, Volume 3. This book will be able to answer your questions very well, Richard said calmly. Around him, hundreds of demi-human wizards watched this scene in silence, a look of shock flashing across their faces. They had studied this rune model for a year without any real understanding, but in Richard's hands, it seemed like a piece of cake. The most powerful wizard bowed slightly to Richard. Thank you for taking the time to guide us, Father. Richard waved his hand. It's nothing, but next time you have such a simple question, I better ask Tianyin before coming back. Sorry, Father. The demi-human wizard left the hall, and Ulysses flew out of the void and landed on Richard's shoulder. He looked at the departing demi-human wizard and said teasingly, You've been showing a bit too much fatherly love lately. These little guys have been visiting you more and more often. Richard glanced at him and said calmly, These demi-human wizards are crucial to the future of wizard civilization. Ulysses sighed at Richard's seriousness and said, You've been getting boring lately. Richard was silent for a moment, then replied, Indeed. It had been nearly 3 years since he became a 6-ring great wizard. During these 3 years, Richard had been tinkering with his demi-human wizard project in the fairyland world, improving his own abilities along the way. Although fate had told him that the devourer of civilizations was doomed, for a creature capable of swaying the threads of fate, the future he saw wasn't necessarily the future. If the devourer of civilizations broke free from its bonds, The future would be, if not utterly dark, at least bleak. Even the alliance of civilizations of the previous generation, so powerful, had to sacrifice their own civilizations to restrain the devourer of civilizations. Richard couldn't imagine how the civilizations of today, far inferior to those of the previous generation, would face such a monster. This invisible sense of urgency truly dampened Richard's spirit. I don't know what you know, but you have to eat one bite at a time, and evolve step by step. Haste won't solve the problem. Ulysses could see that his old friend was burdened with a mountain of worries, but unless Richard spoke, he wouldn't ask. As a world master born into a civilization, Ulysses knew that there were some things he couldn't even know. I know. Richard sighed slowly, then whispered, "Let's go for a walk." The fairyland continent was still filled with birdsong and flowers, a peaceful atmosphere. Demi-human wizards and dragon men had already flourished in this land. Before long, this world's demi-human wizards would number in the tens of millions. By then, with a fully formed demi-human wizard society and a well-established education system, Richard wouldn't have to exert any effort. This group would be able to move forward on its own. Ulysses, how is your research in divine arts going? Richard asked Ulysses suddenly, as he strolled across the plains. After reading the technical article, he shared it with Ulysses. From then on, Richard and Ulysses' research directions diverged. Richard studied miracles, while Ulysses pursued divine arts. In Richard's vision, the School of Miracles would see both divine arts and miracles coexist. Progress is going smoothly, Ulysses said with a hint of joy. Without your information, I might never have created a divine art until my death. But now? Look at this. Ulysses suddenly soared into the sky, countless runes appearing on his body. Then, a golden flame suddenly ignited around him. Strangely, Richard sensed a vibrant vitality in these flames. Richard nodded thoughtfully, and with a wave of his hand, the weeds on the ground began to turn yellow and dry, as if time had accelerated for them. Ulysses blew a stream of flame at the grass, and under the flames, the dry weeds suddenly began to turn green. In a moment, they were reborn. What is this? Richard asked. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder, his tone tinged with pride. Ulysses' life flame, the magic I created. But I have a question, Richard asked curiously. Why doesn't your magic consist of a radiant holy light, but instead of a vast array of runes, like a wizard's? Are these magic runes? Yes and no. Ulysses gave a rather contradictory answer. Magic does have a runic structure, but the manifestation of this structure isn't necessarily runes. The magic of the gods manifests this structure as holy light. And my magic, since I didn't use the technology of the gods, was created entirely with the data you provided me. So the manifestation is more like that of a wizard, that's the runes you see. So, this technique doesn't contain any of the gods' technology? Richard's face was filled with surprise. If that's true, then this divine art will undoubtedly become the first divine art of the School of Miracles. Ulysses nodded slightly. Indeed, when I created this divine art, I sealed all of our technology from my memory. This divine art is 100% self-developed. You can take it to the wizards, and use it as you wish. Great, great. Richard hadn't expected that Ulysses, in these 3 years, had quietly given him such a big surprise. Everything is difficult at the beginning. With this first divine art, how long will it take for the second and third? Wait for the divine art system and the miracle system to take shape, then use the demi-human wizards to rapidly expand the number of schools. The only thing left on his path to truth was a ritual. The ritual of ascension to truth was truly just a ritual. This ritual could be a battle, a work, a grand sacrifice. The rituals of the 6 truth wizards were different, so each one performed a different ritual. But without a doubt, each of their rituals represented a breakthrough in the system they had learned. The constitutional corona challenged a master with the strength of a 6-ring grand wizard. The alchemical corona crafted the first truth-level magical armor. The shaper corona created an as-yet undeciphered 14-ring forbidden spell. The undead corona transformed an entire medium-sized world into a world of death. It's a bit too early to think about it. Richard shook his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts. The School of Miracles had just taken its first step, and now thinking about ascending to the corona was like thinking of a child's name the moment you held hands. Have you compiled the data for this divine art? I'd like to see your thoughts. I'm sure it's ready, but I see later. A gust of wind blew, and the green plains undulated like the surface of water. Immortals, you must learn to rest. We have plenty of time, so why rush? Ulysses said leisurely. Richard felt the breeze and closed his eyes slightly. He whispered to himself, my friend, I don't have as much time as you think. The emergence of the first divine art led Richard to focus his attention on the development of the School of Miracles. Of course, regular life editing is still essential. The Shepherd Star Titans also possess this life editing technology, and in fact, it is even more efficient than that of the Supremes. However, this technology has a fatal flaw. It requires the support of Titan bloodline. Without Titan bloodline, their life editing technology is suicidal. Richard's primary research area is the miraculous. After incorporating the Titan's blood, his spirituality has undergone a qualitative improvement, finally reaching the level of a conventional curse school's great wizard. While his spirituality is still barely above the level of a genius like the cursed coronet, at least he can finally delve deeper into his research on miraculous powers. Mystical powers, the most bizarre powers in this world. These powers wander between dimensions, hovering like ghosts. Through specific means of induction, they can achieve all sorts of incredible effects. To activate these powers, spirituality, a medium, and a medium are essential. Among these, spirituality is the foundation of perception, media are the means of communication, and rituals are the means of communication. In Richard's research, the power of faith is an extremely high-quality medium. Even the power of faith of a shallow believer is equivalent to that of a cursed insect with 5 black stripes. The power of faith of a fanatic is even comparable to that of a cursed insect cultivated from the body of the world lord. After encountering these mysterious powers, Richard finally understood why cursed wizards must compile systems rather than directly manipulate them with spirituality. Mystical powers are absurd forces that have the ability to distort reality. This power is extremely dangerous. Even Richard, a 6th-ring great wizard, would risk his life when faced with these absurd forces. The system is the reins that allow wizards to control these powers. As long as a wizard believes in a system, no matter how absurd it is, these mysterious powers will accept it like a fool and operate according to it. Without this system, harnessing mysterious powers becomes extremely difficult. After realizing this, Richard quickly refined his system, eliminating most of the bugs. He then built upon this foundation and created a comprehensive set of miracle sorcery. What had happened to the cursed corona was now being replicated upon Richard. A true teaching, a phrase that truly fits the cursed school. Richard sighed softly. Richard recorded these miracle sorcery spells in the magic book. The moment the quill left the book, the atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly shifted. The mystical powers roaming between dimensions, and the cursed creatures formed from these mystical powers, were drawn to the brilliance of the magic book. The power of a book comes from the knowledge it records, and the creatures that write it. At this moment, in the eyes of these mystical powers, Richard was as powerful as the cursed corona. Chapter 769. Sensing the changes in his surroundings, Richard waved his hand, sealing the book Miracle Witchcraft with a single wave of his hand. Slipping the magic book into his pocket, Richard muttered to himself, Miracle Witchcraft is complete, and Miracle Divine Art has even begun. The rest depends on those little guys. Thanks to Richard's deliberate efforts, a 3rd-ring wizard has emerged among the demi-human wizards. But a 3rd-ring wizard isn't enough. Richard needs a world guardian to prove the demi-human wizard's worth. But the fairyland world hasn't been invaded yet, and the world origin isn't particularly interested in producing world guardians. Unless Richard kills the White Wolf God or commits a massacre of the werewolves, otherwise, creating a new world guardian would be extremely difficult. However, Richard is a wizard after all, and a wizard's greatest strength is his quick thinking. While he can't stimulate the world by slaying the White Wolf God or massacring the werewolves, that doesn't mean he can't stimulate the world origin in other ways. Exiting the lab, Richard arrived in a flash, arriving at a large underground base beneath the lab. In this base, a massive portal had already been constructed. Next door, a sporadic spatial tremor had persisted for years, recently reaching its peak. Hasn't it been opened yet? Richard observed the fluctuating space, frowning slightly. I've already released the spatial anchor, yet it's still so slow? Is the abyssal webway so inefficient? Nearly 30 years had passed since Richard's initial journey to the abyssal world. Logically, the trade network between the two civilizations should have been open long ago. But out of selfish motives, Richard deliberately placed numerous spatial anchors at the designated locations along the abyssal webway to delay its opening. The abyssal webway represents a tremendous stimulus for the world, and this stimulus is perfectly suited to the birth of the World Guardian. If it arrives too early, the World Guardian will be overtaken by the werewolves. Without a 3rd-ring demi-human wizard, even if Richard removed all 3rd-level werewolves from the world origin would have chosen to strengthen the White Wolf God rather than forcibly elevate a 2nd-level creature to a 4th-level creature through infusion. But now, Richard feels he's somewhat overestimated the efficiency of these abyssal demons. Even if he hadn't placed the spatial anchors, these creatures wouldn't have arrived much earlier. However, Richard had actually wronged the abyssal demons. No matter how cunning the abyssal demons are, they wouldn't dare shirk their duties under such a command from the Overlord. The reason for their slowness, besides the sheer distance, lies primarily in the unique nature of the Fairyland continent. Although the Fairyland continent has become part of the Fairyland world, this isn't because the world doesn't want to swallow it, but rather because it simply can't. This is a compromise forced upon it. As a powerful, civilized mother world ruling over an entire world community, the Fairyland continent, even in its fragments, possesses a greater degree of resilience than an ordinary large world. If it were a spatial rift, it wouldn't be a problem, but establishing a special portal like the Abyssal Webway would be dozens of times more difficult than a wizard's portal. The abyssal demons on the other side have already assumed that the world beyond is the wizard's world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult. You pigs! Hurry! In the abyssal world, a demon overseer stood on a high platform, brandishing a bone whip and urging his demons on. Below him, hundreds of thousands of demons maintained a vast abyssal formation. In the center of this formation, dozens of abyssal space-time worms, used to carve out the abyssal webway, constantly gnawed at the void. Next to these worms, a pitch-black three-dimensional black hole continuously emitted spatial turbulence. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from the sky, and a black demonic dragon silently descended over the webway entrance. Sensing the demonic dragon's arrival, the demonic overseer, who had been so aggressive just moments before, instantly became fawning. Lord Ishtar, what brings you here? The demonic dragon Ishtar descended from the sky, its body shrinking to the size of an ordinary bison. Why isn't it finished yet? Lord Richard has already contacted me. Ishtar's voice was calm, yet it held a chilling authority. The demon overseer couldn't tell whether Ishtar was furious or simply going through the motions. Sir, our efficiency has reached maximum. If we want to improve further, we can only improve the formation and produce more abyssal space-time worms. Improve the formation? Ishtar's pupils widened slightly. This formation is already the most efficient one, isn't it? You remember correctly, sir. Caw! The moment the demon overseer finished speaking, Ishtar's dragon head suddenly expanded, biting the creature into pieces and swallowing it whole. Beside the overseer, the other abyssal demons showed no reaction to this scene. In the abyss, it's perfectly normal for larger demons to devour smaller ones. Answer me. Ishtar's dragon head flicked slightly, addressing another demon on the platform. Why hasn't it been completed yet? Lord Ishtar, we don't have enough resources. This abyss demon was far more resourceful than his predecessor. He had realized that Ishtar was deeply dissatisfied with the progress and needed a tangible, feasible method to accelerate progress. Resources? Very well, what resources do you need? Ishtar's dragon eyes gazed at the demon silently. No one knew if he would devour this demon in the next moment, just as he had just done. Under pressure, the demon quickly stated his needs. I need flesh and blood, the flesh and blood of the Lord of the world. The higher the quality, the better, the more the better. With this flesh and blood, I can perform a blood sacrifice to expedite the abyssal space-time worms devouring process. Blood sacrifice, very good. Ishtar retracted his gaze. From now on, you are the overseer. Your request will be delivered soon. I want to see the abyssal webway open within a month. The demon fell to the ground, exposing his belly. Yes, my lord. Sure enough, we need to hurry things up. In the underground base, Richard observed the abyssal webway, which was becoming increasingly noisy, and smiled with satisfaction. Beside him, the white wolf god observed the constantly trembling space, a sense of danger rising within him. He could sense that once this space was opened, the things behind it would be something he could not handle. Richard suddenly turned and asked, White Wolf, have you arranged the level 3 werewolves? They've been arranged to relocate. Now there aren't a single level 3 werewolf in the entire fairyland. Richard nodded slightly and laughed heartily. Very good, everything is in place now. Whether my plans of these years will succeed depends on the outcome of opening this webway. As he spoke, Richard emanated an aura of pressure that sent even the level 5 white wolf god shuddering. In Richard, the white wolf god seemed to see a towering demon god. Your power is becoming increasingly terrifying. 1 month later. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder erupted from the dark, overcast sky. In the underground base, the turbulent space suddenly ruptured, revealing a small hole. Immediately, a ferocious mouth emerged from behind the hole and began to devour the space, continuously expanding the opening. On the other side of the hole, the new demon overseer, observing the shattered webway, collapsed to the ground. Under the influence of the blood sacrifice, he finally opened the webway just before the deadline. Abyssal spacetime worms swarmed around the hole, devouring it, enlarging the already tiny opening. With each expansion, the shock to the origin of the world grew more severe. The white wolf god gazed at the hole, the urge to interrupt it rising within him. That was his instinct as the guardian of the world. This spacetime hole had already severely impacted its safety. However, a tremendous pressure helped him control this impulse. Richard stood beside the white wolf god, his pressure like a mountain, nearly suffocating the creatures around him. Under his suppression, the white wolf god could not move, even if he wanted to. Elises, has the Research Institute reacted? Not yet. Richard's face was grim. Ahead of him, the abyssal webway was nearly stabilizing. No new world guardians had yet appeared at this node. Wasn't this stimulus enough for the world origin? It seems we need to spice things up. Richard's heart clenched, and a powerful burst of abyssal power erupted from him. Under the influence of the abyssal power, the entire base's material began to be corroded by the abyss, becoming part of the abyss. If the abyssal webway wasn't exciting enough, then the abyssal erosion should surely be. Under Richard's seemingly endless supply of abyssal power, the area of abyssal erosion quickly began to expand. The contamination began spreading from the underground base to the outside world. Under the abyssal erosion, purple veins sprouted from the steel plates, and the ground began to turn black, as if stained by blood. Microscopic abyssal creatures that produced abyssal spores continued to appear. These spores were carried by the breeze, quickly spreading the contamination across the entire plane. The encroachment of the abyss was unstoppable. Boom! A thunderclap echoed in the sky. The origin of the world had finally responded to the abyssal encroachment. In the former site of the Supreme Sect, a three-ringed demi-human wizard froze in place. At that moment, his consciousness entered an inexplicable dimension, where a being, indescribably great, questioned him. "Are you willing to protect your homeland?" I do." With these words, the wizard and the origin of the world reached a pact. Amid the stunned gazes of the demi-human wizards, the power of the origin of the world surged from the void, pouring continuously into their companions' bodies. In a matter of moments, the infused demi-human wizards transcended their mortal limits and entered the realm of the world lord. A dark shadow flew out of the void. Ulysses, observing the demi-human wizard, whose strength grew under the infusion of the origin's power, muttered to himself, "Richard, you succeeded." Chapter 770. Success? Haha, I knew it would work. Richard laughed heartily, withdrawing the abyssal power from his body and radiating boundless holy light. Wherever the holy light illuminated, the abyssal pollution instantly vanished. The fairyland world was his world after all. A little scare might be fine, but if the abyssal pollution continued to spread, while it might be pleasant for him, it would be a major problem for the entire world. After briefly cleaning up the abyssal pollution, Richard returned to the underground base. The abyssal webway was now complete. From the outside, the entrance to the abyssal webway defied human common sense. It appeared to be a black sphere over 500 meters in diameter, not a two-dimensional plane. No matter which direction one looked at the entrance, a pitch-black hole was visible. But Richard knew it was merely an illusion caused by the loss of space. After the webway stabilized, the first to pass through was naturally the demon dragon Ishtar. A dragon head slowly emerged from the entrance, followed by the remaining four. The 5 pairs of dark red dragon eyes scanned the entire base, quickly locking onto Richard. Then, his body shrank in size, and he swiftly approached Richard, saying flatteringly, "Congratulations, sir, on your renewed strength. You are truly worthy of being the blessed one of the abyss. Your potential is truly unfathomable." Richard glanced at him and smiled. "Don't try to be so tactful. Change into human form beside me." "No problem, sir." Off to the side, the white wolf god watched the abyss dragon emerge from the webway with a wave of apprehension. Although he and the abyssal dragon Ishtar were both level 5, the white wolf god knew that if a fight truly broke out, he would surely die. A crisp click echoed from the abyssal dragon's body, and its form quickly transformed from dragon to humanoid, slightly shorter than Richard. For an abyssal demon, versed in physical evolution, even without the rules of flesh and blood, achieving physical transformation through physical manipulation is a simple task. Seeing the dragon's transformation complete, Richard calmly said, "I'm currently occupied and unable to participate in the war. Bring the Legion over to this world to rest and restock your equipment." "Yes, sir." "Any other orders?" "Control the abyssal pollution." "That is fine, but you know, those little creatures don't have enough control. If they stay there too long, the abyssal transformation will." Richard suddenly looked at Ishtar, smiled, and patted his shoulder. "Then find a way to solve it." Supplies aren't a problem. Ishtar's expression froze. In that instant, he had suddenly felt a terrifying pressure from Richard, his limbs stiffening. It was a double suppression of bloodline and strength, as if he were facing a higher-ranking demon. But he was a level 5 great demon, bearing the blood of a dragon. Even a level 6 great demon would only suppress him in terms of strength. This kind of suppression was inexplicable even to the Abyss Blesser. Sensing Ishtar's reaction, Richard chuckled inwardly. Titans leave themselves a backdoor, which is a good thing. During his ascension, Richard merged with the blood of the Shepherd Star Titan, transforming into a half-Shepherd Star Titan. He was a half-Titan, because the Titan blood hadn't yet been fully integrated into the Abyss evolutionary tree. Currently, most of Richard's life information within his core is in a state of inexpressible waste code. The integration of the Titan bloodline involves gradually inserting these waste codes into the Titan life information, transforming them into a part of the Titan bloodline. Once the integration is complete, Richard will become the ancestor of the Titans of the new era. This can be considered a legacy of the Shepherd Star Titans to their civilization. Even if this new Titan bloodline isn't fully integrated, it will still have the power to suppress abyssal creatures. Once the integration is complete, even if the Abyss Overlord's combat effectiveness is reduced due to his suppression, of course, even with this reduction in combat effectiveness, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. After leaving the base, Richard and Ishtar searched for a suitable location on the Fairyland continent for the Abyssal Legion's encampment. Afterwards, he took Ishtar to meet with the upper echelons of the Fairyland world. This would facilitate his future search for the right people when he needed resources. Formally, let me introduce you. This is the White Wolf God, Lord of the Fairyland world and my subordinate god. Richard patted the White Wolf God beside him and introduced him to Ishtar. Ishtar glanced at the White Wolf God. Though outwardly kind, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The White Wolf God's aura of the world's origins was truly conspicuous to the creatures of the Abyss. Being a world guardian meant that the White Wolf God was a naturalized native. And natives represented the weak. In Ishtar, accustomed to the predatory nature of the Abyss, the White Wolf God was little more than a food reserve, not even a sandbag. Sensing Ishtar's disdain, the White Wolf God, though somewhat infuriated, could do nothing about it. Weakness is the original sin. Richard continued, "This is my right-hand man, Ulysses, and my servant." Over Richard's shoulder, Ulysses looked at Ishtar with nothing but murderous intent. He and the Abyss share a world-destroying vendetta, a hatred that cannot be easily resolved. Ishtar, noticing Ulysses' murderous intent, gave him a sinister smile from his ferocious dragon head. The Abyss and the gods have fought for so many years, their blood feuds countless. "Don't laugh," Richard slapped Ishtar on the head. "He's the boss here, you better hold back. If you get beaten, I won't defend you." "Haha, I understand. I understand." Richard waved his hand, motioning for him to leave. After he left, Ulysses slowly said, "I never thought I'd end up working with this abyssal scum. It's truly disgusting." "If you don't like him, go beat him up," Richard said nonchalantly. "As long as you don't kill him, I won't stop you from hanging him." Compared to Ulysses, Ishtar was clearly an outsider. After hearing Richard's suggestion, Ulysses was silent for a moment, then said with some annoyance, "I hate to admit it, but I can't beat him. At least not yet." Ishtar was considered a formidable figure among the level 5 great demons. In a direct battle, he could easily escape even if he encountered a Lord God. Compared to him, Ulysses, who hadn't fought in years, clearly lacked sufficient combat power. "Then work hard, my friend," Richard patted his old friend. "Work tirelessly to become stronger, in order to defeat the Abyssal Demon." After the Abyssal Demon army was settled, Richard returned to the Wizarding World through the portal. First, to inform the Council of Truth of the Abyssal Army's arrival. Second, to witness the end of the Wizarding World. After several years of development, the end of the Wizarding World is approaching. This is a rare natural phenomenon, and all the great wizards will be present. Even those on the front lines will send clones to witness this moment. Wizarding World. Is this the last batch? In front of the Tower of Truth portal, a working wizard wearing a spacesuit looked at the airship entering the portal, and asked his colleague. The colleague glanced at the crystal ball in his hand and nodded. "This is the last batch. After this batch is evacuated, only mortals will remain in this world, the high-ranking officials, and the unfortunate like us." As he spoke, the colleague looked off into the distance. Amidst the rain of fallen leaves from the withered world tree, the sun of the Wizarding World slowly set. At this moment, the energy in the air was almost negligible. Without protective magic armor, the energy within these working wizards would dissipate uncontrollably. Even a great wizard, living in this environment, dared not reveal the slightest vulnerability. Otherwise, The gravity of the world's origin would instantly drain all the energy of a fourth-ring great wizard. The sun has set, Ibwa. The wizard known as Ibwa walked over to his colleague, his voice a little strange under the protective magic armor. Don't be sentimental, my friend. The sun sets as it should, and it rises as well. We can only adapt. Soon, the last rays of sunlight sank below the horizon. The last traces of energy in the air vanished. Eternal night has arrived. City of eternal truth. Led by the 7 Coronas, the great wizards of the entire wizarding world gathered, watching this magnificent spectacle in silence. Report: the energy reaction within the unit space of the far north has completely disappeared. Report: the energy reaction within the unit space of the southwest desert has completely disappeared. Report: the energy reaction within the unit space of the Starry Sky Island has completely disappeared. Report: according to the various monitoring points set up by the Council of Truth, news of the complete disappearance of energy reactions continue to arrive. The Shaper Corona slowly spoke. Eternal night has arrived, and change is about to begin. Energy is an indispensable component of a vast world. Now that all that energy has entered the Earth's veins, the wizarding world is bound to undergo tremendous changes. Boom! Before the Shaper's words fell, a massive explosion echoed from afar. A huge cloud of dust slowly rose with the shockwave, resembling a falling meteorite. Report from the Starry Sky Island. The island is losing power. As the reports from the Starry Sky Island arrived, reports began to trickle in from wizard outposts in other regions. Report from the far north. The boundary ice wall is collapsing. Report from the Gale Belt. The boundary storm is receding. Report from the southwest. The quicksand mountains are collapsing. The reports revealed that the various phenomena that once prevented creatures from exploring the world's margins were gradually collapsing. If nothing unexpected happened, the endless sky that once constrained creatures from exploring the world beyond would also vanish. This is an age of alchemy. The transmutation Corona suddenly spoke. After losing their extraordinary powers, people inevitably began to utilize various primitive mechanical energies, which is the origin of alchemy. No, the alchemical Corona slowly said, this is an age of truth. Chapter 771. While power is a great aid to research, it can also be a deceptive temptation. Wizards are a group of fanatical seekers of knowledge. Spells and magic are essentially byproducts of this pursuit. This statement isn't meant to be boastful, but rather a reminder. A reminder for wizards not to be blinded by power. Power is merely a means, not an end. After entering the Dharma ending age, the wizarding world will no longer see creatures embarking on the path of evolution, but this has no impact on mortals. Those humans remaining in the wizarding world will, under the guidance of the remaining wizards, embark on the path of seeking truth. Without the temptation of power, perhaps among them will emerge seekers of knowledge more pure than wizards, right? Go and see for yourself. During the Dharma ending age, the entire world community will witness a sight rarely seen. The Transfiguration Crown said to the great wizards behind him. After speaking, he looked at Richard with a hint of a smile on his face. We used to hold meetings in the wizarding dimension, but now that we're all gathered here, let's hold this meeting in the City of Eternal Truth. Richard nodded slightly. As long as you're willing, I'd be fine anywhere. The coronation hosts didn't object. With the gentle bows of the great wizards, the 7 coronation hosts of the wizarding civilization flew into the still suspended City of Eternal Truth. In the council hall, everyone took their seats. The Transfiguration host spoke first. We've been having meetings quite frequently lately, and every meeting has been a great success. It seems fate is fair. After all the beatings we've endured, we've finally been compensated. The Coronas smiled symbolically, their gazes turning to Richard. They knew that as long as the Transfiguration Corona spoke, Richard would inevitably be the protagonist. Of the Coronas present, only Richard lacked the voice to speak, requiring someone to speak for him and command everyone's attention. Richard said nothing more, simply opening a spatial rift, and suddenly the demi-human wizards within entered the council hall. The early arrival of the Dharma ending age has forced me to accelerate my experiments. Fortunately, these children have performed well, allowing me to see the results. The Corona's gazes fell on the demi-human wizards, causing him to shudder. To him, the room before him was filled with terrifying monsters, except for Richard. Even if the Coronas completely subdued their presence, their gazes were like blades to the Lord of the world. Richard, you're quite capable, the physical Corona spoke first. Have you devised a new promotion ritual? Is this little fellow your student? The physical Corona's suspicions were shared by all the Coronas present. Even the evanescent Corona, who had some prior knowledge of the situation, agreed with the physical Coronas. They saw nothing else noteworthy about this subhuman wizard. But the next moment, Richard dismissed his assessment. Dean, you're not looking very closely. Richard smiled at the physical corona. Dean, take a closer look at this kid. You should be able to discern something. Something? Okay, I have to take a closer look. The physical corona was aroused by Richard's ambition. Although he was only a clone, he could still draw upon the power of the illusory dimension. Empowered by the power of the dimension, the subhuman wizard felt as if every cell in his body was being examined under a microscope. But this observation gave the physical corona a shudder. He couldn't see anything wrong. This wizard was just a normal wizard, and the beastly traits were merely side effects of normal bloodline magic. I can't see anything. After a careful examination, the physical corona admitted, without pretense, that he couldn't see anything wrong. Here were all truth wizards. There was no need for him to lie. What he couldn't see, the other wizards present certainly couldn't see either. Hearing this answer, the coronas couldn't help but feel a flicker of shock. Although the physical corona was a newly promoted truth wizard, he was undoubtedly an expert in physical fitness. Richard had just asked the physical corona to examine him, indicating that there was definitely something wrong with this wizard's bloodline or constitution. But now, the physical corona couldn't detect the problem. This was a serious problem. To be able to hide it from the eyes of a corona, even if Richard possessed the technology of a previous civilization, was a bit exaggerated. Dean, since you can't see it, I'm relieved. Richard breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the physical corona couldn't detect it, the subhuman wizard's bloodline problem would be solved. So what's the problem with this little guy's bloodline? The physical corona asked curiously. Richard said slowly, the problem with this child's bloodline is that he's not a pure-blooded human who has been transformed into this state through blood magic. Instead, he was born with this part of the werewolf bloodline. In other words, he's a subhuman. Corona since frowned slightly, feeling like he'd been tricked. Demi-humans, while unpleasant in their name, are indeed a part of humanity. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't discern anything about their bloodline. No! A sudden thunderclap struck Corona Since's mind. Innate bloodline, no registered great wizards, no new ascension ceremony, and a reason to launch a truth conference. All these factors combined to give Corona Since a somewhat absurd thought. He looked at the subhuman wizard again, but this time, he didn't examine his bloodline. Instead, he invoked the power of the wizarding civilization Corona. In his eyes, the subhuman wizard was connected to the wizarding dimension. Yet, this wizard had no connection to the wizarding world at all. What is this? Corona Since couldn't help but exclaim. All these signs combined suggested an incredible answer. This subhuman wizard is a world guardian from another world. But how is that even possible? This subhuman wizard's bloodline is absolutely flawless. Compared to some wizards in the wizarding civilization, his bloodline could almost be called pure. How could such a creature possibly be a world guardian from another world? The fact that he wasn't ostracized by the world itself was a testament to the world's generosity. The other coronas were even more astonished by the astonishment of the physical corona. Amateurs watch the excitement, while experts see the details. They were eager to know what this expert, the physical corona, had discovered. Haha, Dean, you're quite sharp-minded. Richard knew that the physical corona had already seen through the subhuman wizard's secrets, so he simply kept it a secret. Let me reveal the answer. This child is the world guardian of the fairyland. World guardian. This answer truly exceeded the truth wizard's expectations. The moment Richard learned the answer, the other 5 coronas instantly turned their various detection methods on the demi-human wizard. The sight made him tremble with fear. Don't be afraid. Richard gently grasped the demi-human wizard's right hand, whispering soothingly, these are the leaders of the wizarding civilization. They bear you no ill will. The demi-human wizard nodded slightly, his trembling body calming slightly. Soon, the coronas concluded their investigation, and each of them shared a look of shock. If the previous generation's technology was merely advanced, then the current demi-human wizards had completely overturned their understanding. If demi-human wizards could serve as guardians of other worlds, wouldn't they have missed out on thousands of great wizards over the years? Explain, Richard, physical corona said slowly, a hint of admiration in his tone. Richard's rate of growth was beyond his imagination. How did he become a world guardian? Are all demi-human wizards qualified? Of course not. Richard smiled and shook his head. If ordinary demi-humans could do it, I wouldn't need any experiments. This child is the product of life engineering, a demi-human born from the fusion of werewolf and wizard bloodlines. However, I tampered with their bloodlines. There's a congenital disease in their life cores. The part of their life core related to wizard bloodlines is completely unexpressed until they become level 1 creatures. A flicker of astonishment crossed physical Corona's face. Is it that simple? Can we bypass the world certification system this way? Richard nodded calmly. So far, that's the way it seems. The other Coronas, not knowing much about Constitution, could only stare blankly, waiting for Richard or the Constitution Corona to clarify. Only the alchemist Corona, who had branched out from the Constitution school, seemed thoughtful. Everyone, this is an opportunity to make a bigger profit. Richard tapped the table with his index finger, his eyes like a lion. Promoting subhuman wizards will gain us a vast number of wizards, thousands of great wizards. The wizarding dimension will experience an unprecedented expansion, and you all will share in the pie. However, this violates the constitution of the wizarding civilization, Alchemist Corona slowly said. Furthermore, if we promote subhuman wizards, we will inevitably face a problem. Should the treatment of subhuman wizards be different from that of pure-blood wizards? You know, the new wizards alone have caused such divisions within the wizarding community. If these subhuman wizards were added to the mix, I dread to imagine what the situation would become within us. The Council of Truth is a ruling body, and it must consider the stability of wizarding civilization as a whole. The emergence of new wizards has already divided the wizarding community. Now with the addition of a subhuman wizard, the stability of civilization will inevitably decline further. This decline in stability will bring about enormous internal friction. Truth wizards are not mind controllers, and they cannot prevent the lower-level people from engaging in internal friction for their own interests. This problem cannot be solved by simply killing people. Alchemy, your idea is indeed worthy of consideration. But looking too far ahead isn't a good idea right now, the Transfiguration Corona slowly retorted. The entire starry sky is ablaze with flames of war. For the foreseeable future, warfare will dominate this galaxy. We must not miss any opportunity to strengthen ourselves. The Transfiguration Corona's voice was resounding and powerful. Only by surviving can we have a future. Chapter 772. Future or present? This is a question worth pondering. Those who only care about the present and ignore the future are short-sighted. But those who only care about the future and ignore the present are even more foolish. Shaper is right. For the foreseeable future, war will be the dominant theme in this starry sky. Corona of the Curse suddenly spoke. Our enemies aren't just the galactic mayflies. In the future, we also face the devourer of civilization and his minions. If we lack sufficient strength, our survival will be in jeopardy. Corona of the Curse's words silenced Corona of the Alchemy. Corona of the Curse was the first of all the Coronas to achieve truth. It was under his guidance that other truth wizards emerged. In a sense, he could almost be considered a teacher to the other truth wizards. His words carried immense weight with all the wizards present, including Richard and Corona of the Constitution. Curse, what do you see? Corona of the Alchemy asked in a deep voice. The cursed Corona was silent for a moment, then spoke, almost dreamily, the stage has been set, and the actors are about to take their places. In this play, all civilizations are actors. The cursed Corona's voice suddenly deepened. The river of history flows unceasingly. Even if one or two undercurrents shift, it will not hinder the progress of the times. I agree with Richard's proposal. Demi-human wizards must be promoted, and we must promote them with all our might. The cursed Corona's words sealed Richard's proposal. After a moment's silence, the alchemical Corona slowly spoke. If we want to promote them, we must establish rules. In the future, demi-human wizards will undoubtedly become the mainstream of wizarding. In terms of law, I believe demi-human wizards should be treated the same as ordinary wizards, enjoying all the benefits and privileges afforded to ordinary wizards. Do the resources allow it? Asked the transmogrifier. The alchemist's voice was icy. It's allowed after consuming the galaxy mayfly. However, the number of wizards must be limited in the future. The current universal wizarding system can only be used as a wartime measure. Without the consumption of war, our resources cannot support so many wizards. Although wizards theoretically only require minimal resources to survive, but people all yearn for a good life. If wizards are still trained as they are now after the war, even with so many worlds as resources, it won't be sustainable for long. Restrictions must be imposed. The qualifications of new wizards are too uneven. The transmogrifier had no objection to this. New wizards are merely a stopgap measure, a means of dealing with the deformed products of the galaxy mayfly. They will inevitably be eliminated with the passage of time. Then let's settle it, said the cursed Corona. Miracle and Constitution will provide technical support, and we old guys will be responsible for overall coordination. Alchemy, your species library should contain the bloodlines of the major races from each plane. Yes, said the alchemist Corona, nodding slightly, then turning his gaze to Richard. Miracle, does your technology require any bloodlines? No, as long as it's local bloodline. For the first pilot world, I recommend the elemental balance world, said the Shaper Corona. The mortal seeds we transferred were all born in the elemental balance world. Choosing the elemental balance world as their birthplace will allow these subhuman wizards to directly integrate into the mortal population. Basic education also needs revisions, said the Soul Corona. The idea that the wizarding world is the origin of wizardry should be abandoned in education. The wizarding world should be the origin of wizards, not their source. Then, we should increase publicity for different schools and downplay publicity between different worlds. Won't this cause problems? Richard asked, frowning. It won't, Soul Corona said calmly. Wizards don't value bloodlines. The prevalence of bloodline magic has laid a good foundation for us. We only need guidance, so wizards from different worlds can unite because of the same school. As for the problems that arise from this unity, we just need to control them. Soul Corona is a master of manipulating souls, wills, and even thoughts. During the past planar war, it was he who proposed the plan to destroy history. Since he said there was nothing wrong, there was probably no problem. They then discussed many other issues, such as which world should be selected for the first batch, the distribution of schools for subhuman wizards, and so on. By the time they finished, the dramatic changes in the wizarding world had concluded. Let's settle this for now. If there are any problems in the future, we can analyze them on a case-by-case basis. Everyone, please adjourn. The Coronas left one after another, busying themselves with their own affairs. In the secret realm, Richard arrived at the Divine Palace Laboratory. Lon, are you planning to upgrade? At Richard's question, a flicker of surprise crossed Lan's projection's face. Have you found other laboratories? If so, I can connect them in parallel to increase my computing power. Laboratories? Richard smiled. This thing is far more powerful than a laboratory. Even though the savage world was shattered by the civilization devourer's breaking of the seal, many relics of the supreme beings remain within its fragments. Within the ruins controlled by the wizard civilization lies a vast computational matrix. This computational matrix is currently used to optimize the rune shattering of various large alchemical machines. But now, the demi-human wizards are the wizard civilization's top priority, and all other tasks must give way to them. Come, change your form, and I show you something advanced. Your will, Your Excellency Richard. Under Lan's control, the peripheral chambers of the Divine Palace Laboratory began to transform into tiny crystal cubes, returning to the central main structure. In this process, the energy-transmitting mycelium from the world mushroom began to break. The fragmented mycelium drifted through the air like snowflakes. Richard frowned slightly. World mushroom, retract your mycelium. The world mushroom's mycelium was useless to him, but it was a well-known presence to the other creatures of this secret realm. These mycelium parasitize living organisms, growing continuously until they completely devour the entire creature, transforming it into a fungal corpse. In the past, the world mushroom would have immediately retracted these mycelium. But for some reason today, the world mushroom showed no reaction at all. World mushroom? Are you asleep? Richard sensed something was amiss. In his memory, the world mushroom was a very reliable entity. It was impossible for the world mushroom to deliberately ignore his calls. Fluffball, what's wrong with the world mushroom? Richard scanned with his mental power and quickly located the ancestor of the Holy Tree Spirit, the first Holy Tree Spirit he had acquired, Fluffball. Ah? My lord, is there something wrong with the Holy Tree? Fluffball's response startled Richard. As the world mushroom's companion, the Holy Tree Spirit would surely sense something was amiss with the world mushroom. Now that the world mushroom has no consciousness, the Holy Tree Spirit should surely notice. That's strange, my lord. I don't know what's wrong with the Holy Tree. It seems... Oh! My lord, I feel it. The Holy Tree's consciousness is trapped within that giant creature's body. That giant creature? That giant creature you threw in last time, my lord, the one with 6 eyes. 6 eyes? You mean the Shepherd Star Titan? But isn't he dead? Richard's face was filled with shock. He had witnessed the Shepherd Star Titan's soul disappear with his own eyes. There was no way it was fake. Could it be that his body was so strong that, after coming into contact with the world mushroom, he instinctively craved a soul, and thus imprisoned the world mushroom's soul? The knowledge of previous civilizations Richard had come across did mention such cases. But Richard had never imagined he would actually encounter one himself. And one world master imprisons another. Where is the Titan's body? At the base of the Holy Tree, wrapped in its roots. I take you there. With that, a wave of magical energy emanated from the ball of fluff, summoning all the Holy Tree spirits from across the world. After years of development, the number of holy tree spirits has reached tens of millions. If it weren't for the world mushroom's control, these little creatures could easily number in the hundreds of millions. A vast number of holy tree spirits gathered together, simultaneously using hyphae to manipulate the world mushroom's mycelium. The next moment, a scene resembling Moses parting the sea appeared before Richard. The ground trembled and cracked, a bottomless fissure formed. Within the earth, countless white mycelium, like roots, firmly held the soil and rock in place. Richard was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected these little creatures to possess such abilities. Perhaps it would be a good idea to give them a clan status later. Entering the rift, Richard quickly spotted the Titan's corpse. The moment he saw the body, Richard knew it wasn't surprising that the world mushroom had been trapped. Faced with Richard's need for preservation, the world mushroom didn't hesitate, continuing its customary practice of inserting mycelium into the Titan's body to transfer energy. The Titan's entire body was densely entangled with mycelium. If he hadn't done this, even if the Titan revived, he would have simply released the mycelium. Without a soul or intelligence, it wouldn't have been difficult for the world mushroom to trap a revived Titan. That was my oversight. Richard scratched his head awkwardly. People tend to subconsciously assume that what they know is common sense. The body's backlash was so rare that even a native world mushroom would have been stumped, let alone a world mushroom. It's a good thing we're going to attack the Asgard laboratory this time, otherwise I wonder how long you'd be trapped. Richard approached the Titan's body, his mental power seeping into it, and began searching for the world mushroom's soul. But as he searched, he discovered something strange. How could there be no soul? Richard's mental power swept through the Titan's body, detecting no trace of a soul. But this completely contradicted the Holy Tree Elves' explanation. As the companions of the world mushroom, the Holy Tree Elves should be able to perceive the world mushroom state without error. Richard stroked his chin, observing the dense mycelium covering the Shepherd Star Titan's body. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be fusion? Chapter 773. Richard recalled the information about body resurrection. The information stated that if a resurrected body trapped a soul, it would attempt to merge it into the body. But the chances of a successful fusion were slim. The soul always chose the body when it merged. If the soul was unwilling, the fusion would only gradually weaken the soul. In the end, the soul would be shattered. What if the soul was willing? Each resurrected body was incredibly powerful. For ordinary creatures, acquiring such a body would be a rare opportunity. But unfortunately, even if the soul was willing to merge, the chances of a successful fusion were slim. The biggest reason for this was the mismatch of bloodlines. When Ulysses seized the body of the old leader of Wuxiang Valley, the first thing he did was to use the connection between body and soul to alter the body's bloodline. Otherwise, the mismatch between the body's bloodline and souls would require careful maintenance of the connection between soul and body. This condition also applies to living beings. Although Richard's bloodline has transformed into a Titan, fragments of his human core still exist within his life core. It's just that these fragments remain unexpressed. However, a body capable of resuscitation would undoubtedly possess a powerful bloodline. If the bloodline cannot be altered, then the body is merely a prison for the soul. However, the document also records a special case. The author of the document believes that there must be creatures in this world that can achieve bloodline fusion without altering their bloodline. This creature must be a symbiotic organism, capable of combining its original body with its revived one, giving rise to a new, symbiotic life. Richard observed the mycelium rooted within the Titan's body. From his energy perspective, the mycelium didn't absorb the Titan's energy or vitality, nor did the Titan's body demand any. A harmonious energy cycle was established between the mycelium and the Titan's body. Symbiosis? What a rare sight! Richard exclaimed in admiration, as he observed the harmonious energy cycle. He pulled a pile of materials from his pocket and, using alchemy, fashioned several cameras and numerous data recording detection probes. Although the birth of a symbiotic organism was extremely rare, he had more pressing matters to attend to. So, he relied on the probes and cameras to record the various data present. After setting up the equipment, Richard flew to the ground and said to the Holy Tree Spirit, "Don't close this rift. Don't go in and play around." "My lord, what about the Holy Tree?" Richard glanced at the rift and replied, "It's evolving. Once it's finished, you probably evolve too." After the shrine laboratory shrank, it took the form of a massive crystal polyhedron, resembling an enlarged crystal hovercraft. Richard guided it out of the secret realm. Beyond the secret realm lay the ruins housing the computing array. Outside the ruins, the physical Corona's clone stood at the entrance, quietly awaiting Richard's arrival. Upon seeing the massive crystal ball Richard was pulling, A hint of astonishment crossed his face. Goodness. I was wondering how you could create a subhuman wizard. Turns out you have this kind of help. Although he couldn't discern the exact structure of the Asgard laboratory, his reconnaissance revealed that the crystal ball was technologically advanced, apparently housing a smaller computing array. Richard laughed heartily at this. That's right, Dean, you know my skill. If it weren't for Lon, the demi-human wizard's plan wouldn't have been accomplished even if I'd been driven to death. Entering the ruins. From the outside, the massive ruins resembled a massive mountain. But beneath its crumbling rock crust lay the crystals typical of supreme being architecture. The interior resembled a tower, but without stairs, only a central duct connecting the various levels. The intertwining of dark crystal and various metals gave the ruins the appearance of a vast avant-garde work of art. Wow, it's so large. Dean, you must have reaped quite a lot. Richard exclaimed in amazement as he surveyed the ruins. One floor of this ruin was the size of a fully fledged Asgard laboratory. And within the towering structure of this ruin, there were at least hundreds of these levels. No matter how much we harvest, it's nothing compared to your library, Physical Corona replied with a hint of self-mockery. All we've obtained are equipment. We have some information, but it's pitifully small compared to the equipment. Our harvest from a large world isn't as much as what you've gained from a single-dimensional journey. For wizards, knowledge takes precedence over equipment. After all, they don't have Richard's ability to directly extract blueprints. The Supreme Being's equipment is a completely unfamiliar system to them, and the technical level is even higher. Unless they conduct destructive research, it will be difficult for Corona to fully understand it. But destruction doesn't guarantee repair. The Council of Truth would rather not delve into the secrets of some crucial equipment than render it useless. For example, the computing array Richard was about to use. This meant that the wizards had essentially acquired a vast collection of black box artifacts. After confirming this result, even the Coronas felt a wave of dismay. In the hall on the lowest floor, the wizards of the Tesla Research Institute were working on their final project. Dozens of wizards gathered around the data output station, like husbands awaiting their wives' births or gamblers awaiting the lottery results. Suddenly, with a click, an information crystal emerged from the output station. The surrounding wizards hurriedly examined the information within, followed by a chorus of wails. Failed again. How is that possible? I've calculated the data myself several times, and it can't possibly fail. What's the problem? Well, let's go back. Later, Corona. Greetings to Corona. At their colleagues' somewhat flustered greetings, the wizards, immersed in the failed data simulation, suddenly perked up and gave a wizard salute to Richard and Physical Corona as they approached them. Greetings to Corona. Richard nodded slightly and asked curiously, "What are you calculating?" "Master Corona, we are simulating a new model of the disintegration technique." "A new disintegration technique?" "Yes, we are currently planning to miniaturize the large disintegration cannon." Richard nodded slightly, pulled a heritage crystal ball from his pocket, and handed it to the wizard with a message inside. "Go back and try this." The wizard was slightly startled, then hurriedly took the crystal ball. "Thank you for your help, Lord Corona." The wizards from the Tesla Institute left, and Richard led the Asgardian laboratory, or LON, to the data input station. "You should be able to access this computing array, LON." LON didn't respond, but extended a crystal tentacle from the giant crystal ball and connected it to the data input station. A moment later, Lan's voice rang out from the crystal ball. "I can access this computing array. If you allow me, I can even insert a copy of myself into this array, allowing it to fully utilize its power." "Full power?" A look of surprise crossed the face of the Physical Corona standing beside him. He had experienced the computing power of this computing array before. It was roughly equivalent to his own. This wasn't even at full power, but the computing power of this computing array must be enormous. "Yes, according to the data I've received so far, this computing array is currently operating at only 1/10 of its performance due to the lack of a master controller. If I can take over this array, its computing power will increase at least tenfold. If you can repair the damaged computing units in this computing array, its computing power will increase further." Tenfold? Richard and the Physical Corona were both stunned. A tenfold increase? Wow, wouldn't this thing be equivalent to an 8-ring truth? The Physical Corona muttered to himself. Richard, standing by, was also shocked, but he wasn't overwhelmed by the exaggerated data. Does full load operation affect the lifespan of the computing array? Yes, under full load, the estimated lifespan of the computing array will be reduced by 54%. However, in most cases, this computing array is essentially in a dormant state. Those simple simulations can't even reach 1/10 of the load. Don't take over this array for now, Richard said, turning to the physical corona. I think this matter is worth discussing. The physical corona gave a quizzical smile. Have we been holding too many meetings lately? Richard chuckled. It's not a bad thing. Wouldn't it be nice to have more meetings? After some discussion, and with the professional advice of the alchemical corona, the Council of Truth chose to replicate Lon and incorporate it into the array. The demi-human wizard project then began to advance at an astonishing pace. The Council of Truth selected 100 elemental balance worlds for the first pilot phase, and the training of these 100 demi-human wizards was completed in less than 5 years. In other words, it only takes half a month to design a demi-human wizard, a 1,000-fold improvement compared to before. With the data completed, the Divine Palace Laboratory and the Path of Evolution Research Institute also began training the first batch of demi-human wizards. Everything proceeded smoothly, until the Galaxy Mayfly's offensive became fierce. Sure enough, it can't be concealed. Richard scrutinized the battle reports from the front lines and scratched his head in a nagging headache. Although the news of the wizarding world entering the Dharma-ending age had been suppressed several times, it still reached the ears of the Galaxy Mayfly. Undoubtedly, this was the Galaxy Mayfly's last chance to attack. If they didn't seize this opportunity to defeat the wizarding civilization beyond its reach, the Galaxy Mayfly would face only failure. This situation isn't simple, said the physical corona, his brow furrowed slightly as he studied the battle reports. These insects seem to have grown in strength, and have discovered technology that appears to be from a previous civilization. Could it be that these insects have also discovered relics from a previous civilization? Richard shook his head slightly, a gloomy look flickering across his brow. He could sense that the civilization devourer was behind this. Dean, let's have a meeting. I think we need to make some plans. Chapter 774. He does possess the ability to interfere with the threads of fate. You are correct. In the council hall of the City of Eternal Truth, the cursed corona slowly spoke. But you have misjudged one thing. Unearthing the remains of a previous civilization is equivalent to altering the threads of fate for an entire civilization. This is something not even he could accomplish easily. The magnitude of the fate-shaking required is immense. Without thousands of years of guidance and accumulation, he could not have assembled it. So, the suspected previous civilization technology on the front lines is simply Galaxy Mayfly's luck? Beside the cursed corona, the transmutation corona frowned, his tone tinged with annoyance. The wizards of the transmutation school loathe the mystical concept of fate, because no matter how powerful their sorcery, it would not work on something unaffected by the material world. But now, they were forced to engage such an enemy. The cursed corona shook his head slightly. Not necessarily. The devourer of civilizations is very skillful in manipulating the threads of fate. These previous technologies are likely products of his influence. After all, from what we can see so far, their impact on the war situation is not significant. The required repercussions are correspondingly low. So what is he trying to do? The alchemical corona's voice was tinged with doubt. Maintaining balance on the battlefield, allowing the war to continue, thereby consuming our energy and strength, deepening our rifts and estrangements. We are unable to free up the energy to form an alliance to fight him. Richard's voice was low, as if he were revealing some forbidden secret. He feeds on war, and the defeated are his sustenance. This defeated can be a defeated civilization or the losers of a particular war. As long as the war continues, his appetite will be endless. When he recovers, he will launch a massive war, turning us all into his sustenance. Richard's words cast a momentary silence across the council hall. Even the strongest of the evokers and alchemists had a gloomy look on their faces. The enemy's strength was somewhat beyond their imagination. Quick fight. Corona of the Curse suddenly spoke. We must quickly establish our advantage, and halt the Galaxy Mayfly's offensive. All unnecessary wars must cease. We cannot control the Galaxy Mayflies, but our own war must be swift and powerful. Consign the war of attrition to the dustbin. In the coming era, our attacks must be as swift as lightning. As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over Richard, causing Richard's back to tense. He sensed that Corona of the Curse had noticed something. Do you have any ideas? Curse. Alchemy Corona stared at Corona Curse. He knew that Corona Curse's words were never aimless. Everything he said now was paving the way for a certain purpose. The Corona's gazes were fixed on Corona Curse. Beneath the hood of his wizard robe, the colorful eyes of his clone flickered with a strange light. I have a plan. If all goes well, perhaps we can eliminate a master of the Galaxy Mayflies. The meeting ended, and Richard returned to the secret realm. So, the most important part of this plan lies with me? Richard frowned, noticing a gap in his memory. The security of memory is often exaggerated. The Soul School has hundreds of methods for forcibly accessing an enemy's memories. For the Overlord, forcibly accessing memories, or even inserting memories, is not a difficult task. Thus, amnesia and psychological suggestion are standard methods for maintaining the secrecy of the plan's execution. Alas, the crown of honor is honorary after all. Without sufficient strength, plans cannot even be remembered. Richard sighed helplessly, and then approached the world mushroom's roots. Compared to 5 years ago, the mycelium surrounding the Titan's body had noticeably shrunk. The Titan's body, once encased in mycelium, was now largely exposed. Into this body, an alchemical syringe continuously injected soul essence. As Richard had predicted, the world mushroom had indeed formed a symbiotic relationship with the Shepherd Star Titan's body, successfully becoming a symbiotic organism. This new organism consisted of 2 parts, the original world mushroom and the Titan's body. These two complemented each other. The Titan's body gave the world mushroom mobility beyond that of an ordinary world tree. The world mushroom, in turn, provided the deceased Titan's body with a new soul, ensuring its resurrection. Moreover, even if one of these creatures dies, the entire group will not die. This makes them a perfect match for creatures like the world shroom. Richard observed the Titan's body, whose energy fluctuations were becoming increasingly intense, and muttered to himself, 5 years, that's about it. For the past 5 years, Richard had been infusing the Titan's body with soul essence. This soul essence was enough to elevate the spiritual power of a level 4 creature to level 6. But the world shroom was a type of world tree, and its evolutionary form differed from that of ordinary creatures. Richard had no idea how much soul essence it would require to accelerate its fusion and awakening. As if hearing Richard's voice, the Titan's massive body, shrouded in white fungi, suddenly trembled. Then, the energy fluctuations within the Titan's body suddenly intensified. Oh! Finally awakening? Richard observed the trembling Titan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although this body, eroded by the illusory laws, was somewhat inferior to the Titans in its prime, the symbiosis with the world mushroom naturally bridged the gap. The current Titan, judging by its statistics, was even more powerful than it had been in its lifetime. As the energy fluctuations grew, the Titan's 6 eyes slowly opened, and the entwined mycelium began to grow rapidly, transforming into a tight-fitting garment that completely enveloped the Titan's body. Are the Titan's eyes just for decoration? Richard, even his head covered in mycelium, felt a wave of confusion. However, the next moment, the mycelium wrapped around his head vanished. Is this the senses of flesh and blood creatures? So this is what the surface world looks like. A wave of mental energy emanated from the Titan's body. As a world tree-like creature, the senses of flesh and blood creatures were a completely new experience for him. What a marvel this sense. The Titan's head turned stiffly, then his 6 eyes turned to Richard, who was standing nearby. My lord, I apologize for ruining your collection. Richard waved his hand. It's okay. We hadn't figured out the function of that thing when we arrived. Your coexistence with me has saved me a lot of thought. With that, Richard gestured, signaling the world shrooms to come to the surface. Once on the surface, Richard summoned the fluff ball, and had it restore the ground to its original state, then called upon the world shrooms to attack. Show me your control over this body. Don't hold back, just go all out. As he spoke, the abyssal power within Richard flowed like the deep sea, and a calm aura, like a mountain, emanated from him. Sensing Richard's imposing presence, the world mushroom naturally didn't dare hold back. Richard was no longer the first-ring wizard he once was. His strength was considered exceptional even among level 6 creatures. Once his bloodline was fully integrated, no level 6 creature that hadn't embarked on the path of domination would be able to defeat him. Buzz, the energy within the symbiotic Titan surged like a tidal wave. In an instant, the world mushroom unleashed the combat technique of heaven and man at one with nature, instinctively unleashed. The entire secret realm solidified at that moment, energy condensing into the power of this single punch, like rivers flowing into the sea. Is this the true nature of a Titan's talent? In the solidified space, Richard moved freely, unrestrained. He observed the punch with fascination, using his delusion-breaking eyes. With a single blow, the varied laws of the entire secret realm were shaken. Under such influence, the power of the rules would be disrupted. If Richard were only at level 5, his power wouldn't even be able to affect anything outside of himself. Rules flow like a river. Weaker rules are simply washed away like mud. Boom! The world mushroom calmly swung his fist, and the entire secret realm seemed to merge with this punch. The power of this punch was a staggering 10 million. Not bad enough. Richard calmly revealed his true form, His massive frame, over 5 kilometers tall, towering like a mountain. On his body, the thunder and fire that represented the Titans were tinted a dark red by the power of the abyss. As the lightning snakes raged, space shattered, and the entire secret realm seemed to enter its doomsday. Bang! Richard caught the World Mushroom's heavenly unity fist with a single hand. The immense power within it vanished like a drop in the ocean. Watching Richard so casually take the punch, a flicker of disbelief crossed the World Mushroom's eyes. How is that possible? As a World Mushroom, his benchmarks were very limited. According to his estimation, the power of this punch was enough to crush this world, which had expanded to tens of thousands of square kilometers, with a single blow. Your control of your body isn't very proficient yet, but this is a new body after all, and being able to display such strength is already impressive. Richard offered his assessment calmly. The punch was indeed powerful, but he himself was even more powerful. Assisted by the power of the rules, this tens of millions of energy force was dispersed into dozens of streams through different media. While tens of millions of energy force was difficult to absorb, a million energy force was no problem for Richard at this point. In a matter of moments, the power was absorbed and buffered by his flesh and blood. Your power is truly formidable. World Mushroom paused for a moment, but his meager vocabulary lacked the right words. It's mainly because you're not used to this body. Richard shrank back to normal size and replied calmly, this body has great potential. You should spend some time acclimating. If you need anything, go to Elises. What do you need from me? World Mushroom heard the hint of suspicion in Richard's words. It's simple. Richard pulled a scroll of appointment from his pocket, his eyes sharp. The scroll's contents were simple, summed up in one sentence. Richard will return to the front lines, taking over as Commander-in-Chief of World 3612. I'm about to return to the front lines, and you be a great help to me on the battlefield. Chapter 775. Boom! The violent explosions of fire elementals echoed like thunder across the battlefield. The black swarms of galaxy mayflies surged like a tide, continuously charging the wizard's fortress defenses. The ramming horns of the horned mayflies, the energy beams of the battle mayflies, the colorful runes of alchemical enchantments, and the intermingled reactions of various elements made the entire battlefield look like a canvas with spilled paint. In the sky, a massive swarm of subspecies of mayflies intertwined with the wizard's floaters. This subspecies was unlike anything the wizard had ever seen. While not particularly powerful individually, it was specifically designed for floaters. After approaching the floaters, these creatures used their alien energy to dissolve the energy barrier. Then, like harvesters, they efficiently cleared out the floaters. The shattered floaters exploded like firecrackers, raining metal from the sky. Decades later, the shadow of war once again looms over the world. This time, the balance of power will be completely overturned. Gawain! Cool down! Amid the captain's furious roar, a young wizard repairing an alchemical turret unleashed a blast of cold air, precisely wrapping around the turret's now reddened barrel. The new generation of alchemical turrets, designed to be usable by even a monkey, shifted from mental guidance to physical guidance. Now, alchemical turrets simply required an infusion of magic power and the activation of runes, and the sorcery would automatically fly in the direction indicated by the guided trajectory, a trumpet-shaped tube. It was practically a matter of hitting wherever there was a threat. As for shooting accuracy, on the battlefield against the galaxy mayflies, precision was completely unnecessary. No matter where you cast your spell against the sky-blanketed mayfly battle group, you achieve impressive results. The cold current's cooling effect prevented the guide pipes from melting. But this only offered temporary relief. Faced with the surging insect swarm, they saw no hope of survival. Fixed, Captain. Gawain expertly installed the cooling module around the barrel, then called to his assistants and headed for the other firing chambers. But the next moment, a beam suddenly erupted from the insect swarm. With a sharp hum of energy, the beam instantly pierced the fortress's energy barrier. The intense heat melted the enchanted fortress like butter, vaporizing several firing chambers, leaving only molten walls and an ugly crater. And Gawain stood at the edge of the crater. Gawain gasped, his entire body trembling. He had been less than a step away from the beam's destructive range. If he had been even a step slower, he would have been vaporized along with the firing chamber. Boss, wake up! His assistant, the wild orc, grabbed Gawain's body and dragged him away from the molten hole. Without the protection of the fortress, a single wizard was no different from a native before the mayfly battle group. Thankfully, after launching their beams, the mayflies began to retreat like the ebbing tide. A mayfly battle group can only carry a limited amount of energy at a time. Once the mother hive's energy is depleted, the swarm returns to the rear to refuel and take a brief rest. This is also the only lull between the two sides in the battle. The galaxy mayflies are also living creatures, and they also tire. In a group like a mayfly battle group, a single mayfly's operational error could cause the failure of the entire module. Rest is necessary. In the pristine firing room, Gawain smoked a tranquilizer cigarette, his fingers still trembling. I'm the captain of Company 5. Are there any wizards left in Squad 6? The voice of the squad's company commander emanated from the crystal ball, though it sounded unfamiliar. It must have been the new captain who had replaced the old one. This was quite common on the battlefield. Yes, Captain. Gawain brought the crystal ball to his lips. I'm Gawain of Squad 6. Squad 6 originally had 10 members. Currently, Gawain's eyes flashed with past scenes. After a pause, he said, one person is still alive. Okay, I understand. No consolation, the call was immediately disconnected. The break was short, and the captain didn't have time to waste on a wizard who might die in the next battle. Boss, try this. The wild orc who had saved Gawain casually tossed him a transparent water bag, but the rich aroma of alcohol emanated from it. We've survived another shock. The orc wore a fearless smile, chugging from a water skin. While Gawain's fear and relief were mixed, his assistant had fewer thoughts. The tribe's aged brew had numbed his nerves, and even death seemed a distant prospect. Drink less, Asu. Gawain took a sip and warned the orc. Asu waved his hand, saying heartlessly, it's okay. I'm not like you, boss. I don't do delicate work. Besides, I've practiced drunken boxing. Do you understand, boss? Asu made a gesture, holding his glass loosely, as if he were about to fall. Drinking is good for my martial arts. Gawain shook his head at this excuse, a familiar one he heard countless times. We've studied it, and the primary effect of alcohol on drunken boxing is psychological. It doesn't boost your energy or improve your energy circulation. So, boss, you don't understand, Asu replied with a laugh. Martial arts aren't witchcraft. Drunken boxing simply requires alcohol. As the two chatted, a voice emanated from the crystal ball again. This time, however, it wasn't the voice of the 5th Company's commander. I'm Ike, 3rd Company Commander. Wizard Gawain, please report to Fortress 1456, Floor 13, immediately. Gawain heard the command and immediately picked up the crystal ball, replying, Wizard Gawain has received it. After the communication ended, Gawain stood up and waved to Asu, saying, Let's go, Asu, we need to switch teams again. In the War Zone Command Center, the Great Wizard Absolute Zero stood by the window, gazing at the other side of the world. The war has begun again, Hall. Beside him, the old wizard known as Hall looked swarthy and very old. He hunched over, and slowly replied, The war never ceases. Decades of calm are but the lull between storms. But this time the storm is quite intense. The Great Wizard Absolute Zero sighed softly. In his hand was a decree from the Council of Truth. The decree was simple. Miracle Coronet would succeed him as the new commander of this world. And he would serve as Miracle Coronet's subordinate, fighting for wizard civilization. Even if the coronet is honorary, there are storms and winds behind it. The Great Wizard Absolute Zero looked at the sky. The sky of World 3612, where the eternal black sun was constantly shedding black embers. Hall, do you think I can survive? Lack, you're always sentimental. Hall said leisurely, gazing into the distance. The world is a vast sea of suffering. Diving into it is one feeling, and being liberated and reaching the shore is another. Keep a calm mind and follow your heart. That's what you should do. Buzz, a wave of magical power suddenly emanated from Hall's pocket. He picked it up and took a look, his expression instantly becoming serious. At the same time, the Great Wizard Absolute Zero also suddenly looked towards the other side of the world. Lack, Corona is here. The Great Wizard Absolute Zero nodded slightly, and said in a low voice, I know. The Quasi-Emperor Mayfly has arrived too. World number 3612. World name, Embersun. World type, Elemental Balance. Special rules, Solar rules. Rule manifestation. Based on the shape of the sun in the sky, the world takes on 4 different appearances. Rising sun, illuminating sun, ember sun, and dark sun. This world is currently in the ember sun appearance, manifesting as a world filled with death energy. The living will be constantly eroded by this energy, transforming into zombies. Richard raised a brow as he reviewed the information about the ember sun world. This battlefield is quite impressive. For Richard, the death energy created by the special rules had no effect on him. It was even a benefit. Under the cycle of life and death, this death energy would only transform into his life energy. I just don't know what kind of people the Galaxy Mayfly will send over here. The Ember World is a crucial hub world, where both sides have engaged in numerous battles in the past. Thus, Galaxy Mayfly is well versed in the unique rules of this world. There's no doubt that in this war, they will send a quasi-emperor best suited to this world's environment. Richard's heart brimmed with fighting spirit, and every cell in his body perked up at that moment. This is truly exciting. Exiting the space-time tunnel, Richard immediately sensed a faint aura of a level 6. How long has he been here? Richard asked the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard, who was already waiting by the portal. Less than a minute. That's not bad. Richard tore through space and retrieved the Titan Hammer. You guys gather the military data. I go meet that bug. With that, before the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard could react, Richard vanished from the portal. When he reappeared, he had already reached the heavens. His massive body, over 5 kilometers long, resembled a mountain, towering in the sky like an ancient demon from myth. On the other side of the world, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, sensing Richard's aura, also chirped cheerfully. Great, great! Coming in for a fight right off the bat. This wizard is a straightforward fellow. Before the chirping had died down, a colossal creature, also over 5 kilometers long, appeared in the sky. The lower body of this Galaxy Mayfly resembled a spider, its 12 limbs resembling pillars of heaven from the ground. While its upper body still bore resemblance to a mayfly, it was surrounded by countless tentacles. These tentacles were covered in bone spurs, which shone with a chilling coldness and a faint green glow. Even ordinary level 6 creatures would give it a wide berth. He screamed at Richard, his body transforming into a green storm. Wizard! Come, let's fight! Bang! Chapter 776. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Both the Galaxy Mayfly and the wizard stared at the sky in astonishment. Is this a strategy of the Quasi-Emperor? It must be a strategy. Galaxy Mayfly's thoughts raced through his mental network. Just a moment ago, the massive Quasi-Emperor Mayfly was struck by a bolt of black lightning, set flying backward like a meteor. Countless tiny fragments of shell, along with bodily fluids, scattered through the air, falling like raindrops. Oh! This is also the cycle of life and death? Richard gazed at the Quasi-Emperor Mayfly in the distance, absorbing the energy of death to restore his body, a hint of interest on his face. In his hand, countless runes shone like stars on the giant Titan's hammer. Looks like we're going to have a good fight this time. Elsewhere, the Quasi-Emperor Mayfly's compound eyes fixed intently on the Titan's hammer in Richard's hand. This world obliteration stone weapon must be a relic of the Titan King. We've met a tough opponent this time. With the knowledge of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, he naturally recognized the Titan hammer. Few creatures in the entire world could wield the iconic world obliteration stone with such ease. And the hammer wielded by the wizard before him, though its exact weight was impossible to gauge due to its massive size, from the impact, it was clear that the hammer's mass was comparable to that of a massive mountain. Even for him, wielding a hammer of this mass would require all his strength. Without giving the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor much time to breathe, Richard appeared before him. To the creatures on the ground, Richard resembled a vast black storm, his every move carrying a thunderous aura. Take another blow. As he spoke, the runes on the Titan's hammer shone, seemingly imbued with the power to overturn the heavens. Even though the Titan's hammer possessed a spatial anchoring effect, cracks began to appear in the space around it. Boom! With a roar like a raging dragon's roar, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was sent flying again. This time, however, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was not as distraught as the first time. An armor had appeared on his body, and judging by its style, it must have been crafted by a furnace master. You are not the only one with the relics of civilization, wizard. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor shifted slightly, his entire upper body instantly transforming into a humanoid form, with only his head remaining in the shape of a mayfly. There was no other way. Aside from the Supreme, the other two races in the Civilization Alliance were humanoid, and their relics were also designed for humanoid creatures. But for a physically evolved world master, changing size is merely a basic ability. Can you win by wearing a turtle shell? Richard sneered, reappearing before the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor and striking him with a powerful hammer. A turtle shell might be enough to bully a spiritually evolved creature, but against a physically evolved wizard like Richard, it could only slow his demise. Bang! The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's body flew backward again, but this time even closer than before. The power of laws within the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor continued to flow. Before he could even stop, a tentacle lashed out like a raging dragon. Richard blocked with his hammer, but was still struck by the tentacle. Snap! A bloody wound dozens of meters long pierced Richard's chest, and a dark green alien energy burrowed into his flesh like a worm. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood twisted and mutated, then exploded with a bang. Energy that can cause life distortion. Can it develop the laws of life? Richard wondered, observing the changes in his wounds. Then, he saw the abyssal force surge within Richard, a force as profound as the abyssal sea, instantly shredding these alien energies. Before the abyssal force, this force posed no threat at all. However, it was an inspiration for Richard. With the laws of life and transmutation, he could easily create this special energy. Looks like another learning experience. Richard looked at the Quasi-Emperor, the greed in his eyes making the Quasi-Emperor shudder. What does this guy want to do to me? Why is he looking at me like that? The Quasi-Emperor's heart trembled, and then his tentacles twisted together like a swarm of snakes, transforming into 4 thick, whip-like tentacles. The next moment, the sky shattered. 4 tentacles, swathed in 4 different alien energies, lunged at Richard like venomous snakes. Their speed was so swift, even exceeding the speed of light, that they had to draw upon dimensional force to escape beneath the veil. Boom! 4 sounds merged into one. Richard swung his hammer, blocking 2 tentacles, but he could only rely on his body to withstand the remaining 2. Although growing 4 arms was not a difficult feat for him, the side effects of his youth were evident. Richard lacked the experience and instinct to fight with 4 limbs. Even 2 extra arms would only be a weakness, not an advantage, against a more experienced foe of the same level. Ziz! Pitch-black blood continuously evaporated from the tentacles, creating a black aura. Under the corrosive influence of the abyssal power, the mayfly Quasi-Emperor's expression suddenly changed. He hastily retracted his tentacles and severed the eroded portions. Damn it, the power of the abyss! An alliance between the abyss and wizard civilization? No, this wizard has become an abyss demon. Recognizing Richard's abilities, a flicker of horror crossed the eyes of the Quasi-Emperor of the mayfly. He hadn't imagined that a creature could transform itself into an abyss demon for the sake of power. This was truly too pure. The Quasi-Emperor of the mayfly's shock instantly turned to admiration. For a creature undergoing physical evolution, strength was his constant pursuit. Anything that hindered his growth was a burden, an impurity. To become stronger, he had abandoned his partner, his friends, and even his race. He had thought himself pure. But now, he realized that his purity was still insufficient. In this world, there were people who would even forsake their own race, simply to become stronger. To be able to accommodate even a wizard who has forsaken his race like this, wizards truly are a terrifying race. Therefore, you must be destroyed. The mayfly Quasi-Emperor swung his tentacles again, but this time, instead of striking Richard, he opened a rift in the void, leading to the veil beyond. The surface material world is a shackle for them. Only behind the veil can their true combat power be revealed. Behind the veil? I'd be there. Richard didn't hesitate, immediately using the power of the abyss to open a rift leading to the veil beyond. The next moment, the 2 behemoths vanished from view. So powerful. Inside the fortress, a wild orc gazed at the sky, unable to help but sigh. Beside him, an alchemist skillfully repaired the parts and inserted them into the turret. Asu, stop lamenting. We need to go to the next shooting room. As he urged, the wizard glanced at the sky, a hint of yearning in his eyes. Is this the powerful being who can influence the development of civilization? Wonderful. Behind the curtain, 2 behemoths tangled like 2 storms. Ever swinging the mayfly Quasi-Emperor's dark green tentacles, Richard was left with a deep, bone-deep scar. But these scars often healed almost instantly. Richard's Titan hammer, though a near miss, dimmed the mayfly Quasi-Emperor's armor with each strike. Though Richard's bloodline wasn't fully integrated, he was now a Titan. The full power of the Titan hammer, along with the Titan hammer technique he had refined, was now fully operational. Aided by the Eye of Delusion, each of his hammer strikes destabilized the armor's basic structure, leaving residual stress within it. Though these stresses might seem insignificant, with enough of them, Richard could shatter the armor with a single blow, and in doing so, deliver a powerful blow to the mayfly Quasi-Emperor. Boom! Behind this curtain, the 2 behemoths had already surpassed the speed of flowing light, each move imbued with immense power. In the material world, they would be effectively invisible. For all detection methods based on the surface world of martial arts could not exceed the speed of flowing light. Ha! Exhilarating! Richard laughed heartily. He could feel his cells becoming increasingly active during the battle, and even the integration of his bloodline began to accelerate. Although his abyssal evolutionary tree had been integrated by the Titans, the underlying logic of the abyssal evolutionary battles hadn't vanished. It had simply become deeper and more hidden. Now that Richard was engaged in a fierce battle, this underlying logic had been reactivated, operating with 1,000-fold greater effectiveness than before. However, compared to Richard, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayflies was in a less favorable state. Though he fought with great enthusiasm, the infective nature of the abyssal power still limited him in various ways. While he admired Richard's courage to abandon his race in order to become stronger, he clearly couldn't do so. The Galaxy Mayflies placed immense importance on their bloodline and race. This was something the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayflies could not, and dared not, abandon. Boom! The Quasi-Emperor of the Mayflies suddenly let out a piercing insect-like chirp, and the energy fluctuations within his body instantly reached a peak never before reached during the entire battle. He was mobilizing the contributions of the Mayflies, intent on ending this battle. Ending? Come! Show me your full strength. Richard's face wore a wild grin, his heart filled with only the will to fight. At this moment, calculations, plots, the threat of the devourer of civilizations, all were forgotten. He threw his whole body and soul into the battle. Countless runes appeared on his body, and the power of the abyss surged within him like a river. At this moment, his cells seemed to become demons, frantically devouring the energy-rich crystals he normally stored. In a short moment, Richard had consumed over 10 million demon essences. The next moment, he swung the Titan hammer in his hand violently, the hammerhead, as heavy as a mountain, smashing down at the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor at superluminal speed. The power of this blow was enough to annihilate the Quasi-Emperor. Boom! A brilliant light, like a supernova, erupted between the two men. The aftermath of the attack swept across the veil like a tidal wave, even creating a faint ripple on the world wall. What a relief! The light faded, and the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor let out a weak insect-like chirp. At this moment, all that remained of his massive body was a single golden Mayfly heart. As the strongest Quasi-Emperor among the Mayflies, this was the first time he had found himself in such a plight. Across from him, Richard fared slightly better. He had only 2 hearts left. The 2 level 6 creatures' mental energies collided, and then, in tacit sync, they tore through space and returned to their respective layers. Together in destruction? Only a fool would do that. Chapter 777. Warzone Headquarters, Commander-in-Chief's Private Office. As Richard recovered his physical form, he used his mental energy to review the Warzone information prepared by the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard. He had battled the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor for 3 months, enough time for the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard to compile all the necessary information. Beside him, the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard stood respectfully, his face, as icy as ice, brimming with respect. Amateurs observed the excitement, while experts observed the details. Ordinary wizards could only see that Richard was powerful. Only wizards like him, who had reached the Grand Wizarding level and attained it for a considerable period of time, could discern this. Richard's strength wasn't simply strong, it was terrifyingly strong. Looks good. Have the General Staff prepare a reorganization plan, Richard said, turning his head to the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero. Also, notify the Abyss Legion in the rear to head to this world. Now that the passage between the 2 civilizations has been opened, it's time to get trading underway. While the demi-human wizard plan could permanently solve the wizard shortage problem, Abyss mercenaries and the heroic elves were still necessary before it could be fully implemented. Furthermore, promoting the Abyss environment in this world would also be an advantage for Richard. Although he didn't know the exact plans of the Council of Truth, since he participated in them, he must have considered his actions after losing his memory. So, everything he did was definitely planned. Yes, Lord Coronet. Also, promote the new tactics. You should know what they are. I know. I do it right away. With that, the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero quietly retreated. Richard was left alone in the vast office. This battle may have been a bit tragic, but the gains were still good. Richard looked down at his body. Although, from the outside, he appeared to be in good health, in reality, it was just an empty shell. A strong body brings more than just benefits. Even if Richard's 2 core hearts were intact, his body would still require a vast amount of resources to recover. However, as one of the 7 coronet of the wizard civilization, the resources consumed to recover his body were nothing. After all, he was not a master. While the cost of recovery was high, the materials required were not rare. Compared to the damage to his body, the damage to his soul was even more severe. In the final collision, even though his soul had the armor of his flesh, it was still largely shattered by the blow. Without the support of soul essence, it would take him at least decades to recover to his full strength. However, now that he had become a coronet, soul essence naturally had no limit. At most, it would take a while for it to arrive, but the quantity would definitely be sufficient. As for his own foray into the unreal dimension to hunt, The experience of being trapped in the dimension by the Mayfly Overlord was still vivid in his mind. Before becoming an Overlord, he had no intention of exploring the dimension. After calculating the losses, the next thing to consider was the gains. In this battle, Richard's bloodline integration progress increased significantly, from the original 25% to nearly 35%. And even at this rate, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor no longer possessed the strength to kill Richard. When he reached 50%, I'm afraid that among level 6 creatures, only those who had nearly completed the Path of Truth, like the former Great Wizard Garlon, and had already formed the embryonic form of the Unreal Dimension, could rival him. If he waits until the integration is complete, there's no one less capable than the Overlord. Paired with the prototype of the illusionary dimension, even the Overlord can hold his own. Speaking of which, I should be able to use the illusionary rule seed that the Supreme Master taught me now, right? Richard muttered to himself. The illusionary rule seed was Richard's greatest gain in the immortal realm. Richard had privately researched its uses in the wizarding world. According to the records of the alchemical corona, the illusionary rule seed is an extremely special entity. It is the remains of a creature that has surpassed the limits of a level 6 creature, but died without becoming an overlord. Each one is extremely rare. Even the alchemical corona had only heard about it from other illusionary creatures during his travels through the starry sky. The sole use of this seed is to help level 6 creatures quickly condense the prototype of the illusionary dimension, allowing them to take a step towards the overlord realm. Without such a seed, one can only, like the corona, spend tens of thousands of years for numerous wizards to reach a consensus and ultimately form the prototype of their own virtual dimension. Finding the virtual rule seed from the dimensional space, Richard began attempting to create his own prototype. The moment he produced the seed, the miracle furnace responded with information. Ingredients: virtual rule seed, unnamed level 4 rule. Fuel, none. Smelting difficulty, level 5. Estimated time, infinite. Smelting result, unknown virtual dimension. Smelting time is still infinite. It seems I'm missing something. Richard stroked his chin, wondering if he should first establish a miracle school among the subhuman wizards. After all, while the virtual rule seed didn't require a nearly complete school, it at least required the basic structure of a school. He couldn't just say he had a school, and then there was a school. Replacing the illusory rule seed back into the dimensional space, Richard began experimenting with the rule development he had learned from the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. The power of the rules flowed within him. Under the influence of the transmutation rules, a ball of energy continuously transformed in Richard's hands. Finally, it transformed into a ball of dark green energy. Sure enough, with the help of the transmutation rules, I can easily create this special, alien energy. Richard observed the ball of dark green energy, and the power of the rules within him suddenly stirred again. Under the influence of his power, the dark green energy began to transform once more. In a moment, it looked as profound as the deep ocean. Richard touched the energy with his other hand, unprotected. The next moment, his flesh and blood began to rapidly grow and distort, carrying the energy with it. The transmutation rules really are useful. A hint of a smile crossed Richard's face. By leveraging his power, he could save countless hours of research and directly utilize the rules to alter the fundamental structure of energy. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor had spent countless years researching this life-distorting energy, but with just a beating, he was able to mimic it using the rules, and even derive an even more powerful version from it. Alas, there's so much to learn, so little time, Richard sighed suddenly. He needed to research miracle sorcery, cultivate his physique, strengthen his combat instincts, and now research energy. His limited time was truly insufficient. But sighing was pointless. Objective facts wouldn't change just because he sighed. Take them one at a time. My body hasn't recovered yet, so I focus on studying the alien energy first. Miracle sorcery. I study it when I get back. The end of the battle between the level 6 creatures did not quell the war. On the contrary, both sides began sending large numbers of troops into this world, and the intensity of the conflict quickly escalated to the intensity of World 2456. The Great Wizard and the Mayfly King fought behind the veil, while ordinary Mayflies and ordinary wizards battled behind the surface veil. Countless threads of fate converged and tangled in this world, and from the perspective of fate, this world looked like a giant ball of yarn. These countless threads of fate intertwined and interfered with each other, making even the cursed crown unable to foresee the direction of this war. Deep within the endless dimension, the devourer of civilizations, nourished by war, grew ever more powerful. Although his power was now incomparably weakened compared to his prime, but compared to the time he was first unsealed, he was truly radiant. The compound eyes of his body reflected the scene of World 3612. Upon catching sight of Richard, countless tentacles suddenly extended from his body. Each of these tentacles connected to a thread of fate, entangled by him, these threads plucked like a harp. He skillfully gathered the vibrations of the threads of fate, and channeled them into the vast ball of yarn that was the 3,612 worlds. This vibration crisscrossed the ball of yarn. Far from being offset by the vibrations of fate within the ball of yarn, it actually caused the threads of fate within it to resonate. In this world, which entangled countless lives, this vibration began to grow stronger and stronger, until finally, the entire ball of yarn began to vibrate. Buzz, a terrifying vibration of fate resonated throughout the web of fate. The civilization devourer's tentacles were nearly completely destroyed by the shockwave, vanishing like files deleted from a computer. It was as if they had never existed. His aura also weakened considerably at this moment. But it was all worth it. The 5 thick threads of fate shifted slightly under the shockwave, just enough to connect with the thread of fate tied to him. Richard's thread of fate began to tremble under this sudden change. The future along with it became unclear. The civilization devourer fell silent. He had done what he could. All that remained for him was to wait. He has indeed taken action. In the endless dimension, the cursed Corona's colorful eyes gazed into the void, countless mysterious powers flowing around him. Are you sure? Beside the cursed Corona, the Scarecrow Overlord spoke. Is the chosen one yours? Corona of the curse followed the mark, and felt Richard's thread of fate. Feeling the tremor, he nodded slightly. It must be him. Corona of the Scarecrow sighed softly. Alas, it seems that from now on, you wizards will rule the world. Let's get through this first, Corona of the curse said solemnly. That guy used the fate vibration to connect the fate threads of the 5 lords of the galaxy Mayfly to that fate thread. If we don't act, this fate thread will be torn apart by those 5 fate threads. The eyeball on the Scarecrow Lord's chest spun, and then a mysterious power shot out from his pupil. I've informed those guys. No matter what, I won't let him sever this fate thread. Chapter 778. Richard was unaware of the hidden confrontation. At this moment, he was contemplating his next move, looking at the map and data. Based on his current data, the two sides in this world were roughly evenly matched in strength. While the wizards were somewhat outnumbered in the lower levels of the battlefield, they held a certain advantage in mid-level combat power. Thanks to the support of the Warcraft from the Beast Origin world, and the decisive victory in World 2456, the wizards had surpassed the Galaxy Mayflies in mid-level combat power. Though decades had passed, this advantage still existed. The situation is good. Richard examined the map, mentally calculating the wizards' overall statistics. According to his calculations, while the overall strength of both sides was equal, the wizards actually had a certain degree of initiative due to their superior mid-level combat power. Then, in this situation, a full-scale defense is no longer necessary. Passive defense was a helpless move. While relying on fortifications and magic circles to fight the Galaxy Mayflies might seem satisfying, this kind of confrontation was actually a form of chronic suicide. The Galaxy Mayflies' offensive was relentless, but the wizard fortifications would be damaged. Once the fortifications were destroyed, the disorganized wizards would be completely defenseless against the insect swarm. Furthermore, conventional terrain and natural defenses were meaningless to the Galaxy Mayflies. Passive defense meant deploying numerous troops in every direction, which in turn meant dispersing them. But the Galaxy Mayflies, due to their proactive nature in warfare, could freely mobilize their battle groups and launch a major offensive from anywhere on the battlefield. Lee examined the map, a cold glint in his eyes. The era of sit-down warfare is over. 10 minutes later, all the staff officers arrived at the headquarters conference room. These were veteran wizards, drawn from various battlefields, the most experienced of the lot. Each one of them had witnessed countless worldwide civil wars, and hundreds of interdimensional wars. If it weren't for their flawed souls, each of them would be capable of becoming a great wizard. But at this moment, these veteran wizards failed to display the maturity befitting their status. Their eyes repeatedly darted to the main seat beside the Great Wizard Absolute Zero, fidgeting like students summoned to the teacher's office. But normally, these people would dare to link arms even with a Great Wizard. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the main seat. Sit down, everyone, Richard called. Yes, Your Majesty. Richard's gaze swept over these veteran wizards, older than himself, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. I'm a big shot now, too. Everyone sat down, and Richard cut straight to the point without further ado. Everyone, I plan to launch a localized attack on the Galaxy Mayfly. What are your opinions? Attack? Many veteran wizards were stunned for a moment when they heard this word. Even with the word local as a modifier, the term was too unfamiliar to wizards. In the past 1,000 years of war, wizards had been on the defensive in most world wars. On the front lines, offensives were rare. The great wizard Absolute Zero said, "Lord Corona, with our current strength, isn't an offensive a bit too much?" As the former commander-in-chief of the Ember Sun world, he was well versed in its military personnel. While wizards currently possessed a certain advantage in mid-level combat, he believed this advantage only extended to mid-level combat. Lower-level personnel remained a significant challenge for wizards. Is it a stretch? Richard raised an eyebrow, scanning the other staff members in the conference room. What do you think? The wizards looked at each other, finally mumbling, "Lord Coronet, it is indeed a stretch." What's the reason? Richard pulled the information given to him by the great wizard Absolute Zero from his pocket. This data states that our lower-level troops aren't significantly different from those of the Galaxy Mayflies. Furthermore, our mid-level combat effectiveness possesses a certain degree of superiority. Is there something wrong with this data? No, Lord Corona, an old wizard said cautiously. But our manpower shortage is severe. If we attack rashly and fail, our legion will likely be unable to keep up. Even if we manage to keep up, the defenses of other worlds will be compromised. Is the failure of your attack worth annihilation? Richard turned to the old wizard who spoke. Yes, Lord Corona. Richard frowned slightly. While I understand your caution, your assumption is a bit extreme. All of you here are among the most elite veteran wizards of wizard civilization. Your knowledge and experience far surpass mine. If, under your plan, our legion suffers widespread annihilation, what's the point of attacking in the future? Sir, we have a serious manpower problem, especially since we are currently in the Dharma ending age. I believe that all our actions should be prudent. The old wizard chose his words carefully. Arguing against a proposal put forward by a Corona was not a sensible thing to do. Manpower is not a problem, Richard said calmly. Trade channels between us and the Abyssal civilization have been opened, and troops from the Abyssal Legion will be continuously supplied. The Abyssal Demon Legion has considerable combat effectiveness, and is well suited as a shock force. But, Sir Corona, aren't the Abyssal Demons contaminated by the Abyssal contamination? The Great Wizard Absolute Zero asked cautiously. The Ember Sun world is a hub world, connecting over 10 worlds, including 2 important resource worlds. If the Abyssal Legion is used, the Abyssal pollution will spread, and the consequences for us after the war. Don't worry about that for now, Richard interrupted calmly. We don't need to worry about the Abyssal pollution. The Abyssal environment boosts my combat power. The Galaxy Mayfly will handle the pollution for us. Besides, even if this world transforms into an Abyssal world, it won't be a problem. Richard's expression was remarkably calm. Transformation into an Abyssal world would indeed be a major event for ordinary great wizards, especially since this world was an important hub world. But for Richard, the transformation of this world was not a big deal. First, he was the crown of honor. He didn't even need to give up his share of this minor matter. A self-inflicted 3 cups of wine would solve it. Second, he was an Abyssal Titan, the most powerful being in the Abyss. Even an Abyssal Blesser could be stripped of his Abyssal authority with just a single word. Once Richard becomes the Overlord, the authority of the 2 Abyssal Overlords will be subordinate to Richard. To be frank, Richard is now essentially the leader of 1/3 of the Abyssal civilization. Even if this world were to transform into an Abyssal world, it would have no impact on the wizard civilization. Lord Corona, even with the mercenaries of the Abyssal civilization, now is not the right time to attack, an old wizard said worriedly. Many subspecies of the Galaxy Mayfly have emerged during this war that we haven't seen before. If we attack rashly, there will be too many unstable factors. What's your reason? Richard asked, frowning. It's perfectly normal for Galaxy Mayfly to emerge with subspecies we haven't seen before. We also have new strategic magical equipment that the Galaxy Mayfly hasn't seen before. If we must obtain all the intelligence before attacking, then there's no need to attack. We can just defend every day. Richard's gaze swept over the old wizards again. He saw no ambition to attack in their eyes, only a caution bordering on cowardice. Alas! You've been defending for so long, you've lost some of your offensive potential. Richard sighed softly. These old wizards were the most experienced in the wizarding civilization. But this also meant they were the most conservative. In past wars, radical wizards didn't survive long. The old wizards remained silent. Though reluctant to admit it, they did harbor some resistance to attack. Nearly 1,000 years of war had ingrained certain experiences into the wizards' mindsets. However, the dynamics of war are changing. Offense will become essential in the future. Richard's eyes suddenly sharpened, piercing the wizards he caught sight of, causing them to avert their eyes. We must adapt. With these words, The direction of future war in this world became clear. None of the wizards present could restrain a crowned one, even if it was only honorary. However, your caution isn't entirely a bad thing. Richard's voice softened. At least your planned attack plan won't be radical. We haven't gained complete advantage yet, so we must attack with caution. The Abyss Legion is en route. After they arrive, plan a small attack to align the two legions. After speaking, Richard calmly tapped the table with his index finger. Do you have any questions? The wizards looked at each other, but no one spoke. Richard had given the order. All that remained was execution. They were all veteran wizards, and planning was etched into their muscle memory. If not, let's adjourn. Richard stood up and disappeared from the conference room. The veteran wizards bowed slightly to the now empty seats, and then returned to their respective tasks. ASU, have you noticed anything has changed in the fortress lately? Inside the fortress, Gawain asked his assistant while repairing parts of the alchemical turret. It seems the fortress's losses have decreased a bit in recent days. Lower? Let me calculate. Asa pinched his fingers, pondering for a moment. Hey, boss, your intuition is pretty good. The fortress's losses have indeed decreased a bit in recent days. The frequency of our team changes has decreased by a quarter compared to before. I remember that the air support arrived more promptly than before. Then it seems the battle for Corona is over, Gawain said with a hint of joy. Reduced losses mean increased survival rates, and no wizard loves to live. A smile played on his face, and his voice carried a hint of longing for the future. If Corona intervenes, our losses in this war should be much less. ASU, maybe you can actually go back and marry your childhood sweetheart? Chapter 779. Duh. 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 The sound of measured footsteps echoed through the reinforcement plaza. Through the vast portal, abyssal demons clad in alchemical armor emerged from the transport airship in a neat formation. Although abyssal demons are inherently chaotic, that's only when unchecked. When restrained by a superior demon, they can display astonishing discipline. Of course, even if their individual qualities are lacking, the demon army's deputy commander can use mind control to enforce discipline. Looking at these abyssal demons, over 3 meters tall and radiating life force like a furnace, the great wizard Absolute Zero breathed a sigh of relief. A legion of this strength is more than enough to serve as a vanguard. Although questioning the decision of the Corona was extremely offensive and foolish, Richard's youth made it hard not to worry. But at this point, his worries were clearly unnecessary. A wizard who could become a Corona would naturally not be one to be reckless. After exiting the transport airship, the Abyss Legion didn't linger at the base for long, boarding a warship directly for their next war zone. However, their Legion commander didn't leave with them. Hey, Grand Wizard over there, where's Lord Richard? Ishtar greeted the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero, his powerful aura causing him to narrow his eyes. You want to see Corona? Yes. Ishtar looked at the Grand Wizard before him, a flicker of apprehension in his heart. His intuition told him that this Grand Wizard was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Can you take me to see him, Grand Wizard? Ishtar asked with a smile. Wait a moment. The Grand Wizard Absolute Zero took out his crystal ball and placed the call into Richard's hand. Absolute Zero, what do you want? My lord, someone from the Abyss wishes to see you. To see me? Tell him to come over. The Grand Wizard Absolute Zero switched the call to video, and Richard's tall figure appeared in the air, projected by the crystal ball. Ishtar, what is it? Seeing Richard, Ishtar immediately bowed and smiled humbly, nothing serious. I mainly like to ask about abyssal transformation and command. Abyssal transformation is unlimited, and command follows orders from headquarters, Richard said calmly. Unlimited? Ishtar was slightly taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. How could abyssal transformation be unlimited? Could there be some secret in this world that could hinder abyssal transformation? Unlimited means unlimited. Do you have any questions? Richard's voice was slightly cold, startling Ista, who immediately shouted back, no problem. I head to the front lines now. By the way, your abyssal structures can also be constructed. Let the architects and wizards discuss and see if they can come up with something new. Ista stiffened at this request. Sir, this is a technical exchange. There's no specific transaction. Ista was interrupted coldly by Richard before he could finish. I am your superior. If you obey me, I will keep you safe. If you don't, then you better hope the Galaxy Mayfly goes easy on you, because you're an abyssal demon. As he spoke, a vortex suddenly appeared in the void. A drop of black blood dripped from the vortex onto Ista's face, then, as if alive, penetrated his body. After sensing the message in the blood, Ista's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Yes, yes. I understand. I promise the demon craftsman will be completely unreserved. After the communication ended, Ista instantly straightened his back, and the flattering smile on his face faded to the previous indifference. Since Lord Richard has commanded so, I will immediately head to the front lines. Grand Wizard, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in this war. The Grand Wizard Absolute Zero looked at Ista's outstretched hand, paused for a moment, and then shook it. Happy cooperation, Abyss Demon. Oh my god, these are the Abyss Demons? In the wizard ranks, ASU looked at the incoming Abyss Demon army, a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He could sense that these demons would definitely be a formidable opponent. But before he could say anything else, a slap landed on his back. Don't even think about fighting. We're here to exchange techniques. Gawain's gaze swept over the Abyss Demons. The abyssal power emanating from them repelled him instinctively. In this escalating war, the rate of wizard turnover was rapid. As a veteran wizard, who had survived 6 months on the front lines without even a serious injury, Gawain was honored to be selected to be among the first group of wizards to exchange techniques with the Abyss Demons. The mission given to them by their superiors was simple: to combine alchemy and abyssal technology as best as possible to create tools more suitable for the battlefield. But honestly, Gawain felt his selection was a mistake. He was a new wizard, having learned only the most basic alchemy theories, some advanced alchemy, and a supposedly monkey-friendly battlefield alchemy encyclopedia. Asking him to participate in a technical exchange seemed a bit much. Thankfully, there were many wizards participating in this exchange, including a veteran wizard who had reached the 3rd ring, a fossil level, since the beginning of the Civilization War. He, a small-time wizard, could just sit back and relax. The crowd suddenly shifted. The Grand Wizard of the War Zone and Ishtar had met, and the exchange officially began. Let's go, ASU. Let's go and exchange ideas with these Abyss Demons. Sir, this is our attack plan. At the headquarters, Richard glanced at the plan presented by the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero. The strategic objectives of this plan were very conservative, with the ultimate goal being just a medium-sized leyline node. However, for a localized campaign, this strategic goal was already passing. Moreover, this was the first time the Abyss Demons had collaborated with wizards, so a conservative plan would facilitate mutual rapport. Even if it failed, the losses wouldn't be too great. Okay, let's do it. Yes, Your Excellency. Also, the item you requested has arrived. A flicker of awe flashed in the eyes of the Great Wizard Absolute Zero. He had personally handled the item Richard needed. The standard level 6 seal represented the item within, which had reached level 6 lifeforms, and possessed extremely powerful anomalous properties. Otherwise, the flesh and blood of an ordinary level 6 creature would require a level 5 seal at most. And yet, the delivery label on the box indicated that the item was actually food. Funny enough, if the contents of that box were broken, he might not even be able to defeat it. Oh! Has it arrived? Richard's face lit up with delight. The flesh cancer arrived so soon? The object the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard had taken over was the flesh cancer Richard had seen in the World Mirror during the Academy War. This object's vigorous vitality was an excellent source of nourishment for Richard's recovery. And its own distorted laws also provided him with excellent research material. After the meeting that day, Richard wrote a note requesting that the flesh cancer be delivered to him. Unexpectedly, less than a month later, the item had arrived. Yes, sir, it's been delivered, the Great Wizard of Absolute Zero said respectfully. Then deliver it, Richard said with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Notify everyone at the main command and subordinate headquarters that today's extra meal is roasted flesh cancer. Boom! The thunderous roar of spells echoed across the battlefield. At the front of the column, abyssal demons clad in alchemical armor, wielding enchanted great shields and death swords, held back the insect horde like a wall. Behind them, wizards in alchemical power armor, their portable turrets firing continuously. Frontline demons, take note. Barrier disruptor rounds will reach the battlefield in 3 seconds. The wizard's cold warning echoed in the demons' ears, and then, like a meteor, a stream of streamlined live ammunition was launched from the wizard fortress behind. Oh who! Defend! Get ready for a feast! The abyssal demons roared like demons, and then retreated beneath their alchemical shields. The next moment, barrier-disrupting bombs exploded against the Legion's shield, shattering the entire Galaxy Mayfly Legion's shield like porcelain. Although the word offensive was unfamiliar to the wizards on the front lines, but at the Tesla Institute in the rear, how to attack had always been a major issue. To breach the Legion's shield and liberate the war from linear bombardment, the Tesla Institute researched numerous weapons. Now that the wizard situation was gradually improving, and with the technological support of previous civilizations, these weapons naturally began to be produced on a small scale. The moment the barrier was breached, the wizard's legionary sorcery blasts followed. With a thunderous explosion, tens of millions of mayflies were incinerated by the molten meteors. The abyssal demons roared and charged. Even if pierced by the sharp horns of the horned mayflies, they could still pierce the horned mayflies' heads with their instant death swords and continue their charge. With the horned mayflies pierced through, the last line of defense at the ley line node fell. The Legion commander, holding a crystal ball, excitedly said, reporting to headquarters, "Small ley line node number 3 has been breached." "Gawain, where are you?" Quickly set up a magic circle inside the node. As the Legion commander reported the news, the alchemists within the Legion were carrying out emergency work on the ley line node. The Galaxy Mayflies' counterattack was imminent, and they had to complete the magic circle within this limited time frame, while also assisting the demon craftsmen in constructing the demon's lair. "Don't rush me. I'm repairing someone's armor," Gawain shouted, his armor repairs accelerating. The portable alchemical turret's stability issues persisted, and it would still melt and explode after frequent use. The metal ingot continued to transform in Gawain's hands, quickly transforming into a piece of armored shell. He placed the shell over the damaged area of the armor, and with a flash of light, the shell and the armor merged into one. "ASU, this is all we have for now." Before Gawain, the wild orc ASU's aura was somewhat weak. A concentrated beam from a Galaxy Mayfly pierced him at the spot Gawain had just repaired, leaving a fist-sized wound in his left abdomen. ASU stood up, a heartless smile on his face. "Go about your business, boss. It's just a small wound. I lost half my body before, but I'm still alive." The urging of the construction team echoed again from his helmet. Gawain sighed and whispered, "Be smart when the bugs come." With that, he flew into the node. At headquarters, Richard ate a piece of flesh cancer barbecue while reading the battle reports from the front. Small node number 3 was breached, with a total force of 30,000 elite wizards and 50,000 demon legions. Losses totaled 3,762 wizards, 13,500 demons, and 32,500 familiars. Approximately 18 million enemies annihilated. Richard swallowed the last bite of barbecue and calmly commented, "Not bad for the results." Chapter 780. Headquarters, Conference Room. "Tell me about the current situation." Richard, seated at the main seat, addressed the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard beside him. "Yes, Corona." The Absolute Zero Grand Wizard pulled a stack of documents from his pocket and distributed them to the staff in the conference room. He then addressed the staff in the conference room. "After a month of fierce fighting, our exploratory offensive plan has been successfully completed. The post-battle statistics on losses and results are now available, and I elaborate on them again. In this battle, we lost nearly 200,000 wizards, 30% of whom were elite wizards, as well as 700,000 abyssal demons and nearly 300,000 of their followers. But in return, we slew nearly 100 million Galaxy Mayflies. We captured 1 medium-sized leyline node, 5 small leyline nodes, and 12 micro leyline nodes. 5 abyssal nests have also been constructed. Through biomass transportation, these nests can produce 10,000 level 1 abyssal demons daily. If all nests are completed, and with sufficient supplies, the abyssal nests can produce 124,000 level 1 abyssal demons daily. Combined with our maze system, these abyssal demons will only need 1 month to become qualified legionnaires." Hearing that it would only take 1 month to become a qualified legionnaire, the wizard staff in the conference room showed a hint of horror. The abyssal demon statistics are truly appalling. However, Richard wasn't surprised by these figures. As a product created by the Titans to combat the devourer of civilization, it's normal for the abyssal demon to possess such statistics. This data is especially important considering the inclusion of the maze system. The maze system, combined with precocious creatures like the abyss demon, is a ruthless weapon-building machine. "Very good results," Richard said with a smile, applauding. The moment he clapped, the entire conference room was instantly filled with applause. A moment later, "Okay, stop." Richard raised his hand, and the entire conference room fell silent. Having discussed the good news, it's time to discuss the Galaxy Mayfly's response. The Absolute Zero Wizard nodded slightly. "Most of our losses in this operation occurred during the final phase. During this phase, the Galaxy Mayflies became familiar with our tactics and made targeted adjustments. Furthermore, in terms of strategic weaponry, the Galaxy Mayflies demonstrated skills that were somewhat out of character for their level. As he spoke, the Absolute Zero wizard produced a crystal ball, from which a three-dimensional projection of a nearly 3-meter-tall insect appeared. This insect is covered in a purple-red carapace, possessing 4 pairs of limbs and 2 pairs of wings. The second pair of limbs, near the head, resembles a pair of giant sickles. The final pair appears highly developed, suggesting this insect possesses a bipedal combat form. This insect is an upgraded version of the hunter mayfly. Its outer shell is extremely resistant to elemental and energy magic. Furthermore, all of its limbs possess powerful magic-breaking properties. If we encounter a level 3 individual, our Legion shield could even be temporarily torn apart. Furthermore, the bodily fluids of this insect are highly corrosive. Even without encountering a level 3 individual, if these insects' bodily fluids come into contact with the Legion shield, they will cause partial structural damage, further weakening the performance of the troops' shield. A trace of solemnity crossed the staff officers' faces. The characteristics of this new subspecies were truly unfriendly to wizards. Elite? Richard asked, tilting his head. Not really. Grand Wizard Absolute Zero shook his head slightly. The current scarcity of these individuals probably stems from immature technology. Once mayfly technology matures, these insects should completely replace the common hunter mayflies. In addition, we've discovered other, previously unseen subspecies this time. These subspecies are not numerous, but their strength and talents are an upgrade of previous subspecies of the same type. I suspect the mayflies are undergoing a similar transformation as we are. Transformation? The staff officers were puzzled, unsure of what Grand Wizard Absolute Zero was talking about. Only Richard nodded thoughtfully. He knew Grand Wizard Absolute Zero was referring to the subhuman wizards. I will issue a council order for Grand Wizards in each battlefield to gather intelligence on this matter. Any other news? Grand Wizard Absolute Zero nodded, his expression becoming serious. Another piece of news. Our monitoring wizards have noticed an anomaly in the ley lines of this world. According to our data, this abnormal flow is likely a precursor to a natural disaster unique to this world. The Ember Snowstorm. Ember Snowstorm? Richard frowned slightly, searching his memory for the name. Ember Snowstorm is a unique natural disaster unique to the Ember Sun world, the exact cause of which is unknown. The specific manifestation of this disaster is the beginning of large flakes of black snow, also known as ember snow, falling from the sky. This ember snow is a unique combination of energy elements, possessing extremely destructive power to both the flesh and energy barriers. When wizards invaded this world, a cinder snowstorm erupted. That storm lasted for a whole year, forcing both wizards and the local indigenous people to cease their wars. They could only hide in bunkers and fortifications, waiting for the ember snow to end. Otherwise, the boundless ember snow would be enough to reduce any living creature exposed to it to ash. That's a bit troublesome. Richard frowned slightly. The ember snowstorm wasn't a significant threat to wizard fortifications, but it was a deadly threat to abyssal structures. The appearance of this targeted storm at this time made Richard feel as if the tentacles of the devourer of civilization were struck again. Any predictions? Richard asked. The Great Wizard Absolute Zero said cautiously, according to our current data, the ember storm should occur in 6 months. But the possibility of it occurring earlier cannot be ruled out. Find the information and gather the demon artisans and alchemists to discuss how to deal with the ember storm. Richard rubbed his brow, his voice somewhat helpless. Then he turned his gaze to the staff in the conference room. Everyone, what do you think? Should we launch our next attack after the ember storm, or before it? This exploratory attack had yielded impressive results, proving that wizards can utilize the support provided by the abyss demons to transform a comprehensive defense into a partial one. Lord Corona, it would be safer to launch it after the ember storm, an old wizard with a white beard said. It's safer, but the losses will be greater, retorted a necromancer with a golden skull. The insects will surely expect us to attack after the storm, and they definitely strengthen their defenses during this storm. But if we attack now, we're ill-prepared. If anything goes wrong, we inevitably suffer unnecessary losses. Then once they've repaired their fortifications, the additional losses will be necessary. After the successful attack, many veteran wizards became more active. No one wants to hide in their shell all day like a turtle. Who wants to defend when they can attack? But these wizards aren't all of them. A considerable number still prioritize safety. Quiet, Richard said. Then, silence returned to the hall. The veteran wizard stared at Richard, quietly waiting for his words. Richard tapped the table with his index finger. Can anyone tell me, if we attack before the ember snowstorm, how many legions can we mobilize at most? What is the maximum victory we can achieve? If we fail, what will be the maximum loss? As a wizard, Richard prefers to speak with data. Although the battlefield is a difficult place to quantify data, it is easier to make decisions with data than without it. In response to Richard's question, the staff fell silent, rapidly calculating the answer in their minds. Quickly, the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero provided the answer. If we plan for maximum victory, we should be able to capture 2 large leyline nodes. However, if we fail, we estimate the loss of 1,000 legions, as well as all the abyssal demons and abyssal layers we currently have. This also puts 5 war zones, 30 to 35, at risk of loss. Too dangerous, let's switch. Quickly, another wizard offered an answer. The loss will reach 13 medium-sized leyline nodes, and the cost of failure will be 500 legions and all the abyssal demon nests. The 25th and 24th war zones could also be lost. Richard remained dissatisfied with this plan. Continue switching, but the losses must be reduced to less than 1 million, and no war zones should be lost. If the risk can be kept below this level, and the loss reaches 5 medium-sized leyline nodes, then we can proceed. Otherwise, Richard paused, then said slowly, we should wait until after the Ember Snowstorm before attacking. After saying this, he didn't linger in the conference room and went straight back to his office. Designing a plan takes time, and with the Ember Snowstorm still 6 months away, waiting a few days wouldn't be a problem. Outside the shooting room, artillery fire raged. The flashes of lightning and the beams of galactic mayflies made the entire battlefield appear exceptionally magnificent. Inside the shooting room, Gawain repaired the alchemical components in his hands, his eyes occasionally glancing at the battlefield outside. Ever since he was nearly vaporized by the beam spear, Gawain had developed this habit. So far, this habit has saved him 3 times. Hey boss, have you sensed a decrease in the death energy in the air lately? ASU asked his boss casually, observing the battlefield with caution. Death energy? I haven't sensed it. Gawain finished repairing the parts in his hand, and casually inserted them into the alchemical turret. Seeing that his turret was intact, the orc family in charge of firing immediately took up their position and continued their duties. Could it be that with fewer deaths recently, the environment has improved? ASU shook his head. I don't think so. The death energy in this world is a manifestation of the rules, and has nothing to do with the number of deaths. Then the environment must be improving. Gawain glanced at the crystal ball, and immediately headed for the next firing room. That's possible. Be careful. ASU suddenly pounced, throwing Gawain into another firing room. The moment he pounced, a beam of light incinerated the firing room they had just been in. Phew! These insect swarm attacks are becoming more frequent. Gawain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but think to himself. It feels like it's not safe to attack inside this bunker. Chapter 781. At some point, the death energy in the air of the Ember world began to gradually diminish. In its place, a darker sky took its place. Both sides of the war could sense the impending storm enveloping the world. Things are about to change, a wizard muttered. Corona, this is our planned attack plan. After 3 days of discussion, the veteran wizards at the headquarters, informed by the observation wizard's report, reached a consensus. The attack must occur before the Ember Snowstorm. The offensive plan was largely finalized during this discussion. Looking at the plan handed over by the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard, Richard briefly reviewed it and left his mark on it. Okay, let's do this. Watching Richard's skillful mark, the Absolute Zero Grand Wizard couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. To him, this was a manifestation of Richard's power. If a war went wrong, it went wrong. For a coronet, even losing the world wasn't a big deal. Richard's immense power made everything seem effortless and effortless. But he didn't realize that he was still trapped by the limitations of a great wizard. Having the support of a staff is a plus. These veteran wizards' plans are truly flawless, Richard sighed inwardly. Richard's apparent casualness wasn't due to his power, but rather to his deep understanding that his own war experience was far inferior to that of his staff. For a leader, personal talent is secondary. The only skill a leader needs is the ability to employ people and trust professionals. In this complex world, there might be wizards who truly possess all-round prowess, but Richard was certain that he wasn't one of them. So, he never interfered in areas where he lacked competence. As for the idea of a backup power, it did exist, but Richard hadn't considered it at all. He hadn't considered the possibility of failure. Also, Lord Corona, according to the monitoring wizard's reports, this Ember Storm will likely last longer than the one we invaded this world. Oh! So long? Richard raised a brow. No wonder the command staff had come up with a plan so quickly. This Ember Storm had lasted so long. If they waited until after the storm to attack, the wizards would likely suffer greater losses to achieve the same results than if this operation had failed. Yes, the monitoring wizards suspect this storm may be related to the galaxy mayfly. Richard frowned slightly. A celestial weapon? I keep an eye on it. Among the technologies of previous civilizations Richard had acquired, there was some information on celestial weapons. In the records of the supreme beings, celestial weapons were even used as conventional weapons. Under these circumstances, it's not surprising that the galaxy mayfly has unearthed 1 or 2 celestial weapons. On the other side of the world, in the expedition nest. Your Majesty, the countdown for the celestial weapons has begun. This world's response to them has been exceptionally smooth. Barring any unforeseen events, the Ember snowstorm will erupt in 4 months. Listening to the reports from his subordinates in the mental network, the mayfly quasi-emperor's antennae trembled slightly. Extraordinarily smooth. Although he didn't often command wars, as a quasi-emperor, he still knew what he needed to know. Astronomical weapons emphasize adapting to the situation. The most labor-saving method is to preemptively detonate an impending disaster. However, for most worlds, this condition is impossible. Thus, in Galaxy Mayfly's experiments, the astronomical weapons never work smoothly. Yes, sir. We suspect that abyssal pollution has stimulated the world's origin, causing it to react defensively. Abyssal pollution? The Mayfly quasi-emperor's antennae twitched slightly, transmitting this information through the wormhole of the expedition nest to the rear. Although he hadn't studied abyssal pollution, his intuition told him that this conclusion was likely correct. As a physically evolved being, the Mayfly quasi-emperor had an almost superstitious faith in his intuition. Your speculation has been sent back to the rear. If verified, your clan will be rewarded with a world. Thank you for your gift. The Red Claw clan is willing to risk everything for you. Ignoring his subordinates' excited mental fluctuations, the Mayfly quasi-emperor's vast consciousness detached from the mental network and entered his own body. In the expedition nest, the Mayfly quasi-emperor's massive body had fully recovered, and this new body was even more powerful than before. Mighty power surged within him. Even the slightest leak would instantly shatter this expedition nest. His compound eyes gazed eastward, brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. He knew that Richard was watching him too. Both sides were waiting for an opportunity, a chance to change the tide of battle. Accelerate array. The Legion's command echoed through the mental network, echoing in the ears of every Legion wizard. The next moment, the massive army of wizards began transforming with mechanical precision. Wind elements gathered like a flock of birds, making the wizards, clad in alchemical power armor, even lighter. In the sky, a flock of aerial troops flew low, providing optical invisibility for the Legion. Directly in front of the wizards, abyssal demons mounted on nightmare beasts, charging like a jet-black crossbow against the gloomy sky, toward the galactic mayfly ley line nodes. Though the galactic mayflies were numerous, they were not prepared to launch a war at every point on the battlefield. The galactic mayflies' greatest advantages were their numbers and strategic initiative. These two advantages allowed them to concentrate their superior forces and, regardless of the cost, to penetrate the wizards' defenses at a single point. But if they, like the wizards, deployed the same number of troops in every battle zone, they would be tantamount to abandoning their strategic initiative. Of course, the galaxy mayflies can indeed fill every battle zone with a swarm of insects, but the width of a battlefield is limited, which means the number of mayflies a single battlefield can accommodate is also limited. Excess mayflies are not only unable to attack, but will actually become a burden to the mayflies. Because these mayflies, while unable to participate in the battle, still consume the galaxy mayflies' resources. Even if they can control the number of mayflies in each battle zone to the perfect level, they still face a problem. The losses from a full-scale attack are bound to be greater than those from a targeted attack. If a corner of the defense line is breached, the strength of the entire line will be reduced. But if an all-out attack were launched, there would be no chance of exploiting this. Except for the special circumstances of World 2456, the galaxy mayflies would never resort to such a foolish tactic. Bang, bang, bang. A series of low explosions echoed across the plains as the Abyss demons dealt with the galaxy mayflies' patrols. After the success of their first exploratory attack, the galaxy mayflies resumed deploying patrols around the nodes. The disappearance of these patrols would undoubtedly alert the galaxy mayflies, but unfortunately, the wizard army's speed far outstripped their ability to react. On this battlefield, the optimal window for action is often measured in seconds. Because both sides are so highly mobile, even a second's delay can put the situation at a disadvantage. In the leyline node, General Mayfly noticed the patrols disappear. Strange. Why are so many gone today? The mental network is not immune to interference. In this high-intensity battlefield, long-distance mental network disconnections are common. Something's amiss. Could it be the wizards attacking? Another Mayfly general said. That's impossible. The higher-ups say the Cinder snowstorm will erupt in a month. If they attack now, aren't the wizards afraid they run into the storm mid-battle? You're foolish. We know the exact time, but the wizards don't. Defend quickly. The wizard army might be charging us right now. Boom. Lava meteors summoned by the Legion sorcery rained down on the defenses of the leyline node like a meteor shower. Soon after, a dark swarm of abyss demons broke through the Horned Mayfly's outer defenses and arrived at the node. The next moment, the Death Sword overloaded, its pitch-black blade piercing the node's energy shield. Under the bombardment of the Legion sorcery, the node's energy shield collapsed instantly. The abyssal demons spitted green demonic fire, grinning as they harvested the lives of the Galaxy Mayflies. But the next moment, the Legion commander's voice rang in their ears. Fools, stop killing. Keep charging. Our mission is to charge. Leave these small fry to the useless ones at the back. Behind them, the elite Wizard Legion had reorganized into an acceleration array. And behind them, a vast army of ordinary wizards was filling the gap created by their advance. Corona, the initial attack is going smoothly. At the headquarters, the Grand Wizard Absolute Zero whispered to Richard with a smile. Before them, a large map was painted with several black arrows representing attacks. These attack arrows were curved, two forming a circle, a classic pincer tactic. Richard nodded slightly. How did the Mayflies react? Just as we predicted, they kept trying to block the front, but they kept getting cut off. Richard tilted his head towards him, a hint of a smile on his face. It seems the new tactics proposed by our staff are quite effective. After the change in command structure, many wizards became more active. They realized that this was a time of change, and they couldn't rely solely on past experience. In this offensive plan, one staff member proposed a seemingly radical tactic. This tactic specifically involved concentrating elite forces to conduct a targeted breakthrough against the Mayfly's defenses. Then, without any defense, the elite forces would continue their advance, exploiting information delays and their high combat power and mobility to continuously break through the Mayfly's defenses and continuously widen the gap in the front. The defense of the front and flanks would be entirely handled by the ordinary wizard legions following from behind. Upon hearing the description of this tactic, Richard was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. After obtaining the tactic's proponent's approval, he named it Blitzkrieg. Chapter 782. What's the situation on the front lines? In the mental network, the consciousness of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor surged like a surging tide. The wizard's attack had caught him off guard, and the collapse of the front lines was even more unbelievable. In just 2 weeks, the Western Front, where the wizards launched the war, had been thrown into utter chaos. So far, 7 medium-sized leyline nodes, 30 small leyline nodes, and 112 micro leyline nodes had been completely destroyed. Converted into wizard war zones, this was almost equivalent to 3 war zones, and the Mayfly losses amounted to 2 billion. These Mayflies were not just newborns. They were the elite of the Galaxy Mayflies. Losing 2 billion in one fell swoop would pain even the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. Your Majesty, we are actively defending. Our elite witch-hunting battle group has already. That means we haven't stopped them yet. Yes, Your Majesty. Blitzkrieg was a new tactic even for wizards, let alone the Galaxy Mayflies. The prolonged attack had somewhat forgotten how to defend. Under the wizards' Blitzkrieg, the Galaxy Mayflies were surrounded in droves. Utter rubbish. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's consciousness was like a raging wave. Under his fury, the vast mental network seemed unable to withstand it and began to collapse. But soon, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor calmed his consciousness, calming the ocean once again. But everyone knew that this only turned the waves into an undercurrent. Stop the wizard's attack at all costs. We have suffered enough losses this time. If the battle line continues to collapse, you will all return to the Supreme Lake. Yes, Your Majesty. Buzz. Ziz. With a humming sound, the overloaded instant death sword fiercely plunged into the witch-hunting Mayfly's purple-red carapace. Under the influence of the death energy, the witch-hunting Mayfly's body instantly stopped. Immediately, a foul odor of decay emanated from its shell. ASU pushed the insect's body aside. Behind him, Gawain collapsed to the ground, his entire abdominal armor nearly completely ripped open, blood oozing continuously from the wound. He reached Gawain's side and, with his remaining arm, pulled a bottle of battlefield hemostatic spray from his pocket. He sprayed it fiercely at Gawain's abdomen. The pink spray, stained with blood, transformed into a foamy mass that completely filled the wound. The foam then hardened, eventually transforming into a rubbery, blood-colored colloid. Gawain's face paled, and he barely regained his ability to move thanks to the painkiller in the hemostatic spray. He stood up, exhaled, and said with some relief, I actually survived. This time, I definitely practiced the physical school as well. On the battlefield, the surviving wizards began to gather. Every one of them was wounded, and Gawain's injuries were even minor compared to theirs. Not far from Gawain, a second-level wizard had both legs and a small portion of his left abdomen severed by the witch-hunting mayfly's limbs. If this wizard hadn't practiced the physical school as well, giving him extraordinary vitality, he would have been dead by now. The surviving soul school wizards began to establish a mental network. In less than 30 seconds, the surviving wizards were united into a legion. One of the remaining legion leaders, holding a crystal ball, reported to headquarters while directing the wizards to form a simple acceleration array. Reporting to headquarters, the advance of front number 3 has been blocked, suffering heavy losses. Currently, there are only 1,372 wizards remaining, 3,591 members of their clan, and all abyssal demons have been annihilated. Requesting a retreat. So serious? What's the situation on the front lines? We've encountered an organized attack by witch-hunter mayflies. The number is estimated to be around 100,000. 100,000? Headquarters has received the message. Your troops must immediately begin retreating. Yes. With the order to retreat issued by headquarters, the Wizard Corps, which had already prepared their acceleration arrays, immediately began to withdraw. The situation at front number 3 was not an isolated incident. Within less than an hour, Wizard Headquarters received reports of the obstruction of all attacking fronts. The Galaxy Mayflies, relying on a steady supply of troops, effectively halted the Wizards' advance. Stopped? That's not surprising. At the news from the Great Wizard Absolute Zero, Richard nodded slightly, not surprised at all. They've been attacking and wreaking havoc for half a month. Galactic Mayflies, despite their superior numbers, wouldn't need to be stopped if they couldn't be stopped. If you stopped, then stop. Proceed according to the predetermined plan. You and the General Staff will take full command. I won't interfere. The Great Wizard Absolute Zero was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously asked, Are you going to fight again? Why do you say that? Richard tilted his head curiously. After Richard's question, the Great Wizard Absolute Zero was somewhat unsure how to respond. Regardless, when he wasn't fighting, he would never completely delegate power to his subordinates. Even if he didn't interfere, the proper procedure still had to be followed. Don't overthink it. I'm handing you over to command simply because I can't get involved in this area. You know, I'm not even as old as some of the staff officers, and I have very little experience in warfare. Power doesn't disappear just because you hand it over to someone else. Besides, we are wizards, not emperors. War is merely a means to an end, not the ultimate goal. Richard's words were so nonchalant that even the Great Wizard Absolute Zero felt a sense of shame. Compared to Richard, he was nothing more than a wizard apprentice, who hadn't yet abandoned his mortal thoughts. Thank you, Master Coronet. Richard nodded slightly, and was about to return to his office to continue his research on alien energy. Suddenly, a massive fluctuation of laws caught his attention. Richard looked up at the sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, catching sight of the Ember Sun. In the sky, the ash-black sun of the Ember Sun world had now turned gray. The death energy in the air was rapidly diminishing, replaced by flakes of ash-like snowflakes falling from the sky. The Ember Storm, which was supposed to erupt in a dozen days, had somehow suddenly arrived early. The Ember Storm has arrived early. I go to the front lines to rescue people, and you take command. Richard's face was serious, and he appeared in the sky. On the other side of the world, the massive form of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor also appeared in the sky almost simultaneously. Wizard, another fight. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor let out a sharp insect-like cry, and the embers within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were shattered by the sound waves, disintegrating into death energy and free elements in the air. The entire sky was filled with mythical scenes under the influence of the free elements. Richard said nothing, simply swinging his hammer silently, shattering the embers covering thousands of kilometers. This ember might be an obstacle for ordinary great wizards, but for Richard and the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, it was completely useless. Save lives? I didn't expect you even consider that. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor saw Richard's intention. He was protecting the wizards on the lower battlefield and the unfinished abyssal structures. The wizards had only just captured these nodes, and many of their defenses were inadequate. If Richard didn't provide protection, Not only would these leyline nodes be saved, but the wizards within them might not even survive. This Ember Storm was far more powerful than the previous one recorded by the wizards. If Richard saved lives, then the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor would certainly not allow Richard to do anything. Ignore the Ember Storm. Recapture those leyline nodes. The Quasi-Emperor's command traveled through the mental network, quickly resonating in the minds of the Mayfly Kings. According to the Quasi-Emperor's order, the Mayfly King immediately commanded his battle groups to attack. The Ember Storm was hindered, but the wizards weren't the only ones to benefit. Richard looked at the Quasi-Emperor with a sinister smile on his face. Without a word, he revealed his true form and approached the Quasi-Emperor at lightning speed. The next moment, there was a blast like thunder. The Titan's hammer, carrying lightning and fire, descended upon the Quasi-Emperor like a meteor. Boom! The light of the Quasi-Emperor's armor dimmed slightly, and the tiny cracks where the Titan's hammer struck vanished in an instant. Almost at the same time, the 4 tentacles of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor also hit Richard at the speed of light. This is easy. The Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly suddenly contracted its compound eyes, and its 4 tentacles abruptly retracted from Richard. On his tentacles, cells were distorting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly trembled slightly, separating the deformed tentacle from its main body. The culprit behind the deformation was revealed. It's life distortion. Not only have you learned it, you perfected it. The Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly sensed the energy causing the cell distortion, and a flash of horror crossed his eyes. This life distortion was a unique energy he had discovered after tens of thousands of years of research. Richard had seen through this energy after just one fight with him, and had even further refined it. How could this be possible? However, despite his shock, the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly did not reveal any flaws. This energy wasn't created by any special rules. A wizard could easily study it. Perhaps there was a wizard within the wizarding community who had mastered this energy. But before Quasi-Emperor Mayfly could finish his thought, Richard's new blow interrupted it. Bang! The Titan's hammer, swathed in black thunder, sent him flying dozens of kilometers. The black thunder emanating from the hammer was precisely an amplified version of his other energy, called Nirvana of Death. This? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Quasi-Emperor Mayfly shuddered inwardly. Boom! The hammer fell again, this time, the thunder on it turning golden, and the flames purplish red. Finally, Quasi-Emperor Mayfly's fantasy was shattered. The golden thunder, called Demon Breaker, possessed immense penetrating power. The purplish red flame, called Burning Realm, possessed a powerful incendiary energy effect. Both of these energies were the same ones he had used in his previous battle. At this moment, Quasi-Emperor Mayfly looked at Richard with a gaze no longer filled with pure fighting spirit. Beneath that fighting spirit, there was also a deep-seated fear. One battle had stripped him bare. What kind of monster was this wizard? Chapter 783. Boom! Amidst a thunderous explosion, a massive shockwave, warping space, swept across the entire sky at supersonic speed. Where it passed, ember shattered, and free elements collided in the sky, erupting into bursts of fireworks. In the sky, the ever-present death cloud of the Ember Sun world was completely shattered by the confrontation between the two powerful beings. The death energy that composed the cloud became nourishment for the two powerful beings. Both sides possessed the cycle of life and death, and this death energy was no different from life energy to them. As they fought, the battle between the two races on the ground intensified. ASU cover. Amid Gawain's roar, ASU, holding his alchemical shield, blocked Gawain's path. The next moment, a witch-hunting mayfly appeared in front of the shield, its 2 sickle claws slashing fiercely on the shield, releasing a teeth-grinding metallic cutting sound. If ASU's cover had been even a millisecond slower, those claws would have been enough to rip Gawain apart. Behind his shield, Gawain used his mental power to observe this terrifying living weapon. He noticed that the witch-hunting mayfly wasn't without weapons, but rather that those weapons were concealed within its body, becoming part of it. I'm wondering why you're so tough. Take my disintegration cannon. Gawain cursed, and the alchemical turret behind him, like a mechanical arm, immediately aimed at the witch-hunting mayfly. Then, a surge of energy poured into the turret, and a rainbow beam instantly erupted from the muzzle. Thanks to Richard's information, the small disintegration cannon had been cracked by the Tesla Research Institute, and the first version of this weapon had already been deployed on a small scale among alchemical wizards. Gawain, due to his extensive battlefield experience, was chosen as one of the first experimental wizards. The disintegration ray instantly pierced the alchemical shield and began to spread through the witch-hunting mayfly. In a flash, a fist-sized hole appeared in the witch-hunting mayfly's central nervous system. Fuck. Boss, why are you disintegrating my shield? Asu wailed as he watched Gawain's actions. But even as he wailed, he didn't stop. The instant death sword in his other hand overloaded, the pitch-black blade piercing the witch-hunting mayfly's body unimpeded. On the battlefield, the wizard's once neat formation was ripped apart. Just now, the witch-hunting mayflies and hunter mayflies, protected by the Legion shield, broke through the wizard's formation. The battlefield, which had originally been a linear battle, turned into a bloody melee. And this tactic was indeed extremely effective. In wizard training, melee combat training is reserved for elite wizards, while ordinary wizards receive only basic physical training. Magic sparring has become the norm for both sides. And now, the Galaxy Mayfly, using the Witch Hunter Mayfly, has taken the initiative to change the mode of warfare. This has put ordinary wizards, lacking melee training and specialized weaponry, at a significant disadvantage. Thankfully, the Council of Truth had long considered this, and assigned each wizard a familiar. These familiars often possess impressive physiques, and have undergone melee training. Their equipment, designed to protect the wizard, has forsaken all fancy features, retaining only the most basic defensive and lightness enchantments. This prevents ordinary wizards from being easily defeated. However, faced with specialized biological weapons, ordinary wizards are completely incapable of winning a war. Without a clan, ordinary wizards would be slaughtered one-sidedly by the witch-hunting mayflies. After dispatching the enemy at hand, Gawain took a moment to glance at the sky. Gawain knew that the outcome of their battle simply depended on not losing. The true outcome of this war would depend on the two peerless masters in the sky. Mayfly, you're failing. In the sky, Richard wielded the Titan's hammer, hammering at the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor like a blacksmith. Under his blows, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's furnace man armor grew dull and cracked, as if it could collapse at any moment. Wizard, you're not in great shape, are you? The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor offered no sign of weakness, each lash of his four whip-like tentacles tearing through hundreds of meters of Richard's flesh. Although Richard could handle the alien energy of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, his body was still drenched in blood despite the high frequency of damage. At this point, the battle between the two had become a simple competition of whose health pool was higher. Neither of them had any intention of defending against the other's attacks. Of course, even if they wanted to, they lacked the ability. The two were currently on the surface layer of the veil, where the speed of light was an insurmountable barrier. At this level of combat, attacks at the speed of light were impossible to dodge unless anticipated. Because no detection at this level could exceed the speed of light. All detection feedback would arrive only after the attack had impacted. Even mental detection would only arrive simultaneously. Bang! Richard swung his hammer, with a force powerful enough to split mountains and seas, instantly shattering one of the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor's arms. The profound energy from the hammerhead spread through the wound. Though it lasted only a moment, it still left an area of necrosis over a kilometer in diameter on the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor. Damn it! How did he manage to keep this energy stable? As a master of energy manipulation, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor could clearly recognize that the energy attached to Richard's hammerhead was a unique type of energy he had discovered. But this energy structure was extremely unstable. Even with his skill, he couldn't keep it stable, so he had to abandon it. And now, Richard not only kept it stable, but also used it against the enemy. The Mayfly Quasi-Emperor vaguely sensed that Richard's skill in kinesiology was far inferior to his own. He must have used some special method to keep this energy stable. But what was that method? Bang! The two behemoths suddenly separated. Richard's injuries began to heal rapidly the moment they separated. The Furnace Man armor on the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly also ignited with blazing flames as the energy was infused into it. Within the flames, the cracks caused by the Titan's hammer rapidly healed. The two men stared at each other, their overwhelming pressure seeming to freeze the entire sky. Though fierce, the previous battle was merely a warm-up for them. The trillions of cells in their true bodies had already fully activated in the battle. Each subsequent attack would be earth-shattering, and each encounter could determine the outcome. Countless forces flowed through the Quasi-Emperor of the Mayfly like rivers, their energy constantly transforming its structure within him. Each structure was sufficient to pass down the inherited sorcery of a great wizard of the Shaping School. Though Richard had mastered all the energies he had displayed in his previous battle, if Richard had improved, so too would he. Using the cycle of life and death to maintain a steady state of energy that would otherwise be impossible to maintain. Wizard, you are truly a genius. Ephemeral Quasi-Emperor looked at Richard, and even though Richard was his enemy, he couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Even during the battle earlier, he had sensed that Richard must have employed some unique method. Now, having paused, freeing up extra computing power, he instantly understood Richard's methods. In the past, Limited by his thinking, he had only used the cycle of life and death as a means of recovery and preservation. But now, Richard had opened the door to a new world for him. "Wizard, I will remember you." Ephemeral Quasi-Emperor suddenly let out a low insect-like chirp. A chilling aura quietly permeated his body with every movement. Richard looked at the Quasi-Emperor, a hint of surprise on his face. He could see that, like him, the Quasi-Emperor was beginning to use the cycle of life and death to stabilize his energy structure. Well, you didn't disappoint. Richard's heart brimmed with fighting spirit, and at that moment, the trillions of cells in his true body were fully operational. A vast ocean of magical power flowed through him. Under the influence of the law of transmutation, this energy constantly shifted forms, then stabilized by the cycle of life and death. Countless runes ignited on the Titan hammer. The Titan rune array, stacked in countless layers, was fully awakened at this moment. The hammer had emanated an aura powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth. A piece of ember snow fell silently. Buzz, with a piercing hum of energy, the entire world of ember snow was shattered in that moment. The two behemoths collided violently, instantly vanishing into the surface veil. The mayfly Quasi-Emperor was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black energy, each of its 4 tentacles carrying a unique energy that could not possibly exist stably. With each wave of its tentacles, space shattered and everything crumbled. Even Richard's titanic body was as fragile as a sheet of white paper before the tentacles. The 4 tentacles were like sharp knives, instantly crumbling all of Richard's defenses. The 2 hearts also instantly disintegrated into a ball. Golden light? The mayfly Quasi-Emperor's expression suddenly changed. Before his eyes, Richard's entire body instantly disintegrated into a ball of golden faith. And behind him, a destructive aura silently emerged. "It's over, a tough opponent." Buzz, from the Titan's hammer, the energy, as brilliant as a supernova explosion, slashed down at the Quasi-Emperor like the sharp edge of a long sword. At the same moment, the Furnace Man armor that had protected the Quasi-Emperor mayfly for countless years suddenly shattered, the stress hidden within it completely detonating. Boom! The armor disintegrated, and the Quasi-Emperor mayfly's body was instantly split in two. The Quasi-Emperor mayfly tried to resist, but at this moment, all his means were useless. His body was split in two, his thinking organs destroyed, and even his soul completely torn apart. Even with his formidable recovery ability, he needed a millisecond to regain control of his body. But in a battle of this magnitude, a millisecond could mean the difference between life and death. "It's over." The Quasi-Emperor mayfly tried to look at Richard. In his final moments, he wanted to see the exact means of his death. But before he could turn his head, a voice echoed in his mind. "Liuguang, you look truly miserable right now." The next moment, Richard suddenly noticed his surroundings shift dramatically, and the mayfly Quasi-Emperor vanished. A voice suddenly rang out from all directions. "Wizard, you should be proud of defeating Liuguang. But now, the game is over. Enjoy your final moments in my mind's dimension." Chapter 784. Outside the illusory dimension, the body of the mayfly Quasi-Emperor, split in two by Richard, slowly healed. But a strange glint flickered in his eyes. "Xianxiang, why are you here?" In the mayfly Quasi-Emperor's spiritual space, Quasi-Emperor Liuguang asked bewilderedly, looking at the vast consciousness before him. For the past 10,000 years, the dominant Xianxiang had consistently suppressed him among the Quasi-Emperors. This suppression only ceased over 300 years ago, when Xianxiang ascended to the rank of dominant. "Why am I here?" "Of course, it's because of the schemes of those other old men. Could I have come all this time to save you?" Hearing this answer, Liuguang's tentacles trembled. The mayflies who knew him well knew this was a sign of his anger. "Xianxiang, even now that you've become the master, your mouth is still so irritating." "Haha, you don't like it? If you don't like it, come and hit me. It's not like you haven't done that before." Xianxiang's consciousness scoffed recklessly, making Liuguang's tentacles stiffen with anger, yet he felt helpless. Over the past 10,000 years, he had challenged Xianxiang countless times, but each time he was severely toyed with. The difference in strength between a level 6 creature with a dimensional prototype and one without is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. "So what are your majesties going to do?" Liuguang suppressed his anger and asked calmly. Xianxiang put away his cynicism and said seriously, "The prophecy worm predicted that the spark is here. So, the old guys plan to take it back." At the word spark, Liuguang's body trembled violently. As a Quasi-Emperor of the mayflies, he naturally knew of the prophecy from the Furnace Man ruins. According to the Furnace Man prophecy, a creature would appear in the future and use the supreme furnace to incinerate the all-consuming shadow of war. That creature was the spark they were talking about. The spark is in this world? Impossible. None of the Mayfly kings on the front lines have encountered a great wizard matching their characteristics. He must be here. The prophecy bug saw him unleash the golden supreme furnace fire in this world. The mind image's tone was resolute. While interpretations of prophecies could be flawed, directly seeing the future was impossible. At least, that was the information he knew. Unleash the supreme furnace fire? Then it seems we must take action. The streamer's tentacles twitched slightly, and the order for an all-out attack was transmitted through the mental network. Since the wizard hadn't appeared yet, it meant the pressure they were applying wasn't strong enough. After giving the order, Liu Guang looked at Xianxiang and asked curiously, "How did you manage to hide this from the wizards? There's a master over there who's well-versed in prophecy." Xianxiang twitched its antennae slightly, sighing, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The masters of another civilization are using the web of fate as a medium to battle a terrifying entity. The fluctuations in fate they've caused have rendered almost all prophecies ineffective. The prophecy bugs paid the price of 7 lives just to see that one fragment." Liu Guang sighed softly after hearing this. "It seems fate isn't on the wizard's side. By the way, why are you using a split soul this time? If your real body had come over, you have found the spark in minutes." "You idiot!" The mind was speechless at the question. "I'm the master now. If I want to enter this world, I have no choice but to seal myself. Do you think I have the time to do so with such a rare opportunity? And even if I did, I can't just watch a fool like you get hacked to death by a wizard." Liu Guang felt a little embarrassed by what he said, and his consciousness was about to quietly exit his mind space, ready to search for the spark. But before he could do so, the mind in front of him suddenly trembled. "Oh no! The spark you're fighting is the spark. This thing can actually break through my mind dimension." In the mind dimension, Richard wielded the Titan hammer, smashing the monsters that rushed towards him. The master has arrived. What a surprise! Though trapped in the illusory dimension, Richard remained unfazed. He knew that if the master had come in person, he would be dead by now. To deal with a level 6 creature, the master wouldn't need to resort to the illusory dimension. Moreover, it was unclear whether this place was actually an illusory dimension. If he had entered the illusory dimension, the Overlord could have crushed him to death or extracted his soul for torture. But now, he encountered nothing. He didn't believe this was just some malicious act of the Mayfly Overlord. If the Mayfly Overlord could enter this world, then the Truth Wizard could too. And because of the advantage of prophecy, the wizard would be unlikely to miss the Mayfly Overlord's movements. Now that they had exploited the wizard's loophole, the Mayfly Overlord wouldn't waste any time. So the reason he didn't attack was probably because he couldn't do it right now. Special abilities of the dimension? Richard wondered, surveying the monsters around him. Around him, countless monsters, as if plucked from a nightmare, surged toward him like a tide. These monsters were quite powerful, each possessing the strength of a world lord, and some were even level 5 or 6. And, terrifyingly, they seemed inexhaustible. No matter how many Richard killed, new monsters would always appear. This was precisely why the Star Lord was nearly impossible to kill by sheer numbers. In the illusory dimension, the Star Lord could freely summon a near-infinite number of illusory creatures to fight for him. The essence of these creatures was the dimensional power of the illusory dimension. As long as this dimensional power persisted, killing any number of creatures within the dimension would be futile. If this is a complete illusory dimension, then I should be facing a group of level 6 monsters, not these ordinary world master monsters. If it's not a complete dimension, then it means that the dimensional power of this realm is limited and difficult to replenish. Otherwise, the monsters I'm facing should be constantly growing in strength. The illusory dimension is an imaginary world centered on illusory rules. This world can completely subvert all the rules of the material world, and any absurd and unruly things can happen here. However, even the illusory dimension is not eternal. The illusory dimension's existence is based on dimensional power and illusory rules. If the illusory dimension is compared to a building, the former is the material, and the latter is the framework. Without any of these, the illusory dimension cannot take shape. That means, as long as I burn away the illusory power of this realm, I can leave it. After thinking this, Richard, without hesitation, instantly ignited the miracle fire. Before heading to the battlefield, he had specifically struck a deal with the Undead Crown, trading the souls of tens of billions of level 1 creatures for the necromancer's right to travel to the fairyland world and gain control of the underworld's rules. Thus, Richard could now wield the miracle fire with impunity. He had previously refrained from using it against the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor because he was confident the Quasi-Emperor wouldn't kill him, but would instead help him evolve. As his soul poured into the miracle furnace, Richard instantly transformed into a golden torch. The miracle fire spread outward from beneath his feet, incinerating any powerful monster in its path. Suddenly, Richard's surroundings shifted dramatically, returning him to the veil. And before him, the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor was gazing at him with a strange gaze. Spark is worthy of being called Spark. In just a few decades, you've grown from a 5-ring being to your current state. If you continue to develop, I'm afraid in a few years, you become the master of the Star Realm. Richard sensed a shift in his mental energy, and immediately realized that the person speaking to him was no longer the Mayfly Quasi-Emperor, but the unknown Mayfly Master. Spark, is that the codename you gave me? It's quite apt. Richard observed the Quasi-Emperor possessed by the Master, the dimensional power flowing silently within him. Confronting a Master, even if he was merely possessed, was unwise. If possible, Richard would prefer a strategic retreat. But it was clear that the mind image wasn't about to let Richard leave so easily. Don't even think about escaping, Spark. This world has been sealed by me. Any creature that uses the dimensional portal will be cast into the depths of the endless dimension unless they leave this world. Of course, you can try. Maybe with luck, you find yourself near a dimension you recognize. Outside the world, the massive Mayfly Overlord hovered in the astral plane, its massive compound eyes surveying the entire Ember Sun world, as if peering into a crystal ball. Damn this world wall. They're all invaders. Why are you so stubborn against me? The Mayfly Overlord cursed inwardly, repeatedly applying seals to himself, attempting to break through the world wall. While he could forcefully tear the wall apart with his abilities, the world's counterattack was more than a newly promoted Overlord could easily withstand. Really? Then it seems I'm quite important. Richard didn't doubt the Mayfly Overlord's warning. He knew this Overlord was most likely here for his miracle forge. If he were to escape into the depths of the dimension, it wouldn't be a good thing for the galaxy Mayfly. Of course you're important. The mind image let out a low insect-like chirp, suddenly spitting out a large white net from its mouth, and its body abruptly vanished. At this moment, Quasi-Emperor Liu Guang had completely relinquished control of his body. Though it was hard to accept, he had to admit that he could not defeat Richard, who was burning with the miracle fire. At the sight of the large net, Richard's miracle fire ignited. In his left eye, the eye of delusion, now fused with his body, shifted constantly, instantly locating the mind image's true form hidden behind layers of veils. Then, the Titan hammer swung violently, its head ablaze with flames, instantly tearing through the large net and igniting it. Then, with undiminished force, the hammer head suddenly leaped through the veil, heading straight for the mind image's true form behind the layers. Richard's face was filled with anger, like a raging Madra. You're trying to catch me even if it's not your real self? You're a bit too confident, Bug. Chapter 785. Endless Dimensions. The massive bone altar, as vast as a mountain, stood beside it, a colossal figure, even more majestic than the altar, continuously placing bizarre offerings upon it. A deep, inarticulate voice emanated from the enormous figure, its voice incomprehensible, as if it had traveled through time and space from time immemorial. Countless mysterious powers converged in the chant, ultimately transforming into a single hand. A hand powerful enough to sway fate. Have they arrived already? The cursed crown stood before the altar, his face grayed beneath his hood. The speed of the Mayfly Lord's arrival had somewhat exceeded his expectations. He waved his staff slightly, and the massive hand, shaped by mysterious power, descended upon Richard's fate. At this moment, the thread representing Richard's fate was as fragile as a strand of hair. Under the pressure of the 5 Mayfly Overlord's fate threads, Richard, who hadn't yet become a master, had his fate thread pushed to its limit, even with the protection of previous civilizations. Bang! A subtle explosion echoed. Immediately afterwards, the mystical power concentrated within the cursed corona transformed into millions of smaller hands. These smaller hands entered the fate dimension and silently tugged at the fate threads connected to the cursed corona's fate thread. These fate threads were all wizards of the cursed school. In the past, they had shared the fate fluctuations of the cursed corona, but now, their role had been reversed. They were now weapons of the cursed corona's attack. As the fate threads tugged, millions of fluctuations converged, transforming into a violent oscillation of fate. Under the influence of the mysterious power, this wave followed Richard's fate thread, and violently knocked aside a master's fate thread. Compared to the devourer of civilizations, the cursed corona's method seemed utterly crude. But as the corona of the wizarding civilization, he possessed a greater resource of destiny than the devourer of civilizations. As the thread of destiny flew, a Mayfly Overlord, on his way to the Ember Sun world, suddenly paused. A dimensional storm, seemingly emanating from nowhere, forced him to pause. One success. The cursed corona vomited a crow from its mouth. As if uncontrolled by laws, the crow leaped across space and arrived in a region countless light years away from the cursed corona. There, a celestial overlord, resembling a scale, mobilized mystical forces to confront the devourer of civilizations in a fateful confrontation. One success. The crow uttered the cursed corona's voice. Upon hearing this news, the scales suddenly tilted in the Lord's favor. Finally, one success. For the past few months, he and the overlords of several other civilizations had engaged in a relentless battle with the devourer of civilizations. Under the shock of fate, the prophecies of the entire world community were rendered ineffective. The only prophecies that succeeded were those that required a certain event to be fulfilled. That is, they were the result of human intervention. The Galaxy Mayfly's successful predictions weren't due to their luck, but rather to the Fate Devourer's ability to preserve the connection between the Mind Image Overlord and Richard's destiny, allowing the event to unfold smoothly. The crow didn't pause. After cursing the corona, it tore through space again, arriving in a new area. It intended to pass this message on to all overlords participating in this battle. Ember Sun World. Richard, for some reason, suddenly felt a lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. But upon closer inspection, he discovered his physical condition remained the same as before. It was as if the feeling had been merely an illusion. Could this guy be using psychic techniques on me, confusing my perception? Richard wondered as he swung his hammer, blocking the Mind Image Lord's concentrated energy spear. Beside him, the Mind Image Lord controlled the body of Quasi-Emperor Liuguang, constantly flashing through the air. With each flash, a concentrated energy spear with an energy level exceeding 10 million flew towards Richard at the speed of a stream of light. Although Quasi-Emperor Liuguang was a physically evolved being, the Mind Image Lord himself was spiritually evolved. Rather than physical combat, he preferred to use his superior energy skills to capture Richard. Yes, capture. During the battle, the Mind Image Lord had quietly learned through psychic intrusion that the Miracle Furnace was within Richard's soul. To prevent the Miracle Furnace from falling into the hands of other races, capturing Richard, extracting his spirit, and then dividing the Miracle Furnace was the safest course of action. This was also the reason Richard was still alive. At least, that was what the Mind Image Lord believed. Buzz, another spear of light shot towards Richard. Richard, as usual, swung his hammer to block it, but this time, his energy flow suddenly slowed for a moment, and he was unable to block the concentrated spear of light. Instantly, Richard's chest exploded. Beneath the shattered flesh, the massive wound, deep enough to reveal the bone, looked horrifying. A flash of fear passed through Richard's mind. How could I have been even a moment slower? What did he do to me? Endless dimensions. The Devourer of Fate retracted the tentacle that had been partially lost while directing the Fate Oscillation. From his body, countless tentacles burrowed deep into the void, reaching a world deeper than the endless dimension. A dimension unique to Fate. His tentacles plucked the threads of fate like strings on a harp. Even in his weakened state, even facing multiple overlords within their own civilizations whose stomps could shake them, he showed no sign of panic. Or perhaps, he simply lacked the ability to panic. He was the shadow of war, the devourer of the defeated, the destroyer of civilization. His existence defied the simple term life. He was like a dimension, a civilization, a fusion of countless lives, or perhaps even a cage. How could such a being harbor emotions, a flaw born of biological evolution? Buzz, a fate oscillation struck. Although the overlords could not find him, they could attack the devourer of civilizations through the connection of the thread of fate. Under the turbulence of fate, the web of destiny woven by the fate devourer surged like surging ocean waves, countless tentacles vanishing, as if they had never existed. Under this turbulence, Richard's fate thread rippled slightly. The fate threads of the overlords, attached to his thread, also shifted slightly. In the material world, several Mayfly overlords encountered minor mishaps, either stumbling upon overlords of the elusive dimension or encountering small-scale space-time storms. In short, their progress came to a standstill. But soon, the Fate Devourer launched its own counterattack. Countless threads of fate were rippled, a wave so massive it could significantly deflect even the threads of fate of the overlords. Following Richard's thread, it launched an attack on the threads of fate belonging to several Truth Wizards. The Mind Image Overlord had already established a connection with Richard. Even if the other Mayfly overlords didn't arrive, as long as they could hinder the Truth Wizard's arrival, Richard would still die. Under this wave of fate, several Truth Wizards heading to the Ember Sun world also encountered various unexpected events. In the infinite dimension, the Transformers Corona and the Alchemical Corona almost simultaneously looked toward the void. Although they couldn't see the clash in the Fate dimension, they knew that the unexpected events they encountered were undoubtedly related to the clash between the cursed Corona and the devourer of civilization. Is it so difficult? The Transformer's expression remained calm. He was well aware of the massive scale of the cursed Corona's plan. 5 8th-level Star Realm Masters, all of them Masters of Fate. This formation essentially assembles every Master of Fate from the entire world community. To be frank, if these Masters united, even a limit-breaking Master like him would be trapped in the endless dimension, unable to return to the material world forever. Given a little time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to think they could unite and curse an entire civilization. And yet, such a force couldn't stop the Civilization Devourer's actions. What kind of monster is the Civilization Devourer? Shaper, did you encounter any accident? The voice of the alchemical Corona echoed in the Shaper's ears. I encountered something. I met an unlucky fellow. Corona of the Shaper said casually, looking at the jellyfish before him, which was the size of a continent. It seems the curse's plan isn't so foolproof after all. Corona of the Alchemist's voice was tinged with mockery. What did you encounter? Corona of the Shaper asked. Corona of the Alchemist looked at the complex assembly of countless gears and levers before him. Even though the aura of this assembly had reached level 8, he remained calm and said, a minor inconvenience. The little thing I banished to the endless dimension has grown up and returned. Then let's resolve it quickly. The curse says that fate is not set in stone. As long as we don't slack off, fate will help us return to our original path. The Star Overlords are among the most powerful creatures in the entire Star Realm. The threads of their fate are no longer something that can be manipulated at will. Even if a tremor of fate can deflect their destiny, as long as they recognize the deflection and adjust their attitude, the deflected fate will return to its original path. The Embersun World. Richard wielded the Titan Hammer, repeatedly smashing the concentrated energy spears from all directions. The intermittent malfunctions within his body made this otherwise evenly matched battle incredibly difficult. Richard was now convinced he was under a curse or something. Energy stagnation, something that existed only in probability, was recurring within him. This was terribly wrong. Bang, another stagnation. The concentrated energy spears, with over 30 million energy levels, instantly ripped through Richard's abdomen, leaving a massive hole. Even though the hole healed in a moment, Richard's aura weakened considerably. Spark, won't you surrender? If you do, you might even die more easily later. The figure of the Mind Image Lord repeatedly flashed through the air, and the mocking chirping of insects echoed from all directions, like a demonic voice. Fate is not on your side. Chapter 786. Destiny? Hearing the Lord of Mind's cries, Richard's face, already somewhat shattered by the attack, suddenly broke into a mocking smile. How dare you mention destiny in my presence? I rose from humble beginnings, and in just a few thousand years, I've become one of the 7 crowned thrones of wizard civilization. How dare you, a fellow like you, mention destiny in my presence? Richard practically roared, his body suddenly illuminating with holy light. In that holy light, countless runes undulated, as if recording an endless supply of profound knowledge. He placed his left hand on his waist, and a sealed magic book appeared in his hand. The Lord of Mind's words gave him a clue. The various low-probability events that befell him were likely the result of the devourer of civilization stirring up the threads of his destiny. And conventional means were useless against such attacks. He must wield mystical powers. Bang! In the brief delay, Richard was struck by 2 more luminous spears. But he ignored it, silently unsealing the magic book in his hand. As the rune chain shattered, the Mind Image Lord suddenly sensed a deadly danger. What is that thing? The Mind Image Lord intensified his attack, raining down spears of light. In a millisecond, hundreds of them pelted toward Richard. Boom! The dazzling flashes of light from the exploding spears nearly engulfed Richard's massive form. Such a fierce attack was enough to shatter Richard's entire body. According to common sense, the Mind Image Lord now only needed to prepare his mental net to capture Richard's escaping soul. However, there was no trace of joy in his eyes. The flash vanished, and Richard, clutching the miracle witchcraft, his massive frame unscathed, even his weakened aura returning to peak form. Prophecy? The Mind Image Lord, sensing the mysterious power swirling around Richard, was startled. The unknown brings fear. The Galaxy Mayfly's research into mystical powers isn't as in-depth as that of wizards, and even the Mayfly Lord holds awe in the cursed magic that utilizes mystical powers. The Galaxy Mayfly calls it prophecy. But despite his shock, the Mind Image Lord wasn't frightened by Richard. He was the Lord. Even as a fragmented soul, he was still the Lord. The cursed magic of a level 6 creature was even less powerful to him than ordinary transmutation magic. Your methods are fancy, but no matter how fancy, they are useless against power. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the Mind Image Lord's body. Under this surge of energy, the Quasi-Emperor Liuguang's body trembled constantly, nearly crumbling. Even with a split soul, the power the Mind Image Overlord could mobilize was terrifyingly formidable. He hadn't done this before, simply to observe Richard's methods and protect his old friend. Due to the support of the Mayfly contribution, Quasi-Emperor Liuguang's body could only temporarily sustain his explosive power. Once the Mayfly contribution disappeared, Quasi-Emperor Liuguang would instantly dissolve into dust. Not even his soul could escape. Buzz, accompanied by a humming sound of energy, the two figures instantly intertwined. Richard clutched the miracle book, and the miraculous sorcery recorded within, driven by the power of faith, appeared one after another. Bang! A shield materialized in the void behind Richard, annihilating a beam of light reaching a 50 million energy level. Richard flipped the miraculous tome in his hand, casting one miraculous spell after another, distorting the very reality of the sky. These mystical forces twisted and intertwined, ultimately manifesting in reality in unpredictable forms. The sky was filled with a mystical riot of colors and countless absurd, cursed creatures. The Lord of Mind's attacks were distorted by these mystical forces. A spear of light, upon its instant appearance, was twisted into flower petals, sand, skulls, dolls, or other random objects. Even during this process, insufficient mystical forces would prevent the complete distortion. But in this sky teeming with mystical power, if one mystical force wasn't enough, there would be plenty more. Damn it, are you a circus clown? The Lord of Mind let out an angry chirp. In Richard's sea of mystical power, even if he had the strength to move mountains, it was like punching cotton, with no impact at all. A clown? Who wants a clown? The Mind Image Overlord's roar had barely ended when a cursed clown creature, treading on a ball, appeared beside him. The clown's face was painted pale, its crimson mouth cracked to its ears. He swung several blood-stained daggers, each carrying a dangerous aura that would scare even the masters of the ordinary world. Get out of my way, you bastard! The Mind Image Overlord roared, and a tidal wave of energy erupted from his body, instantly crushing the clown to pieces. Though the mystical powers were formidable, they too would yield in the face of absolute strength. Richard observed this scene, his face expressionless. But a closer look would reveal a subtle hint of heartache. This time, it's really bleeding money. Using miracle sorcery requires the power of faith, and his reckless use of it has come at the cost of the faith he's accumulated over the years drastically decreasing. If he keeps doing this, it won't be long before his pool of faith is drained. He looked up at the sky, his heart filled with anxiety. Why hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? The appearance of the Lord of Mind Image must have been a plot by the Council of Truth. Now that the Lord of Mind Image has arrived, the other Coronas of the Council of Truth should have followed suit. But recalling the sudden appearance of the Lord of Mayflies last time, a sense of foreboding flashed through Richard's mind. Could it be possible that the devourer of civilization could still interfere with the fate of these Coronas? Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from the sky. Even from behind the veil, Richard could clearly see a crack in the sky, like an eye. Behind that crack, a massive figure slowly entered the world. The Mind Image Overlord's true form finally completed its seal, crossing the world wall and entering the Ember Sun world. It's over, all over. ASU stared at the giant mayfly appearing in the sky, his face suddenly drooping. Boss, we're both going to die here. Beside him, Gawain leaned against the wall, his body covered in bleeding wounds. A cut on his neck nearly severed it. Gawain stared at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. With the Overlord's arrival, they were doomed. Headquarters. Hurry, hurry! Transfer all the data. Amid the roar of the Absolute Zero Wizard, all the wizards at headquarters immediately headed for the portal square, carrying a vast amount of data. The remaining wizards, uninvolved, were controlling the destructive weapons installed in this world. The Doomsday hidden underground began to activate. The cursed meme hidden beneath the fortress began to be released. The abyssal contamination bombs Richard had built were also launched. The arrival of the Overlord meant that this world had been lost, and all their current actions were merely to slow down the galaxy mayflies. But then, with a roar from the Overlord, all the wizards on the surface of the world froze in their places. Fear shone in their eyes, and their bodies remained motionless like wooden figures, as if their souls had been sucked into some terrifying place. Although the Overlord of Mind was a newly promoted Overlord, his power was undeniable. Before an Overlord, ordinary creatures were but ants. Ants also want to make trouble? In the sky, the Overlord of Mind's eyes swept across the sky, his gaze across the veil, and locked onto Richard. Spark, You must pay the price for your stubborn resistance. Richard looked at the master of mind image, and even as confident as he was, a tinge of despair welled up in his heart. He could still fight the master's fragmented soul with the miracle furnace and his miracle sorcery. But facing the master himself, he couldn't even die with dignity. The gap between the master of the world and the master was even greater than the gap between a mortal and the master of the world. But before the final moment, how could he give up? Richard gripped the miracle secret book tightly, and all the faith power in the pool of faith power was now poured into the book that served as the medium. Even Ulysses's personal faith power, and the faith power contained in the statues in various temples were input. Even a god king would give this power of faith a second thought in the civilizations of the gods. And now, Richard was going to use it to trade with the cursed creatures roaming the endless dimension, rivaling the overlords. Oh! Still resisting? The overlord of mind image tore through the veil, and appeared before Richard, his eyes incredibly calm. The moment he saw the overlord of mind image, Richard suddenly realized his surroundings had suddenly changed, and the miracle book in his hand had lost its ability to attract mystical power. Countless demon-like creatures pounced on him. Have I been thrown into this dimension? Richard felt a wave of despair as he watched the bizarre creatures swarm around him. Each of these creatures exuded the aura of a level 6 creature. Even if he ignited the miracle fire, they continued to surge towards him like an endless stream. Undoubtedly, this was a power only possessed by the authentic dimension. But the next moment, Richard sensed something amiss. He glanced at the miracle book in his hand. Its ability to attract mystical power had vanished. Even dimensions can't hinder the mystical power. This isn't a dimension, this is an illusion. The moment Richard realized he was in an illusion, his vision suddenly lit up. When he regained consciousness, he felt a tearing sensation in his soul. The mind master was tearing his soul from his body, and in a fraction of a second, it had already been separated. If he hesitated for a moment, his soul would be completely ripped from his body, becoming the mind master's plaything. Oh! You've broken free from the mind master's illusion so quickly. But it's no use. The mind master was slightly startled, but only slightly. Richard's mental resistance only affected the time it took to strip Richard's soul. It had no effect on the outcome. Spark, there's no point in resisting. You're dead. The mind master's chirping didn't deter Richard from resisting. He stared at the mind master with a fierce expression, like a furious King Kong. Bug, I should be saying this to you. As Richard roared, his power of faith, his system, his emotions, and the miracle fire finally caught the attention of a cursed creature comparable to a master. An invisible force absorbed all the power of faith and swept away another miracle fire. Then, a vast force poured into Richard's body, engulfed by his anger and resentment, transforming into a crimson flame. The flame ignited Richard's body. At this moment, the master of mind image actually felt a pressure of the same magnitude from Richard. Amidst the flames, Richard's eyes remained wide with fury, but his heart was neither sad nor happy. He looked at the master of mind image, his voice remarkably calm. Mayfly, today you will undoubtedly die. The connection between the coronas told him that the transfiguration corona was about to arrive in this world. Chapter 787. With the strength gained through sacrifice, you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Hearing Richard shout, the Lord of Mind Image moved, and ripples appeared in the air. The next moment, the ripples revealed their true form. They were countless, almost condensed, energy spears. Each of these spears was powerful enough to annihilate a level 6 creature. Die! The Lord of Mind Image's insect-like chirping sounded icy, as if frozen for eternity. At his command, those nearly tangible energy spears, like countless intertwined chains, enveloped every inch of Richard's body. Boom! A sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The light, like a supernova explosion, instantly illuminated the entire Ashes Sun world. Since the creation of this world, it had never been so bright. But as the light gradually dimmed, a voice suddenly rang out from the center of the light. Not bad, I've learned a little more. The Mind Overlord's tentacles twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief. Richard, still standing in the center of the light, was visible. Though the crimson flames on him had dimmed considerably, there was no doubt that Richard was still alive. Richard gazed at the Mind Overlord, his eyes as deep as a mountain tail. Mayfly, I told you, you will die today. If you surrender, perhaps you can die more peacefully. The Mind Overlord flashed, reappearing beside Richard. Did you sacrifice your sanity as well? Or has the power gained from that sacrifice clouded your mind? As he spoke, the Mind Overlord swung his limbs, like sickles, wielding enough force to split the heavens and the seas. He could see that Richard's power was merely a product of a distortion of reality. His body remained that of a level 6 creature. As long as close combat was involved, Richard maintained the strength of a level 6 creature. Although not spiritually evolved, his dominant body was more than enough to crush Richard's level 6 form. The Titan's bloodline made Richard invincible against his peers, even allowing him to fight undefeated in battles between levels. But it wasn't enough to allow him to bridge the vast chasm between World Master and Star Master. Boom! A rumble like muffled thunder erupted in the sky. Then a figure flew backward like a meteor. Richard? No. Richard's massive form remained standing, his Titan hammer still clutched. The figure sent flying backwards was actually the Lord of Mind. The cursed plan had a minor flaw. You've managed to hold out until now. You're even stronger than I was back then. The voice of the Transfiguration Corona echoed in Richard's ears. Outside the Ember world, the Transfiguration Corona's massive form had already entered the material world. The terrifying aura emanating from him even caused the very walls of the Ember world to tremble. The Ember world trembled in fear of the Transfiguration Corona. Alas, fighting in the material world is truly troublesome. The Transfiguration Corona sighed, as he observed the constantly trembling Ember world. As a limit-breaking lord, even small worlds couldn't contain his size. Only within a vast world like the wizard world could he function normally. Miracle, you fight this little fellow first. I seal myself and enter the world. As he spoke, he gazed into the void, muttering to himself, that should be enough time. In the direction he looked, the Mayfly Overlord, known as the World, was rapidly approaching the Ember world. The overlords of the Cursed Corona fought the Civilization Devourer to a draw, but because they knew of the shifting fates, the Cursed Corona was able to reach the Ember world first. Although the difference was perhaps only a dozen minutes, it was enough for the Shaping Corona. In the Ember world, the crimson flames on Richard's body had dissipated. But now, a layer resembling a mecha had appeared on his body. With the aid of the armor, Richard's physical stats reached Overlord levels. This is the mecha Alchemist gave me. Powered by dimensional force, it's powerful enough to rival a 7th level Overlord. I provide you with the energy now, so go ahead and do it. The Shaping Corona's message echoed in Richard's ears. Feeling the nearly oceanic power within him, a sinister smile spread across his face. I told you, you will die today. Buzz, accompanied by a sharp hum of energy, Richard's body instantly leaped across space and arrived beside the Lord of Mind image. Before he could react, Richard's mountainous form slammed into his abdomen. With a resounding boom, space shattered, and two massive figures instantly entered behind the curtain. You bastard! You're courting death. The Lord of Mind image was furious at Richard's proactive attack. An ant, barely surviving thanks to external forces, actually dared to attack. Do you really think my position as Lord is just for show? But before he could even move, the Titan's hammer fell like a meteor, shattering the compound eyes in his skull. Under the alchemy mecha's blessing, Richard felt his various stats increase dozens of times. And this was only a fraction of the mecha's capabilities. Is this the power of a level 7 creature? Richard swung the Titan hammer with a sinister grin. Thanks to the alchemy mecha's built-in gravity control plugin, the Titan hammer's mass instantly increased hundreds of times. Added to Richard's surging strength, even a master couldn't withstand this blow. Boom! A crystal barrier blocked the Titan hammer. Richard was startled, his left eye's delusion-piercing vision shifting constantly, trying to detect a flaw in the crystal barrier. But as he did so, he discovered a horrifying truth. The crystal barrier was completely flawless, as if it weren't composed of energy, but rather a giant energy particle. Miracle, use your flames. That's his power of the illusionary dimension, seemingly materializing his inner imagination. But don't worry about it, just burn it with the miracle fire. This barrier is essentially a creation of the illusionary rules utilizing dimensional power. Once that dimensional power is burned, the barrier will automatically collapse. The evoking Corona's warning echoed in Richard's ears. The Mind Image Lord's methods might scare Richard, but they couldn't fool the evoking Corona, who provided off-site support. Richard's mind moved, and a blazing miracle fire ignited on the Titan hammer. Seeing the flames, the Mind Image Lord panicked. Even a lord must adhere to basic logic. The Lord's strength over the World Lord was simply due to their superior fundamental qualities, and the powerful weapon of the illusionary dimension. But now, Richard, with the help of the mecha, had bridged the gap in basic qualities, and the miracle fire had rendered the illusionary dimension useless. He no longer possessed the slightest advantage over Richard. Now, both sides relied solely on accumulated knowledge, mastery of combat techniques, and, most importantly, fighting spirit. This deathmatch wasn't just a battle of numbers, but also a psychological contest. Outside, the evoking Corona could enter the world at any moment, and within, Richard, the madman who dragged him back to battle as the Lord of the world. How could the Mind Image Lord, who had relied on the combat power of the illusory dimension for millennia, maintain any steadfast fighting spirit now that his numerical suppression was gone? He simply wanted to leave this unfortunate place. Bang! The Titan's hammer, swirling with miraculous fire and carrying the power to split the sky, suddenly smashed half of the Mind Image Lord's body into pieces. But the Mind Image Lord remained unmoved. The dimensional power within him continued to flow, attempting to tear through the evoking Corona's dimensional blockade and enter the infinite dimension. Once he entered the infinite dimension, the sea would be vast, free for fish to leap, the sky high, free for birds to soar. Even the Transfiguration Corona couldn't quickly slay a level 7 overlord in the endless dimension. As long as the Heart Image Corona entered the endless dimension, this operation would be doomed to failure, just like the other killing operations the wizard had carried out over the past 1,000 years. But could he truly break through the blockade? Richard wielded the Titan hammer like a relentless hammering machine. Even though the Heart Image Corona resisted relentlessly, each blow ignited by the miraculous fire sapped a sliver of the Heart Image Overlord's vitality. Though this vitality was tiny, the cumulative effect quickly weakened the Heart Image Corona's aura. Bug, where's your fighting spirit? Richard felt a wave of depression as he gazed at the Heart Image Corona, which had lost its will to fight. Fighting such an enemy, even his body felt weak. He felt like punching a senseless sandbag. No matter how hard he attacked, the sandbag would just hang there, letting him pounce. Spiritually evolved creatures are truly devoid of fighting spirit. The Mind Overlord remained unmoved by Richard's taunts. Reckless fighting was the province of physically evolved barbarians. He was a spiritually evolved, intelligent being. If he didn't seek a chance to escape this world now, wouldn't it be courting death? Suddenly, a dimensional fluctuation caught the Mind Overlord's attention. The Transformer Corona, beyond this world, had completed its self-sealing and was about to enter this world. Good opportunity. A sudden burst of dimensional power erupted from the Mind Overlord, instantly trapping Richard in the Mind Overlord dimension. In the surface material world, the sky was once again torn apart, but this time, it was the Galaxy Mayfly who was left in despair. The Transformer Corona's massive body had now transformed into something resembling a sun. At this moment, the Ember world seemed like a mythical Tongu. Now! A surge of dimensional power suddenly erupted from the Mind Image Lord's body, and a dimensional expedition nest, shaped by this dimensional power, instantly appeared on his surface. The Shaper Lord noticed his subtle movement, and the seal on his body immediately began to crumble. The entire Ember world's energy was now controlled by the Shaper Crown, and an endless wave of energy instantly crossed the veil and surged towards the Mind Image Lord. But it was still a step too late. Haha, goodbye, wizard. The expedition nest on the Mind Image Lord's body was shattered by the energy wave. But this delay of less than a microsecond was enough for the Mind Image Lord to escape into the endless dimension. The dimensional gate opened, and the Mind Image Lord's massive body instantly disappeared from the material world. The Shaper Crown watched this scene, a mocking smile spreading across his now recovered form. Do you really think I make such a foolish mistake? Behind the dimensional portal, the Lord of Mind suddenly sensed something was amiss, and the tentacles on his head instantly tensed. A black-robed wizard suddenly appeared before him. Beneath his black hood, a pair of colorful eyes pierced the Lord of Mind's heart. Welcome to my dimension, little Mayfly. The black-robed wizard's voice was calm, his movements polite. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the 7 crowns of the wizarding world. Title, Curse. Chapter 788. In the dark astral realm, flashes resembling supernova explosions appeared from time to time. The aftermath of the battle between the two transcendent overlords was enough to send ripples across the walls of the world. The Mayfly Overlord was ultimately a step too slow. Before he arrived, the Mind Image Overlord had fallen into a trap set by the Cursed Corona. This was the first Overlord to fall since the battle began. Inside the Ember Sun world, Richard was cleaning up the aftermath of the battlefield with the reinforcements. Although the transformed Corona no longer provided dimensional power to the alchemy mech due to the battle, the alchemy mech still managed to unleash considerable combat power thanks to Richard's own share of dimensional power. With this limited combat power, Richard slew the Quasi-Emperor Liu Guang and subsequently destroyed all of the Galaxy Mayfly's wormholes in this world. The remaining galactic Mayflies resolutely committed suicide, but their souls were all seized by Richard using the laws of the underworld. Some who were slow to commit suicide were sealed away by Richard and the Grand Wizard who came to support them. As for the Mayfly Kings, the moment the Transfiguration Corona entered this world, they were absorbed into the dimension. The war in the Ember Sun world has theoretically reached its end. Our methods are truly elaborate. Richard stood in the center of a fortress, the miracle tome in his hand swirling with mystical powers. Beside him, the great wizard of curse and plague waved his staff, and a black swarm of flies swarmed from the tip of his staff, flooding the entire room like a tide. After all, there's no need to worry about handling it, so let it be as disgusting as it can be. The great wizard of curse and plague's voice was filled with resignation. He was currently cleaning up the curse memes left behind by the wizard in this world. Thanks to the incredible efficiency of the headquarters, the instant the Lord of Mind opened the rift, all the wizard's remaining methods in this world were activated. Day of Doom, curse meme, abyssal pollution bombs. Practically every method capable of causing trouble for the galaxy mayflies was activated. Even though many of these methods weren't fully activated due to the Lord of Mind's intervention, even those that were activated were enough to cause a headache. Haha, now the boomerang is back. Take your time cleaning up. Richard smiled and flipped the pages. Driven by the medium, the cursed creatures within the fortress converged on the book, then sealed within its blank pages by Richard's miraculous sorcery. Although the battle had drained Richard's pool of faith, as a deity with followers from two smaller worlds, even if the pool dried up, the newly generated faith power of their followers would continue to flow into it. While this amount of faith power wasn't enough for Richard to perform advanced miracle sorcery, it was more than enough for some simpler ones. The great wizard of curse and plague looked at the miracle book in Richard's hand, a flicker of envy in his eyes. As a master wizard of the cursed school, he could naturally see that the miracle book in Richard's hand was on the same level as his teacher's cursed principle. While he didn't know how Richard had achieved this, he knew without a doubt that it was definitely related to the cursed principle. However, the great wizard of curse and plague didn't feel jealous. He knew his own abilities. Even if he had studied the cursed principle, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve what Richard had. He remained confident in his teacher's judgment. As a cursed wizard, he knew full well that he must curb his curiosity and never look at anything forbidden. Otherwise, he would die without knowing how he died. Alas, people are incomparable. The great cursed plague wizard sighed inwardly. After clearing the fortress, the air outside, filled with abyssal spores, invigorated Richard. Although abyssal demons can adapt to any environment, they find the abyssal environment most comfortable. The pollution of this world is irreversible. The great cursed plague wizard sighed as he looked at the dark red embers in the sky. He bent down and grabbed a handful of concrete from the concrete floor. In this concrete, which had been prepared by the wizards, and should have been impossible for any parasite to survive, some tiny dark red mold had actually grown. The great wizard of cursed plague gazed at the abyssal mold and exclaimed in amazement, "I never imagined such miraculous things could exist in this world. Something so tiny could actually change the entire world." Although the great wizard of cursed plague wasn't a wizard of the alchemical school, his basic knowledge, as a great wizard told him, that this tiny object undoubtedly held immense secrets. This is one of the ultimate creations of the previous civilization alliance. It's only natural that it's somewhat powerful, Richard said with a smile. The great wizard of cursed plague sighed, "What a breathtaking work. The more I explore, the more I realize how pathetic my ignorance is." Richard patted his shoulder, looking at the eroding ember sun, and said in a light-hearted tone, "But precisely because of this, we have the motivation to explore its mysteries. Otherwise, what would we do with such a long lifespan?" It took the wizard 6 months to cleanse the world. In the process, the pollution from the abyss completely eroded the entire ember sun world, turning it into an abyssal world. Of course, normal erosion wouldn't be so rapid. Even if the pollution exceeded 50%, relying on the natural rate of infection, it would take a dozen years for a microscopic world to become an abyssal world. For a larger world, it wouldn't be impossible for it to take decades, or even hundreds of years. The reason why the ember sun world was completely eroded so quickly was naturally due to Richard's relentless expansion of the pollution. And his motive for doing so was naturally to increase his strength. On the vast plain, Richard breathed in the air imbued with the power of the abyss, and his cells began to activate. During his battle with the Lord of Mind, Richard's bloodline integration progress rapidly increased. From the time the Lord of Mind entered the world to the arrival of the Transfiguration Crown, a mere tens of seconds had elapsed, yet Richard's bloodline integration progress had skyrocketed by 40%. As the sole descendant of the Abyss Titan, under the pressure of death, his cells displayed an intense desire to survive. However, such rapid integration inevitably came at a price. The rapid integration caused significant problems in the expression of Richard's core life force. Although his body was stronger than before, the conflicts between his various organ systems also became more intense. This forced him to pause the integration and enter a period of recovery. As an offshoot of the Shepherd Star Titan, The Abyss Titan also inherited some of its talents. Among these, the ability to restore the world through the aid of the Abyss Titan is one of its inherited talents. A Shepherd Titan can grow and recover by burying itself underground, absorbing the power of the Earth's veins. As a level 6 Titan King, Richard can even directly connect the Earth's veins to his body. But as everyone knows, the Abyss is a deadly virus in the eyes of the world. Before the world transformed into the Abyss, if Richard dared to enter the Earth's veins, the world would use its energy to destroy him without a trace. After transforming into the Abyss, it feels like the very essence of the world has become more friendly. Stretching slightly, Richard pulled his Corona crystal ball from his pocket and uploaded his completed catalog of the library of previous civilizations into the wizard dimension. Then he unfolded his true form and lay down on the plane. This plane was a large Earth's vein node, once the home base of the galaxy Mayfly in the Ember Sun world. Under the influence of his innate ability, the underground soil and rock began to shift position with Richard's body. Richard's body began to sink until it sank into the Earth's vein node. Under the infusion of energy from the ley lines, mingled with the power of the Abyss, Richard's consciousness began to blur. Come to think of it, I haven't slept in ages. Before falling into a deep slumber, this thought suddenly crossed Richard's mind. After becoming the master of the world, his body rarely felt tired on a daily basis. Even when his mental strength was depleted, he would meditate to recover. Time for a good night's sleep. When I wake up, perhaps there won't be so many troubles. With another major victory in the Ember Sun world, the war between the wizards and the Galaxy Mayflies finally turned. After their defeat in the Ember Sun world, the Galaxy Mayflies no longer had the ability to attack. However, due to the emergence of demi-human wizards, the wizards, far from experiencing a decrease in manpower due to the end of the Dharma Age, actually saw a surge in manpower due to the cessation of the Mayfly attacks. Countless demi-human wizards, educated at the Wizard Academy, became members of the Wizard Corps and were dispatched to various worlds. Even marginal worlds could be replenished by the Wizard Corps. Furthermore, as the number of worlds cultivating demi-human wizards increased, more and more demi-human wizards began to join the Corps. Wizards, once at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, finally made a breakthrough in their greatest weakness. ASU cover. On the bloody battlefield, Gawain, clad in alchemical power armor, slashed the witch-hunting Mayfly in half with a single strike. But at the same moment, to his side, a witch-hunting Mayfly swung its articulated limbs at his head. "Here I come, boss!" With a roar, ASU, bearing his alchemical shield, instantly appeared before the witch-hunting Mayfly. The limb slashed against the alchemical shield with a teeth-grinding sound. Taking advantage of the momentary pause, Gawain took a step forward and swung the improved death sword in his right hand. The pitch-black blade sliced through the witch-hunting Mayfly's limbs like butter, instantly severing one. ASU flung aside the shield, and with a sudden overload of the old-fashioned death sword in his hand, he thrust it into the witch-hunting Mayfly's torso. As the high concentration of death energy corroded the witch-hunting Mayfly, it instantly became motionless. Without a word, the two men completed their task and immediately rushed towards the nearest target. As comrades in arms for centuries, their tacit understanding had long been close. As the sun set in the west, the last witch-hunting Mayfly on the battlefield was slain by the wizard. Gawain, holding a metal ingot, walked over to ASU and casually placed it on the rip in ASU's armor. Although the wizard's condition wasn't as dire as it had been, an old wizard like Gawain still preferred this simple and quick solution. ASU glanced at the location of the rip, and a sudden smile crossed his face. "Hey boss, does this rip look familiar?" "Familiar?" Gawain looked at the rip in his armor, and a distant memory suddenly flashed through his mind. It was a memory from 300 years ago, when he was still a rookie. The rip from the victory of Ember Sun, right? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Gawain's face. That battle was truly dangerous. I almost died there. A flicker of fear crossed ASU's face. It was truly dangerous. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have nearly died in that illusion. Gawain nodded, a towering figure suddenly flashing through his mind. Speaking of which, since the victory on Ember Sun, news of the Miracle Crown has been incredibly rare. Miracle Crown? I heard this lord was seriously injured in the victory on Ember Sun, and should be recuperating now. After saying this, ASU stroked his chin, calculated the time, and spoke again, but it's been 300 years now. Lord Crown should have awakened by now. Chapter 789. Ember Sun World, Victory Plains. A giant hand broke through the earth, stirring up a breeze of energy. Then, the ground cracked, and a massive figure slowly rose from the ground. What a wonderful sleep! Richard shook his head, shaking the dirt from his hair. Then he stood up, freeing his entire body from the earth. Richard surveyed his drastically changed surroundings, and stroked his now lush beard. It seems I've slept quite a while. Feeling his body briefly, a flicker of surprise crossed Richard's face. I've already integrated so much? After years of slumber, Richard's life core had not only fixed the bugs, but had even integrated many more. Richard's bloodline integration had now reached 95%. It was like a puzzle with only the last few pieces remaining. He only needed to perform a few life edits, and his bloodline integration would lead to the final stage. Then, he would complete the complete integration. But why did I wake up at this point? Richard felt a flicker of confusion. At his current rate of integration, he should have woken up a few years later, after his bloodline integration was complete. After all, he wasn't facing any bottlenecks at the moment, and everything was progressing smoothly. It didn't make sense for him to wake from his slumber. Using his power, Richard contacted Ulysses, far away in the goblin world. Ulysses, how long have I been asleep? At Richard's voice, Ulysses, basking in the sun atop the miracle church, suddenly leaped to his feet. Gaw! Holy crap, you're actually awake. Richard frowned slightly. What do you mean I'm truly awake? Ulysses paused for a moment, then replied, well, your little wife came to see me a few days ago, and asked if there was any way to wake you or contact you. Ellie? Richard's frown deepened. Shouldn't she be doing research under the Dean? What changes have taken place in wizard civilization? Changes. They've certainly changed dramatically. You slept for 300 years, and during those 300 years, wizards have launched a counterattack, and your little wife has become the ruler of the world. But her affairs shouldn't be related to these changes. Just ask her directly what she wants. I've added her name to the canon. She's now the god's wife, and you can contact her directly. Okay. Richard sensed something briefly and, as expected, discovered a prominent presence among the creatures he could contact. I think this is Ellie. With a thought, a mental message flowed through the connection to Ellie. Ellie, what do you want to talk to me about? Ellie, far away in the wizarding world, tensed up at the sudden sound in her ears. Master, what's wrong? Beside Ellie, a three-ringed wizard with dragon horns asked nervously. Around him, dozens of wizards in white robes stared at Ellie nervously. Although they were all elite members of the Wizarding Academy, in this laboratory, they were just ordinary experimenters, apprentices. Nothing. Ellie relaxed suddenly after hearing the voice. You guys continue your experiments. I'm going to be out for about a week. The three-ring wizard hesitated after hearing this. This experiment was assigned by the Corona constellation. Was it really okay for them to delay like this? Ellie glanced at him and said calmly, just do it. If you delay progress, I explained to the teacher. Yes, Master Ellie. Outside the lab, Ellie, accustomed to keeping her emotions under wraps, finally showed a hint of uncertainty. Richard, are you really awake? It seems that Crow wasn't just trying to fool me. Listening to Ellie's words, Richard smiled helplessly. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, he was certain that the method Ulysses had suggested was indeed a foolish ploy. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. Ellie, why are you looking for me? You're under the Dean's command. Given the current situation, you shouldn't be forced to go to the battlefield, right? Of course, our situation is good now. I'm not looking for you for that. Ellie's voice suddenly grew low, the excitement she felt at Richard's reawakening vanishing. Master Jorod is dying. I know. Richard's voice sounded remarkably calm, as if he'd been prepared for this day. How's the teacher now? How long do you have? According to my estimate, 3 days at most. If I see you, it might even be less than that. Jorod was holding on to this breath solely because he wanted to see Richard before he died. Seeing Richard, his last breath was gone. I know. Go find Master Jimmy and ask him to contact his friends to see if they can find a six-ringed wizard to open a dimensional portal in the wizarding world. Ellie nodded slightly. I go right away. Embersun world. Richard stared at the sky, lost in thought for a long time. He had indeed long been prepared for this day. Jorod had used a soul box once in his youth, so he wasn't qualified to become a great wizard. So even with the most abundant resources to extend his lifespan would only reach 10,000 years. Even in the technology of previous civilizations, the self-destruction of the soul structure was an unsolved problem. Many images flashed through Richard's mind, images so distant they were almost blurry. Back then, he was still young, and he had sisters, brothers, and junior sisters. Though those times seemed so ordinary, recalling them now brought a smile to his face. Has it been so many years? Richard murmured. Tears streamed down his face, disappearing in a flash. Richard glanced at the ground and gently tapped his left foot. The earth seemed to surge like waves, instantly covering up the traces of his emergence. A rune-encrusted gate slowly opened before him, and Richard calmly stepped inside, expressionless. Wizarding World, Evocation School Headquarters. A black-robed figure slowly emerged from the massive rune-encrusted gate. In front of the gate, the great wizard Blazing Sun, who was responsible for maintaining the gate, Jimmy, Ellie, and the now-recovered Mist, immediately bowed slightly upon seeing the black-robed figure. "Greetings, Coronet." Richard nodded slightly. While privately, they could avoid such formalities, but in the presence of outsiders, courtesy was essential. He walked over to Ellie and said in a low voice, "How is the teacher?" Ellie shook her head slightly. "Still the same." Richard let out a long breath, his demeanor growing more profound. He snapped his fingers, and an invisible wave vanished into the void. A moment later, a fissure suddenly opened in the space beside him, and the Guardian of Day and Night emerged from it. "Corona," the Guardian of Day and Night said with a slight bow. The Wizarding World's apocalypse had ended, and the Guardians who had joined Richard's army had naturally all been revived. Richard nodded and said in a low voice, "Can I borrow your passage? I need to see my teacher." The Guardian of Day and Night stood up straight upon hearing this, and said righteously, "We are already under the command of Corona, so why would you ask for my permission? All Guardian passages will be open to you if you wish." Richard tried to smile, but his mood was too heavy for him to do so. "Go to the 4th Ring Tower of Truth, the former Black Tower Wizard Academy. Your will." Using the Guardian's passage, Richard and his companions arrived at the former site of the Black Tower Wizard Academy in a matter of moments. Over the past millennium, there has been a major reshuffle among the great wizards. Of the group of great wizards who founded the Wizard Academy before the war, only 300 or 400 remain. The remaining old wizards are essentially those who received training at the Wizard Academy before the war and were promoted. If these fallen great wizards had students, their world and their academy would continue to exist. If not, their property would be confiscated by the Council of Truth. In the early stages of the war, the great wizard of the Black Tower died on the battlefield, along with his student Susanna. Even with Ellie, the disciple, still alive, the Council's decree confiscated the Black Tower Wizard Academy, and all the worlds belonging to the great wizard of the Black Tower. The Black Tower Wizard Academy has now been transformed into a wizarding city. However, compared to the former White Wizard Academy, the current wizarding city is quite dull, possessing a cold, sci-fi feel. In the heart of the city, the 1,000-meter-tall central Black Tower still stands. Even after 1,000 years, it still watches over this land. Ellie gazed at the central Black Tower and explained to Richard, "The Council hasn't moved. While the Academy can't be inherited by a disciple, the Wizard Tower isn't affected. Some old wizards from the Academy days still reside in the Wizard Tower, including Master Chorode." Richard said nothing more, and in a flash, he arrived on the 99th floor of the central Black Tower. In the laboratory, which felt both familiar and unfamiliar, Chorode sat in his usual chair, flipping through a magic book, just as he had before the war. Richard stared at the scene in a daze, then a smile suddenly crossed his face. "Teacher, I'm back." Chorode suddenly raised his head, a hint of surprise on his face. He walked over to Richard, looked him over, then patted his wizard robe to brush off the dust. "Now that you've become a crown, it's time to pay attention to your appearance." The master and disciple exchanged a glance, then found their respective seats as usual. Chorode looked at Richard, his eyes slightly hazy. A young figure crossed time and overlapped with the present Richard. Have so many years passed? It's gone by so quickly. His aura began to weaken, and the scene before him began to blur. But he quickly forced himself to wake up. "Richard, come here. This is for you." Chorode pulled an old magic book from his pocket. The style was simple and unadorned, something even Richard had never seen before. "Although you've ascended to the throne and no longer have any use for these minute details, you are my student, and the legacy of our lineage must not be broken." Richard's expression was serious as he took the old magic book with both hands. This was the last lesson Chorode had taught him. Inheritance. Life is finite, but truth is infinite. If one wishes to advance further on the path of truth, one must step on the shoulders of those who have come before. This is inheritance. After handing over the legacy, Chorode's aura weakened again. He grasped Richard's hand, cradled him in his arms, and spoke his final words. "Richard, you are my greatest pride." Chapter 790. In the laboratory he knew so well, the wizard Chorode walked the final chapter of his life. He did not beg Richard to extend his life. Old wizards of his generation were few and far between. His friends and family had passed away, and his students had become independent. He no longer had much attachment to this world. He was a wizard of the old era, and it was time for him to leave gracefully with the advent of a new era. Clinging Jorod's crumbling body, Richard did not weep. Instead, he gently lifted him up and placed him in a coffin imbued with magical energy. No one spoke at this moment, and the entire laboratory was silent. Are any of Master Jorod's friends still alive? Richard looked at Ellie with a hint of self-mockery. I haven't been in the wizarding world for years. I don't even know such a trivial matter. Ellie shook her head. All of Master Jorod's friends died in the war. Richard was silent, then sighed. Then let's keep it simple. The Academy cemetery should still be there, and the teachers should have their own graves. Ellie paused, somewhat uncertainly. The Academy's property has been repossessed by the Council. It's hard to say whether the remaining cemeteries have been distributed to other wizards. That's no problem, said the accompanying Great Wizard Blazing Sunday. Even if it's divided, we can just have someone expand the secret realm a little and make room. The floors of the Tower of Truth are all secret realms, and the space within them is highly malleable. Thank you, Master, Richard said with a slight bow. The Great Wizard Blazing Sun stepped aside. There's no need to be so reckless, Corona. Just a simple word is all you need. Although both Richard and he were six-ringed wizards, Richard's honorary crown was officially recognized by the entire wizarding civilization. Although the Great Wizard Blazing Sun was a student of the transmutation crown, he wasn't yet at the stage of accepting the formalities of a crown. A flicker of helplessness crossed Richard's face. He still wasn't used to the status of a crown. Jorod's funeral was as simple as Richard had promised. Richard crafted a coffin of adamantium and buried Jorod's body. In the ancient traditions of alchemy, adamantium represents immortality and perfection. Since all his friends and family had perished in the battle, the funeral was attended only by Richard, Ellie Muni, and a few other great wizards who had helped. After the burial, Richard stood before the tombstone for a long time before quietly departing. One must always look forward. Is this the wizarding world of the Enlightenment? Richard walked through the wilderness, every cell in his body throbbing with life energy. After a 124-year-long period of the Dharma decline, the essence of the wizarding world finally began to awaken. And with its awakening, the wizarding world also began to recover. The energy once trapped in the Earth's veins began to dissipate again, and the creatures living in the wizarding world, stimulated by this energy, began to activate the life information hidden in their bloodlines. For the creatures living in the wizarding world, this was a resurrection of spiritual energy. This is just the beginning. Ellie walked beside Richard, a look of intoxication on her face. According to the teacher, this is less than 1/5 of the Enlightenment age. It's hard to imagine how beautiful that era was. It was indeed beautiful. Richard narrowed his eyes and exhaled. Otherwise, the wizarding world wouldn't have been reduced to the state it was in. The wizarding world's blessing made Richard akin to a chosen one within the wizarding world, the energy within the space unconsciously gravitating towards him. In this environment, almost like the dawn of the world, various energy groups, rarely seen in normal times, what wizards usually call energies, continuously penetrated Richard's body. Stimulated by these vibrant energies, Richard's bloodline integration accelerated slightly. But it's over now, isn't it? Ellie whispered softly. Richard smiled, and didn't tell Ellie about the civilization devourer. This kind of news should be spread within a small circle. Who knows if its existence will benefit the civilization devourer in any way? Speaking of which, your bloodline development is quite good. Richard suddenly glanced at Ellie. Over the past 300 years, Ellie had not only become a great wizard, but had also, through developing her bloodline, elevated her physique to the limit of a fourth-ring great wizard. With just a little soul essence, Richard could directly elevate her to the level of a fifth-ring great wizard. His possession of the miracle furnace was no secret to the Council of Truth. Therefore, he could use the miracle furnace without restraint to aid those around him. To be praised by the miracle crown, it seems my physical training is indeed quite good. Ellie smiled somewhat pretentiously. Richard tapped her and said with a smile, Don't be so arrogant. Your bloodline is quite extraordinary. The blood of the Abyss Demon was originally intended for the blood of the Titans, but yours has been twisted together with the dragon bloodline. It's truly rare. I don't know what the Dean said, but in my opinion, it's best for you to focus on the dragon bloodline and then gradually introduce new Abyss Demon bloodlines to balance it out. Ellie nodded slightly. That's what the Dean said. He said the bloodline of a single Abyss Demon is far inferior to that of a dragon, so the priority must be developing the dragon bloodline. Richard nodded and continued, I have some standing with the Abyss, so don't worry about blood samples. Just ask for anything you need. When you reach the 6th ring, You can try to fuse it with my Titan blood. If successful, your bloodline might surpass mine and the Dean's, becoming the strongest in the physical school. Really? Ellie's eyes lit up. Then can I join you on the battlefield? Although Richard never disdained Ellie's weak strength, Ellie herself loathed her own weakness. She didn't want to be a secretary at headquarters. She wanted to be on the battlefield, fighting alongside Richard, even if she was just a pawn. That should be enough, Richard rubbed his chin. Clearing the minor soldiers will certainly be enough, but you definitely won't be able to intervene in the main battle. The main battlefield of the future will be a battle between overlords. To them, level 6 creatures are no different from ordinary world lords. A glint of determination flashed in Ellie's eyes. Really? As long as I can help you, that's all I need. She didn't aspire to be the master of the battlefield. She simply wished to stop being Richard's pendant, a mere vase. 300 years isn't long, but it's also not short. For Richard and many other great wizards, 300 years is just the time it takes to sleep. But for this era, 300 years is a major leap. In the Wizarding City, Richard and Ellie restrained their presence, strolling through the city like ordinary wizards. Around them, demi-human and human wizards mingled, almost indistinguishable. The existence of bloodline magic made the distinction between demi-human and human wizards vanishingly small. Under the careful guidance of the Wizards of the Soul School, Wizard Society had little trouble accepting demi-human wizards. Demi-human wizards fought on the same battlefields as themselves, sometimes even at a younger age. They received the same education, wore the same magical armor, and stationed themselves in the same fortress, attacking the same enemy. The battlefield was a melting pot. Different races were thrown in, and out emerged a single alloy called the Wizarding Legion. The demi-human wizards are integrating smoothly. Richard communicated with Ellie via telepathic communication. It should be the human wizards, who are integrating smoothly, Ellie replied with a smile. Compared to the increasing number of demi-human wizards, human wizards are a minority. And there are no such things as demi-human wizards, only wizards. Demi-human wizards are an artificial race, and the demi-human wizards in every world are completely different. To avoid subspecies conflicts like those within the galaxy Mayfly, wizards initially avoided using terms, like subhuman or demi-human, that clearly distinguished them. Even the term demi-human itself was deliberately erased. Demi-human was a term known only to great wizards and veteran wizards of the past. New wizards were completely unfamiliar with the term. The Soul Corona is truly impressive, Richard exclaimed. When it comes to language, the wisdom of the Truth Wizards is truly astonishing. Wizarding script is a phonetic language. Erasing the term demi-human, coupled with the influence of currents of thought, essentially eliminated the concept of subhuman. It's truly impressive, Ellie chuckled. That's why wizards from the Soul School are still so unpopular, even more disliked than those from the Cursed School. Richard was stunned for a moment, then joined in the laughter. It seems there are things the Soul School can't achieve. Walking through the city, Richard noticed that wizards no longer traded with magic stones and magic essence. Instead, they used a kind of school currency similar to the one he used back in the academy. After asking Ellie, Richard learned that wizarding civilization no longer traded in solid energy like magic stones. Ellie explained, now that wizards are spread across every world, magic power is no longer scarce for wizards, and the value of magic stones has begun to decline. So, to prevent market chaos, a great wizard proposed issuing a credit currency, using mithril as an anchor. After hearing Ellie's explanation, Richard nodded slightly. Magic stones don't have any spiritual significance for wizards. The wizarding world used to trade in magic stones, primarily because its energy was scarce. Magic stones served as a portable energy source, helping wizards quickly regenerate their magic. But now, the wizarding world's energy concentration fluctuates almost daily. And wizards are scattered across various worlds, each with varying, though not entirely sparse, energy concentrations. Even on the battlefield, the council distributes magic stones, and the supply is unlimited. The value of magic stones has dropped significantly compared to pre-war times. So, the hard currency is now mithril? Richard asked, tilting his head. Ellie nodded yes. Richard stroked his chin, a flash of thought forming in his mind. So, there's work to be done after the Wuxiang War.